My name is Zhang Wei. I woke up 3 days ago in a world that wasn't mine. Somehow, I ended up in the body of a weak soldier, just a regular guy with no special training, stuck on top of a giant ice-covered wall. My job? Shoot arrows at monsters trying to climb over. The cold was brutal. My fingers were cracked and bleeding. The bow was heavy, and my arms shook every time I tried to pull the string. My first arrow missed completely, landed in the snow next to a wolf without even touching it. One shot, and I was already out of breath. I knew I wouldn't survive long like this. The beasts kept coming. Wolves, bears, boars, thousands of them rushing across the snowfield with red eyes and sharp teeth. Soldiers around me were fighting and dying. Our squad leader, Li Tai, was strong enough to cut down wolves with his blade, but I could barely hold my bow. Then, just as a wolf was about to reach me, something strange happened. A voice appeared inside my head and told me a system had activated, something called the Divine Archer system. A glowing blue screen popped up in front of my eyes showing my stats. They were all terrible, way below average. But the system came with special abilities. I could draw my bow without getting tired, my arrows would fly faster, and they would correct their path on their own. Best of all, every arrow I shot would make my body a little stronger. And every time I hit something, I'd get energy back. I grabbed an arrow and pulled the string. This time it felt light, easy, no shaking, no pain. I let the arrow fly. It shot out like a beam of light, curved slightly in the air, and went straight into the wolf's open mouth. One hit, one kill. Warmth flooded through my body. My tired muscles relaxed. My hunger and dizziness faded. I felt strong again. I looked down at the endless wave of monsters below the wall. A few minutes ago, they looked like my death. Now, they looked like my way to get stronger. I grabbed 3 more arrows and smiled. Time to keep shooting. The beasts pulled back after leaving dozens of dead bodies in the snow. Squad leader Li Tai started yelling at us to get down and clean up the battlefield. Every arrow we could save meant we'd still get to eat. I climbed down the icy steps with the other soldiers. Most of them looked pale and sick after the fight, but I felt surprisingly okay. That warmth from killing the snow wolf was still flowing through me. My fingers weren't as frozen anymore, and my body felt alive again. Outside the wall was awful. Dead wolves, bears full of arrows, blood everywhere turning the snow dark red. I found the wolf I'd killed, big as a young cow, with fur like steel needles. I stepped on its head, grabbed my arrow from its eye socket, and yanked it out. Blood splashed on my shoes. I wiped the arrowhead clean in the snow and put it back in my quiver. Out here, 1 arrow was worth 2 days of food. You couldn't afford to lose a single one. By the time we finished, it was dark. The wind sounded like ghosts howling. We lined up for dinner. The cook dropped a ladle of grayish-brown soup into my cracked bowl. A few sad leaves floated on top. Next to it were 2 buns so hard they could crack a skull. This was our meal, beast meat soup and black bread. I crouched behind a wall to block the wind and tried to bite the bread. My teeth nearly broke. I gave up and crumbled it into the soup to soften it. The soup had no salt, tasted terrible, and I could feel grit and bits of hair in it. I swallowed it all without stopping. After eating, we went back to the barracks. The smell hit me the moment I pushed through the curtain. Sweat, blood, dirty feet, cheap tobacco. No real beds, just a long platform covered in old straw and torn animal hides. Dozens of men were packed together, snoring. I found my spot and lay down with all my clothes on. The straw scratched my skin. Next to me, a new recruit named Ergu was crying quietly. He'd only managed to draw the bow twice during the fight, and now both his arms were swollen and useless. An older soldier told him to shut up, said if there was another attack tomorrow, he wouldn't even be able to hold a blade. Ergu covered his mouth, but the tears kept coming. That's how most new soldiers died out here. Not from the monsters directly, but from exhaustion. Their muscles would tear, their strength would drain, and then they couldn't even run. Lying in the dark, I quietly clenched my fists. My arms were sore, but not damaged. Not torn. I could still move everything just fine. I pulled up my blue panel in my mind and looked at my stats. Still immortal. Still weak numbers. But I understood now just how powerful my talent really was. Normal people could only draw a bow about 10 times a day before their muscles gave out. I could draw it endlessly, no fatigue, no tearing. And every single shot would make my body a little stronger. Other people needed expensive herbs and brutal training to improve. I just needed to keep shooting arrows. But I had to be smart about it. I couldn't let anyone know. If people found out I never got tired, it would bring trouble I wasn't strong enough to handle yet. So I made myself a plan. During the day, I'd act normal, miss some shots on purpose, be invisible, just another nobody. But when night came and it was my turn on watch, I'd practice like a madman. The wind beat against the old walls. The room stank. Men snored all around me. I closed my eyes and smiled to myself in the dark. The morning gong woke me up before dawn. I felt good. No soreness, no pain. The warmth from killing that wolf yesterday was still in my body. But next to me, Urgu was in bad shape. His arms were swollen and shiny, his face red with fever. He couldn't even sit up. He was one of 3 soldiers who didn't make it out of bed that morning. In this camp, that basically meant death. No one wastes medicine on ordinary soldiers. We lined up outside in the freezing cold. Captain Li Tai counted us, just over 30 left. 5 died in last night's fight, 3 more couldn't get up. He ordered us to check our gear. Anyone missing arrows would get their breakfast cut. I stood in the back row, keeping quiet. My quiver had all 10 arrows, neat and clean. I'd pulled mine out of the wolf I killed during cleanup. Then trouble found me. An old soldier called Wang Lizi walked over. He was missing half an ear and smelled terrible. He spotted my full quiver and grinned. Called me a coward who didn't fight. Said I should lend him 3 good arrows and take his broken ones instead. I looked at what he shoved into my hands. Rusty tips, bent shafts, feathers falling off. These weren't arrows. They were garbage. In a beast attack, they'd get me killed. I grabbed my quiver and refused. Wang squeezed my wrist hard. He was still just a regular man, but years of fighting had made him strong. Pain shot up my arm, and I couldn't break free. Then Captain Li Tai came over. Wang put on a show right away. He pointed at me and said I'd run from the fight yesterday, never shot a single arrow. Then he pulled one of my arrows out, the one with dried wolf blood on the tip, and held it up for everyone to see. He said that arrow belonged to young Master Qian. Said Qian Feng was the one who'd killed the snow wolf with an amazing shot. Said I'd stolen the arrow in the chaos. The veterans all backed him up immediately, nodding and agreeing. They knew the game. Qian Feng was a rich noble's son, standing at the front of the line in shiny new armor and a white fox fur collar, playing with a fancy dagger. He barely looked at me, just told Wang to record the wolf kill under his name, and said he didn't want the dirty arrow back. Wang turned to me with a nasty grin and whispered that I'd better hand over my good arrows and take his broken ones, or I wouldn't survive the next attack. I understood everything now. Qian Feng needed battle credits to build his reputation. Wang was his dog, stealing achievements from weak soldiers to feed his master. My kill had become someone else's trophy. I looked at Li Tai. He said nothing. He approved of all of it. So I swallowed my anger, put on a scared face, handed over my good arrows, and took the broken ones. Wang patted my cheek and told me to stay quiet if I wanted to live. We got breakfast, thin porridge so watery I could almost see my reflection in it. I took my cracked bowl to a corner out of the wind and drank every last drop. Then I pulled out one of Wang's broken arrows and looked it over. Bent pine shaft. Barely any feathers left. Dull, rusty tip. Any normal soldier carrying these into battle would be walking to his death. But I wasn't a normal soldier. I opened my panel in my mind. My talents didn't care what kind of arrow I used. Every draw made my body stronger, and my precision ability would correct the path of anything I shot, even a crooked stick. I slid the broken arrow back into my quiver and ran my fingers over my bow. Qian Feng, Wang Lizi, they thought they'd crushed me. They thought I was just another weak recruit who'd be dead in a week. But accidents happen on the border all the time, and I had a feeling their luck wouldn't hold forever. After breakfast, the veterans hid from the wind to smoke and rest. Drawing a bow even once more would strain their tired bodies. But I walked to the farthest corner of the training ground, faced a beat-up old straw target 100 steps away, and raised my bow. I spent that morning in the far corner of the training ground, shooting arrows over and over. The body I'd taken over used to belong to a fisherman's son, strong hands from pulling nets, but nowhere near strong enough to draw a 60-pound bow more than a few times. But with my system, I didn't get tired. Not even a little. I shot arrow after arrow at the old straw target 100 paces away. Even with those broken arrows Wang Lizi gave me, bent shafts, missing feathers, my precision talent kicked in every time. The arrows would wobble and spin through the air, Then some invisible force would twist them back on course. Every single one hit the target. After 100 shots, I could already feel the changes. A warm current flowed through me after each draw. My muscles were tightening, filling out. My old cotton jacket, which used to hang loose on my thin frame, was starting to show the shape of real muscle underneath. My stats had crept up, strength to 5.2, endurance to 4.5. Slow progress, but steady. Then something happened that reminded me exactly where I was. A scream came from the barracks. A veteran called One-Eyed Lou kicked open a door and dragged out a skinny new recruit everyone called Monkey. Lou was on top of him, stabbing at his shoulder with a rusty knife, screaming about stolen meat. Monkey swore he didn't take it, said Wang Lizi had planted it under his bed. But nobody cared. The soldiers just stood and watched. Li Tai picked his teeth under the roof and did nothing. It got worse. Lou went for Monkey's throat. But Monkey snapped. Hunger and fear pushed the quiet kid over the edge. He bit down on Lou's wrist hard enough to break through skin and muscle. Lou dropped the knife. Monkey grabbed it and drove it into Lou's back. They both died right there in the bloody snow, over a piece of frozen meat the size of a fist. Wang Lizi, who had clearly set the whole thing up, turned pale and slipped away into the crowd. Li Tai walked over, kicked Lou's body, cursed about losing 2 soldiers before the next beast tied, and ordered the bodies thrown into a ditch for the wolves. No funeral, no justice, nothing. I watched it all from a distance. I didn't move. I didn't react. But inside, every detail burned itself into my mind. That could have been me. Tomorrow, Wang Lizi or Qian Feng could find any excuse to put a blade in my chest. Monkey died because he was too weak to scare anyone off. Weakness was the real crime here. I turned back to the target, knocked another arrow, and kept shooting. Arrow 104, then 200, then 500. While others fought over scraps and schemed against each other, I just kept drawing my bow. By nightfall, I'd shot over 1,500 arrows. That night, I sat cross-legged on my straw mat in the dark while everyone slept. The heat inside my body had been building all day, and now it reached a breaking point. Something cracked inside me, not pain, but a deep shifting in my bones. Dark gray gunk seeped out through my skin, old toxins leaving my body. My frostbitten hands started to heal on their own. A faint bronze glow appeared on my skin. My panel lit up in my mind. Stage updated, mortal skin refinement. I clenched my fists and felt real power in my grip for the first time. A cold smile crossed my face in the dark. From today, I wasn't just another weak soldier waiting to die. I woke up before dawn and everything felt different. The cold that used to cut through me like knives now felt like a cool breeze. I looked at my hands. The frostbitten skin was peeling away, and underneath was smooth new skin with a bronze color. I clenched my fists and heard my knuckles crack. My skin felt thick and tough, like leather. I'd reached the skin refining stage, the same level as squad leader Li Tai. For days in this world, and I'd already hit a level most people never reach in their entire lives. The morning gong rang. Li Tai ordered 4 of us to drag yesterday's 2 bodies to the snow ditch 2 miles outside camp. Me, Wang Lizi, and 2 older soldiers. On the way out, Wang Lizi kicked me hard in the back of the leg, trying to knock me down. But my leg didn't budge. It was like he'd kicked a wooden post. His toes went numb. I just looked at him and said nothing. He yelled at me to keep moving, but I could tell he was confused. I grabbed the rope and dragged both frozen bodies by myself for 2 miles through the blinding snow. Didn't even get out of breath. The 2 older soldiers hung back and let me do the work. When we reached the ditch, a deep trench full of old bones and beast remains, the other 2 said they were heading back for hot porridge. They left me alone with Wang Lizi. That's when he made his move. He walked up behind me with a fake smile and told me to hand over my quiver. Said young Master Qian needed silver. Said I should know the rules. His hand was already reaching for the butcher knife on his belt. I told him calmly there was no money, just the 3 broken arrows he'd given me. He didn't care. He pulled his rusty knife and lunged at me, grabbing for my collar. I didn't dodge. I caught his wrist midair and squeezed. His bones creaked under my grip. His eyes went wide. He couldn't move. He started screaming, said it was impossible, that I'd been shaking just trying to draw a bow yesterday. He swung his knife at my chest. I stepped forward, grabbed him tight, and slammed my forehead into his nose. It cracked like a melon. Blood and tears ran down his face. His knife scraped across my coat and hit my skin, but it didn't cut through. That was the power of the skin refining stage. I pulled one of those broken arrows from my quiver. The same garbage he'd forced on me yesterday. Rusty tip, missing feathers. He tried to beg. Started saying, "Let's talk." I didn't let him finish. I drove the arrow into his throat like a short spear. The dull tip didn't cut clean. It tore through. He grabbed my arm, foamy blood pouring from his mouth. 10 seconds later, his body went limp and dropped into the snow. I crouched down and searched him, found a small pouch of coarse salt and my 2 good arrows he'd stolen yesterday. I took them both. Then I kicked his body into the ditch along with the other 2. Wolves howled below. The snow would cover the blood soon enough. Nobody would miss him. Everyone knew Wang Lizi was a cheat. They'd figure he ran off or got eaten by a stray beast. As for Qian Feng, the young master Wang had been serving, his turn would come. Wang was just the dog. The master still owed me a debt. I wiped the blood from my hands with snow and walked back to camp. My steps were steady and sure. Then my panel lit up again. It said my mindset had changed, that I'd found something called the Way of the Archer. A new feature unlocked, a beast codex. From now on, every beast I killed would reveal its weaknesses, and I'd earn extra power from the kill. I smiled as the camp walls came into view through the snow. The next beast tide was coming soon, and for the first time, I was looking forward to it. The snow covered my tracks on the way back to camp. Nobody asked where Wang Lizi was. Nobody cared. People disappeared from this place every day. I got my bowl of thin porridge and crouched behind a wall out of the wind. I pulled out the little pouch of salt I'd taken from Wang Lizi and sprinkled a few grains into my bowl. The salty warmth spread through my whole body. For a starving soldier, that tiny bit of salt felt like medicine. Then the ground started shaking under my feet. 3 long horn blasts ripped through the morning, louder than anything I'd heard before. The whole wall seemed to vibrate. Medium beast tide. Everyone to the wall. The camp exploded into panic. Veterans jumped up and scrambled for their armor. Li Tai was already on the steps, screaming at everyone to move. I blended into the crowd and climbed the wall with the rest, hunching my back and pretending to shiver like the other new recruits. I couldn't afford to stand out. At the skin refining stage, I was still just a slightly tougher ant on this battlefield. If the officers noticed me, they'd throw me into a suicide squad. When I reached the top, the smell hit me first, thick and rotten. Then I saw it. The snowfield was gone. In its place was a black ocean of beasts, tens of thousands of them, smashing against the wall like a living wave. Not just wolves and boars this time. Ironclad rhinos. Black-scaled leopards covered in spikes. The ground shook so hard that ice flew off the walls. Then my beast codex activated. Small red dots appeared above the creatures' heads, marking their weak points. I could see exactly where to aim. The order came to fire. Thousands of arrows flew. I released mine, a plain white feathered arrow that curved through the chaos and struck a black-scaled leopard right in its left ear. It screamed, jerked its head, and fell from the wall, snapping its neck on the ground. My panel updated. 1 kill, 1 tiny bit of progress. That was it. Quality wasn't going to be enough. I needed volume. So I became a machine. Draw, release. Draw, release. I slowed my movements on purpose, pretended my arms were shaking, acted like I was struggling. But inside, I was completely relaxed. Every shot made my skin a little tougher. I played it smart. I never aimed at healthy beasts. I targeted the ones already half dead. A rhino with a severed leg crawling through the snow, a wolf with a crushed spine still howling. I finished them off quietly, collecting credit while nobody watched. Meanwhile, Qian Feng was putting on a show at the front of the wall. He had a fancy glowing rune bow and special heavy arrows that cracked the air when they flew. Everyone cheered for him, but I could see the truth. After 20 shots he was gasping, and his servant had to feed him expensive pills to keep him going. All money, no real skill. The battle got worse. Beasts started climbing over piles of their own dead to reach the top of the wall. Li Tai ordered close combat. Blades came out. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. I didn't draw a sword. Instead, I wove through the chaos like a fish, letting others block the beasts while I fired arrows from impossible angles. 1 shot flew past Li Tai's head and hit a leopard in the throat right before it pounced on him from behind. He shouted, "Good shot," without even seeing who fired it. I pulled the arrow out of the dead beast, wiped it clean, and kept going. 2 hours in, Soldiers were collapsing everywhere. Even Qian Feng had gone pale and retreated behind his guards. But I kept my rhythm. My coat was soaked in monster blood, my face caked with dirt, but underneath all that, my body was getting stronger with every arrow. My skin was heating up like iron. The 60-pound bow was starting to feel light. My progress had reached 12% toward the next stage. Then everything stopped. A deep roar rolled across the snowfield like thunder. Every beast on the battlefield froze. Fear filled their red eyes. They tucked their tails and scattered, clearing a wide path through the snow. Through the swirling white, something massive stepped into view. It was as big as a moving fortress, covered in blue bone armor with a single horn on its head. Li Tai's sword fell from his hand. His face went white. A Tier 2 Demon King, my beast codex lit up. Icebone Rhinoceros. Tier 2, lower rank. And there it was, a pale mark on its belly between the bone plates. Its weak point. I touched my quiver. One arrow left. One blood-stained white feathered arrow. I didn't step back. I felt the power surging through my body, looked at that massive creature through the snow, and tightened my grip on my bow. The wind stopped. Even nature was afraid of what was coming. The Icebone Rhinoceros was massive, 10 feet long, covered in dark blue bone armor. Every breath it took left frost on the ground. The pressure from it was so heavy that soldiers could barely stand. Someone dropped their bow. Li Tai's legs were shaking. He said it was over. A Tier 2 Demon King, equal to a peak bone refining master. Our weapons couldn't even scratch it. Then a huge man jumped down from the watchtower, Captain Qin Yuan, a bone refining stage warrior. 8 feet tall, wearing just a thin red robe, carrying a cleaver as big as a person. He charged straight at the rhino. They clashed. The impact sent a shockwave that blew away snow and corpses. Soldiers near the edge started bleeding from their ears. This was power on a level where ordinary people weren't even allowed to watch. I hid under a dead ice-armored bear, smeared its blood on my face, and watched through the chaos. Qin Yuan was strong, but not strong enough. The rhino's tail caught him in the chest and sent him flying. He coughed blood and hit the snow hard. The rhino charged to finish him. It raised its front legs to crush him, and that's when I saw it. The pale mark on its belly, the weak point my beast codex had shown me. That narrow strip of unarmored flesh, normally hidden against the ground, was now wide open. I had one arrow left. I pulled my hand from under the bear, knocked the arrow, and drew the bow in one smooth motion. Nobody saw me. Qin Yuan's energy and the storm masked everything. All 3 of my talents fired at once. The arrow left the string without a sound, flying like a ghost through the snow. The wind blew it off course, but 3 meters from the rhino, my precision talent kicked in and twisted it back on target. It hit the white scar on the belly perfectly. The arrow punched through and sank all the way into the beast's heart. The rhino's massive body crashed into the snow. It twitched, spewed blood, and went still. Everyone was stunned. Qin Yuan stared at the body, confused. He looked at his own sword, wondering if he'd somehow done it. Meanwhile, I was shaking, not from fear, but from the flood of energy pouring into me. The life force of a Tier 2 Beast King was overwhelming. My skin was burning, turning from light bronze to dark gold. I was about to break through right there. I couldn't let that happen. Not in front of everyone. I bit my tongue hard, forced the energy down, rolled my eyes back, and pretended to faint next to the bear. The soldiers cheered for Qin Yuan. They thought he'd killed the rhino with one strike. Nobody looked twice at the blood-covered recruit lying in a pile of corpses. Qin Yuan found the broken arrow inside the rhino's belly. No knife marks, just a cheap wooden arrow. He looked over the soldiers carefully, his eyes even pausing on Qian Feng. But he shook his head. He knew that spoiled rich kid couldn't have made that shot. He hid the arrow in his sleeve and said nothing. Perfect. The arrow had been torn apart by the beast's blood energy. No evidence. No one would ever connect that kill to a useless fisherman who couldn't feed himself. I slept for real after that, right there in the pile of bodies. The cleanup crew threw me back in the barracks like a sack of grain. I spent the whole next day lying on hay, pretending to be unconscious while the energy reshaped my body from the inside. My rough skin shed its old layer and turned dark gold underneath, tough as bronze. The skin refining stage was almost at minor success, but I couldn't walk around looking like that. So before going outside, I grabbed handfuls of black mud and coal ash and smeared it all over my face, neck, and wrists. Coughed a few times. Made myself look weak and sick. Only then did I step out. The camp was celebrating. Big bonfires, roasting beast meat, the smell of fat sizzling. But even at a party, the hierarchy was clear. Chen Yuan and Qian Feng sat at the center with the best food, tender meat, white buns, fine wine. The rest of us crowded around a big iron pot at the edge, fighting over guts and bones in murky broth. Our squad of 30 was down to 12. Wang Lizhi had disappeared. Nobody asked about him. When I reached the front of the line, Li Tai actually scooped me a decent piece, a meaty bone with thick broth. Told me I was tough for surviving, said I should stick with him. I hunched over, coughed, and thanked him like a scared recruit. I found a quiet spot, sprinkled some of my stolen salt into the soup, and started chewing. The monster bones that others couldn't bite through cracked easily between my transformed teeth. The energy in my body devoured the nutrients instantly. Then Qian Feng stood up and made a grand announcement. His family would donate 100 blood coagulation pills and 50 weapons to reward the troops. Everyone cheered. Chen Yuan smiled politely, but I could see he didn't think much of the young master. Li Tai got one pill and celebrated by giving us each half a bowl more of watered-down wine. I shouted, "Long live the squad leader," with everyone else playing my part. But I kept my eyes on Chen Yuan. He was still scanning the edges of camp, still searching for the mysterious archer. When his gaze passed over me, it stopped for half a second. All he saw was a dirty, skinny kid trembling with excitement over cheap sour wine, licking his bowl clean like a beggar. He looked away, shook his head. In his mind, the archer who killed the demon king had to be a disciplined master, not some pathetic recruit drooling over bad liquor. Once I was sure he'd lost interest, I slipped back into the shadows. I checked my panel. Skin refining, minor achievement. Strength 8.5, endurance 7.8. Without a weapon, I could have killed Wang Lizhi with one punch. My skin was tough enough that a strong sword swing would barely leave a mark. But it still wasn't enough. While the others got drunk and cried for their families, I strapped my bow to my back and quietly left the celebration, heading toward the empty barracks alone. The celebration was already a distant memory by morning. The broken bell dragged everyone back to reality. Old soldiers were leaning against walls, throwing up last night's cheap wine. The vomit froze before it even hit the ground. I rubbed my forehead and stumbled out with the others, pretending I had a hangover. I hadn't touched a drop. Li Tai was waiting on the training ground, looking terrible, holding a spiked whip. He told us the rhino had smashed most of the western wall yesterday. If we didn't fix it before nightfall, the next wave of beasts would walk right through. So we grabbed shovels and buckets. Repairing walls out here wasn't done with bricks. We poured river water over a frame of broken stones and monster bones. In this cold, the water froze instantly into solid ice. Simple, but brutal work. I was paired with a kid named Shirtu, maybe 15, runny nose, hands swollen like carrots. Together we carried a wooden pole with 2 huge buckets of water, over 100 pounds total. The old me would have had his shoulders torn apart, but now it felt like carrying cotton. My dark gold skin spread the weight perfectly across my body. Of course, I couldn't show that. I bent my knees, gritted my teeth, twisted my face in fake pain, and shuffled forward like I was barely holding on. The route was over half a mile. Wind blew icy water out of the buckets onto my pants and shoes. It froze into a hard shell as I walked, making cracking sounds with every step. The new soldiers around me were crying, tears frozen to their faces. I was shivering too, on the outside. But the truth was, the freezing water on my skin only felt like a cool splash. The Demon King's energy still burning inside me kept my whole body warm. We made the trip more than 20 times that morning. When we finally finished pouring the last section of wall smooth and solid, Li Tai let us stop. Lunch was hard black bread and hot water. The bread was so tough we had to tear it apart and soak it just to chew. Everyone was too exhausted to complain. In the afternoon, archers were sent to a drafty tent to repair arrows. The last battle had used up nearly half the camp supply. In the center of the tent sat a big iron pot boiling animal hide and tendons into glue. The smell was awful, like rotten eggs mixed with dead mice. I sat on the ground with a pile of broken arrows and loose feathers. I picked up a bent shaft, warmed it over a small fire, then carefully straightened it with both hands. Years of carving fish spears by the sea had given me steady fingers. An old soldier nearby said I was good with my hands. I just smiled and told him I used to work with wood back home. I scraped off old glue, picked matching feathers, spread the stinking beast glue evenly, attached the feathers, and wrapped them tight with fine thread. I did this with every single arrow as carefully as if it were a real weapon. My system could correct any arrow's path, even a crooked stick. But I'd figured out that the talents stacked on top of the arrow's real quality. A straight shaft with balanced feathers meant less drag, more speed, more killing power. Against armored beasts, that difference could mean life or death. By the end of the afternoon, I'd repaired 30 arrows. I packed them all neatly into my quiver. At dusk, after dinner, Li Tai dragged a big sack into camp and threw it on the ground. Dead men's belongings. Border army rules. What the dead leave behind goes to the living. He opened the sack. Torn jackets, dull knives, smelly old shoes. The soldiers rushed in like wolves. No sadness, just survival. I didn't fight over the weapons or clothes. My body didn't need them anymore. But I reached to the bottom of the pile and pulled out a pair of thick gray felt boots with iron-nailed soles. They were big and had a dark brown bloodstain soaked into the left ankle. The previous owner had probably been bitten through the leg. Everyone else had avoided them, thinking they were bad luck. I kicked off my torn cloth shoes, stuffed some dry grass inside the boots to fill the space, and pulled them on. Stomped a few times. The thick soles felt solid. In a place covered in sharp ice, good boots meant warmth and grip. The difference between running and slipping to your death. Bloodstains didn't bother me. The dead were often cleaner than the living. Late that night, the barracks filled with snoring. I lay still with my eyes closed, but didn't sleep. I listened to the patrol footsteps and the wind outside. The Demon King's energy inside me had finally been fully absorbed, settled quietly beneath my skin. It had been an ordinary day. Hauling water, fixing arrows, eating bad food, wearing a dead man's boots. Nothing worth noticing about me at all. I held my black bow in the dark and waited for tomorrow. I sewed up the tear in my new felt boots before dawn. The dried blood on them had hardened into a natural layer that kept the cold out. I stuffed some grass inside to make them fit. They were warm. That was all that mattered. Li Tai came in with news. Young Master Qian needed people for archery practice, target callers, and arrow fetchers. Half a piece of bread for volunteering. 5 spots. The veterans shrank back into their blankets. They knew what this job really meant. We'd be standing downrange while a rich kid with bad aim fired heavy steel arrows in our direction. I stepped forward first, hunching over, acting hungry and desperate. At the West training ground, Qian Feng was lounging by a big fire pit, wrapped in his fox fur cloak, sipping tea and chatting with officers. We were sent to stand 120 steps away, right in front of the straw targets. Human shields. I watched him draw his rune bow with a hunter's eye. His stance was terrible. Feet too casual, no power from his core. His arms did all the work while his back stayed loose. His breathing was uneven. The bow was dragging him around, not the other way. Without his expensive enchanted weapon, his skill was worse than a kid shooting seabirds with a bamboo stick back on the coast. His first arrow hit a target's shoulder. Everyone cheered like he'd performed a miracle. Then he fired 3 more, showing off for the camp girls. 1 barely clipped the target edge. 2 missed completely. One of them shaved a chunk of scalp off Shida's head right next to me. Shirtu collapsed crying. A guard screamed at him to shut up. I stumbled over in my big boots, pretending to panic, and pulled the steel arrow from the frozen ground. It was heavy and beautifully made. Sharp tip, perfect blood grooves. Wasted on a fool. Then Qian Feng got bored with targets. He ordered soldiers to bring out 3 crippled snow wolves, teeth pulled, back legs broken, and told the 5 of us to unchain them and chase them toward the targets so he could shoot them. A whole grain cake and 2 silver coins for whoever managed it. The others got excited. I saw it for what it was. We were the real targets. The moment the chains came off, the wolves charged us. 2 men went down instantly, claws tearing through their clothes, blood spraying. Qian Feng laughed and started shooting into the mess. One of his arrows came straight at my chest. Not aimed at a wolf. At me. He wanted to watch me squirm. I could have dodged it easily, but I couldn't show my real speed. So I made my big boots slip at just the right moment and fell backward into the snow in the most pathetic way possible. The arrow ripped past my ribs and buried itself in the frozen ground. My jacket tore open, but my dark gold skin underneath didn't have a scratch. Qianfeng nearly cried laughing, called me a useless dog eating dirt. I lay in the snow, grabbed a handful, and squeezed it until cold water ran down my sleeve. Then I got up, pulled out his arrow like a good, obedient servant, and brought it back to him with shaking hands. He wrinkled his nose, told me I stank, and walked away. 2 of our group were dead, torn apart by the wolves. Their half-pieces of bread were thrown into the bloody snow. I picked up mine. It had my comrade's blood on it. I didn't wipe it off. I ate it right there, chewing hard, tasting blood and bran together. That night, Shirtu screamed in his sleep, thrashing, crying about wolves, hitting his head against the wall. An old soldier threw a shoe at him and told him to shut up. Shirtu bit his lip and choked his sobs down into silence. I didn't comfort him. Not yet. I lay on my mat, stretched out while others curled into balls against the cold. Under my jacket, my dark gold skin was slowly working, grinding the last of the Demon King's energy into my muscles like a millstone. I wasn't rushing to break through. The stronger my foundation now, the more deadly I'd be later. Morning brought another quiet day. No beast tied. Breakfast porridge was a bit thicker than usual, 2 fewer mouths to feed. Li Tai gave us the day's job: boil the bowstrings. In this cold, bowstrings froze brittle and could snap mid-draw. We had to soak them in hot animal fat to keep them flexible. The fat pot was disgusting. Wolf grease, organ oils, all mixed together in a broken iron pot over smoking horse manure. New soldiers gagged just from the smell. I sat on the windward side and got to work. I didn't just throw my string in like the others. I scraped it clean first with a rough stone, removing ice and knots. Years of working with fishing nets had taught me that oil only soaks in properly when the surface is clean. After an hour of boiling, I pulled the string out barehanded. Thanks to my refined skin, the scalding heat barely registered. I wrapped a cloth around my hand to hide it, then spent a long time stretching and working the hot oil deep into every fiber with my fingers. The other soldiers wore thick bandages and still burned themselves. I felt nothing. While I worked the string over and over, something interesting happened. My archery proficiency started climbing. Just from feeling the tension, the texture, the way every fiber responded. My panel showed the numbers ticking up. I realized that knowing your weapon, really knowing it, was part of the archer's path too. By the end of the morning, my rough old bowstring had turned glossy and amber-colored. When I flicked it, it didn't creak anymore. It hummed, crisp and elastic. I strung it back on my black bow and gave it a test pull. Perfect tension, even in freezing weather. When the next beast tide came and everyone else's frozen strings snapped, mine would keep firing. In the afternoon, I sat on my bed and planned. The Demon King's energy was fully absorbed. My skin refining was close to mastery. Qianfeng always had at least 2 bone refining guards near him. I couldn't fight them head-on. But during a beast tide, in the chaos, that was different. I just needed the right moment. Bowstring ready. Arrows repaired. Everything was in place. I opened my eyes and looked at Shirtu. The kid was hugging his knees, staring at nothing, trembling like a scared rabbit. I pulled out the leftover piece of bread from yesterday, the one Qianfeng had tossed at us like scraps for dogs, and threw it into Shida's lap. He flinched, stared at it, swallowed hard but didn't dare eat. I told him to eat. Then I told him that when the beast tide came, he should stay close to me. I'd shoot, and he'd pull arrows from the quiver and hand them to me. Could he do that? He burst into tears, nodded like crazy, stuffed the bread in his mouth and chewed through his crying. I wasn't being kind. I needed a helper. As my shooting speed increased, reaching back for arrows myself would slow me down. Having someone hand them to me could boost my killing rate by 30%. And a terrified, desperate kid like Shirtu, give him even a tiny hope of survival, and he'd follow orders better than anyone. That night, I held my freshly strung bow and listened to the wind howling outside. Everything was ready. The bow, the string, the arrows, the helper. Now I just needed the storm. The nights at the border could freeze you to your bones. Our barracks used to hold 30 men. Now there were barely 10. In the middle of the room, a few pieces of damp firewood burned weakly in a dirt pit, our only heat. Shirtu knelt by the fire, blowing on it with everything he had. His face was black with smoke, tears running down his cheeks, but he wouldn't stop. Ever since I gave him that bread and told him he'd be my arrow boy, he treated me like his master. In his mind, Keeping my fire alive was his duty. I sat nearby, wiping my bow, pretending to shiver along with the others. The truth was, I wasn't cold at all. My dark gold skin and the energy flowing through me kept me warm like a stove. But nobody could know that. Then the door slammed open. 3 thugs from the next barracks barged in. Their leader was a big man with a scar across his left cheek, Scarface Wu. He was a bully who'd survived years at the border by pushing around anyone weaker. Their firewood had run out, so he came to take ours. The old soldiers in the room shrank into the corners. Li Tai was off drinking somewhere. Nobody here could stand up to Scarface Wu. He walked straight to our fire pit, kicked the last pieces of dry wood toward himself, and announced he was taking them. Without that wood, we'd freeze tonight. Shirtu panicked. He threw himself forward and grabbed the firewood, begging him to stop. Scarface Wu kicked him hard in the stomach. Shirtu flew backward, curled up on the ground gasping, but wouldn't let go of the wood. So Scarface Wu grabbed a burning stick from the pit and raised it over Shitu's head, ready to crush his skull. I reached out and caught the blow with my bare arm. The stick broke in half against me. Sparks and wood chips exploded everywhere. My sleeve got a little singed, but the skin underneath, hidden under coal ash, didn't have a single mark. Everyone stared in shock. I stood up slowly and told Scarface Wu that Shirtu was mine now, and he didn't get to touch him. Scarface Wu couldn't process it. This was the same recruit who'd let Wang Lizi steal his arrows without a word. He got angry and swung his huge palm at my face. Too slow. With my reflexes, his attack looked like it was moving through water. I could see the dirt under his fingernails. I caught his wrist in midair. He tried to pull free, but I didn't move. Not an inch. Then I squeezed. His bones cracked under my fingers like dry twigs. He screamed. His face turned purple. His 2 friends charged me. One pulled a rusty dagger. I yanked Scarface Wu forward by his broken wrist, and as he stumbled toward me, I drove my knee straight into his chest. The impact lifted him off the ground. He flew backward into the wall, spitting blood, and went limp. The one with the dagger stabbed at my stomach. I turned slightly, let the blade slide past, then spun and kicked his outer thigh. The bone snapped with a clean crack. He hit the floor screaming, clutching his leg. The last one froze with his fist still raised. He looked at his 2 friends, one unconscious, one rolling in agony, then looked at me. He dropped to his knees in the snow and begged me not to kill him. Every soldier in the room was staring at me like I was a monster. Someone whispered, skin refining, in a shaking voice. I checked my arm where the burning stick had hit me. Just a faint white mark. No bruise, no swelling. Ordinary weapons couldn't break through my skin anymore. And that knee strike, if I'd hit a beast instead of a man, it would have shattered bone. I told the kneeling thug to take his friends and leave. I made it clear, anyone who touched my fire or my people again would end up headfirst in the grease pot. He scrambled out, dragging his broken companions with him, and even closed the door carefully behind him. The barracks went dead quiet. The soldiers who used to ignore me wouldn't even make eye contact now. In a place where strength was everything, I'd just replaced Li Tai as the most dangerous man in the room. I walked over to Shirtu. He was still on the ground, clutching his stomach where he'd been kicked, but staring up at me with wide, burning eyes. No one had ever stood up for him before. I pinched some coarse salt from my pouch and put it directly in his mouth. Swallow it. It'll help. I told him his life belonged to me now. If anyone touched him, he was to tell me. He nodded hard, blood and salt mixing on his tongue, and for the first time the fear in his eyes was replaced by something fierce. Got it, big brother Zhang. I sat back down by the fire and picked up my bow again. Scarface Wu and his thugs were nothing. A waste of time. The real tests were still waiting for me. The beasts outside the wall, and that spoiled young master who thought he could use people as target practice. I watched the snow falling outside through the cracks in the wall and kept wiping my bow. The wind that had been howling for half a month suddenly stopped in the middle of the night. Not slowly. It just cut off, like someone choked it dead. The silence that followed was worse than any storm. Snow kept falling, but soft now. Big, quiet flakes drifting down from a sky as dark as an iron lid. The air dropped even colder than before. Breathing made frost form inside my lungs. Nobody in the barracks was sleeping. No snoring, no shuffling. Every man lay still under his torn blanket, staring at the ceiling. They all felt it. Then I noticed the mice. Dozens of them, pouring out of holes in the walls, ignoring the soldiers, ignoring the food scraps they normally fought over. They ran south in a blind panic, squeezing through every crack in the door. One fat mouse scrambled right across a soldier's face. The man didn't even try to catch it. He just wiped the mouse piss off his cheek and whispered in a cracking voice, "Mice are running. Something big is coming from underground." The room went dead still. Veterans who'd spent years at the border knew what it meant. If even the snow mice were fleeing south, something massive was moving toward us from deep in the northern ice plains. The door opened. Li Tai walked in. No cursing, no whip. His face was dark and heavy. He dropped a cloth bag on the ground. Inside were wooden identity tags, sharpening stones, and a small packet of red clay. He told us to carve our names on the tags, smear them with the clay, and hang them around our necks. Then he said if we were worried about being eaten so completely that our heads couldn't be found, we should write our names on our underwear too. That way the burial team could identify us and send our families the death payment. Nobody spoke. A few new soldiers ground their teeth so hard I could hear it. He kicked a sharpening stone toward us and told us to get our blades sharp. Then he came to my corner. Shirtu was beside me, carefully wiping every arrow in my quiver with a strip of cloth. The kid had become a proper arrow boy, eyes on nothing but my equipment. Li Tai pulled out 2 dark steel armor-piercing arrows and tossed them onto the mat in front of me. Heavy, sharp tips that gleamed even in the dim light. He said he'd fought the supply office to get them. Told me my archery was decent and my bowstring work was good. Said if the wall broke tomorrow and he was leading the charge, I should cover him. And if he died, I was in charge of the barracks. I looked at the arrows and nodded. Understood. He went back to his bed and started sharpening his sword. Soon the whole room was filled with the sound of steel scraping stone. Nobody talked. Nobody wondered out loud whether they'd survive. The silence was thick enough to choke on. I carved my name on a wooden tag with an arrowhead and hung it around my neck. Then I looked at Shirtu. His hands were shaking as he wiped the arrows. He wasn't crying, but cold sweat covered his forehead. I asked him if he was scared. He looked up with red eyes and nodded. Said his parents had both died fighting monsters. They never even found the bodies. Said he hadn't gotten married yet. I told him fear was good. Fear keeps you alive. I told him to stay right next to me no matter what happened. Keep handing me arrows fast, and I'd make sure he ate dinner tomorrow. He gripped the wooden arrow in his hand like it was the only thing keeping him from falling apart. Okay, I closed my eyes and focused. My senses were sharp now, vision at 7.5, skin refined to minor achievement. Through the frozen ground beneath me, I could feel it. A deep, dense vibration, like 10,000 drums pounding miles away underground. They were coming, and there were at least 3 times more than last time. I could feel the savage pressure of more than one Tier 2 Demon King in the air. This wasn't just a beast tide. This was a full siege. Then the horn sounded. Not the usual dull beast horn. This was a shrieking, blood-curdling scream that tore across the sky, the blood-crying horn. Li Tai's sharpening stone clattered to the floor. His face went white. His lips shook. Large-scale beast tide. The whole army is being called. The ground dropped beneath us. Then a roar came rolling from the north. Not animal voices, but the earth itself shaking under hundreds of thousands of massive creatures stampeding at once. A land tsunami. Chun Yuan's voice boomed across the camp, charged with power. All troops to the wall. Li Tai kicked the table over, eyes red like a cornered animal, and charged outside. I grabbed my freshly strung bow and slid the 2 steel armor-piercing arrows into the easiest spot to reach in my quiver. Then I looked at Shirtu. Take the spare arrow bag. Stay on me. Yes. He threw the heavy quiver over his shoulder, dozens of repaired wooden arrows inside, and pressed close behind me. I pushed open the tent flap and stopped. On top of the great wall, the normal torches had been replaced with eerie green phosphor fires. And beyond the wall, past where the sickly light could reach, the darkness was filled with red dots. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Dense as stars across the sky. Every single one was a pair of glowing beast eyes. The stairs up to the wall were coated in frozen blood from years of dead soldiers. Today nobody was being careful. Everyone scrambled up on hands and knees like animals. I moved steady in my blood-stained felt boots, gripping the ice like tree roots. Shirtu stumbled behind me with the heavy quiver. Every time he slipped, I reached back and yanked him up by the collar. When we reached the top, the sound hit us first. A deep roar that made Shida's nose bleed on the spot. Several new soldiers vomited and dropped their weapons. I looked out with my enhanced vision and saw the worst thing I'd ever seen. There was no snowfield anymore. Just a living ocean of flesh and teeth stretching to the horizon. Tens of thousands of rotting hyenas led the charge, bones poking through their decayed skin. Behind them came iron-clad mammoths, tall as two-story buildings, their tusks crusted with human remains. In the sky, ghostly shapes floated like dark clouds, blocking out the moon. This was way beyond what our border camp could handle. Chen Yuan ordered the archers to fire, but the first volley turned into a disaster. All around me, bowstrings snapped in the cold. A veteran to my left had his string break and whip across his face, tore his skin open, and popped out his eyeball. He fell screaming into a pool of blood. My bowstring held. I'd boiled it in beast fat and worked it with my hands for hours. In this freezing night, it was still perfectly flexible. I set up behind a battlement, showing only my eyes and hands. Told Shirtu to crouch at my feet and keep handing me arrows without waiting for me to speak. Then I started shooting. Draw. Release. Arrow. Draw. Release. Arrow. I didn't go for the big monsters or flashy kills. I picked off the weak ones, injured beasts, small creatures with thin armor. Patient harvesting. Every kill sent warmth flooding into my body. The beasts hit the wall. The ice cracked. Close combat erupted everywhere. A ghost-faced bird swooped down and ripped a soldier's skull clean off his body before he could even scream. Shida's hands were bleeding from pulling arrows so fast, nails cracking, but he didn't stop. My calm kept his fear in check. Then I saw it happen on the west wall, the section we'd patched with ice water just yesterday. 3 massive armored mammoths backed up together, charged, and slammed into it at full speed. The wall exploded. 10 meters of stone and ice collapsed like dominoes, burying dozens of soldiers. A huge gap opened up, completely unprotected. Chen Yuan tried to jump down and stop them, but a Tier 3 demon, a giant bone bird burning with green fire, attacked him from the sky. He had to fight it and couldn't help below. Qian Feng was guarding that section. The arrogant young master was screaming now, running for his life. His fancy runed bow was gone, his fox fur cloak covered in mud. He shoved his own guards into the path of a charging mammoth to buy himself time. I watched them get impaled on its tusks and thrown into a watchtower. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. I jumped onto the ruins of a collapsed tent, about 80 steps from Qianfeng. A shadowy spot, hidden in the chaos. Perfect angle. Perfect cover. Shirtu climbed up behind me and asked if we should save the young master. I didn't answer. I pulled out one of the steel armor-piercing arrows Li Tai had given me. I wasn't going to shoot Qianfeng. That would leave evidence, an arrow in a body, an angle Chen Yuan could trace back to me. I was going to let the mammoth do it. I drew the bow to its absolute limit. The blackwood groaned. My enhanced vision slowed everything down. Qianfeng's terrified face, the mammoth's tusks, individual snowflakes hanging in the air. I waited. The mammoth caught up to Qianfeng. It raised its massive front leg to crush him. Now, I released. The steel arrow exploded through the air with a sonic boom. It punched through the mammoth's knee joint, the one spot where the armor had a gap from the tensed muscles, and shattered the bone inside. The mammoth's leg collapsed. Its enormous body, thousands of pounds, toppled forward with unstoppable momentum and crashed directly onto Qianfeng. He didn't even have time to scream. He was crushed flat. Blood and bone mixed into the snow. Nothing left to identify. Accidental death. Killed by a falling beast during a retreat. No arrow in the body. No evidence. Even Chen Yuan couldn't trace this. I lowered my bow and turned away. 3 horns sounded. The signal to abandon the outer wall and retreat to the inner city. I grabbed Shirtu by the collar and we ran. Li Tai was shouting for everyone to follow. His left arm cut to the bone, blood dripping from his fingers. People were falling all around us, bitten by hyenas, collapsing from frozen lungs, trampled in the snow. The 2-mile run felt like a road to the underworld. I kicked monster guts off Shida's feet and told him not to look back. Then the inner fortress appeared through the storm. A massive black structure made of obsidian, covered in glowing runes. Nothing like the ice and stone mess we'd just lost. This was the real military stronghold. We squeezed through a heavy iron gate barely wide enough for 3 people. Inside, rows of armored soldiers stood like iron statues, black armor, iron masks, long spears. Every single one of them was at least skin refining level. Even the gate guards. The gate slammed shut behind us. Then the wall-mounted crossbows fired, not arrows, but steel spears thick as a baby's arm. Outside, massive beasts screamed as they were pinned to the ground. This was what a real army looked like. They herded the survivors into a warm square with bronze fire pits burning smokeless charcoal mixed with herbs. The ground was so warm the snow melted before it could freeze. Shirtu collapsed the moment he stopped moving, just fell onto the warm bricks and cried, gasping that we were alive. Litai sat by a fire and covered his face. Out of our original 30, only 6 made it inside. Some hurt, some crippled. An old soldier was staring at the wall with frostbitten, purple toes. I didn't go near the fire. My body temperature was too high. I'd start sweating and draw attention. I found a cool, shaded corner and sat against the obsidian wall. Took out my arrows one by one and checked each for damage, then stacked them neatly. When the supply cart came around with hot ginger soup, real soup, with crushed beast meat and bones and plenty of salt, I took my bowl and drank it slowly in my corner. The salt and heat calmed the wild energy still churning inside me from the battle. I pulled up my panel. Skin refining, minor success, ready to break through at any time. Archery proficiency at 98 out of 100. Strength 9.2. Constitution 8.5. Vision 8.0. Agility 8.2. Tonight had been a disaster for the army. We'd lost the outer city, lost most of our men. But for me, it had been a harvest. I'd eliminated Qianfeng without a trace. I'd gained massive progress from the fighting. My archery was 2 points from a breakthrough. But the rules had changed. In the outer camp, I could hide in any corner and nobody cared. Here in the inner city, under the regular army's watch, military law was strict. Any strange behavior would be noticed. I needed to find a hidden moment to break through to the next stage. I closed my eyes and leaned against the cold black wall. The fire crackled softly. Around me, soldiers slurped soup and groaned from their wounds. I rested like a well-fed beast, planning my next move in the dark. In the inner city morning, there are no loud gongs, only the steady, dull sound of guard changes. Zhang Wei opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his nose was a strong, bitter medicinal smell mixed with the cold stone scent unique to obsidian. This group of leftover soldiers from the outer city was temporarily housed in the Zhao camp near the north wall of the inner city. There are no large communal beds here, only sturdy wooden bunk beds on 2 levels. Although the beds are still hard and uncomfortable compared to the drafty, broken grass mats outside, this place is like heaven. Ugh, be gentle. Do you want to kill me with pain? From the lower bunk, Li Tai, the squad leader, was shouting and cursing. A military doctor dressed in gray cloth was using a red-hot small knife, expressionless, to cut away the rotten flesh on Li Tai's left arm wound. Without anesthesia, Li Tai was trembling with pain, biting down hard on a torn cloth. After removing the rotten flesh, the doctor took out a dark, strongly herbal-smelling ointment from his medical box, roughly smearing it on the wound, then wrapping it tightly with a clean cloth. This is the official army-issued black jade healing ointment. It will scab in 3 days. 1 or 2 silver coins per patch, charged to your camp's account, deducted from next month's military pay. The doctor coldly said this, and then carried his medical box toward the next injured soldier. Zhang Wei leaned against the upper bunk's wooden railing, quietly watching the scene. The rules inside the city are strict. Supplies are plentiful, but there are no free lunches. This ointment is really good. After applying it to Li Tai's deep wound, it actually stopped the bleeding, and the swollen skin around it also improved a lot. Shirtu curled up in the corner of the bed, holding Zhang Wei's black wooden bow. His eyes were red and tired, and he watched every person passing by carefully. Go, bring some hot water. Zhang Wei took out a hard, rough flatbread from his pocket and threw it to Shirtu. Hey, Shirtu quickly hid the bow under the blanket and ran out with a broken ceramic bowl. Not long after, Shirtu returned with hot water, but his face was pale as paper and his legs were trembling. Big Brother Zhang. There are many officials outside. They say they want to take someone. Shirtu lowered his voice, teeth chattering. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The heavy ironwood door of the camp was kicked open with great force. Cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew in. A team of guards dressed in shiny silver armor, with swords hanging at their waists, rushed into the camp, filling the narrow corridor instantly. Their helmets had bright red plumes that were glaring, and their armor was spotless, without a single stain or scratch. This was a stark contrast to the foul-smelling, battered soldiers inside the room. Leading them was an old man in his 50s, with a stern face and a thin, gaunt appearance. He was not wearing armor, but a fine black silk robe, playing with two smooth jade pendants in his hand. His eyes swept over everyone like a venomous snake. "Who is the prisoner from the West City Wall? Section C. Come out." His voice was not loud, but carried a pressure that made it hard to breathe, like a superior. Li Tai's face changed. He struggled to stand up from the bed, holding his injured arm with one hand, and weakly replied, "Why, yes, sir. I am Li Tai, the captain of the West City Wall. Our section only has these few people left." The old man with a gaunt face walked up to Li Tai, covering his nose and mouth with a precious silk scarf, his face full of disgust. "Is this what you call a bunch of useless fools, watching young Master Qianfeng get trampled by monsters and doing nothing?" The head of the Qian family. The few prisoners in the camp instantly turned pale with fear, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Zhang Wei also naturally tumbled down from the upper bunk, falling and crawling on the ground. He hurriedly knelt beside a stone, burying his head deep into the dusty blue brick floor, trembling all over. His acting skills, comparable to a top actor, vividly portrayed a frightened, bottom-tier extra. "Your lordship, please see clearly." The three ironclad mammoths crashed the city wall, and young master. He ran too fast. We simply couldn't catch him. Li Tai, though tough, had to bow and beg for mercy in front of this noble family's power. Still trying to argue? The old man's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly kicked Li Tai in the chest. Thud! Li Tai groaned and was knocked backward, hitting the bedpost. His freshly bandaged wound burst open instantly, blood staining the cloth. "Young master is dead. Why do you all still live? Since you failed to protect him, then all of you will go down and join him." The old man waved his hand, voice cold. "Drag them out and cut them all down." The shining silver-armored soldiers immediately lunged forward like wolves, drawing their bright swords. Stone, terrified, let out a scream and clung tightly to Zhang Wei's leg. Zhang Wei lowered his head, his eyes hidden beneath messy hair, narrowing into a slit. His muscles tensed secretly beneath his torn cotton jacket. If this old dog truly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't just sit and wait. Even if it meant revealing his strength to break into the inner city, he had to survive. "Housekeeper Qian, such arrogance. Coming into my camp and killing my soldiers?" At this critical moment, a deep, thunderous voice rang out from outside the camp. Commander Chen Yuan strode in confidently. His red martial uniform was stained dark red with blood, and several deep claw marks on his shoulders showed he had fought a fierce battle with a third-tier demon last night, paying a heavy price. But the fierce aura he exuded instantly shattered the pressure from the Qian family's steward. "Commander Chen." The thin, old man's expression changed slightly. He forced a smile and bowed slightly. "Our young master was tragically killed by beast claws, leaving no body behind. The master is furious and has ordered me to bring these underperforming guards and deserters to justice. This is a family matter. I hope the commander will understand." Chen Yuan sneered coldly and interrupted him harshly. "This is the broken ice fortress of the Duyin border army. They are my soldiers. When the beast tide broke the city, it was my poor defense. If your Qian family wants to blame someone, go to the military ministry and accuse me. Chen Yuan, you're just taking out your anger on some broken cannons. Your family's reputation is that weak?" "You." Housekeeper Qian was choked and turned pale. "Get out." Chen Yuan's hand rested on the hilt of his saber. His terrifying aura at the bone-refining peak instantly erupted, and the temperature in the camp sharply dropped. "While I haven't drawn my sword, take your people and leave my camp." Housekeeper Qian stared at Chen Yuan, clutching two jade-like tokens that made a creaking sound. But he knew that in front of this ruthless soldier, his guards were no match. "Fine, Captain Chen. We'll remember this debt," Qian said through gritted teeth, then angrily spat out a harsh remark and led his soldiers away in defeat. A deadly conflict was forcefully suppressed by Chen Yuan. Qin Yuan looked at Li Tai, who was covered in blood, and at Zhang Wei and others huddled in the corner. He snorted coldly. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even save their own lives without others' help. Tonight, you guys go to the underground ice cellar to organize the weapons. No dinner until you finish. After speaking, Qin Yuan turned and strode away. In the corner, Zhang Wei slowly raised his head, his expression extremely calm. The Qian family's anger was deflected by Qin Yuan, meaning his accidental killing plan had been perfectly carried out. In that chaotic battlefield, not even a full corpse was left behind. Even if the Qian family had connections everywhere, they couldn't find any clues. They could only blame the beast tide and Qin Yuan. Big brother Zhang, we don't have to die anymore. Sure Tu collapsed to the ground, crying weakly. Why cry? We still have work tonight. Zhang Wei patted the dirt off himself and stood up. Organizing weapons in the underground ice cellar? Qin Yuan really picked a perfect place for his plan. Late at night, inside the broken ice fortress's underground ice cellar. This place was originally used to store meat and ice, but now it was temporarily turned into a pile of broken weapons. The air was so cold it could almost freeze a person's blood. Thick white frost covered the walls, and apart from 2 dim windproof oil lamps, there was no light here all year round. This work was both cold and tiring, and there was no one to supervise. Li Tai couldn't get out of bed because of his injuries, so Zhang Wei took on most of the work himself. He let Stone and a few other veterans rest at the windbreak outside the ice cellar door. Zhang Wei alone walked into the deepest part of the ice cellar. It was filled with broken spears, dull swords, and shattered shields. A strong smell of rust and dried blood mixed together. The environment is very hidden and the temperature is extremely low, just right to suppress the terrifying heat that occurs during breakthroughs. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, took off his worn cotton coat, and threw it aside. His bare upper body, with dark gold skin, emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Panel, he thought to himself. Realm, tempering skin, small success, ready to break through at any time. Suddenly, without warning, a violent, intense heat wave exploded deep inside his dantian, far stronger than any before. This heat was terrifying, like swallowing a piece of glowing red charcoal. The heat didn't stay on his skin surface, but seemed to be like countless sharp steel spikes stabbing madly into all his muscle fibers. Ugh! Zhang Wei's eyes suddenly bulged, and the veins on his forehead stood out like earthworms. He grabbed a broken wooden spear nearby, bit it tightly in his mouth, and forced down a scream that could make someone faint from pain. This was a complete restructuring and elevation of his muscle groups. Crack! Crack! In the silent ice cellar, Zhang Wei's body made terrifying cracking sounds like tearing silk. His loose muscle fibers, under the rush of violent energy and blood, were forcibly torn apart and then tightly and thickly rejoined in a new, dense way. If someone had been nearby, they would have gone crazy from the sight. The skin on Zhang Wei's body was undulating like waves, and the muscles underneath looked like thick, living pythons twisting and swelling wildly. He originally looked just like a strong, fit man, but now he had grown half an inch taller. His muscles were sharply defined, like they had been carved out with a chisel, showing powerful explosive strength. Ha! Ha! Zhang Wei's pores opened wide, and a terrifying heat radiated from his body. The cold air in the ice cellar, which was originally below freezing, hissed and turned into thick white steam as it touched his skin. He looked like he was sitting inside a steaming basket. Sweat mixed with dark impurities from deep within his muscles, and as soon as it reached the cold air, it froze into black ice shards that fell softly. This brutal torment lasted for half an hour. When the last spasms of muscle reorganization stopped inside him, snap! The hard wooden spear in his mouth was broken into 2 pieces. He slowly opened his eyes. In the dim underground ice cellar, his eyes looked like 2 cold stars, piercing and intense. Breakthrough in realm. Flesh refining stage, great success. Basic attributes greatly increased. Core passive archery equals body refinement efficiency doubled. Zhang Wei slowly stood up. He was not wearing any clothes, just casually clenched his fists. He no longer felt light and floaty like before. Every inch of his muscles now seemed made of the densest steel wire. It was a power full of absolute dominance, heavy, solid, and deadly. He turned his head and looked at a pile of discarded weapons nearby. There was a heavy iron tower shield, weighing over 100 jin, a piece of armor only regular heavy infantry could carry. Zhang Wei walked over and grabbed the edge of the shield with one hand. Rise. Without any preparation or a heavy breath, he lifted the over 100 jin iron shield easily with one hand, as if it were a light wooden board. Then, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched with force. Creak! A sharp, metallic twisting sound rang out. The sturdy iron edge, strong enough to withstand beast attacks, was pressed into 5 deep finger marks by Zhang Wei's iron-like grip. This is the true threshold of martial arts. In this harsh world, Zhang Wei is finally no longer a helpless victim waiting to be exploited. Money manager, huh? Next time, you won't be so lucky. Zhang Wei casually throws the shield back onto the weapon pile, making a dull, heavy sound. He picks up a tattered cotton coat from the ground, puts it on, and reverts to his humble appearance, hunched over, face covered in soot. But beneath that heavy coat, a terrifying body, comparable to a fierce beast, has fully awakened. The cold in the underground ice cellar feels like countless tiny files scraping against him. Under the dim oil lamp, Zhang Wei looks down at his body. Even without deliberately exerting himself, his muscles are extremely firm and dense. If his previous, small success was like toughening his skin into leather, now his refining flesh has turned every bit of blood and muscle under his skin into stone. He reaches out and presses hard on an abandoned sharpening stone, frozen like a rock. Crack! Fine cracks spread from his fingertips, and small chips of stone fall off. His strength has at least doubled, and his muscles' ability to resist hits and explode with power has completely surpassed ordinary people. Zhang Wei makes this assessment silently, but a slight frown appears on his face. His physique is too eye-catching. In the past, he was thin and gaunt, a typical refugee cannon fodder. Now, with bulging muscles and a dark gold skin layer, anyone who sees him without his clothes would immediately realize he's a skilled martial artist at the refining skin stage. At the border, a powerless soldier suddenly showing such strength would likely be mistaken for an enemy spy or cultist and be burned alive on a stake. Zhang Wei looks around. In the corner of the ice cellar, there's a pile of torn cloth used to wrap the bodies of fallen soldiers, stained with old black blood. He walks over, tears off several long, wide strips of cloth, and roughly wraps them around his chest, stomach, and arms. He wraps tightly, squeezing his sharp muscles flat. After several layers, he puts on an old, torn cotton coat over the top, then ties a grass rope around his waist. He walked onto the ice and looked around. It was good. Because he was wrapped in thick cloth, he looked a bit bulky, like a badly injured soldier wrapped in bandages, struggling to hold on inside. Plus, the layer of cold dust on his face that could never be washed away made him look like the shy person who hides in the corner again. After finishing his work, Zhang Wei pushed open the heavy door of the ice cellar. It was already bright outside. The snow had stopped, but the sky was still very gloomy. The others had already gone back. On the bluestone street inside the city, a team of well-armed soldiers was patrolling very carefully. Their heavy iron boots made a loud, serious sound as they walked. Zhang Wei kept his head down and hunched his back, sneaking back along the wall to the camp. As soon as he entered, a strong smell of herbs mixed with blood hit him. Shirtu was leaning against the bed, dozing off. When he heard the noise, he suddenly woke up. Seeing Zhang Wei, his eyes turned red. "Big brother Zhang, you're finally back. I thought you got hurt by Captain Qin." "Shut up." Zhang Wei walked over and casually threw a piece of frozen beast bone he brought from the ice cellar to Shirtu. "Sharpen it. It might be useful as an arrowhead later." Shirtu quickly put the bone into his pocket. On the lower bunk, squad leader Li Taijin was running a low fever, lying pale and weak, occasionally groaning in pain. That servant Qian's kick almost took half of this tough man's life. Zhang Wei sat down at his own bed and took out a rough wooden badge from his chest. The badge had the words Zhang Wei carved with an arrow, and the edges were starting to fray. Yesterday, Qian's malicious eyes and Qin Yuan's terrifying display of blood and swordplay replayed like a lantern in Zhang Wei's mind. Qin Yuan saved me yesterday, not because I am so important, but because Qian insulted him. If one day the Qian family offers enough to tempt Qin Yuan, or if Qin Yuan isn't around, the Qian family could send a bone refining realm guard to crush me like a bug. Zhang Wei's fingers rubbed the rough wooden badge, his eyes very cold. He was a very practical person. In his previous life by the sea, he only trusted his own net. Relying on others' pity or sudden anger was the most foolish thing to do. The cannon fodder soldiers have a lower status. If they die, no one even writes a report. Zhang Wei looked up and saw a group of well-equipped soldiers passing by outside the window. Each of those soldiers wore a belt with a black iron badge. But if they are regular soldiers, then they are officially registered with the Yin military department. They are protected by military law and listed in the military register. Even if the Qin family has a lot of power, they wouldn't dare openly slaughter regular soldiers in the camp. That would be considered treason. Zhang Wei clenched the wooden badge in his hand. Under his strength, it instantly shattered. He must shed this identity as a mere pawn. He wants to wear black armor and get that iron badge. Only by becoming a regular soldier can he legitimately access better bows and arrows, more food supplies, and truly stand firm in this dangerous borderland where people are always fighting. After making up his mind, Zhang Wei didn't rush to act. He waited patiently, like a careful hunter, looking for an opportunity. At noon, it was time for meals. Because the outer city had been breached and supplies were badly damaged, today's food was very poor. Each person only received a bowl of plain rice porridge with clear broth, without even a pinch of salt, tasting sour and bland. The person in charge of distributing the food was an old soldier from the logistics camp inside the city. This old soldier wore a slightly old black armor, had 2 fingers missing from his left hand, and sat cross-legged on a broken wooden box, smoking a cheap, dry tobacco pipe. Everyone called him Old Ma. Old Ma was a regular soldier. Looking at these cannon fodder, his eyes seemed to see a bunch of pigs fighting over food. Don't push. If you push again, I'll flip the pot. Old Ma tapped the edge of a metal pot with his pipe, cursing loudly. When it was Zhang Wei's turn, he hunched his back and respectfully held a broken bowl with both hands. Old Ma casually scooped half a spoonful of thin porridge and slammed it into Zhang Wei's bowl, without even looking at him. Zhang Wei didn't leave. He carefully used his body to block the view behind him. His right hand, as if by magic, slipped out a small piece of gray-brown material from his wide sleeve and naturally placed it into Old Ma's rough hand resting on his thigh. Old Ma was first stunned, then instinctively wanted to curse. But when he gently pinched the rough texture of the object with his thumb and sniffed it faintly at his nose, his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. It was half-dried wolf heart meat. This is a piece of story where Zhang Wei, in the chaos of the battlefield, secretly and precisely cuts a piece of high-quality dried meat from a monster's corpse. This piece of meat is rare and can be enjoyed with wine to satisfy hunger. Old Ma discreetly hides the meat in his armor, and, when he looks at Zhang Wei again, his face shows a faint smile. He then uses a large iron spoon to secretly scoop some thick rice and bones from the bottom of the pot and places it into Zhang Wei's bowl. Old Ma speaks softly, teasing Zhang Wei about his manners, and mentions that Zhang Wei doesn't want to die as cannon fodder and asks how he can wear the black armor of Lord Ma. Zhang Wei, pretending to be timid, clearly states he wants to join the regular army and is not afraid of death. Old Ma laughs at him, dismissing his hopes, saying the black armor army is not easy to join. Zhang Wei, with a determined look, shows he has some skill in archery and is brave enough. Old Ma observes him carefully, noting his rough appearance but steady stance, and suspects he's clever. Old Ma then offers some advice, explaining that soldiers usually need to kill a first-level monster and have a noble sponsor to join the army, which Zhang Wei has no background for. Zhang Wei remains silent, knowing Old Ma has more to say. Old Ma then mentions that the recent battle outside the city was very bloody, with many casualties, especially from the God Arm camp, which was almost wiped out by a third-level monster called the Bihua Bonebird. Zhang Wei's heart is stirred by this information. That is the most elite long-range sniper unit in the Ice Fortress Army. Yes, Old Ma sneered. Commander Qin Yuan has issued a special order, disregarding background, to select soldiers beyond the usual standards. In 3 days, at the West Training Ground in the inner city, the Divine Armored Battalion will hold a public recruitment for archers. Anyone alive can try. What are the requirements? Zhang Wei's heartbeat was very steady, but his hand holding the ceramic bowl did not tremble at all. Requirements? Old Ma seemed to hear a big joke, his eyes full of pity. The requirement is to draw a standard bow weighing 120 jin, about 60 kilograms, called the one stone two do, and shoot 3 arrows in a row, hitting the target from 100 steps away. Or to draw a 60 jin bow and hit a moving target flying in the sky. Old Ma patted Zhang Wei's shoulder, mockingly. Kid, a 120 jin bow can only be pulled by someone in the late refining skin stage of body cultivation. With your thin arms and legs, forget drawing the bow. Just tightening the string would break your fingers. Listen to Uncle Ma's advice. Be honest and just be a cannon fodder. Living one more day is better than risking everything. After speaking, Old Ma ignored Zhang Wei and continued shouting to serve food to the others behind. Zhang Wei carried the thick porridge, turned, and walked back to the corner. Ignoring the jealous gazes of the new soldiers behind him, he handed the porridge to the hungry Stone. Big brother Zhang, are you not eating? Stone swallowed hard, afraid to take it. I've drunk water. You eat. When you're full, help me wipe the arrows. Zhang Wei leaned against the cold, hard wall. In his mind, Old Ma's words kept echoing. A 120 jin bow, a target 100 steps away. Before breaking through, Zhang Wei definitely wouldn't have the confidence to draw a 120 jin bow, and even if he could, he would need the innate talent of drawing the bow without fatigue to shoot consecutively. But now, having reached the refining skin stage, he could lift a steel tower shield weighing over 100 jin with one hand. A 120 jin bow, fully drawn and steady. As for hitting a target 100 steps away, Zhang Wei glanced at the data on the screen in his mind. Unerring enhancement and archery skill, 98 out of 100, and felt confident. 3 days later, Zhang Wei closed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on his knee. He not only wants to join the Divine Arm camp, but also plans to wear that black armor in a way that is both impressive and just on the edge of being a genius, rather than a monster. The snow in the inner city has fallen for 3 days straight. During these days, the cannon fodder camp has sent out more than 10 bodies. Some died from severe injuries. Others froze to death because they couldn't get a fire basin at night. Zhang Wei has been like an unnoticed shadow, curled up on the upper bunk of a simple bed. He wrapped his terrifying muscles tightly with torn cloth, and every day he only eats coarse rice porridge, not moving around at all. Finally, on the third morning, a deep, dull horn sound came from the direction of the Broken Ice Fortress West training ground. The Divine Arm camp is starting to recruit archers. Stone, take my bow. Zhang Wei turned over from his bed, tidied his loose, swollen old cotton coat, and still had that characteristic layer of dirty coal ash on his face. Big brother Zhang, are you really going? Stone, holding a black wooden bow, looked worried with his red, frostbitten face. I heard from veterans that the selection for the Divine Arm camp is like passing through the Ghost Gate. If you break the army's bow, you'll get 50 military lashes, and they might even beat you to death. Not going. Should I stay here and wait for the next beast tied to be used as a meat shield to fill the wall? Zhang Wei patted Stone's head calmly, without any sign of emotion. The two of them, braving the biting cold wind, followed 100 or so other desperate soldiers trying to survive, and slowly arrived at the West training ground. The training ground was tightly sealed off by the Black Armor Army. A large open space was cleared in the center, with a dozen large fire basins burning silver-threaded charcoal, warming the area. Next to the fire basins, 2 rows of longbows were neatly arranged. The front row was all black iron-baked bows, longer than ordinary infantry bows, with strings as thick as a little finger. These are the powerful bows called one stone two do, capable of pulling 120 jin, as Old Ma described. Next to the iron-baked bows stood a tall, 9-foot-tall man, like a steel tower. He wore the unique black fish-scale armor of the Divine Arm camp, with a protective mirror embedded in his chest, and a fierce scar running from the corner of his left eye down to his chin. I am Zhao Hu, the captain of the Divine Arm camp. The scarred, burly man's voice was loud and deep, making the people around him feel a ringing in their ears. He looked down on the ragged crowd with great contempt. Commander Chun has ordered. The Divine Arm camp has suffered heavy losses. Today, we are selecting people from among you useless ones. Zhao Hu kicked a weapon rack nearby and pointed toward a distant target faintly visible in the snowstorm. The rules are simple. A 120 jin iron-boned bow, a target at 100 steps. If you hit the center, you join the Divine Arm camp, get a set of black armor, and enjoy a meat feast tonight. If you don't have that much strength, you can choose the 60-gene infantry bow next to it. But you must hit the flying snow sash in the sky. As soon as he finished, a wave of despair and cold breath spread through the crowd. The snow sash is a bird unique to the polar regions. It's about the size of a pigeon, but it flies incredibly fast in snow and wind, with a strange, unpredictable flight path that's impossible to predict. Using a 60-gene bow to shoot this thing is considered even harder than pulling a 120-gene iron-bone bow by many veteran soldiers. I'll try. A burly, fierce-looking soldier with a face full of scars stepped forward, gritting his teeth. He was an old soldier from the outer city, confident in his strength. He strode straight toward the 120-gene iron-boned bow. He took a deep breath, planted his feet firmly, and grabbed the bow and string with both hands. His face turned red as he exerted all his strength. Ugh! The iron-boned bow let out a deep creak as he pulled the string halfway. But just then, the old soldier's arm muscles suddenly twitched violently. With a loud snap, blood burst from under his fingernails, and the bowstring snapped back instantly. The thick beast tendons hit his chest like a steel whip. Ugh! The soldier spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward onto the snow, unable to get up for a long time. Overestimating yourself. If you can't pull the iron-bone bow, forcing it will only break your heart. Zhao Hu sneered coldly, not even bothering to look at the fallen man. Take him away. Next, the harsh reality was like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. In the next half hour, more than 10 people tried to shoot, but all failed. Some dislocated fingers, others broke ribs when the bowstring snapped back. As for choosing a 60-pound bow to shoot at the snow swallow, only 2 lucky people hit the target, while everyone else failed to even brush a bird feather. The arrows were blown off course by the wind and snow, flying far into the sky. The sense of hopelessness grew stronger with each passing moment. Using a 120-pound bow was too noticeable, so Zhang Wei changed his mind. He moved his hands, which were hidden in his sleeve. Big brother Zhang, Shirtu nervously swallowed. Hold my bow tightly and wait here. Zhang Wei hunched his back and stepped out of the crowd with unsteady steps. His torn cotton jacket was very obvious. It was patched many times and stained with a foul black blood-like substance, making him look like a sickly old man about to die. Zhao Hu frowned and looked disgusted. What are you doing here? The Divine Arm Corps doesn't accept beggars who can't even walk properly. Go back, Captain. Captain Ba. Zhang Wei bowed nervously, his voice trembling and dry. I am a fisherman back home. I use a fish spear to catch seabirds. I have decent eyesight. I want to try that flying target. Zhao Hu was surprised and looked at Zhang Wei carefully. A fisherman? Catching seabirds? A few veteran soldiers from the Divine Arm Corps burst into laughter. That beggar fisherman thinks he can join the Divine Arm Corps? He must think the snow swallows in the sky are slow turtles in the sea, but Zhao Hu didn't laugh. Although he looked rough, he was a captain in the Divine Arm Corps, not a fool. He glanced at Zhang Wei's bent but steady feet in the snow. Fine. Since you're not afraid of death, I'll give you a chance. Zhao Hu waved coldly. Bring him a 60-pound standard bow, sir. I am used to my own bow. Zhang Wei quickly pointed to the black wooden bow Shirtu was holding behind him. The standard bow was better, but he didn't have time to get used to its tension. His own bow had been boiled with animal fat, making it less likely to break in the cold weather. Do as you wish. Release the bird. Zhao Hu impatiently took a step back. A soldier carried a black cloth-covered iron cage to the open space, suddenly pulled off the cloth, and opened the cage door. Flap flap! 3 tiny, snow-white, snow sparrows suddenly shot into the sky like 3 streaks of white lightning. They moved so fast that in an instant, they blended into the swirling snowflakes, and only a faint, blurry shadow could be seen with the naked eye. Too fast. How can we shoot them? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in despair. Just as the birds took flight from their cages, Zhang Wei's silhouette changed very subtly. Although he still hunched over, wearing a bulky padded coat, his entire aura now seemed like a rare, deadly sword covered in dirt for 10 years, finally revealing a faint glimmer of sharpness. He held a black wooden bow in his left hand and smoothly drew 3 white, feathered wooden arrows from his quiver with his right hand. He didn't use a heavy 120-gene iron bow, which perfectly concealed his terrifying physical strength from refining his skin to perfection. To everyone else, he still looked like an ordinary person with weak vitality. But shooting targets isn't about brute strength. It's about sharp eyesight and control. Zhang Wei's eyes suddenly narrowed sharply. Power 8.0 fully activated. In his eyes, the swirling snowstorm seemed to slow down suddenly. The three lightning-fast snow sparrows' trajectories became extremely clear. Drawing the bow is not tiring. Zhang Wei instantly pulled his 60-gene black wooden bow to full draw. But he was very clever. At the moment he pulled the bowstring tight, he deliberately made his arms tremble violently. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his neck turning red, as if the 60-gene bow had drained the last bit of strength from his body. That kid can't hold the bow steady anymore, an old soldier nearby sneered. However, amid Zhang Wei's extremely realistic, trembling arms, his right hand's 3 fingers remained steady like a rock, and he gently loosened his grip. Snap! The first arrow was released. As the bowstring vibrated, the system prompt that had been dormant in Zhang Wei's mind suddenly exploded like thunder. Arrow skill proficiency, 99 out of 100. Arrow skill proficiency, 100/100ths. Host's arrow technique breakthrough. Beginner minor achievement. Unlock the minor archery skill. Close-up weak point insight. The host instinctively targets the most vulnerable points when shooting, greatly increasing firing rate and body coordination. Buzz. At that moment, Zhang Wei felt as if his black wooden bow had become an extension of his body. The first white feathered arrow, boosted by Sure Hit Enhancement and Arrow Speed Boost, tore through the snowstorm. Whoosh! In midair, a snow pigeon rapidly changing direction was caught as if by an invisible hand. The arrow precisely pierced its tiny head, smaller than a fingernail. A snowflake burst apart in the wind and snow. The entire field fell silent. Even the old soldier who had been laughing just moments before looked like a duck with its neck squeezed, mouth wide open. But it wasn't over yet. Zhang Wei's trembling hands moved without pause. The moment the first arrow was released, a second arrow was already knocked on the bowstring in a strange, perfect harmony. This is the ultimate body coordination achieved after breaking through the minor level in archery. Crack, crack, 2 sharp sounds of the bowstring ringing almost in unison, forming a straight line. 2 black afterimages shot upward in a tricky V shape. Whoosh, whoosh. The snow and wind in the sky seemed to pause for a moment. 2 snow pigeons, already 50 to 80 steps away and about to blend into the clouds, froze midair. The 2 arrows not only pierced their bodies, but, due to their great force, nailed them firmly to the distant obsidian city wall. 3 arrows, 3 birds. Perfect accuracy. After shooting these 3 arrows, Zhang Wei immediately looked exhausted. He went weak-kneed, knelt heavily in the snow, planting his black wooden bow on the ground for support. He gasped heavily, trembling all over. His face was pale, and a trickle of blood appeared at his right thumb, deliberately cut by his nails during the shot. Yes, the training ground, silent for 3 seconds, suddenly erupted with Zhao Hu's thunderous cheer. This scar-faced, mighty arm camp captain now looked at Zhang Wei as if he were a rare treasure. He strode over quickly and roughly pulled the pretending to be weak Zhang Wei up from the ground. Good job. You're talented, shooting 3 snowballs in a row. Such archery skills, even among my 10-year veterans in the Divine Arm Camp, only a few can match. Zhao Hu patted Zhang Wei's shoulder hard, with such force that an ordinary person would have broken bones. But Zhang Wei's body, wrapped in cloth, only sank slightly and endured it, pretending to grimace in pain. You, Your Excellency, are too kind. I just happened to be lucky at the seaside. And guessed right. Zhang Wei gasped as he explained, attributing his high accuracy to the fisherman's intuition. Zhao Hu burst into laughter. Stop being modest. I see right through you. Your body might be weak, barely able to pull a 60-gene bow, but your eyes and your talent for hitting moving targets are like gifts from heaven. Born archer, but unfortunately, you're sickly. Still, the Divine Arm Camp only cares about accuracy. Zhao Hu turned and shouted at a nearby soldier. Bring the badge. The soldier immediately handed over a small, black, iron waist badge. It was engraved with a fierce bow character on the front and Divine Arm on the back. Zhao Hu roughly and forcefully shoved this heavy iron badge into Zhang Wei's hand. From today, you are a regular soldier of the broken ice fortress of the Great Yin Divine Arm Camp. Take off that beggar's cloak, go to the supply office to get a set of black armor and a proper standard bow. Tonight, I'll treat you to some beast meat. Zhang Wei held the cold iron badge with both hands, lowered his head, and his shoulders trembled slightly. It was excitement, but also relief. Thank you, Captain Bai, for your guidance. From now on, I belong to the Divine Arm Camp. Zhang Wei spoke hoarsely, but deep in his lowered eyes, a cold, rational light flickered. He had succeeded. Without revealing his physical cultivation, simply by claiming to be an archery genius, he had legitimately obtained this life-saving token. From now on, Zhang Wei was no longer a mere ant that the Qin family could kill at will. Dressed in this black armor, he finally had the right to hunt openly in this deadly arena. When the gate of the city's supply office was pushed open, a strong smell of gun oil, rust paint, and aged leather hit the nose. Name? Behind the counter, a tired-looking logistics officer asked without looking up. Zhang Wei. Approved by Captain Zhao. Entering the Divine Arm Camp, the officer glanced at the dark iron badge in Zhang Wei's hand and then at his dirty, torn cotton jacket. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, but he said nothing more. In the border area, anyone with this badge either had a strong background or real skill. A standard 60-pound recurve bow, a jar of white feather wolf fong arrows, 30 arrows, a set of black iron armor for the Divine Arm Camp, a pair of leather boots, and 2 winter coats. The officer quickly threw a pile of new equipment onto the counter, making a dull thud as they collided. Zhang Wei didn't speak. He first picked up the new recurve bow and gave it a shake. Nice bow. The bow was made of wood pressed with buffalo horn, making it lighter and more flexible than his poor-quality blackwood bow. The bowstring was made of high-quality cow tendon mixed with silk, coated with a layer of wax to prevent freezing. Thank you. Zhang Wei carried the equipment and turned to enter the changing room next door. A small tail of stone-like material clung tightly to Zhang Wei's original black wood bow, eagerly waiting outside. When a person gains power, even dogs and chickens seem to rise in rank. Zhang Wei became a regular soldier, and Stone, as his exclusive arrow boy, naturally blended into the ranks dressed in plain gray clothes without armor plates. Inside the changing room, Zhang Wei quickly took off his torn cotton jacket. He wrapped the tattered burlap around his chest and abdomen 2 more times, ensuring his terrifying muscles were completely flattened. Then he put on his inner winter coat and skillfully donned the heavy set of black iron armor, weighing over 10 jin. The armor made him look empty and even a bit clunky. This was exactly the effect Zhang Wei wanted. A malnourished, blood-deficient, sickly sharpshooter with a pair of eagle eyes. That was the persona he created for himself in the Divine Arm Camp. As he pushed aside the curtain and stepped out, Stone's eyes widened in amazement. For many years, his face was always covered in coal ash, and he wore a dark, intimidating iron armor. Zhang Wei's numbness, typical of a low-level soldier, was gone. In its place was a cold, fierce warrior spirit. Let's go to Zhao Baihu's tent. Zhang Wei held his broad sword at his waist. His sturdy leather boots made a steady sound on the stone path. Night fell, and snow and wind started again. But inside Zhao Tiger's tent in the Divine Arm Camp, it was surprisingly warm and sweaty. In the center of the tent, there was a bright fire made of smokeless silver wire charcoal. On top of the fire, a half-cooked snow wolf's hind leg was sizzling and oily. Golden fat dripped onto the coals, filling the air with a strong, meaty smell. Come, sit down. Zhao Tiger sat confidently on a tiger skin chair, holding a small knife for cutting meat. He pointed to a small stool opposite him. Zhang Wei didn't hesitate. He saluted properly, then sat down with half his butt on the stool, hands resting on his knees, looking a bit nervous. Shirtu sat quietly behind Zhang Wei, not daring to lift his head. Snip, Zhao Tiger cut off a big piece of wolf meat, including skin and fat. He casually sprinkled some coarse salt on it, then used the tip of his knife to pick it up and handed it to Zhang Wei roughly. Eat. When you join my Divine Arm Camp, as long as you shoot accurately, I won't forget your help with the meat. Zhang Wei quickly caught the hot meat with both hands. It was very hot, but it didn't matter to his dark golden skin. He deliberately pretended to be burned, taking a deep breath. He pinched the edge of the meat with his fingers, tore off a small piece, and put it in his mouth. Creak. The snow wolf meat was very fibrous, hard for ordinary people to chew. But Zhang Wei's strong jaw could crush even bones. He forced himself to control his facial muscles, pretending to chew hard. After a while, he swallowed. Good meat. Thank you, Captain. Zhang Wei quickly expressed his thanks, then tore off a small piece without turning his head and fed it to Shirtu behind him. Shirtu looked like a hungry little wolf cub. He bit into the meat and swallowed it almost without chewing. Zhao Tiger watched this scene. Instead of getting angry, he was pleased. He touched the scar on his chin thoughtfully. You're a good kid, nurse. You protect your own. Out on the frontier, people with loyalty may die quickly, but you can rest assured. Zhao, who grabbed a large wine jar nearby, poured himself a full bowl of strong liquor and drank half a bowl with a loud gulp, exhaling a strong alcohol breath. Zhang Wei, right? I don't care what kind of trouble you had in the cannon fodder camp before, or how you learned that strange eye technique from practicing with seabirds. Since you're wearing this black armor, I need to make the rules clear to you. Zhao, who looked at Zhang Wei with a sharp gaze. Our God Arm camp is the eyes and teeth of the Icebreaker Fortress. We don't usually go to the city walls to carry bricks or fetch water, nor do we fight monsters on the front lines. Our heavy infantry brothers will use their lives to block the beast tide. But if you shoot arrows, Zhao, who suddenly slapped his thigh with a loud bang, you must shoot the monster's eyes out. Pierce the throats of those high-level monsters giving orders. If you miss and cause our infantry brothers in front to get hurt, I will personally cut off your hand. Understood, sir. Zhang Wei immediately stood up, knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse but very firm. Arrow in hand. I will never return empty-handed. Good. Sit down and eat meat. Zhao, who laughed heartily. This meal was very hearty. Zhang Wei didn't show any extraordinary appetite. He only ate about a gene of roasted meat before stopping, pretending to be weak and unable to eat more, and packed the rest for stone. But he could feel that just this one gene of monster meat rich in second-level energy and blood essence, once ingested, was instantly crushed by his powerful digestive system, transforming into pure energy to nourish his recently broken-through body. Regular army meals are basically a treasure trove for gaining experience, Zhang Wei thought to himself happily. In the following days, Zhang Wei fully integrated into the life of the God Arm camp. The treatment here was indeed far better than in the cannon fodder camp. He was assigned a small double-person tent, no longer having to endure the smell of dozens of people's feet. Every day, he had 3 meals, each with mixed noodles, cornbread, and thick meat broth. Occasionally, he could get a few coins of poor-quality liquor to warm himself. But the training in the God Arm camp was extremely harsh. Early morning, at the West Training Ground. The snow was deep, covering his ankles. Over 100 black-armored archers stood in 3 rows, practicing cold-weather shooting at straw dummy targets about 100 steps away. Accompanied by the team's loud shouts, everyone simultaneously drew their standard longbows. The cold wind was sharp like a knife, and the bowstrings pressed against their fingers. After several rounds, many people's fingers turned purple and became stiff. Release! Whoosh, 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 an arrow rain poured down. Zhang Wei stood at the edge of the second row. He held a 60-pound standard bow, with the string pulled tight, like a full moon. Exclusive talent. No fatigue when drawing, always active. The 60-pound pull was easy for him, who could crush a steel shield with one hand, like pulling a rubber band. But he played his role very convincingly. He deliberately let his left shoulder sink slightly, and his right arm's muscles showed a trembling sign of exhaustion under his rough military uniform. With each breath, he opened his mouth wide and exhaled a lot of white mist, as if each draw on the bow was draining his life. Snap! The arrow left the bow. Thanks to sure hit amplification and minor-level archery, weak spot insight. Thud! The white feathered wolf fong arrow precisely hit the left eye socket of the grass monster at 100 steps away. Moreover, every arrow he shot was controlled with perfect precision to just enough force to kill a first-level monster, wasting no effort. Arrow skill proficiency 0.01. Shooting equals body refinement. Slight increase in physical strength. Even when shooting at a target, Zhang Wei's stats remained very stable. Zhang Wei, not bad aim, but you better straighten your back. You're slouching like a girl. The team leader approached, whipping his horsewhip and scolding Zhang Wei, but his eyes showed admiration. Everyone in the Divine Arm camp knew that this newcomer, a fisherman's son and a sickly kid, had terrible stamina. After pulling the 60-pound about 20 times, he was panting like a dog. But strangely, his aim was terrifyingly accurate. Once the arrow left the string, he could hit exactly where he aimed within 100 steps, like a born sniper. Huh. Yes, Captain. I'll do my best. Zhang Wei wiped the cold sweat he had forced out on his forehead and answered panting. After training, Tu hurried over, worried, handed him a torn towel to wipe his sweat, and quickly helped him pull the arrows out of the target. Zhang Wei leaned against the weapon rack, drinking hot water. His face looked tired, but inside he was very calm. He enjoyed this feeling of hiding and waiting. Every day, he ate military rations and used the army's bows and arrows to improve his skills. He didn't have to be on the front line risking his life as a shield. Now, he was like a sponge soaking up water, quietly and quickly growing stronger. It would be great if he could keep training steadily until reaching the refining flesh stage. Zhang Wei looked at the dark sky and thought silently. But the snow at the border never stopped for anyone. On the evening of the 7th day after Zhang Wei joined the Divine Arm camp, bang, 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 a very urgent drumbeat suddenly sounded outside the main tent of the commander's hall. This wasn't the call for a big beast attack. It was the urgent military signal, the gathering drum. Zhao Hu quickly pushed open the tent flap. He hadn't even buttoned his leather armor properly and ran quickly toward the training ground with a serious face. All members of the first squad of the Divine Arm camp, bring 3 days of dry food and replace your armor-piercing heavy arrows. Gather at the West City Gate in half an hour. Zhao Hu's voice was sharp and anxious in the snowstorm. Zhang Wei was resting on his bed when he heard the order. He paused slightly. Captain Bai, what's going on? An old soldier asked loudly. Zhao Hu's eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Our forward camp, 30 miles outside the city at Sorrow Eagle Ravine, was ambushed by frost zombie monsters and trapped in the valley. Commander Chen ordered us to tear through the enemy's flying bird defenses and support their breakout. As soon as he finished, the camp fell silent. Frost zombie monsters. They were more strange and difficult to deal with than polar beasts. They had no pain sensation and could only be killed by smashing their heads. Going there to save people was almost like sending oneself to death. Zhang Wei silently got up. He pulled out a heavy quiver filled with steel armor-piercing arrows from under his bed, a flicker of excitement passing through his eyes that few could notice. Finally, there was a new target to practice on. Outside the city, the snow and wind were like a pack of hungry wild animals, mixing with icy hail that fiercely poured into the gate. Light the torch. Be quiet. Stay close to the person in front. The team leader kept his voice low as he moved back and forth along the sides of the line, holding a snow-dampened whip. Zhang Wei walked in the middle of the first squad of the Divine Arm camp. He wore a dark iron helmet with ear protection, only revealing his eyes. His standard bow, weighing 60 jin, was carefully wrapped in waterproof oilcloth and slung over his shoulder. Behind him, stone was wrapped up like a round, chubby gray-brown ball. This young boy carried an exaggerated, specially made large quiver filled with 60 steel armor-piercing heavy arrows. The weight made Stone's boots leave deep impressions in the snow with every step. Big Brother Zhang. These armor-piercing arrows are so heavy. Maybe I should give some to others. Stone panted heavily, his voice trembling. Shut up, grit your teeth, and carry them. Remember, the camp only takes useful people. When we reach the destination, these are life and death. Zhang Wei didn't turn around. Instead, he subtly reached out his left hand and supported the bottom of Stone's arrow quiver behind him. The terrifying power of the refined leather realm subtly released a small burst, making the 100 jin weight on Stone's back feel much lighter, and he could breathe more easily. He looked gratefully at Zhang Wei's seemingly thin back, his respect deepening. The black-armored veterans around them looked serious, almost to the point of sweating. A 30-mile march through snow was not only physically exhausting for these regular soldiers, but also a mental test. Beyond the city walls, it was a land of monsters and strange, evil spirits. Along the way, the army stepped through snow knee-deep, making dull creak-creak sounds. The air was filled with a lingering smell of rust and faint decay. caused by the countless bodies that had fallen on the icy plains when the first line of defense was broken, frozen in the cold and blown by the north wind across the mountains and fields. Zhang Wei's breathing was slow and steady. In this freezing night of minus dozens of degrees, he didn't feel cold. Instead, the energy in his body, which had become wildly agitated after breaking through, was soothed by the cold air, feeling extremely comfortable. His hidden golden muscles beneath the armor and tattered cotton jacket moved rhythmically as he walked, contracting and relaxing smoothly. Frost Eagle Ravine. Frost Corpse Monster. Zhang Wei recalled the information Zhao Hu had previously given him. This creature was different from ordinary monsters. Monsters are living beings. They feel pain and fear. If their hearts or necks are pierced, they die. But the Frost Corpse Monster is a corpse transformed after being corrupted by a deadly cold energy from the polar regions. They are as hard as iron all over, with no vital points. Unless struck directly on the head with a heavy blunt weapon or shot in the skull with a powerful arrow, they won't die. Even if their limbs are cut off, they will still crawl over to bite your throat. Fighting such a creature that feels no pain is very difficult for archers, because normal white feather arrows have no effect on them, like stabbing rotten wood. That's why Zhao Hu ordered the entire Divine Arm Camp to switch to extremely heavy steel armor-piercing arrows. For me, this is like a custom-made target range. Others might shoot a 120-pound bow with armor-piercing arrows, but after a dozen shots, their arms would be sore, and their grip would be strained. But he, using a 60-pound curved bow, not only doesn't tire from drawing, but thanks to his breakthrough, he can channel his terrifying physical strength directly into the bow, forcing the tension of the bowstring higher. Plus, with his advanced archery skills, specifically close-range weak spot insight, he can easily shoot the slow-moving corpse monsters' heads, even more simply than catching seabirds. They had been walking for 2 hours. When the sky turned so dark it seemed like it would never lighten, the team ahead suddenly stopped. Everyone stay silent. Cover the oilcloth. Prepare the bowstring. Zhao Hu's low, tense growl came from ahead. Zhang Wei immediately tore off the oilcloth wrapped around his bow and, with great effort, hung the cow tendon bowstring onto the bow. A freezing wind suddenly swept back from the front, carrying snow, along with a strong stench and a heavy smell of blood. Zhang Wei moved a few steps forward with the team and reached the edge of a cliff. Looking down, his pupils shrank instantly. His sharp eyesight, 8.0, allowed him to see clearly through the darkness. It was a bottomless canyon, with steep cliffs on both sides, as if split open by a giant axe. The cliffs were covered with dark blue ice. This is Choing Stream, a place so dangerous that even flying eagles find it hard to cross. At this moment, the valley bottom is like a living hell. Dark green phosphorescent flames flicker here and there in the valley. With the light from the flames, you can see about 200 or 300 heavily bloodied soldiers from the Great Yin Vanguard Corps, forming a very tight, round hedgehog-shaped formation, back to back. Their spears are mostly broken, and their shields are battered and full of dents. Around them are countless frost-covered zombie monsters, like a gray-blue swarm of ants. Some of these monsters wear tattered Great Yin uniforms, and some even have beast-like heads. They are covered in frost. They don't move as quickly as snow wolves, but they never seem to tire. They surge like waves, crashing repeatedly against the fragile front line of the Vanguard Corps. Crack, creak, even from hundreds of meters above, Zhang Wei can hear the chilling sound of bones breaking and the muffled roars of the zombie monsters below. Captain Chen's orders are to hold back the zombie attack from the cliff top, drive away the flying creatures in the air, and help the front line break out along the gentle slope on the east side. Zhao Hu crouches at the edge of the cliff, suddenly drawing his long sword, pointing it straight into the abyss. Just then, gag, gag, gag. It's as if the creatures above the cliff have sensed the living human scent. In the thick, dark clouds of Choing Stream, suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appear. Hundreds of bloodthirsty bone bats, each with wings over 2 meters wide, form a black cloud, screeching sharply as they crazily swoop down from the depths of the canyon toward the Divine Arm Camp on the cliff top. These bats have barbed mouths. When they bite, they not only drain blood but also inject deadly cold poison. They're coming. Archers, prepare. Fire, Zhao Hu shouts loudly. grabbing a heavy iron bow weighing 120 jin, about 60 kilograms. He shoots an arrow fiercely, smashing one of the frontmost bone bats out of the air. Bang, 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 bang. Over 100 archers from the Divine Arm camp simultaneously release their bows. A dense rain of arrows collides with the black cloud of bats. Piercing screams echo above the canyon as countless bats fall into the abyss like dumplings. Zhang Wei blends into the crowd. He bent his left knee, pushed off with his right leg, and looked extremely exhausted, like a bow stretched to its limit. He also let out heavy, labored breaths. "Arrow," he whispered sharply. Stone hurriedly pulled out a heavy steel armor-piercing arrow from his quiver and handed it to Zhang Wei. At the moment he caught the arrow, close-up weak spot inside activated. A tiny aiming reticle appeared in front of Zhang Wei's eyes. He didn't need to aim. The moment he pulled back the bowstring, he secretly infused his strength into it. Whoosh! The bowstring made a dull, loud sound. The steel armor-piercing arrow shot out like a black flash, instantly piercing through the heads of two bloodthirsty bone bats connected in midair. The powerful force kept going, and even with the two bodies attached, it forcefully nailed them to the distant cliff wall across. Killed a level 1 lesser monster. Bloodthirsty bone bat. X2. Shooting arrows equals body refinement. Increased physical strength. Hit equals boosts health. Slightly restores health. This is what I call gaining experience. Zhang Wei thought happily. Groups of low-level monsters like these were basically his power banks. He still looked weak, but his arrow shooting was very steady. Every shot, at least 1 or 2 bone bats would be headshot and fall. He was like a precise harvesting machine, hidden among the black-armored soldiers, quietly earning his fortune. However, Zhang Wei's sharp instinct, honed from years of fishing, suddenly made his dark golden skin tense up. While all the archers looked up, wildly shooting at the bats attacking from above, crack, crack. A very faint, strange sound of ice cracking suddenly came from beneath his feet. No, from the vertical cliff face behind where they stood. Zhang Wei, I Power 8.0 sharply caught a few tiny ice chips falling from the edge of the cliff. He quickly lowered his head and looked down along the cliff edge. That one glance made his breathing freeze for half a beat. On the icy vertical wall less than 10 yards from the top, hundreds of twisted, frozen corpses of monsters crawled densely. Their 10 fingernails had transformed into extremely sharp, solid black bone spikes, just like geckos. They moved very quietly and very quickly, climbing up the steep cliff face. Surprisingly, not all of them were attacking the front camp at the bottom of the valley. Instead, a large group had sneaked up from below the cliff. They aimed to completely surround the Divine Arm camp on the cliff. Below. There's something below the cliff. Zhang Wei was about to shout a warning. Suddenly, a loud, dull explosion. Just 5 steps away from Zhang Wei on his left, the hard snow and ice suddenly collapsed. A pair of extremely thick, blackened, corpse-spotted, and hairy hands burst out violently from below the cliff. With a cracking sound, they grabbed tightly onto the edge of the cliff. Then, a terrifying zombie head, twice the size of a normal person and with half of its brain exposed, suddenly appeared from below. Its dead white fish eyes stared fixedly at the nearest target, Stone, who was carrying a heavy quiver of arrows on his back. This zombie's aura was incredibly terrifying, reaching the early 2nd stage. It was a corpse transformed from a strong bone-refining expert. Roar! The zombie let out a foul, rotten roar. Its huge body leapt violently, flipping onto the top of the cliff. Its long, bone-spiked hand, like a mountain pressing down, ruthlessly reached for Stone's head. The sudden change happened too quickly, so fast that even Zhao Hu, who was nearby, couldn't react in time because he was being tightly surrounded by a swarm of bats overhead. Stone was so frightened that his legs went weak and he froze in place, unable to even scream. In this split second of life and death, Zhang Wei still hadn't drawn his sword. He calmly released the tension on his bowstring, then with a flick of his right hand, roughly pulled out a heavy steel armor-piercing arrow from Stone's quiver. Being close to a 2nd-stage zombie was a deadly situation for an archer. But Zhang Wei's eyes showed no fear, only a cold, savage madness like a beast in the wilderness. "Damn fool," he muttered. Before the 2nd-stage zombie's claws could land, The extreme cold zombie toxin on its nails had already frozen the messy hair on the stone's forehead into grayish ice shards. The stone's mind went blank, and it couldn't even instinctively dodge. In that split second of lightning-fast movement, bang, Zhang Wei forcefully kicked the stone's knee. The stone felt its leg go weak, and it collapsed onto the snow with a thud. Its upper body leaned forward suddenly due to inertia, narrowly avoiding the sharp claws covered with bone spikes. A few strands of cut hair floated in the air. At the same time, Zhang Wei didn't retreat even half a step. Instead, he used the rebound from kicking the stone to twist his waist and abdomen sharply. Instead of pulling back, he pushed forward, squeezing into the shadow of the zombie's huge body. Roar! The second stage zombie's attack missed. Its deathly pale, fish-like eyes immediately locked onto Zhang Wei, who was just inches away. Its nearly torn open mouth suddenly opened wide, aiming to bite Zhang Wei's neck fiercely. Too close. Close enough for Zhang Wei to clearly see human flesh caught between the zombie's teeth and smell the overwhelming stench of decay. But in Zhang Wei's eyes, hidden behind the ash-gray mask, there was no sign of emotion. He didn't draw his sword to fight in close combat, which was hopeless anyway. He was an archer, even at less than half a foot away. Exclusive talent, close-range weak point insight. Zhang Wei's left hand tightly gripped the arm of his standard short bow like cast iron, while his right hand pinched the 2-ounce steel armor-breaking arrow, violently knocking it onto the bowstring. Ordinary people in such a face-to-face desperate situation wouldn't have the space or time to draw the bow. But Zhang Wei had refined skin realm mastery body strength. He didn't adopt a standard shooting stance. Instead, he compressed his right arm muscles to the limit. The dark gold-colored skin under the cloth made faint tearing sounds. His violent strength was fully poured into this 60-pound short bow. Creak, snap. The U-bow was pulled into an exaggerated, nearly breaking arc. Then, the bowstring snapped back with a loud bang, less than 3 inches from the zombie's face. No sound of breaking the air. Because the target was so close, the arrow had already pierced into the zombie the moment the string was released. This is not an arrow. It's a heavy shotgun blast pressed against the forehead. The steel armor-piercing arrow, carrying Zhang Wei's terrifying kinetic energy and increased arrow speed, ruthlessly pierced through the exposed brain tissue of the corpse. The tough second-stage skull shattered like a ripe watermelon, bursting from the inside instantly. Black, foul-smelling blood, pale bone fragments, and grayish frozen brain matter scattered like flowers at the cliff's edge. The large second-stage zombie didn't even manage to scream. Its entire upper head disappeared suddenly. The huge headless corpse was pushed back by the recoil and fell heavily into the bottomless eagle ravine with a loud crash. Defeat of first-stage monster. Frost zombie. Trigger core passive. Hit equals increased blood energy. Hot blood essence surged along invisible causal lines into Zhang Wei's body, instantly relieving the muscle soreness caused by his previous forced outburst. Stop dawdling. Pass me the arrow. Zhang Wei wiped the black blood splattered on his face without looking at the cliff below, then quickly grabbed a still-dazed stone from the ground. His voice was cold, like scraping bones. The stone shivered all over, finally coming back to life from the brink of death. He crazily pulled out a second armor-piercing arrow from his quiver and raised it high with both hands. Meanwhile, the entire cliff top had fallen into fierce chaos. There are corpse monsters climbing up from below the cliff. Draw your swords. Cut these beasts down. Zhao, who sliced a bone bat attacking his face in half, then turned to see countless human heads emerging from the cliff edge, his eyes blazing with rage as he roared. The divine armies are archers. They are at a disadvantage in close combat. Once these pain-insensitive monsters get close, the defense line will collapse instantly. Clang, clang, puffed. Swords and knives struck the frozen flesh of the frost zombies, making dull sounds like hitting frozen wood. Several soldiers from the divine armies, unable to dodge, were instantly overwhelmed by the attacking corpses. Sharp claws tore through their iron armor, and their screams were cut off as they were bitten in the throat. Fall back. Keep formation. Spearmen, move to the front. Zhao, who shouted desperately, giving commands with all his strength. In the chaos like a meat grinder, the small corner at the edge of the cliff where Zhang Wei and Stone are standing has become a strange, lonely island. Zhang Wei did not draw his sword to retreat. He still maintained a half-crouched, weak stance, with his left leg firmly planted on the icy ground, serving as the most stable base. Whoosh! An arrow shot out swiftly. A zombie corpse, just peeking half of its body from the edge of the cliff and about to pounce on an old soldier nearby, was accurately pierced through the eye socket by a white feather arrow passing through its brain. The zombie stiffened, then fell straight down the cliff. Arrow. Stone mechanically handed over an arrow. Zhang Wei caught the arrow with his left hand, knocked the bow, and drew. His movements were simple, without any fancy tricks, only a cold and efficient precision refined through countless practice. The coordination from his minor archer skill made his shooting rate incredibly fast. He didn't need to fully draw the bow for maximum penetration. Weak spot inside allowed him to see the most fragile joints and skull gaps of these zombies in the chaos of battle. Whoosh! He shot through the lower jaw, pinning the zombie to the snow. Whoosh! He broke the climbing wrist bones, causing the zombie to lose balance and fall off the cliff. Around him, zombies that had just appeared were like hitting an invisible wall of death, precisely targeted and shot down. The splashing black blood and shattered ice stained Zhang Wei's dark iron armor with a terrifying black hue. Great archery. Zhang Wei, keep that gap under control. Zhao Hu, fighting fiercely, caught a glimpse of this scene with his peripheral vision, his eyes blazing with intense excitement. He had thought this sickly kid was only good at shooting stationary targets, but in this close-quarters hellish battlefield, this young man's mental strength was as steady as a block of eternal ice. Huff! Huff! Lord Baihu, I did my best. Zhang Wei panted heavily, deliberately making his shoulders rise and fall violently. His left hand, holding the bow, even trembled slightly, as if he would collapse and faint at any moment. Yet, his release of the string remained deadly. He had to hide his true strength. If he acted like an tireless war god, even if he were a divine being descended to mortal realm, in this exclusive border army system, he would be seen as an outsider and eliminated. Only through this desperate, giving everything, draining life in battle, appearance can one earn the trust of the commander and the respect of comrades. Thanks to Zhang Wei's constant high-frequency attacks, the Tianzhonglong section of the defense line held surprisingly steady. The zombie monsters climbing up were cut down or shot off the cliff, and the bloodthirsty bone bats in the sky suffered heavy losses under the dense arrow rain, gradually retreating into the thick clouds above. Stop! Save your arrows. Heavy infantry stay at the front. Archers fall back to catch their breath. Zhao Hu wiped the hot blood from his face and took deep breaths of the cold air. The first wave of clifftop defense was temporarily over. The Divine Arm Corps left behind over 30 broken corpses, and almost everyone was wounded. Zhang Wei immediately relaxed as if released from a burden, kneeling on one knee, using his bow as a cane to support himself. He looked like he had just been pulled out of water, his whole body steaming with white heat. Big brother Zhang, have some water. Shi Tu quickly unscrewed the water pouch and handed it to Zhang Wei. The child's hands were still trembling uncontrollably, but his eyes showed a fanatic faith in Zhang Wei, as if he worshipped a god. Zhang Wei took a sip of the icy, biting snow water without speaking. His gaze, along the edge of the cliff, calmly looked down into the bottom of the deep, gloomy Eagle Gorge. The cliff top was safe, but the forward camp below was almost dead. Using the faint green phosphorescent fires at the bottom of the gorge, Zhang Wei, Vision 8.0, clearly saw that the original formation of 200 or 300 people had shrunk to less than 50. They were tightly packed into a small pit, crushed by tens of thousands of frost zombies. The broken corpses piled up like mountains, and the crazed zombies were trampling over their fallen comrades, pouring into the pit in a frenzy. Damn, we can't go down. Zhao Hu walked to the edge of the cliff, looked down, and slammed his fist hard on the obsidian nearby, blood flowing from his knuckles. The gentle slope on the east side has been completely blocked by zombies. Even if we rush down now along the slope, we won't reach the edge of the forward camp before being overwhelmed, a squad leader said with a look of despair. Indeed, the cliff was too high to jump directly, and the only way was a very steep, icy mountain slope on the east side. At this moment, the steep slope was densely packed with zombie monsters, like a meat grinder leading straight to hell. Are we just going to watch the frontline soldiers all die? That's an entire battalion of regular troops. Zhao Hu's eyes turned red, like a wild tiger trapped in a cage. Just as everyone was helpless and sinking into deep despair, Zhang Wei, who had been sitting on the ground gasping for breath, slowly lifted his head. Lord Baihu, I saw something shining in the valley when I was shooting. As soon as he said this, Zhao Hu sharply turned his head, staring intently at Zhang Wei. What did you see? Are you sure about what it was? Zhang Wei pretended to be weak and coughed twice, pointing to a dark corner in the valley. I have good eyesight. It looked like a small zombie monster, about half the size of a normal person. It wasn't attacking, but standing behind the high-level zombies, holding a glowing blue bead in its hand. Every time the bead lit up, the surrounding zombies went crazy and charged. In fact, Zhang Wei had seen it long ago. Among the vast army of gray-blue monsters, this was a special presence. It was small in size, and even wore a tattered armor of a great general. Most importantly, no ordinary zombies dared to approach it, as if guarding a king. It's a frost zombie king, just recently transformed. Zhao Hu gasped, trembling with fear, but then his scarred face suddenly burst with a fierce, crazy killing intent. All these brainless zombies are controlled by that zombie king behind the scenes. If we kill it, the zombie tide will collapse on its own. Zhao Hu suddenly turned around, drawing his saber high into the air. Divine Arm Battalion, listen up. Pick 20 of the strongest men, give them short swords and iron shields, and form a suicide squad with me. I'll lead you through the eastern slope to break through and directly target the zombie king. The remaining archers, led by the squad leader, will cover us from the cliff top with fire, pinning down the monsters on both sides of the slope. Zhao Hu issued a reckless order to sacrifice himself. Then his gaze fell complexly on Zhang Wei. He knew how cruel this plan was, but he had no other choice. Zhang Wei, you are a master archer, but your body is too weak to charge into battle. You'll only be sending yourself to death. Stay on the cliff top and cover us, sir. Zhang Wei struggled to stand up with his bow, his face covered in blood and soot, but he showed no sign of retreat. Although I am weak, I can still see the location of the Corpse King. In this dark valley, if you can't find it, rushing in will only be a waste of life. Zhang Wei walked to Zhao Hu and calmly took out 2 sharp steel armor-piercing arrows from his quiver. I volunteer for the fight. I want to follow the sir into battle and be his eyes. As long as you can get me within 100 steps of the Corpse King. Zhang Wei looked up, a deep killing intent flashing in his eyes, carefully disguised as unwavering loyalty. I promise, 1 arrow, and I will pierce its head. The wind on the cliff top was cold, like a knife scraping inside the bones. Zhao Hu stared fiercely at the hunched, soot-covered, sickly man in front of him. At the border, there was no shortage of people willing to die, but what was missing were wolves who could bite the enemy's throat amid the pile of corpses. Zhang Wei's eyes showed no fanaticism or fear, only a calmness as deep as a still lake. Good. Zhao Hu suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice rough like the sound of iron scraping. First squad, listen up. Form a wedge formation with heavy infantry. Shield bearers protect the wings. Zhang Wei, stand at the center and be our eyes. After speaking, Zhao Hu roughly grabbed a nearly 2-meter-tall heavy armor shield bearer nearby. Big Bear, you don't need to do anything else. Hold up the tower shield and protect this kid. If he loses even a single hair, I will skin you alive. Yes. The man called Big Bear roared hoarsely, heavily slamming a large iron tower shield the size of half a door into the snow. Zhang Wei did not refuse. He turned his head and looked at the trembling stone, still clutching the huge quiver. If you're afraid, stay on the cliff top. Zhang Wei's voice was soft. No, I won't stay. The stone's teeth clenched wildly, tears welling in his eyes, but he stubbornly took a step forward, sticking close behind Zhang Wei. Where Brother Zhang goes, I go too. I hand the arrow to Brother Zhang. In this deadly frontier army, Stone's mind is very simple. Without Brother Zhang, he won't see the sun tomorrow. Then stay close. Clang. Zhao Hu draws a very heavy sword, pointing it straight at the gentle slope leading to the abyss. Divine Arm Corps. Follow me to cut through these rotten bodies. Attack! Attack! 20 of the elite Divine Arm soldiers unleash a fierce roar. They abandon bows and arrows, switching to close combat weapons like heavy short-handle hammers, thick-backed cleavers, and iron shields, like black nails stabbing into the steep slope blocked by icy zombie corpses. The meat grinder starts instantly. Bang! Crack! Zhao Hu charges ahead, swinging his bone-forging sword with terrifying strength, slicing a blocking zombie monster in half from head to shoulder with a single powerful strike. Black, foul-smelling blood mixed with frozen guts sprays out instantly. But there are too many zombies. On this narrow slope, only wide enough for 4 or 5 people side by side, a dense mass of gray-blue monsters crowd together. They feel no pain. Even if their limbs are cut off, they still crazily crawl forward, claws covered with bones tightly grabbing the heavy infantry's legs, opening their blood-filled mouths to bite. A shield-bearer accidentally steps on a slippery intestine, losing his balance. 2 zombies immediately rush forward, their sharp claws slipping through the gaps in his armor to stab into his stomach. Stay steady. Don't panic. Push forward. Zhao Hu's eyes nearly burst with rage. He stomps on one zombie's head, smashing it. The team advances with great difficulty. Every step forward costs blood. Big Bear holds up a tower shield, blocking directly in front of Zhang Wei. The shield is battered with dull thuds, causing the man's hand to crack and blood to flow down his armor. Zhang Wei stays at the center of the formation. He doesn't draw his sword. His left hand firmly grips a 60-pound standard recurve bow. In this extremely narrow and chaotic melee, archers should be less effective. Their line of sight is blocked by the tall armored soldiers in front, and they risk hitting their own people. But Zhang Wei is an exception. Basic archery, insight into weak points. Eyesight 8.0. In Zhang Wei's view, the surrounding zombie monsters and flying limbs all seem to have lost their color. He could only clearly see the weakest joints on the skulls of the zombies, where tiny, deadly red spots glowed. Arrow. Zhang Wei quietly spoke one word. The stone mechanically handed him a sharp steel armor-piercing arrow. He didn't aim or raise his shoulder. He simply held the bow at his waist. He suddenly tightened his arm muscles, hidden beneath his clothing, and poured his strength into the bowstring like a tide. Snap! The dull sound of the bowstring was almost inaudible amid the noisy battlefield. But that arrow was like a venomous snake spitting its tongue. The steel armor-piercing arrow shot past the underarm of the Big Bear, with terrifying force, piercing through the eye socket of a zombie monster 3 steps ahead, which was trying to ambush Zhao Hu from behind. Poof! The zombie's back of the head exploded into a blood hole, and it collapsed straight down. Killed a level 1 lesser monster. Frost Zombie. Shooting arrows equals body refinement. Slight increase in physical toughness. On the cold slope, Zhang Wei looked like a ruthless killing machine without emotion. He still maintained the appearance of being exhausted and pale, gasping heavily, but his shooting speed was incredibly fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each arrow cunningly slipped through the gaps between the heavy infantry, hitting a zombie that posed a deadly threat to the defense line. Zhao Hu fought fiercely at the front, blood everywhere, but suddenly felt lighter. He was shocked to find that those sneaky zombies, which attacked from blind spots, were always suddenly nailed to the ground by a steel-heavy arrow just a foot away from him. Good kid. What kind of evil arrow technique is this? Zhao Hu roared inwardly, his morale soaring, and he swung his saber more wildly. Under Zhang Wei's terrifying microcontrol cover, this 20-man suicide squad pushed through the despair-filled slope, carving a bloody path to the bottom of the valley with their flesh and blood. We made it out. We've reached the valley bottom. Big Bear let out a very hoarse, wild roar. The iron tower shield in his hand was already battered and pitted by the zombie monsters, with even a gap bitten into its edge. The team finally rushed down the gentle slope and stepped onto the very hard, icy bottom of the Valley of the Sad Eagle. A strong, eye-stinging smell of decay hit their noses. Using the scattered green torches on the ground, everyone finally saw the terrible scene at the front camp. It was a very tragic circular defense formation. Originally, the front camp had 300 or 400 people, but now fewer than 30 survivors remained. They were backed against a huge piece of obsidian, with a pile of corpses higher than a person at their feet. The camp's officer was kneeling on the corpse pile. His shining armor was torn to pieces, and his left arm was cut off at the shoulder. The wound didn't bleed but was covered with a pale, icy frost. He was holding a broken flagpole, and his eyes were bloodshot, full of gray despair. Zhao Hu, seeing the divine arm camp rush forward, the injured officer struggled to lift the corner of his cracked mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with bits of internal organs. What the hell are you bringing people down here for? Everyone's going to die here. Zhao Hu strode forward quickly, grabbing the unstable officer and tears in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Captain Chun ordered us to tear through the defenses and bring you back to the city. Anyone still breathing, get up and retreat up the slope. We can't retreat anymore. The injured officer shook his head desperately. His only remaining right hand clutched tightly to Zhao Hu's armor, with nails cracked and bleeding from the force. You guys don't understand. That's not just a normal zombie tide. That's Zombie King. It's not controlling the monsters to attack the city. The injured officer gasped heavily, his eyes filled with extreme fear, trembling like leaves in the wind. It's using us. Using these zombies. As sacrifices. It's completing its final transformation. As soon as he said this, Zhao Hu's whole body stiffened. A freezing cold sensation shot up his spine to the top of his head. Standing behind them, Zhang Wei's pupils shrank very slightly. Power 8.0 suddenly erupted. Zhang Wei's gaze ruthlessly pierced through the dense zombie horde in front of him, directly targeting the deepest shadow in the valley. There, approximately 150 steps away, a strange creature, about half a person tall and covered in a mysterious blue ice armor, stands quietly on a raised rock. It wears a tattered, old general's armor, and its withered, skull-like face shows a cruel, human-like sneer. In its hand, it holds a glowing blue orb, an enchanted corpse pill that is rapidly absorbing the surrounding death energy. With each deep breath, faint black mist rises from the nearby fallen soldiers and monsters killed by Zhang Wei and his team, swirling into the orb. Around the ice undead king, four large, white-spiked undead generals stand silently like iron towers. It's absorbing death energy. Once it's full, it will break through to the third level, and the entire fortress will be destroyed. Zhao Hu quickly realizes how serious the situation is, his face turning pale. We can't break through. The broken-armed officer closes his eyes in despair. Those 4 generals will team up, and your 20 people won't last even a short while. Despair feels thick and sticky, like a swamp, swallowing everyone. Even De Xiong, a simple and strong armored man, begins to tremble uncontrollably while holding his shield. In the heavy silence, a hoarse, dry voice with a faint breath comes from behind De Xiong. Lord Baihu, Zhang Wei slowly steps out from behind De Xiong's shield. His torn cotton coat is soaked in black blood from the monsters, stiffened into a blood-colored armor. He's still hunched over, struggling to hold a curved bow in his left hand and gripping a steel arrow in his right. His face, streaked with soot and cold sweat, looks extremely miserable. I just tried to take a shot. Zhang Wei coughs violently twice, spitting out some blood-like foam, his deep eyes fixed on the undead king 150 steps away. It's too far. The 4 big guys around him sealed off the dead corner completely, and the cold on the monster was too heavy, disturbing the snow and wind's trajectory. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, looked up, and calmly stared at Zhao Hu. To kill with 1 arrow. We need to move forward 50 more steps. As soon as he said that, the whole scene fell silent. 50 more steps back? That meant their 20 or so remaining soldiers had to abandon their current defensive position behind the rocks and aggressively rush into the densest, most terrifying core of the zombie monsters, to face those 4 extremely dangerous second-level zombie generals. This isn't just retreating 50 steps. It's actively rushing onto the blades of the meat grinder. You're crazy? Big Bear widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at this sickly person who was staggering just to walk. Zhang Wei, how confident are you? Zhao Hu's fierce tiger eyes instantly turned bloodshot, staring intensely at Zhang Wei as if trying to see through his soul. Within 100 steps, Zhang Wei slowly drew his bowstring, his tone cold and arrogant, like an abyss. Once the arrow is released, he will die. This was an extremely reckless gamble, using 20 elite lives to carve out a 50-step shooting lane for a low-level archer born from cannon fodder. If Zhang Wei missed or lacked enough strength to pierce the skull of the zombie king, everyone would be overwhelmed by the tide of zombies instantly, leaving not even a bone fragment. All right, I believe in you today. Zhao Hu suddenly drew his saber, violently cut off his cumbersome cloak, and let out a piercing, beast-like howl. God Arm Battalion. Vanguard Battalion. Anyone still able to breathe? Here. A dozen bloodied soldiers, struggling but determined, crawled out of the pile of corpses, gripping their blades and spears tightly. Shield and sword in front. Spears in the middle. Protect that archer at all costs. Zhao Hu wiped the blood from his face, then pointed his blade resolutely at the towering frost zombie king. Move forward. 50 steps. Kill. A tragic, furious roar tore through the oppressive night of Juyin Gorge. Zhang Wei was at the very center of the formation. He felt the surrounding comrades, who were desperately risking their lives to create shooting opportunities for him. And in his eyes, which were as empty as a dried well, a faint, hidden desire to kill and destroy finally ignited. 50 steps. As long as he entered within 100 steps, he would make that clever monster understand what true despair is. Kill. With Zhao Hu's blood-curdling roar, a wedge-shaped formation of over 20 remaining soldiers charged into the sea of gray-blue corpses like a rusty, deadly iron pickaxe. The first step marked the start of the meat grinder. Poof! Zhao Hu's saber violently cut through two approaching zombie monsters at the waist. The foul black guts and frozen intestines splattered instantly onto the back of Dexiong, covering his face and chest. But the zombies were too dense, like rotten meat packed tightly in a can. Hold on. Dexiong, hold the left side. Dexiong let out a deep, bovine roar. His sturdy body pressed tightly against a heavy iron tower shield weighing over 100 jin. 3 or 4 zombies rammed against the shield, their impact causing Dexiong's iron boots to carve 2 deep blood grooves into the icy ground. Creak. One zombie climbed up along the edge of the shield, its black-spiked claws viciously gouging at Dexiong's eyes. Poof! Before Dexiong could turn his head, a sharp spear tip shot out like a venomous snake from beside his ear, stabbing through the zombie's chin and piercing into its brain. It was the frontline soldiers following behind. On this deadly 50-step corridor, no one could stay safe alone. 10 steps. An old soldier from the Divine Arm camp was knocked down from the side. He didn't cry out for help, but instead pulled out a firecracker from his waist, clutching the zombie tightly, and rolled into a nearby pile of corpses together. 20 steps. The severed arm officer from the Vanguard camp, holding a half-short spear with his remaining right hand, crazily stabbed through a zombie's neck. But in the next second, 2 more zombies bit into his thigh, tearing off a large chunk of flesh along with the fascia. Officer, forget me. Keep pushing forward. The amputee officer, blood covering his face, fiercely drove his broken spear into the ground to support himself and prevent falling. He used his body to block the gap on the right side of the formation. 30 steps. 40 steps. This short distance was painfully carved out with his remaining limbs and hot blood. The surrounding zombie monsters seemed to sense the humans' plan. They let out sharp, piercing screams. Initially, thousands of zombie monsters attacked the front line. Like sharks smelling blood, they wildly surged toward this small group of 20 people. Bang! The iron shield in Dexiong's hand finally emitted a mournful cry, shattered by a huge mutated zombie bear's slap. Dexiong spat out blood, his arms broken. He collapsed backward like a torn sack. The core of the formation was fully exposed. Right at the center, Zhang Wei's face was covered in soot. His eyes stared fixedly ahead. He didn't help the fallen Dexiong, nor did he look at his comrades being torn apart by the zombies. In this brutal meat grinder, his eyes showed no mercy, only extreme calm and coldness. Zhang Wei, we've reached 100 steps. Zhao Hu, covered in blood, his sword worn down to a dull edge, desperately struck away a zombie bear and then roared heart-wrenchingly at Zhang Wei. They had arrived. 100 steps away. Amidst the flying blood and gore, Zhang Wei finally saw clearly the Frost Zombie King. It still stood on the raised rock, holding a glowing blue second-order zombie pill. The pill was soaked with death energy, shining with a blinding blue light. It even formed a thick, mysterious patterned, icy blue armor on the Zombie King's body. In front of the Zombie King, for terrifying second-order zombie generals had turned their massive bodies, their 4 pale, dead fish eyes fixed tightly on Zhang Wei in the formation. These 4 generals formed an almost impenetrable wall, protecting the Zombie King completely. From Zhang Wei's view, there was no way to shoot directly at the Zombie King's head. Really tough to block. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, inhaling the cold air mixed with the smell of internal organs. He slowly reached into the arrow pouch on the back of the stone, which was trembling with fear, and pulled out the heaviest, sharpest, steel penetrator heavy arrow. In this deadly battlefield where everyone was fighting desperately and bleeding profusely, Zhang Wei suddenly and slowly closed his eyes. Minor level archery, close-range weak point insight reached its peak. In his mind, the battlefield 100 steps ahead instantly transformed into a very detailed 3D map. Wind speed, snow falling patterns, tiny muscle tremors of the four zombie-like creatures, and the almost invisible gaps between their bones. All data, under Zhang Wei's terrifying I-Power 8.0 and refined flesh realm perception, was rapidly analyzed and calculated. I found it. Zhang Wei suddenly opened his eyes wide. At that moment, a terrifying, fierce dark gold light burst from his eyes. To hell with disguise. To hell with weakness. In this life and death moment, Zhang Wei completely tore off all his restraints. Charge! Zhang Wei's left leg stomped forward suddenly. Boom! The hard obsidian ground beneath his feet was crushed by his foot, leaving a deep footprint about an inch deep, with stones flying everywhere. He tightly gripped the 60-pound draw-weight Jimu horn bow with his left hand, and held the steel arrow feather with his right hand. His terrifying, violent physical strength was like a floodgate opening, pouring wildly from his shoulder blades into his arm muscles. The torn cotton-padded coat and layers of burlap on him made a loud ripping sound. The dark gold muscles hidden underneath expanded instantly like coiled, angry dragons. Open up! Zhang Wei let out a deep, beast-like roar. The standard 60-pound bow, originally with a draw weight of about 80 pounds. But now, under Zhang Wei's unruly, violent strength, the bow bent into a twisted, terrifying arc. The wooden fibers inside the bowstring emitted a shrill scream, and the thick beast tendon bowstring, boiled and hardened, was pulled deep into his finger bones, blood dripping down the string. 100 pounds, 150 pounds, 200 pounds. This poor 60-pound horn bow was suddenly treated by Zhang Wei as if it were a 200-pound siege crossbow. The bow's surface was already cracked with many tiny fissures, and with splinters pierced into Zhang Wei's left palm, but he didn't even frown. Die. Zhang Wei locked onto the narrow, strange gap that only appeared when the zombie moved, less than half a breath long. He calmly released the bowstring with his right hand. Boom! This wasn't the sound of the bowstring snapping back. It was a pure sonic boom. The air was violently torn apart in that moment, and a visible white shockwave burst out in front of Zhang Wei's bowstring. The powerful recoil even knocked over 2 stones lying on the ground, and at the same moment the arrow was shot. Crack! Bang! The 60-pound horn bow, which had endured beyond its limit, instantly shattered into tiny wooden splinters and broken tendons, flying everywhere. But that steel armor-piercing heavy arrow had already turned into a streak of black lightning piercing through the abyss. It was too fast. Fast enough that even a residual shadow couldn't be seen. Exclusive talent. Sure hit enhancement. Exclusive talent. Arrow speed boost. With the support of terrifying kinetic energy, the arrowhead, due to intense air friction, faintly glowed with a layer of dark red heat. In just 100 steps, it reached instantly. Roar! The frontmost second-tier zombie, sluggish, turned its head slowly. Poof! The steel-heavy arrow ruthlessly struck its right shoulder blade, which was covered in thick ice armor. But what Zhang Wei wanted wasn't to pierce through it. This extremely terrifying arrow, upon hitting the zombie's shoulder blade, wasn't bounced away, but instead forcefully shattered that incredibly hard bone. Bone fragments splattered everywhere. The arrow, taking advantage of the subtle recoil from the impact on the zombie's skeleton, made a strange, tiny deflection mid-air. This was the incredible refraction trajectory calculated by microscopic weak point insight. The refraction of the steel heavy arrow was like a guided missile with eyes, precisely slipping through the narrow gap, less than half a foot wide between the 2 second-tier zombies. At this moment, the Frost Corpse King greedily raised the second-order corpse pill in its hand, preparing to swallow it and complete its final transformation. In its cruel, dead fish eyes, a sudden flash of blinding black lightning reflected. It didn't even have time to close its eyes. Bang! A dull explosion, like smashing through hard ice, erupted in the silent valley of the Morning Eagle Ravine. A terrifyingly hot and energetic steel arrow shot precisely and violently into the open mouth of the Corpse King. The force shattered its lower jaw, pierced through its throat, and finally burst out from the back of its head. But it wasn't over yet. The violent physical energy carried by the arrow exploded instantly upon penetrating the Corpse King's skull. Boom! The Frost Corpse King's head, covered with ghostly blue ice crystals, exploded from inside like a rotten watermelon packed with explosives, bursting into a brilliant, strange display. Grayish brain matter, black decayed blood, and shimmering blue ice crystals splattered into a bizarre, deadly flower in midair. The second-order corpse pill, which originally emitted a strange blue glow, lost its support and fell with a tinkling sound onto the blood-stained ice surface. The entire bottom of Morning Eagle Ravine fell into a strange silence. All the frenzied attacks of the ice corpses suddenly froze. Their furious, bloodthirsty red eyes dimmed quickly, turning into a murky, dull gray. Without the Corpse King's mental control, the corpses reverted to slow, rotten flesh. We won. We won. Zhao Hu stared in disbelief at the slowly falling headless Corpse King, the edge of his sword clattering to the ground. This tough man, like a child, started crying and laughing at the same time. They had survived. In this deadly place, they had truly survived. 50 steps away, Zhang Wei knelt in the snow. He clutched his chest, vomiting large amounts of bright red blood. His left arm hung limply at his side, with blood holes from shattered wooden splinters in his palm, looking extremely miserable. Cough, cough. Lord Baihu, I hope I haven't failed my duty. Zhang Wei weakly and hoarsely spoke. Then suddenly his eyes rolled back, and he fainted directly into the snow. Under his tired eyelids, the system panel in his mind was flashing wildly and brightly, rapidly updating. Defeated a peak second-order monster. Frost Corpse King, critical headshot. Triggered core passive. Hit equals increase health. A huge amount of second-order Corpse King's vitality essence is pouring in. At the moment the Frost Corpse King fell, it was as if time in the Valley of the Eagle's Nest had stopped. The second-order corpse pill on the icy ground was still emitting a faint blue glow, but the terrifying pressure around it, like a burst abscess, suddenly disappeared completely. First to be affected were the 4 huge, second-order corpse generals standing in front of the Corpse King. Their originally fierce, bloodthirsty aura was instantly drained when the Corpse Kings had exploded, as if their spines had been forcibly pulled out. In their pale, dead fish eyes, the fierce light quickly faded into dull, gray despair. They stiffly turned their thick necks, as if they had suddenly forgotten why they were standing there. As for the tens of thousands of ordinary frost zombies around, they were plunged into chaos. Without the command of a higher will, they reverted to mindless, instinct-driven rotting flesh. Some even collided and started biting each other. Phew. Huh. Zhao Hu, holding his curved blade, gasped heavily, each breath producing a thick white mist in the cold wind. He stared fixedly at the headless Corpse King, confirming it was truly dead. Then, a fierce, twisted smile slowly spread across his scarred face. Ha ha, it's dead. This monster is dead. Zhao Hu suddenly drew his blade from the ground, kicked over a wandering zombie in front of him, and with a flash of steel, violently chopped off its head. Brothers, the monster is out of control. It's got no brains anymore. His thunderous roar echoed through the despairing valley, awakening all the remaining soldiers who had been stunned. Chop up those damn rotten flesh. This shout completely ignited the suppressed revenge fire in the hearts of the forward camp and the Divine Arm Camp's daring team. Kill. No formation, no defense. The amputee officer from the forward camp, desperately biting the broken spear's wooden shaft, used his remaining right hand to draw his short dagger and charged into the horde like a mad tiger. He stabbed the monster in the eye socket and then fiercely twisted. Black blood splattered all over his face, but he smiled like a demon crawling out of hell. What was once a hopeless tide of corpses now became an easy target for slaughter. These uncontrolled zombies moved slowly and stiffly. They didn't know how to coordinate, only swinging their claws like wooden stakes. The heavy-armored soldiers of the Divine Arm Camp, with bloodshot eyes, violently slammed their shields into them, then ruthlessly smashed their skulls with short-handled warhammers. Crack! Splat! The sounds of bones breaking and flesh tearing echoed through the valley of the mourning eagle, creating a bloody symphony. Amid this wild slaughter feast, on the snow at the edge of the battlefield, Zhang Wei lay quietly. Stone knelt beside him, tears mixing with mud on his face. He carefully held Zhang Wei's left hand, which was full of splinters and blood, and tremblingly wrapped it with a clean cloth from his own shirt. "Big brother Zhang, don't die. You promised to feed me." Stone sobbed quietly as he bandaged him. Zhang Wei kept his eyes tightly closed, his breathing faint as if he might stop at any moment. But in reality, deep inside his body, hidden beneath a tattered cotton coat and dark iron armor, a terrifying surge of energy was rising. Defeated the second-tier peak Frost Zombie King with a higher-level attack. Top-tier Zombie King's vital essence begins to flow into him. That energy was so huge and pure. It was like stuffing a volcano into his dantian. His muscles vibrated happily under the rush of this wild energy. Every fiber of his flesh was frantically devouring this external power. The dark gold skin shimmered wildly, and his once tight muscles, like steel cables, were undergoing a microscopic but extremely powerful reorganization and compression. Although Zhang Wei was extremely weak, he still forcibly and secretly guided this powerful flow of energy and blood, carefully pushing out the small, burst wooden splinters from the flesh of his palm. Big gains this time. Not only did I eliminate the biggest threat, but now I can safely rest at the back and digest this energy and blood, Zhang Wei calmly calculated in his mind. Listening to the fierce sounds of his comrades slaughtering around him, he felt a strange sense of comfort. At that moment, woo, 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 a loud, piercing horn sound suddenly came from the south entrance of the Cho Eagle Gorge. The horn was deep and orderly, carrying a mighty, overwhelming military presence. Zhao Hu, who was frantically fighting, suddenly looked up and turned toward the gorge entrance. In the darkness, countless bright torches suddenly lit up. These torches formed a spectacular sea of fire, rapidly advancing down into the valley. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to shake violently. This tremor was even more regular and shocking than the thousands of zombie monsters rushing forward earlier. It's the black armor heavy cavalry from the ice-breaking fortress. Commander Qin's main support has arrived. Although De Xiong had lost both arms, hearing this familiar voice, he still knelt on the ground, crying loudly. Bang! A row of dazzling flames broke through the darkness first. This was the most elite heavy armored cavalry of the Yin border army. Their warhorses were covered in thick cold-proof armor, white steam billowing from their noses. The knights on horseback held long steel spears, over a meter long, like a fierce stream of steel, charging fiercely into the wandering zombie groups at the edge. Stab! 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 Under the terrifying momentum of the heavy cavalry's charge, the tough ice frost zombies were instantly pierced and thrown into the air, as if made of paper. The powerful iron hooves of the warhorses violently crushed their chests and skulls. The sound of bones and flesh breaking apart formed a dense burst of fireworks. On both sides of the heavy cavalry, tightly organized formations of heavily armored infantry stood. They held tall tower shields and marched in perfect unison, like a continuous wall of steel advancing. Behind the infantry formation, small ballistae pulled by horses were already tightening their bowstrings. Fire the arrows, along with the cold command from the military leader. Buzz, a rain of heavy crossbow bolts like a dark storm covered the back of the zombie monsters group. The zombies hit by the arrows were torn apart instantly by the powerful force, with limbs flying everywhere. This is a pure attack of overwhelming force. This is the true war machine of the regular army. Without the control of the zombie king, these zombies faced the well-equipped and organized regular army, and it was a one-sided slaughter. We're saved. The amputee officer from the frontline camp looked at the rushing heavy cavalry like a divine force. He struggled to breathe out the last of his breath, then suddenly collapsed backward and fainted. Zhao Hu, holding a bloodstained sword, staggered over to Zhang Wei. He hurriedly knelt down, pushed aside a stone, and carefully used two blood-stained fingers to check Zhang Wei's nose for breath. Seeing that Zhang Wei was still breathing, weak but steady, This tough officer let out a long breath in relief. He's alive. This kid is still alive. Zhao Hu turned and shouted fiercely at the remaining soldiers of the Divine Arm Camp. Big Bear, take 2 brothers, dismantle your shields, and make a stretcher for me. Even if you all die, you must carry Zhang Wei back to the inner city in one piece. He then carefully picked up the glowing, precious second-tier zombie pill from the ice nearby and kept it close. He looked back at Zhang Wei lying in the snow, his brow slightly furrowed from pain, with a very complex expression filled with awe and excitement. 50 steps. An ordinary 60-pound horned bow unexpectedly snapped, shooting a bolt of lightning through despair. One arrow took down a peak second-tier zombie king. It saved over 100 lives from the frontline camp and the Divine Arm Camp. This kid, as long as he doesn't die, he will have a remarkable record in the military merit book of the Icebreaker Fortress, Zhao Hu silently thought with confidence. Under the flickering torchlight, Zhang Wei was carried onto a makeshift shield stretcher. He listened to the deafening sound of hooves and the cheers of battle around him. Zhang Wei's closed eyes hit a cold heart that beat strongly with the powerful second-stage energy flowing through his body. The road to the inner city is finally paved. The strong smell of healing ointment mixed with the smoke from burning poor-quality charcoal inside the tent filled the air. Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was no longer the leaky, moldy wooden roof of the cannon fodder camp, but a sturdy military tent made of thick felt cloth. Underneath him was not rough hay, but a soft sheepskin bed. Big Brother Zhang, you're awake? Stone, who had been dozing on the edge of the bed, suddenly sat up straight. This young boy, with 2 swollen, walnut-sized dark circles under his eyes, saw Zhang Wei open his eyes. Tears suddenly streamed down his face. He was at a loss, wanting to reach out to Zhang Wei but afraid of hurting him. Why are you crying? Go, bring a bowl of hot water. Zhang Wei's voice was very hoarse, and his lips were cracked and white. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging, mighty second-stage energy hidden within his limbs and bones. Realm, perfecting the skin refinement stage. The strength of the Corpse King at the peak of the second stage was too deep. If he hadn't relied on the terrifying physical foundation gained from archery equals body refinement during his coma to withstand it, forcibly compressing the violent energy into every muscle fiber, he would have died long ago in the skin refinement stage. Zhang Wei slightly moved his left hand, which was wrapped like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. Ow! On the surface, he inhaled sharply, his brow furrowing in pain. But beneath the thick white cloth, his dark gold-colored palm skin was subtly and rhythmically writhing. That day, he had forcibly pulled a 60 gene, about 30 kilograms, bow, and countless sharp splinters of wood had pierced his palm. Now, it was time to clean it himself. While Stone went to fetch water, Zhang Wei slowly clenched his 5 fingers. The control of muscles at the perfecting the skin refinement stage was terrifying. 3 half-inch-long wooden splinters buried in his palm were being pushed out bit by the dense, powerful muscle fibers around them. Poof! Poof! A few drops of dark red blood seeped out along the white cloth. Next, 3 sharp wooden spikes, covered in flesh and blood debris, strangely pierced through the bandaged cloth and fell onto the sheepskin mat. A very slight, tingling sensation came from the wound. Thanks to the nourishment of second-level energy and blood, and the healing power of the dark gold skin, as long as the foreign object is removed, this kind of skin and flesh injury will heal without scars in about 6 or 7 days. Brother Zhang, water is here. The military doctor said your left-hand tendons are injured, and you can't draw a bow for a month. Shirtu carefully blew on a rough ceramic bowl of hot water. Zhang Wei struggled to sit up with his right hand and took a big sip of hot water from Shirtu's bowl. His dry stomach felt a little warmth. A month without being able to draw a bow. His current left arm, with one hand, could easily snap the head of that arrogant money manager and kick it like a ball. At that moment, clatter! The heavy tent flap was roughly pulled open. Cold wind and snow blew into the tent as Zhao Hu, dressed in black armor and weathered by wind and frost, strode in. The strong smell of blood and killing intent on him hadn't fully dispersed, but his fierce tiger-like eyes shone with a wild joy. Good kid, you finally woke up. Zhao Hu walked to the bed and slapped Zhang Wei on the right shoulder. Captain Bai, Zhang Wei hurriedly struggled to sit up and salute. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Zhao Hu sat down heavily on a small stool nearby, grinning with a fierce but happy smile. You've slept for 7 days and nights. The weather outside has changed. During the charge of the heavy cavalry that day, they crushed the remaining zombie tide into meat paste. Victory at Jiaoying Gorge. Your arrow not only saved my life, but also preserved the last seed of the vanguard camp. When Zhao Hu mentioned this, a hint of excitement flashed across his rugged face. Captain Chun delivered that second-level zombie pill overnight to the general's office. They were extremely angry, but also very happy. They were furious because a zombie king was born deep in the ice plains, but happy because we killed this great threat early. Zhang Wei, hurry and get dressed. Captain Chin wants to personally commend us at the inner city's command platform. Half an hour later, inside the broken ice fortress, in the inner city, at the wide command platform. The snow and wind had already stopped, but the cold, biting wind felt like a sharp blade, cutting through everything. Below the command platform, 3,000 soldiers in black armor stood in neat rows. No one whispered or talked. Only heavy breathing and the clinking of armor filled the air, creating a tense, oppressive atmosphere. Zhang Wei was supported by a stone, with a torn cloth hanging around his neck, standing at the front of the Divine Arm camp. He still wore a loose, worn-out padded jacket, and his face was smeared with stubborn cold dust. Among the proud black armor soldiers, he looked like an out-of-place beggar. But today, no soldier dared to look at him with contempt. The surviving soldiers from the vanguard camp looked at Zhang Wei with admiration and awe, almost like they were grateful. A broken bow, weighing 50 pounds, shot an arrow that defeated a peak-level second-tier zombie king. This was beyond normal human ability. Among soldiers, it was celebrated as a heroic, deadly shot. Story. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud drum beats sounded. Commander Chun Yuan strode onto the command platform. He still wore a red martial arts uniform, but his left arm was wrapped in thick bandages. Fighting a third-tier demon in the air had left him badly injured, even as a strong bone-refining expert. But his sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, scanned the crowd. In the battle at Choying Stream, Frost Fortress, beheaded 13,000 zombie monsters, killed 4 second-tier zombie generals, and in a desperate situation, I also killed a peak-level second-tier Frost zombie king. Qin Yuan's voice was powerful and full of energy, echoing over the cold inner city. The top contributor in this battle is the Divine Arm camp, Zhang Wei. Qin Yuan precisely identified the hunched, arm-dangling, sickly soldier among the crowd. Come forward to receive your award, Zhang. He reached Qin Yuan and knelt very politely. Your humble servant, Zhang Wei, greets the officer. Qin Yuan looked down at this new soldier, who was unsteady on his feet, with complicated eyes. That night, when Zhao Hu showed him the shattered remains of Zhang Wei's broken bow, he was silent for a long time. That terrifying burst of strength was definitely the result of pushing his life to the limit. Zhang Wei, you used a 60 gene standard bow and broke the bow's frame, shooting out over 100 gene of force. Your left hand, according to the military doctor, has 3 torn tendons, and you can't hold a bow for at least a month. Was it worth turning yourself into a cripple to kill that monster? Qin Yuan asked in a very serious voice. Zhang Wei lowered his head. His cold eyes, hidden beneath the coal ash, showed no emotion, but his voice was very hoarse and full of sadness. Reporting to the Lord, I was on the cliff top, watching my fellow soldiers in the vanguard camp being torn apart by the zombie monsters. I come from a fishing background, but I know that if the zombie king is allowed to live, all 30,000 brothers in the icebreaker fortress will die. My life is cheap, but saving 30,000 brothers is worth it. A simple, heroic sentence. It wasn't fancy words, but like a heavy hammer, it struck the hearts of all the border soldiers below the command platform. Good. Someone led the way, and 3,000 black armor soldiers uniformly struck their right fists against their chest armor, making a deafening roar. This was the highest military salute of the Great Yin Border Army. A salute to a brave warrior who risked his life to fill the abyss. Qin Yuan's eyes flashed with rare emotion. A life so cheap, yet it saved 30,000 brothers. Qin Yuan suddenly turned around, taking a delicate tray from his bodyguard. Zhang Wei, listen. In the battle at Choying Gorge, you turned the tide and killed the zombie king. I have the authority to promote you beyond the usual rules. Reward: 300 taels of silver. Reward: a set of high-quality, standard military iron armor. Reward: one chance to select a yellow-tier low-grade martial technique from the Border Army arsenal. Qin Yuan's loud voice, each reward announced, caused the soldiers below to gasp heavily. 300 taels of silver. Qin Yuan picked up a black iron badge on the tray, larger than a normal waist badge, with sharp, jagged edges embedded around it. Promote Zhang Wei to the leader of the first squad of the Divine Armory Corps. From today, command 50 archers. Enjoy the freedom to transfer troops below the 100 household rank and double meat rations. Qin Yuan solemnly handed the heavy black iron command token to Zhang Wei. From today on, Zhang Wei, you are an officer of my Ice Fortress Army. Take good care of your injury. When your hand heals, I expect you to take down a few monster kings for me. Zhang Wei accepted the cold iron token with both hands. The rough texture of the metal pressed into his palms, and the weight of 300 taels of silver felt heavy in his grasp. Thank you, Commander, for your trust. I am willing to fight for Ice Fortress to the end. Zhang Wei trembled with excitement and shouted loudly. The reward ceremony ended. Tu carefully helped Zhang Wei back to his new quarters. It was no longer a smokeless coal fire burned warmly inside, and there was even a soft bearskin bed. When the heavy wooden door closed, only Zhang Wei and Tu remained in the room. Tu looked at the 300 taels of silver on the table, his eyes shining. Brother Zhang, we're rich. You're an officer now. Who would dare bully us again? Zhang Wei said nothing. He casually tore off the worn cloth around his neck. His left hand, declared by the army doctor to have 3 severed tendons, moved its fingers smoothly. Crack, crack, crack. With the crisp sound of joints, he picked up the black iron command token from the table. In his past life as a fisherman by the sea, he had learned that nothing good ever falls from the sky. The higher one climbs, the deeper the waters become, and the fiercer the creatures that dwell there. Wang Lizi from the cannon fodder camp had killed for 3 broken arrows. Qian Feng, high above, had used human lives as targets to practice his archery. Now, Zhang Wei himself had become a big fish that had escaped the muddy bottom. Low-grade yellow martial skill. Double meat rations. He would not keep a single coin of the 300 taels. He planned to exchange it all in the hidden black market of the inner city for medicines and rare beast glue that could quickly strengthen his body. Tu. Zhang Wei calmly turned his head and looked at the young child still giggling foolishly at the silver. Take 10 taels of silver and go to the Firehead Army. Buy 10 jean of the best dried monster meat. The harder, the better. For the next month, I, this badly injured, sickly one, will stay in this yard to rest and recover. He plans to use this perfect opportunity of injury rest to wildly work on his internal strength, breaking through from the refining skin realm complete to the refining flesh realm small success. Inside the Icebreaker Fortress, the wind in the inner city is less wild than outside, with less ice and snow, but it feels colder, sneaking into bones through the cracks in the bricks. Creak. The heavy ironwood door is pushed open slightly, and the wind and snow howl into the room. Stone, wrapped in a loose old sheepskin coat, looks like a round gray ball, struggling to squeeze through the doorframe, then quickly presses his back against the door to keep it shut, locking it firmly. This small stone house, belonging to the overall flag, is much warmer than the large common area of the cannon fodder camp. In the center of the room, a smokeless silver wire charcoal fire burns red, warming the cold blue stone floor and giving off a faint heat. Big Brother Zhang, I brought the stuff. Stone blows out some white breath near the fire, then turns around and places a heavy burlap sack on the table. As soon as the sack hits the ground, it makes a dull, thump sound, as if filled not with meat but with stones. Zhang Wei sits cross-legged on a hard wooden bed covered with a bear skin. Open it and take a look. Zhang Wei's voice is steady. Stone quickly unties the rope. The sack opens, and a strong salty smell mixed with the gamey scent of monsters hits the nose. Inside are more than 10 pieces of dried wild boar meat with iron bristles. It's unclear how long these meats have been hanging in the ice cellar. All moisture has been dried out, and the surface is covered with white salt frost. The meat looks dull and dark, hard enough to be used as a weapon to hit someone. Stone swallowed hard and quietly reported, "All the fresh monster meat has been divided among Lord Qianhu and Lord Baihu. The remaining meat is locked in the military supplies warehouse. This 10 pounds of dried meat, plus these 2 bottles of inferior blood-clotting pills, cost a total of 10 taels of silver." When he mentioned money, Stone's eyes twitched. That was a lot of silver, enough to buy several big blue mules back home. But it was spent on just this small amount of tough meat and 2 tiny medicinal pills. Zhang Wei picked up a rough ceramic jar, removed the wooden stuff. They were full of impurities, and officers in the regular army wouldn't bother to eat them. They were only used to trick lower-ranked soldiers eager to boost their vitality. But he didn't care about impurities. "Bring the sword," Zhang Wei ordered. Stone quickly handed over a brand-new waist sword issue to him. Zhang Wei held the sword with one. "Brother Zhang, this meat can't be eaten directly. It needs to be cooked in a big iron pot with snow water and firewood, simmered for 3 days and nights until it's tender." Stone hurried to explain, worried Zhang Wei would get angry. "No need to bother. Go outside and guard the door." Tonight, only Zhang Wei was left inside. The charcoal fire crackled softly, its glow flickering on his face, which was smeared with soot, flickering in the dim light. Zhang Wei slowly untied the cloth wrapping his left arm and moved his wrist. That left hand, which was deemed useless, was now incredibly agile. The wound had long healed, leaving only a faint white scar. He stretched out both hands, grabbed a piece of dried wild boar meat, chewing. There was no aroma of cooked meat, only a strong salty smell and coarse meat fibers. The shriveled muscle fibers were gradually crushed under Zhang Wei's terrifying bite, along with tiny bones inside, which were ground into powder and forced down his throat with saliva. One bite, then another. Zhang Wei looked like a hungry wolf hiding in the dark, silently devouring this rough energy. Tens of pounds of dried meat. An ordinary person would take a month to finish it. Yet Zhang Wei chewed and swallowed it all in just half an hour. His stomach began to rumble like distant thunder. His strong digestive system operated like a powerful furnace, frantically extracting every bit of energy from the dried meat. Not enough? Zhang Wei picked up 2 bottles of inferior blood-clotting pills on the table, unscrewed them, and swallowed dozens of bitter black pills in one gulp, tilting his head back. Boom! The breakthrough in the meat-refining realm was not some legendary, ethereal transformation, but a primitive, bloody reorganization of his body. Ugh! Zhang Wei clenched his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his neck like twisting green worms crawling under his skin. Intense, bone-deep pain. The violent energy and blood turned into countless invisible tiny steel blades, ruthlessly cutting through his original muscle fibers. His muscles twitched and twisted violently under the skin, producing dull, bang, sounds like bowstrings snapping. His clothes were instantly soaked with cold sweat. If not controlled, this pain could make someone scream or even roll on the ground from the intensity. But this is the inner city, and there are ears behind the walls. If patrolling black-armored soldiers hear any noise and break in, his plan to hide his strength would be completely ruined. Zhang Wei casually grabbed a thick piece of tanned cowhide from his bedside, forcefully stuffed it into his mouth, and bit. Impurities in the inferior coagulation pills were forcibly pushed out through his pores by the high heat, turning into a layer of black, foul-smelling grime that covered his entire body. Time passed. That tough hide had been bitten through in 2 places, with bloodstains on it. Zhang Wei exhaled a long, foul-smelling breath. He looked with a thought. The system panel appeared on his retina. Ho! Zhang Wei extended his right hand, which was covered in black dirt, and grabbed the iron ring of the stone lock. He didn't adopt a horse stance or take a deep breath to gather strength. Lift! The 300-gene stone lock was lifted with one hand. His arm didn't tremble at all, and his muscles perfectly supported the weight. Zhang Wei went to the water basin and rinsed off the foul smell on his body with cold snow water. Then Stone rubbed his red eyes and got up, groggily asking, "Big brother Zhang, is it morning? Go to the firehead camp to get food. After eating, come with me to the border military armory." Zhang Wei adjusted his collar and looked out the window at the tall black stone tower in the center of the inner city. He still remembered the opportunity Chen Yuan gave him to choose a. After breakfast, the streets of the inner city were covered with a thick layer of fresh snow. Today, The firehead camp was boiling a thick porridge made from mixed grains, with a large spoonful of crushed beast fat added. 4 fully armed black armor soldiers stood at the entrance, holding high-quality heavy crossbows, their eyes cold like stones in an ice cave. Who goes there? This is a restricted area. His suspicion eased a little, and he threw the badge back. Go in. Don't run around. The stone obediently crossed his arms, crouched behind a windbreak wall, and nodded repeatedly. He pushed open the heavy bronze door. On the wooden shelf here, dozens of old, tattered books are scattered randomly, some missing half their covers. They would only limit his natural explosive power. He picks up another book. Blazing Fire Cutting Gate Sword. This technique, it's being close to the enemy. The writing on the cover is blurry, but he can faintly make out 3 characters. Cloud Climbing Step. Zhang Wei's eyes light up slightly. He leans against the shelf and opens the pages. Seeing this phrase, Zhang Wei's heart skipped. Not only could he avoid attacks perfectly, but he could also take a deadly shot at the monster's head while hanging in the air. High mobility combined with his incredible weak spot insight skill makes him a perfect kite fighter. This is the one. Zhang, that's a technique for escaping, and it's hard on the legs. Since your arm is useless, wouldn't practicing a tough internal energy skill be better? Replying to the sir, my arm is broken, so I can't wield heavy weapons. If I encounter a beast again, I can only rely on my legs to run fast, at least to save my life. Zhang Wei smiled apologetically. The old clerk snorted but said nothing, picking up a brush to record his name in the register and prepare a copy for him. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps came from outside the bronze door. Along with the footsteps, there was a clicking sound from 2 jade talismans rubbing in someone's palm. A faint, expensive calming incense scent drifted into the musty weapon room, seeming out of place. Zhang Wei's back suddenly tensed. This overwhelming smell of decay he had only ever smelled on one person before. Hey, isn't that our brave civilian hero from the Divine Armory who killed the Corpse King? A sarcastic, chilling voice sounded behind Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei turned his head. Outside the door, on the snow, Steward Qian was wrapped in a luxurious purple mink coat, slowly turning 2 pieces of green jade in his hand. Behind him stood 2 regular army officers, each at the 100-men level, glaring at Zhang Wei with a look like they were looking at a dead person. Steward Qian. Zhang Wei immediately pretended to be surprised and nervous, stepping aside and bowing deeply. No need. You're now a favorite in the eyes of the general, and I, a subordinate, can't accept your courtesy. Steward Qian approached the desk, glanced at the book, Tianzong, and sneered coldly. Choosing a fleeing move? Haha, it seems you know that the icy fortress is slippery and dangerous. Losing a hand means you better learn to run faster, or you'll risk losing your life. Qian's words carried a hidden threat, each word filled with deadly intent. Since Qian Feng's death, although the Qian family publicly accepted the conclusion that he died in the beast tide, secretly they had investigated everyone who survived that night on the West City Wall. Zhang Wei, who had surprisingly survived that night and later became famous for killing the Corpse King, naturally became a thorn in Steward Qian's side. Even though there was no evidence linking Zhang Wei to Qian Feng's death, the family's way was to punish 100 innocent rather than spare one. The Grand Steward is right. Zhang Wei lowered his waist even more, his voice trembling just right, like a mouse being stared at by a poisonous snake. A person of humble origins, afraid of death. Choosing this escape move is just to stay safe on the battlefield and avoid causing trouble for the adults. Knowing fear is good, Steward Qian stepped forward and leaned close to Zhang Wei's ear. The smell of expensive spices filled Zhang Wei's nose, but it was mixed with an undeniable stench of decay. Although the inner city has high walls and deep courtyards, monsters are fierce, and evil spirits often appear at night. When General Zhang sleeps, it's best to keep the doors and windows tightly closed. I heard that some stray dogs without proper sight like to bite disabled people at night when they can't fight back. Yudon made a clear clinking sound in Steward Qian's hand. Rest assured, Head Steward, I will close the doors and windows tightly and won't run around. Zhang Wei broke out in a fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead and nodded repeatedly. Humph. Steward Qian snorted coldly, straightened up, and no longer looked at the beggar who seemed insignificant to him. He turned to the 200 household guards with a smile. Gentlemen, the batch of fine iron armor our master ordered. Please lead the way to the inner warehouse to check the goods. Please, Steward Qian. The 200 household guards politely led the way. The group passed by Zhang Wei and swaggered into the depths of the armory. The old clerk, holding a copy of the record, placed it on the desk and looked at Zhang Wei with a hint of sympathy. Young man, take the book and leave quickly. If those crazy dogs from the Qian family catch your scent, your position as flag leader might not last long. Thank you for the advice, sir. Zhang Wei carefully tucked the faintly ink-scented copy into his bosom. He pushed open the bronze door, and the biting cold wind immediately dispersed the musty smell inside the armory. Stone crouched under the steps, shivering and rubbing his hands. When he saw Zhang Wei come out, he hurried over. Big brother Zhang, what treasures did you pick? A book that can save my life. Zhang Wei looked up, glancing at the swirling snow and the messy footprints left by the Qian family group on the snow. His face, always timid and cowardly, melted away after a gust of cold wind, leaving only a deep, calm silence. Afraid? No. Now his whole body was subtly heating up. Steward Qian's warning was like a final order for assassination. This meant the Qian family had run out of patience for gathering evidence. They were ready to act directly, eliminating all potential threats. Stray dogs coming to bite the disabled at night? Zhang Wei adjusted his leaking sleeve, feeling the weight of the book Tianzong in his arms, and sneered coldly in his heart. I was just worried that the strict rules inside the city made it hard to find a target to practice my new moves. Steward Qian, I hope the dogs you send have strong teeth. Don't bite your teeth to pieces later and end up risking your life. Zhang Wei turned around slowly, carrying a stone, and quietly disappeared into the white snowstorm. On a winter night at the ice fortress, even the moonlight seemed cold and pale. Inside the solitary stone house of the flag's headquarters, the silver-colored charcoal was almost burned out, leaving only a faint red glow, occasionally crackling softly. On the wooden bed outside, the stone was wrapped in a thick sheepskin coat and was snoring loudly. This child had been running all day and was completely exhausted. The door to the inner room was slightly open. Zhang Wei was barefoot, standing on the cold, sharp blue stone floor. He wasn't wearing his bulky, worn-out cotton coat. Instead, he only had a thin, rough cloth shirt on his upper body, and the white cloth band meant to support his left arm was casually thrown onto the nearby bed. He held a copy of the Tian Step manual, studying it carefully by the faint glow of the charcoal fire, reading word by word. Let the chi sink and surge like a spring, muscles and bones resonate together. The step to ascend clouds is not about long legs, but about the 1 inch of vitality in the soles of the feet. Zhang Wei closed the book, shut his eyes, and repeatedly visualized the force path of this stepping technique in his mind. Basically, this method is about turning the muscles in both legs and the soles of the feet into compressed springs. He slowly opened his eyes, slightly squatting, with his 10 toes gripping the smooth blue stone like the roots of an old tree. His powerful body began to move. The muscles under his skin, like tightly wound steel cables, carried an invisible heat flow rushing from his calves to his ankles. Rise, Zhang Wei whispered in his mind. Suddenly, he exerted force from the soles of his feet. Whoosh! Without any extra running start, Zhang Wei shot up like a fired cannonball, straight into the air. His speed was so fast that it created a rush of cold wind, causing the nearby oil lamp to shake violently. The force of this jump was too strong. Zhang Wei's head was about to hit the rough, hard wooden beam of the stone house. For an ordinary person, at this moment, they might just close their eyes and wait for death, or fall and get hurt badly. But Zhang Wei suddenly opened his eyes in midair, his waist and abdominal muscles instantly tensed, and without any support points, he forcibly twisted his body halfway in the air. Next, his left foot, wrapped in rough cloth pants, surprisingly stepped onto the top of his right foot. Bang! A muffled sound of energy and blood explosion came from beneath his foot. Using the slight recoil from his feet pressing against each other, Zhang Wei's originally straight upward trajectory was forcibly bent into a horizontal angle. He moved like a nimble night cat, sliding along the edge of the beam and landing steadily on the ground 3 meters away. He landed silently. Zhang Wei let out a breath, looking down at his feet. On the blue stone slab, he had left 2 shallow white marks from his jump. Such powerful footwork. This is just the beginning. If I practice to mastery and can change direction 3 or 4 times in midair, I would be a nightmare for anyone on the battlefield, an unpredictable target that no one can catch. A flicker of excitement appeared in Zhang Wei's eyes as he prepared to try again. Suddenly, his 5 senses, enhanced by eye power 8.5 and blood energy, sharply detected an unusual movement. Amid the howling wind and snow outside, there was a very faint creak sound from footsteps pressing on the snow. The sound was soft, the steps steady, definitely not a regular patrol of heavy armored soldiers, but a trained fighter deliberately suppressing their breath. Moreover, the cold wind slipping through the door crack carried a faint, expensive calming incense scent. Is it finally here? Zhang Wei's expression instantly turned cold. All his excitement transformed into a deadly intent. Manager Qian was indeed impatient. Just during the day, he had made a fierce threat in the armory, and now he was eager to send someone to attack. Zhang Wei walked to the window, gently poked a tiny hole in the paper-covered wooden lattice with his finger, and looked outside. The snow and wind were swirling. Outside his small courtyard was a narrow bluestone alley. At the alley entrance stood an old, dilapidated stone archway. The archway was left over from the early days of the ice fortress's construction, built entirely of heavy obsidian stones. It had been eroded by wind and snow for years, covered in thick layers of ice, with some stones cracked open with deep fissures. Right now, in the shadow beneath the stone archway, 3 people were standing. 2 masked men dressed in black night clothes, each holding a poisoned dagger, are pressed against the wall, preparing to climb into Zhang Wei's yard. A thin figure wrapped in a purple mink coat stands a few steps behind them, with sleeves rolled up, holding a small purple copper hand warmer, walking slowly in the snow. This is Steward Qian. This old snake is always ruthless and cautious. To ensure nothing goes wrong, he personally brought people to supervise, wanting to see how the low-level pawn who ruined the Qian family's plans will die. Since you like watching shows so much, I'll give you a big one. Zhang Wei didn't reach for the waist knife on the table. He turned and went under the bed, pulling out a standard 60-pound, curved bow. He didn't want to kill inside the house. If 2 bodies are left in his main yard, even if he is in the right, it will attract strict investigation from the city's military law enforcement. His secret hiding his strength would be easily exposed. To kill without bloodshed, the act must be clean, turning it into a natural disaster. Zhang Wei, barefoot, silently moved to the windowsill. He held the bow with his left hand, and with his right, drew a simple white feather wooden arrow from his quiver. Not a steel armor-breaking arrow, just a practice wooden arrow. Through the crack in the window, the 2 black-clad killers had already climbed over the wall, ready to jump down. Zhang Wei took a deep breath of cold air. Minor-level archery. Insight into weak points at close range activated boldly. His gaze didn't linger on Steward Qian or the 2 killers for even a second. His eyes directly crossed over these 3, locking onto the towering, teetering heavy stone archway above them. In Zhang Wei's eyes, that frost-covered, massive stone sculpture instantly turned into a cracked structural diagram. The weight of snow and ice, the expansion and contraction from freezing and thawing over the years, and the internal weak points of the stone. A glaring red light flickered wildly at the crack in the load-bearing beam in the center of the archway. That was the building's fatal flaw. As long as enough external force was applied to disturb its balance, the entire archway would collapse under gravity's pull in an instant. Take 2 more steps forward. Yes, right there. Zhang Wei, in the darkness, looked like a patient grim reaper, watching housekeeper Qian step back toward the stone archway to avoid the wind. The bowstring was pulled tight. Zhang Wei didn't need much physical strength. He just needed the wooden arrow to fly accurately. Whoosh, he released his fingers. The white feathered wooden arrow shot silently through the half-open window crack, like a ghost hidden in the night, flying into the swirling snow. The wind was loud, perfectly covering the sound of the arrow cutting through the air. Housekeeper Qian, standing under the stone archway, held a hand warmer, a cruel smile on his face, waiting to hear Zhang Wei scream. Thud! A faint, muffled sound. The white feathered arrow precisely embedded itself into the deepest crack of the supporting beam of the stone archway. The momentum from the arrow was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, instantly disrupting the fragile balance of the old building. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the sound of stones breaking echoed above Qian's head. He froze for a moment and instinctively looked up. Two spinning jade balls suddenly stopped in his palm. In his sinister eyes, he saw a massive black obsidian beam weighing thousands of pounds, mixed with sharp ice spikes and heavy snow, crashing down like the weight of Mount Tai, heading straight for his face. No, Qian could only let out a desperate, high-pitched scream. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the quiet winter night inside the city. The ancient stone archway collapsed completely. Tons of black stones and ice crashed down, creating a huge deep pit in the stone-paved road. Snow and dust mixed with lime, like a small explosion, spreading wildly in all directions. Two black-clad assassins who had just climbed over Zhang Wei's wall slipped on the sudden chaos and fell into the snow with a thud. They looked back in terror. At the alley entrance, the stone archway had turned into a mound of rubble. As for the steward who was just standing there earlier, a large pool of dark red blood was slowly seeping into the snow at the edge of the ruins. A flattened purple copper hand warmer lay nearby, still faintly glowing with a few weak embers inside. Not a single complete bone remained. The esteemed steward of the Qian family was so helplessly crushed into flesh by a sudden avalanche or landslide. Manager, sir, are you okay? Two black-clad assassins were so frightened they were trembling, no longer caring about their assassination mission. In this important inner-city area, such a big collapse had occurred, and the regular patrol soldiers would arrive soon. If they were caught, they would definitely be executed on the spot as spies who caused damage inside the city. The two scrambled out of the snow pit, stumbling and disappearing into the darkness, fleeing quickly. The entire alley returned to silence, only the howling wind and snow filling the air. Big Brother Zhang. Big Brother Zhang. What's wrong? Is there a thunderstorm? The stones outside the house were shaken off the bed by the loud noise. The person rushed to the door of the inner room, voice full of panic. Zhang Wei had already put on his torn cotton jacket again, his left hand hanging neatly in a cloth sling. He walked over, opened the door, rubbed his eyes, and pretended to be groggy from being startled. I don't know. It seems something outside collapsed. It's nothing to do with us. Go back to sleep. The patrol team will handle it in the morning. Oh, okay, Big Brother Zhang, don't run around. The stone shrank back, returned to the outer room, and bolted the door again. Zhang Wei went to the window, looking at the pile of stones that buried the steward. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't used any martial skills or left any cuts from weapons. The heavy snow had collapsed the old, dilapidated archway, killing an old man who was wandering outside late at night. This was the full truth that would be reported to the inner city tomorrow. Even if the Qian family suspected something, they could only swallow their anger and keep quiet. The troublesome bugs are cleaned up. Now, it's time to get serious. Zhang Wei closed the window tightly and walked back to the open space in the middle of the house. He loosened his clothes and recited the Tiyun Zong technique in his mind once more. That arrow just now made him realize how terrifying this movement technique combined with archery could be. As long as his stance is stable and his strength is quick enough, he can find the perfect sniping spot in any difficult terrain. Zhang Wei lowers his body, toes gripping the ground. On the slate, a dull sound of wind breaking echoes again. In this quiet snowy night, inside this seemingly unremarkable stone house, a ghostly shadow is moving back and forth between the walls, beams, and floor, jumping and dodging like a spirit. Every time it lands, it is as light as a feather. Every time it jumps, it is as fast as thunder. The morning at Icebreaker Fortress is disturbed by the noisy sound of shovels clearing snow. Zhang Wei pushes open the courtyard gate, pretending to be sleepy, and stretches his neck to look toward the alley entrance. In front of the collapsed stone archway, a group of heavily armed black armor soldiers has gathered. Some laborers are shouting commands, using thick crowbars to slowly pry open a heavy obsidian beam weighing thousands of pounds. In the center of the crowd stands a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious brocade robes, Qian Zhen, the second master of the Qian family. When the beam is finally pushed aside, revealing a mass of dark red flesh frozen together with snow, Qian Zhen's face twitches visibly. His priceless sable fur cloak has been crushed into rags. As for the steward of the Qian family, who usually walks freely inside Icebreaker Fortress, his features are unrecognizable, with half of a purple copper hand warmer deeply embedded in his chest bones, looking tragic. Second Master. This, a Qian family guard swallows nervously, trembling. Qianjin stares fiercely at the pile of rotten flesh, his eyes bloodshot. He suddenly turns his head, glaring at the patrol officer of the Black Armor Army, and asks through gritted teeth, "Have you found any clues? Was someone plotting against us?" The officer points expressionlessly at the broken stone pillar above. "Second Master Qian, look for yourself. This archway is old, from decades ago. The cracks in the stones have long been frozen open. Last night's heavy snow caused the collapse of the beam, which is common. As for plotting, even a single extra footprint isn't visible in the snow. Besides, who has the skill to push down a few thousand pounds of obsidian with their bare hands and attack someone? Is that an ordinary person? No, that's our Qian family's chief steward." Qianjun roars in anger. "Master Qian, my condolences." Outside the crowd, Commander Qin Yuan strode forward confidently. He still wore a thin red martial arts uniform, looking coldly at Qianjun. This is the inner-city military camp. According to the rules, no one should wander around after dark. Housekeeper Qian sneaked into the Divine Arm Camp's family alley in the middle of the night, catching a cold wind. When disasters happen, it's just fate. If the Qian family thinks the stones at Broken Ice Fortress are too clever, they can go to the Ministry of War to complain about me. His words were flawless and firm as iron. Qianjin's chest heaved violently, and he panted heavily. He stared tightly at the ruins, trying to find any sign of an arrow or a flying knife. But the ordinary white feather wooden arrow shot by Zhang Wei had long been shattered into countless tiny fibers under the crushing weight of thousands of pounds of stones and intense friction. It was mixed perfectly with the rotten wood of the archway and ice debris, impossible to distinguish even by a divine being. What a natural disaster! Qianjun's teeth clenched loudly, swallowing the bloody saliva with difficulty. He waved his hand and growled grimly, "Gather the bodies. Return to the residence." The Qian family members, looking defeated, carried away the pile of flesh and mud. Standing behind the courtyard gate, Zhang Wei silently retracted his left hand into his sleeve. This silent game of strategy he had won completely. The Qian family suffered a huge loss and would not dare to invade the heavily guarded Divine Arm Camp again anytime soon. In the days that followed, Broken Ice Fortress entered a rare period of peace. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this month, Zhang Wei fully embraced a recovery lifestyle of not leaving the house, not stepping outside the second door. As the overall banner commander, his daily meat supply was double that of ordinary soldiers. Every noon, Stone would bring back a large basin of tender monster meat and thick bone broth. Using his recovery as an excuse, Zhang Wei greedily devoured these nourishing foods, filling his bottomless stomach. Late at night, a faint wind sound could be heard in the small courtyard of the commander. That was Zhang Wei practicing Tiyunzong, cloud climbing technique. The sturdy, withered old pine tree in the yard became his best stepping stone. He never left deep footprints on the ground. His leg muscles, driven by qi and blood, burst with incredible power. He often lightly taps the wall at the base with his toes, and his whole body instantly rises 3 or 4 meters, like a weightless black feather. Just before falling, his right foot sharply presses on the back of his left foot. Using this weak recoil from his burst of energy, his body sharply bends at an angle in midair and lands steadily on a frost-covered branch of an old pine tree. He doesn't crush the bark or shake off any snow on the branches. He moves lightly and precisely, showing great control. Phew! Zhang Wei stands on the branch and exhales a cloud of white breath. After a month of hard practice, he has made this low-level light skill move feel a bit lighter. If he combines it with the strong bow in his hand, his ability to survive and hunt on the battlefield will improve greatly. "Big Brother Zhang, dinner is ready." Stone's cheerful voice comes from inside. This boy has been eating with Zhang Wei for a month. His once thin body has gained some flesh, grown half an inch taller, and his face has a healthy color. Zhang Wei leaps silently and lands quietly in front of the door. He pushes open the door and walks to the table. On the table is a steaming bowl of snow wolf meat stew. Zhang Wei doesn't pick up chopsticks. He extends his left hand, which has been wrapped in white cloth for a whole month. In front of Stone, he grabs the end of the cloth and slowly unties it, wrapping it around in circles. Big Brother Zhang, the military doctor, said it takes 100 days for muscles and bones to heal. Your tendons aren't fully recovered yet, so don't let the wind hit it. Stone is anxious and stomps his feet. When the last piece of white cloth falls away, what is revealed is a large hand with clearly defined joints and healthy, bronze-colored skin. The palm is smooth and flat, with no scars or wounds, not even a tiny grain-sized scar. Zhang Wei spreads his 5 fingers wide and suddenly clenches his fist. Crack! A crisp sound like roasted beans rings out in the air, and even a faint airflow escapes from between his finger joints. My hand is healed. Zhang Wei turns his head, looking at the stunned Stone, his tone calm. Go and take out the heavy iron armor issued to me from the supply office, and use charcoal fire to dry out the moisture inside. Also, re-oil the bowstring with animal fat. The Stone's eyes suddenly turned red. Although he didn't understand why Zhang Wei's injuries healed so quickly, he knew that the warrior who had saved everyone with a single arrow in the tide of corpses had returned. Hey, I'm going right now. Big changes often happen overnight. The iceberg fortress entered the coldest part of winter, the ice moon. In this weather, even the hardiest snow mice wouldn't dare come out of their burrows. Urinating in this cold would freeze into an ice stick before hitting the ground. That morning, the sky was so dark it looked like a big iron pot filled with soot was covering it. Zhang Wei was sharpening arrowheads with a rough stone in the yard. His hearing was extremely sharp now. Suddenly, he stopped and looked north. The wind had stopped. It wasn't a slow weakening. Instead, the air around the world seemed to freeze instantly, so silent it made people feel uneasy. Then, deep underground, a dull, heartbeat-like tremor shook the earth. The thick ice on the water tank's surface cracked open with a tiny split due to the tremor. Woo, 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 woo. 5 sharp, long horns sounded, tearing through the silence of the inner city. This was the highest-level enemy alert at the iceberg fortress. Brother Zhang. It's the rally horn. Stone, clutching a huge quiver filled with 60 steel armor-piercing arrows, staggered out of the house. Zhang Wei said nothing and strode into the inner room. A moment later, when he stepped out again, he looked completely different. He had washed off the disguise of soot on his face, revealing the tough, weathered face of a young fisherman. He was dressed in black iron-heavy armor, the plates clinking with a cold, deadly sound. A 60-pound standard crossbow was slung across his back, and on his waist hung a black iron badge of the general flag and a blood-dripping standard sword. He was no longer the helpless, sickly pawn bullied by others. Now he was a soldier of the Great Yin Border Army, the first squad leader of the Divine Armory Battalion, Zhang Wei. Let's go to the city wall. The streets inside the city had already become chaotic. Several squads of black-armored soldiers hurriedly ran toward the northern city wall, their faces serious. The neighing of horses and the shouts of officers filled the air. Zhang Wei, carrying stones, quickly arrived at the camp of the Divine Arm Battalion. On the training ground, 50 archers under his command had already formed ranks. These veterans looked at Zhang Wei, who was walking confidently, and although they knew he was a master of archery, they still felt a deep respect when they saw him finally remove his bandages. Commander, first squad, ready. An old soldier stepped forward and reported loudly. Zhang Wei didn't waste words. His cold gaze swept over the 50 men. Check your bowstrings and bring enough armor-piercing arrows. If anyone shoots soft-footed arrows today, no need for monsters to attack. I'll cut him down myself. Get ready. Understood. They climbed the wide stone steps up to the black obsidian city wall, which was 10 zhang high. As soon as they appeared, a suffocating smell of blood and fierce killing intent hit everyone's faces. Zhang Wei reached the battlement, placing his hands on the cold black stone, squinting as he looked out over the icy plains beyond the Great Wall. That single glance made even Zhang Wei's hardened heart beat faster. There was no end in sight. The once gray-white snowfield was now covered in a disgusting, mottled color. This was not just a tide of a few tens of thousands of low-level monsters and corpses. It was a real catastrophe, enough to destroy the entire icebreaker fortress. In the farthest distance, dozens of armored mammoths, as large as moving hills, advanced side by side. Their thick tusks were covered with large chunks of ice. In the sky, instead of small, bloodthirsty bone bats, a dozen blue firebone birds with wings spread over 10 meters circled. Their sickly green eyes stared fixedly at the living people on the wall. Even more terrifying, at the center of the beast's tide, there was a faint figure of a terrifying monster emitting a blinding white light, standing on the head of a snow wolf king. Wherever it passed, the air froze into visible white mist. Peak third rank. White Frost Demon Fox. A nearby soldier trembled, teeth chattering as he uttered this hopeless name. Everyone prepare for battle. Draw the bed crossbows. Oil ready. On the highest watchtower of the wall, Commander Chen Yuan drew his sword and shouted hoarsely into the fierce wind. Zhang Wei slowly drew a strong steel armor-piercing arrow and knocked it on his horn bowstring. He felt the wild energy surging inside him and the explosive power ready in his feet. The cold wind was like a knife, cutting across his bronze-colored face. Big scene, he whispered softly, his hand on the horn bow steady as a rock. The obsidian inner wall of the broken ice fortress was 10 zhang high, thick enough to fit 2 four-horse chariots side by side. But at this moment, the tens of thousands of border soldiers on the fortress felt no safety. A heavy, suffocating pressure, as if their lungs would burst, covered the city wall. The wind had completely stopped. The sky was a dull, hopeless gray, with thick clouds hanging low, almost within reach. Outside the Great Wall, the snowfield was filled with mutated monsters and corpse creatures. No roars, no howls. A third-tier peak white frost fox lay lazily on the Wolf King's head, flicking its glowing white tail casually. This silent silence was more tormenting than the wildest beast howls. Gulp! A young archer beside Zhang Wei swallowed hard, trembling with nervousness. His teeth chattered involuntarily, making tiny clicking sounds. He held a 50-gene infantry bow, gripping it so tightly that the rough hemp rope on the handle almost cut into his hand. Don't stare at the beast group. Zhang Wei didn't turn his head, his voice calm and steady. He raised his rough leather-gloved right hand and gently pressed the trembling soldier's shoulder. Take a deep breath. Breathe the cold air into your stomach. Look down at your toes and check if there's any ice on your bowstring. If ice gets on the string, your shot will go off target, and the ice might even blind you when you shoot. His calm tone was like a calming medicine. The young soldier's panicked eyes gradually focused. He quickly looked down and carefully scraped the white frost off his bowstring with his red, frozen fingers. The 50 men under Zhang Wei's command gradually quieted down. Stone, place all the broken armor arrows in the most convenient spot under the wall. Don't hand them to me. I'll take them myself, Wei Zhang whispered. Okay. The stone figure, quick and nimble like a gray mouse, carried a huge quiver of arrows on its back. It crouched low and swiftly moved across the blue bricks of the city wall, evenly distributing bundles of heavy steel armor-piercing arrows at Wei Zhang's feet. Wei Zhang rested his hands on the cold obsidian battlement. His strong physical senses allowed him to clearly feel the rhythm coming from deep within the earth. Here they come. Wei Zhang's eyelids twitched slightly. How, suddenly, a piercing wolf howl erupted from the center of the beast herd, instantly shattering the suffocating silence over the snowfield. It was like a dam breaking, releasing a flood. Hundreds of thousands of monsters roared loudly at the same time. Their combined voices created a powerful wave of sound that crashed against the obsidian city wall, causing the torches on the city wall to flicker and go out for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as if a tsunami was beginning. Leading the charge were thousands of heavily armored wild boars with thick bone plates covering their bodies. They lowered their heads, with sharp, steel-hard horns nearly half a meter long pointing straight at the wall. They stomped their sturdy hooves, cracking the icy ground beneath them, and charged wildly. 500 steps. 400 steps. Ballista, fire. At the top of the city tower, Commander Chen Yuan shouted angrily, his voice full of energy. Buzz, boom. On the wall, over 100 heavy ballistas, each requiring 4 strong men to operate, roared to life. Hundreds of steel arrows, as thick as a baby's arm and made of pure steel, tore through the air with terrifying noise and struck the rushing monsters fiercely. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The power of these heavy war machines was destructive. A single heavy arrow could easily pierce through 3 or 4 armored wild boars, and the force was so great it knocked their massive bodies backward, leaving terrifying bloody wounds. But the monsters were too many to stop. The ones behind stepped over their fallen comrades and slippery guts, not slowing down at all. 300 steps, 200 steps. Divine Arm Battalion, piercing armor arrow. Commander Zhao, who stood on a high point, suddenly drawing his heavy saber, pressing the blade down, and shouting, "Draw the bow!" Swish. On the city wall, thousands of black-armored archers raised their longbows in perfect unison, knocking heavy steel armor-piercing arrows onto their strings. The creaking sound of the bowstrings being pulled tight formed a dense prelude of death. Zhang Wei stood behind the battlements, feet slightly apart, toes gripping the heavy cowhide boots, firmly anchoring himself on the stone bricks. The secret technique of the cloud ladder was quietly activating in his leg muscles, ready for any sudden situation. He held a brand new 60-pound standard recurve bow in his left hand, and with his right hand, he grasped the steel arrow feathers, pulling effortlessly as if drawing a full moon. 100 steps. Fire! With Zhao Hu's fierce shout. Boom! Thousands of armor-piercing heavy arrows transformed into a dark cloud covering the sky, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, fiercely piercing into the beast horde below the city wall. Thud! 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 The dull sounds of blades piercing flesh and bones drowned out the howling wind and snow. The front-running beasts were like cut wheat, falling in blood pools one after another. Hold steady. Don't stop. Switch teams. Keep the line at 100 steps, Zhang Wei shouted to his squad. One team retreated, another moved up to replace them. His movements were so quick they dazzled the eye. Exclusive talent, drawing the bow without fatigue. Minor-level arrow technique. Insight into weak points at close range. Zhang Wei didn't need to aim carefully like ordinary soldiers. His sharp eyes swept through the chaotic beast horde, instantly marking deadly red dots on any beast with thin leather armor or exposed joints. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated. A mutated snow wolf, just leaping over its comrade's corpse and preparing to accelerate, suddenly froze mid-air. A steel armor-piercing arrow shot precisely into its left eye socket, piercing through its brainstem. Whoosh! 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 Zhang Wei's hand speed maintained a seemingly full-effort rhythm, but in reality, he was perfectly in control. Every time he released the string, a Tier 1 beast howled and fell. In this bloody meat grinder, system prompts flooded Zhang Wei's mind wildly. Hit equals increase vitality. Blood and energy are recovering slightly. Archery equals body tempering. Slight increase in physical strength. This is almost a celebration. Zhang Wei feels that his arms are not sore at all. Instead, as his energy flows in, they become hotter and hotter. His body is greedily absorbing the benefits from each enemy he kills. But the good times don't last long. The low-level demon beasts suffer heavy losses, finally angering the higher-level creatures behind the horde. Gaga! Heavy dark clouds suddenly tear apart in the sky. Dozens of large, sickly green fireballs, like falling stars, with a disgusting burnt smell, rush toward the obsidian city walls. These are the 3-stage blue fire bone birds. They spread their wings, and their huge bodies, over 10 meters long, block the weak sunlight. They open their bone-white beak-like mouths, spewing green toxic fire directly onto the crowded city walls. A small team of shield army soldiers about dozens of steps to the right is instantly covered in poison fire. The green flames are very strange, capable of burning even iron armor. Several soldiers roll on the ground desperately trying to put out the flames, but in an instant, they are burned into blackened skeletons. The defense line falls into chaos. Shield formation. Raise shields to defend against the air. Archers, shoot down those birds in the sky. Zhao Hu shouts loudly. Big Brother Zhang. The fire is coming. Stone screams in fear. Zhang Wei suddenly looks up. One of the blue firebone birds is targeting his area. It suddenly flaps its huge wings, and a green toxic fireball the size of a water barrel crashes down. At this critical moment, Zhang Wei does not retreat. Raise shields. Crouch down, everyone. He kicks several archers to the ground, then pushes off the ground with both feet. The powerful force of the cloud ladder technique instantly channels into his lower body. Instead of retreating, Zhang Wei moves forward, sticking close to the hot city wall, sliding sideways several meters like a wildcat. Boom! The toxic fire hits where they just stood, causing the blue stone slabs to crack and fly apart. As soon as Zhang Wei stabilizes himself, he doesn't pause. Using the momentum of his slide, he suddenly twists his waist and abdomen, forcing his 60-gene curved bow into an exaggerated full arc. He pours all his strength into it. Come down. Crash. The bowstring emitted a tearing sound. A sharp steel-heavy arrow, powered by Zhang Wei's fierce physical strength, shot like a black lightning bolt, accurately piercing through the partially closed, poisonous beak of the green firebone bird that had just spat out its fire. Splat. Crack. With the sound of bones breaking, the third-tier bone bird let out a piercing scream. Its huge body suddenly tilted in midair and fell into the beast tied outside the city. Nice archery. A few veteran soldiers nearby, barely escaping death, couldn't help but shout excitedly. But they had no time to breathe. Boom! A huge roar like the sky collapsing came from below. The entire Tianzhonghai obsidian city wall trembled violently, making it hard to stand. What's happening? Zhang Wei grabbed the edge of the battlement and leaned out to look down. His pupils shrank suddenly. Below the city wall, dozens of iron-clad mammoths, resembling small hills, did not rush to hit the heavy city gate. Instead, they lined up, pressing their broad backs covered with thick scales tightly against the vertical wall. Behind them, countless mutated giant apes and blood-toothed panthers were climbing onto the backs of these iron-clad mammoths, frantically ascending. They used their bodies to form a bloody flesh staircase leading to the city wall. Roar! A violent roar exploded in Zhang Wei's ears. A green-scaled claw, as large as a fan, suddenly grabbed the battlement in front of Zhang Wei, bringing a strong stench of blood. Stone and brick shattered. A second-tier bloodthirsty giant ape, over 2 zhang in size, with red eyes and sharp teeth, leapt over the wall and crashed onto the narrow city path. Its massive hand directly struck a nearby archer, turning him into a spray of blood. Too close. Less than 3 steps away. The bow and arrow were completely useless now. Drop the bow. A cold, killing intent flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes. He threw the recurved bow in his hand to the stone behind him. He quickly grabbed the hilt of a standard sword sheathed at his waist, which had never been drawn before. With a flick of his thumb, clang, the sword unsheathed with a cold gleam. Shield and sword formation. Draw your swords. Crush these beasts, Zhang Wei shouted loudly. His bronze-colored face, lit by the surrounding flames, looked like a divine warrior descending to fight. He charged fearlessly at the raging, bloodthirsty giant ape. Roar! The giant ape's thick arms, covered with hard, needle-like hair, carried a foul stench. They swung down like 2 massive logs, aiming straight at Zhang Wei's head. Even though Zhang Wei's body had reached a small stage of the flesh-refining realm, if he took that hit directly, he would be knocked back and his energy would surge wildly. Moreover, he couldn't let others see that he could fight a second-tier beast head-on. Huh. Zhang Wei exhaled a breath and stared intently at the ape's swinging arm. He had never learned any close combat sword techniques. The standard horizontal sword in his hand was no different from a chopping knife used for cutting wood. But he had sharp eyes that could see through weaknesses, and he had just mastered the Tianzong technique. Just as the ape's palm was about to crush his helmet, Zhang Wei's leg muscles suddenly tensed. His 10 toes clamped onto the sticky, blood-covered blue bricks like iron hooks. He didn't retreat, but moved forward. He crouched sharply, like a gray snake skimming along the ground, slipping through the gap created by the ape's arms with great risk. Bang! The ape's palms slammed into the wall, causing debris to fly. Zhang Wei had already slid behind the ape's side and back. Instead of attacking the thick, tough thigh, he flipped his wrist. Using his standard horizontal sword, he aimed at the joint behind the ape's knee, leveraging the sliding force to slash fiercely. There was no fancy sword light, only raw, precise physical cutting. Splat! A hot, black blood gushed out, splashing onto the cold city wall and producing a sharp, white smoke. The ape's left leg tendons were cut, causing its massive body to lose balance instantly. It howled painfully and knelt in a pool of blood. Kill it! A few terrified spear-wielders nearby, seeing this, turned red with rage. They raised their spears and wildly stabbed into the ape's open mouth and eye sockets. Zhang Wei didn't go for the kill. Using the stepping technique from cloud climbing, Zhang Wei lightly taps the back of the fallen giant ape with his toes, then floats backward 3 zhang, about 10 meters, landing steadily in the shadow of a relatively safe battlement. He wipes the sweat from his face, feeling cold inside. Zhang Wei looks around and feels a chill in his heart. The city wall has turned into a hellish scene. Broken limbs and arms are piled beneath him. Thick blood flows down the drainage ditch made of obsidian rock, but before it can leave the city wall, it freezes into dark red ice pillars, blocking the drain completely. The soldiers wear heavy armor and walk on a slippery mixture of guts, broken parts, and snow. Each step is uncertain, slipping easily. Large monsters keep jumping onto the city wall from the backs of mammoth-like creatures. A mutated snow leopard bites a soldier with a shield and sword on the neck. Its sharp teeth pierce through the armor's collar, and the soldier falls silent before he can even call for help, his head hanging limply. Don't retreat. Form a formation. Use shields to hold them. Captain Zhao Hu, covered in blood, wields a cleaving sword with 7 or 8 deep cuts. He stands at the front alone, holding off a second-tier armored boar, but he also has several deep wounds that reach the bone. Without ranged weapons, the archers of the Divine Arm Camp are very vulnerable in close combat. Zhang Wei is mixed among the chaos, like a leaf fluttering in a storm. He has no martial skills, and his broadsword can only be used for simple chopping and blocking. Facing those tough, quick-moving monsters, his only reliance is cloud climbing. When a wolf lunges at him, he steps onto the city bricks, shifting his body 3 feet in the air to avoid the wolf's bite, then quickly stabs the wolf's belly from behind. When a giant ape swings a broken catapult pole down, he plants his right foot on his left, leaps into the air, and narrowly avoids the deadly strike by raising himself a foot higher. To others, Zhang Wei looks clumsy, constantly rolling and dodging on the ground with slick footwork, often risking his life. Only Zhang Wei knows he has calculated every bit of his strength to the limit. Every seemingly dangerous dodge is precisely in the blind spot of the monster's attacks. Every swing of his sword only cuts tendons or blinds their eyes. The rest is left to nearby foot soldiers to finish off. But the situation continues to worsen beyond control. Normal soldiers are suffering heavy casualties, and the defense line is being torn apart with many gaps. At this critical moment, boom! Suddenly, loud hoofbeats and orderly footsteps echo on the city road inside the wall. Jiebing Fortress, the Qian family, obeys the city lord's orders and is here to help. Everyone else, move aside. A powerful roar filled with authority and strong energy instantly suppresses all the wind, snow, and beast roars on the city wall. Zhang Wei looked up at the sound and slightly narrowed his eyes. A team of elite fighters, dressed in luxurious silver armor shining brightly and wearing large red cloaks, charged straight up the blood-stained city wall like a sharp sword along the path. Leading them was the second master of the Qian family, Qianzhen. Beside Qianzhen, there were 3 elderly men with white hair but healthy, rosy faces. They held black iron weapons, not ordinary standard weapons, but heavy, dark iron spears. As soon as these 3 stepped onto the wall, the air around them seemed to grow heavier. A faint blood-red mist floated around their bodies, and even the falling snowflakes evaporated instantly when they came within 3 feet of them due to high heat. These are bone-refining realm experts, and there are 3 of them. This is the true strength of a powerful noble family. Despicable beast, seeking death. One of the elderly men, holding a long spear over 10 feet long, snorted coldly. He suddenly stomped his foot, causing a web-like crack to appear on the obsidian ground beneath him. He transformed into a red shadow and rushed directly into the densest part of the beast's swarm. The heavy spear drew a half-moon-shaped, blood-colored aura in midair. The air seemed to scream in pain as it was torn apart. Bang! 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 The 3-headed, peak-level bloodthirsty great ape at the front didn't even have time to dodge. Its huge body was hit directly like by a battering ram. Its tough skull and thick flesh instantly shattered, sending blood and broken bones flying everywhere. In one strike, 3 beasts of the same level were killed instantly. Another elderly man wielded a broadsword, and although his movement was not as agile as the cloud climbing technique, his swordsmanship was bold and sweeping, with sword energy filling the air. Every time a sword is swung, it cuts through a beast, splitting it in half. The cut is smooth and shiny, as if polished by fire, and even the hot blood on the blade burns away without leaving a drop of blood behind. He is too strong. This is what a true martial artist looks like, with advanced skills and powerful energy. Zhang Wei hides in a corner of the wall, pretending to breathe heavily, but in fact, he doesn't dare to blink. He keeps a close eye on every move of the 3 old men from the Qian family. He observes how they move their energy, how their muscles swell when they strike, and how they coordinate their martial skills with their breathing. He feels like a dry sponge, soaking in this rare chance to watch real combat. He knows very well that his own strong body and brute strength look rough and clumsy compared to these old experts who have practiced martial arts for decades. If he doesn't keep his distance with a bow and arrow and fights with only a broadsword and the skill to Yunzong, any of these old men could force him into a corner in just 10 moves. Second Master Qian, thank you for your help. Zhao Hu finally gets a moment to breathe, leaning on his sword and shouting. Qian Zhen doesn't even look at Zhao Hu. Instead, he coldly watches the endless tide of beasts outside the city. He waves his hand and says, Qian family members, form a line and block this gap. Over 100 elite guards from the Qian family quickly fill the gap in the defense. They are well equipped and work together smoothly, stabilizing the situation on the wall. Zhang Wei lowers his head, deliberately smearing more dirt and blood on his face. He drags his broadsword and limps back a few steps, blending into a group of wounded soldiers. The Qian family is here. He must be extra careful. The rotten flesh of the steward who was crushed by a beam still lingers in Qian Zhen's mind. If Qian Zhen notices that he, the enemy, is still alive and moving, he might secretly do something harmful. Commander, are you okay? Stone, carrying a quiver of arrows, crawls out from behind a pile of corpses and rushes to Zhang Wei's side, voice trembling with tears. I'm not going to die. Zhang Wei pulls Stone to the base of the wall and picks up the 60-pound crossbow he threw away earlier. He wipes the blood off the bowstring with his sleeve. He looks up, beyond the chaos of fighting and the powerful experts in the bone refinement realm, and gazes into the distant snow and wind outside the city. Although the crisis on the city wall has temporarily eased, the chilling feeling of dread remains unchanged. Because above the Snow Wolf King's head, that silent, third-rank peak white frost demon fox finally slowly stood up. With icy blue eyes full of human-like mockery and cruelty, it pierced through the snowstorm, locking onto the powerful experts on the wall. The real battle is just beginning. The wind stopped, not gradually calming down, but the entire world's air was forcibly frozen by an extremely powerful cold force. Outside the Great Wall, among the beast tide, the white frost demon fox standing on the Snow Wolf King's head slowly straightened up. It's not very big, just a little larger than an ordinary grass dog, but its snowy white fur shimmered with a dazzling silver glow. 3 fluffy tails swayed gently behind it, each movement causing large hexagonal ice crystals to form in the air. Third-rank peak, just half a step away from forming a great demon's inner core, an incredibly terrifying existence. Its icy blue vertical pupils carried human-like sarcasm and mockery, coldly sweeping over the towering Tinjiang obsidian city wall. Then, the demon fox bent its hind legs. Bang! The large Snow Wolf King, without even a whimper, had its skull crushed into a pile of rotten mud by the fox's powerful leap-back force. The white frost demon fox transformed into a streak of silver lightning, too fast for the naked eye to catch, rushing straight up the blood-stained steps made of ironclad mammoth bones toward the city wall. Stop it! Shoot arrows! Fire! Zhao Hu's hoarse voice echoed on the wall, but it was too late. The fox's speed was too fast. The crossbow and white feather arrows shot at its afterimages all missed. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of freezing, the white frost demon fox landed lightly on the broad city wall road. The moment it touched the ground, a visible white frost spread out from it, sticking to the blue stone slabs and crazily spreading outward. The dozen or so sword and shield bearers closest to it didn't even have time to scream. They were instantly covered in a thick layer of white frost. Their terrified expressions froze on their faces, turning into a dozen lifelike ice sculptures. A frantic, mutated snow leopard crashed into an ice sculpture, making a sharp cracking sound. The soldier's body, along with his armor, shattered into pieces of ice mixed with red and white substances. Despair instantly gripped everyone's throats. In front of such a powerful beast, ordinary soldiers had no chance to even breathe. "Rebel! The three elders of the Qian family are here." A loud shout like thunder exploded. Three elderly men with white hair turned their heads sharply, their eyes cold, holding heavy black iron weapons that vibrated intensely. They exchanged glances, and suddenly a fierce blood-red mist burst out from their bodies. Their strong blood energy, at the bone refinement stage, formed a hot protective aura around them, pushing back the deadly cold frost that was spreading, forcing it a full meter away. These three men were elders supported by countless resources from the Qian family, and their cards for standing firm in the ice-breaking fortress. The one wielding a long halberd was named Qianli. The one holding a heavy sword was called Qianquang. The one with two tiger-headed hooks in each hand was named Qiansun. Formed the three talents killing array. "No mercy. This beast is evil," Qianli roared angrily. His halberd, like a blood dragon heading to sea, tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for the fox's throat. Bang! The fox didn't even dodge. It simply raised a paw. That seemingly delicate and small fox paw landed steadily on the tip of the steel-crafted halberd. A deafening clash of metal rang out. Qianli felt a huge force surge through his halberd, causing his palm to burst open with blood flying everywhere. He grunted, his feet gouging deep trenches into the hard obsidian ground. "Die!" Qianquang seized the moment when the fox struck the halberd, gripping a massive black sword weighing around 100 jin, and leaped high. He poured all his bone refinement energy into the sword, causing its surface to glow with a phantom blood-red flame. With a crushing force like Mount Tai, he aimed a heavy blow at the fox's waist and abdomen. Meanwhile, Qiansun moved like a ghost, sliding along the ground. His tiger-headed hooks turned into two fierce cold lights, aiming directly at the fox's limbs and joints. This was a true battle of martial arts experts. On the city wall, within a radius of 10 zhang, the area had become a forbidden zone for life. Whether it was border soldiers or monsters, anyone who approached this battlefield would instantly be torn apart by crisscrossing energy and flying ice blades. Zhang Wei used the stepping technique from Cloud Ladder and had already retreated to behind a broken bed crossbow dozens of steps away. He pressed a stone firmly under the broken wood, while he watched the battlefield through a gap without blinking. His left hand tightly held a brand new 60 gene standard curved bow he had just taken from a dead person. His right thumb and index finger pinched a steel armor-piercing arrow with 3 bloodletting grooves. He was not in a hurry to shoot. That fox demon was too strong. Facing an attack from 3 bone refinement realm experts, the white frost fox demon not only held its ground, but seemed to be teasing its prey. Its 3 silver tails were more terrifying than the finest divine weapons. Bang! One tail like a steel whip struck Qianquang's heavy sword, knocking the powerful old man into the air, smashing the wall behind him, and spewing blood. The other 2 tails turned into whirling whips, tightly entangling Qiansun's twin hooks. The extreme cold ice energy on the tails spread along the pure iron hooks, quickly freezing Qiansun's arms with a thick layer of ice. Break for me, Qiansun roared, trying to surge his energy to shatter the ice. But in the icy blue eyes of the white frost fox, a cruel, inhuman smile flickered. It opened its mouth, and a deep blue ice beam shot out like a laser, instantly piercing through Qiansun's chest. Crack, crack, crack. Qiansun didn't even have time to say a last word. The blood hole in his chest didn't bleed, but was instantly covered with deadly frost spreading over his whole body. He stiffened in place, his life completely gone. Third brother, Qian Li and Qianquang shouted in grief and rage. "Burn my blood. I will fight this beast to the death." Qian Li's white hair stood on end. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto his spear. His once emaciated body suddenly swelled, and the exposed skin oozed with dense blood beads, burning his blood and overexerting his lifespan. This was the desperate move of a bone refinement realm warrior. Qian Kuang also let out a beast-like roar. He leapt out of the ruins, abandoning all defenses. With both hands dragging a heavy sword, he transformed into a burning, blood-colored meteor, charging recklessly at the white frost demon fox. Boom! The two life-or-death bone refining realm experts finally found a flaw in the fox. Qian Kuang's heavy sword was tightly caught by the fox's two tails, but he laughed wildly, loosened his grip on the sword, spread his arms, and fiercely embraced the fox's neck. The icy cold air instantly froze his flesh and skin, revealing the bones beneath, but he remained like a welded iron lump, refusing to let go no matter how fiercely the fox bit and tore at his shoulders. Big brother, farewell. Qian Li's eyes filled with tears. Seizing this fleeting moment, he merged completely with his spear, transforming into a blood-red angry dragon. Thud! This spear finally pierced through the thick, ghostly blue ice armor on the fox's body, stabbing deeply into its left side ribs, with half the spearhead embedded. Yow! The white frost demon fox let out a piercing, miserable scream, causing the surrounding blue bricks on the city wall to crack inch by inch. The pain drove this peak, third-rank monster into madness. Its remaining foxtail, like a sharp spear, suddenly stabbed into Qian Li's back, piercing through his chest and out the front. The foxtail swung violently, turning Qian Li's internal organs into a mess of rotten flesh. Immediately after, the fox erupted in a violent frost storm, forcibly shattering the tightly held Qian Kuang into countless bloody ice shards. All three elders were wiped out. The entire city wall fell into a deathly silence. Qian Jun sat paralyzed in the blood, staring in horror at the three tragic corpses, his mind blank. That was most of the Qian family's strength, gone just like that. The white frost demon fox withdrew its spear from its ribs, blood gushing out of the wound. It gasped heavily, its once playful fox eyes now filled with brutality and murderous intent. It raised its head, ready to summon the beast tied outside to completely destroy this cursed fortress. At this moment, when the fox was heavily injured, panting, and its mind was most relaxed, and the protective ice armor was broken by Qian Li's spear, a perfect opportunity. Behind the ruins, Zhang Wei's eyes, as deep and still as a dark pond, suddenly burst with terrifying brilliance. Damn, this is exactly what I was waiting for. He didn't stand up, still kneeling, with his left hand steady as a mountain, pushing aside the corner bow, and his right hand gripping the arrow feather, pulling the bowstring. No hesitation at all. The terrifying strength of his body, flowing from his tense muscles along his back, surged into his arms like a raging tide. Creak, creak. This poor 60-pound standard bow let out a mournful cry. The bow was forced into a full, round shape, the wooden fibers cracking layer by layer, and the bowstring pressed into Zhang Wei's thumb, blood seeping out. 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 300 pounds. Zhang Wei pulled the bow to its physical limit. Minor skill level arrow technique. Close-range weak point insight activated wildly. In his sight, the ice armor gap in the demon fox's rib area, pierced open by a long spear, glowed with a blinding red light. Through that gap, he could clearly see the pulsating silver blood vessels inside. Die! Zhang Wei released his fingers. Boom! The bowstring snapped back with force, and this standard bow could no longer withstand such a monstrous power, exploding into a shower of flying wood chips with a loud bang. But the steel armor-piercing arrow had already been shot out. Too fast. No trail, only a stark white shockwave tearing through the air. Exclusive talent. Sure hit enhancement. Exclusive talent. Arrow speed boost. At this moment, the white frost demon fox had just finished killing the three elders of the Qian family, exhausted and with no new strength. When it heard that terrifying sonic boom, its white fur bristled instinctively, trying to dodge, but it was already too late. Puff! The steel armor-piercing arrow, perfectly accurate, shot straight through the ice armor gap that Qian Li had desperately opened, piercing deep into the fox's body. The violent energy burst instantly. The steel arrowhead, with its blood channel, shattered several ribs of the fox's chest, deeply piercing its lung lobes, almost puncturing its heart. How? The white frost demon fox let out the most miserable, most painful cry of its life. Its massive body was thrown into several rolls on the ground by the terrifying force, spilling a large amount of steaming silver blood. It struggled to stand up, its eyes filled with fear and resentment, staring fiercely at the broken bed crossbow behind it. But it dared not stay any longer. The destructive power of that arrow was raging inside its lungs. If it didn't find a place to force out the arrow and treat its wounds, it would surely die in this terrible place. The white frost demon fox suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a thick, dense fog of ice that blocked out the sky. Using the cover of the fog, it dragged its bleeding hind leg and limped down the city wall, frantically fleeing toward the icy plains beyond the Great Wall. Even the white fur on its head, a symbol of its kingly status, was stained with sad bloodstains. The king has escaped. The beast tide that was attacking the city wall fiercely suddenly collapsed. Hearing the fox's piercing cry and seeing their leader run away with its tail between its legs, the attacking monsters instantly fell into chaos. Low-level monsters and zombie-like creatures let out disorganized screams, turned around, and like a tide of black water, abandoned their corpses and fled northward in a panicked rush. The crisis was suddenly and unexpectedly resolved. On the city wall, only broken limbs and heavy breathing remained. Qianzhen knelt before the bodies of the three elders, his face ashen, as if his soul had been drained. This time, the Qian family had truly lost everything. No gains, no losses, just total defeat. Not far away, in a corner of the ruins, Zhang Wei let go of the last piece of broken wood in his hand. He collapsed onto the blood-stained blue stone slab like a skeleton drained of energy, making a thudding sound. His face was as pale as paper, and he was gasping heavily. The wound at his right hand, torn by the bowstring, was bleeding profusely, looking as miserable as possible. "Big brother Zhang, are you okay?" Stone crawled out from under the wood, crying as he rushed to Zhang Wei's side. Cough, cough. The bow broke. "Finally, I managed to shoot an arrow." Zhang Wei weakly spat out a mouthful of blood foam, his eyes unfocused. That arrow had exhausted his remaining strength. The beast tide retreated. The white frost demon fox, pierced through its lung, let out a mournful cry. Suddenly, the entire icy plains outside the Great Wall seemed to lose their backbone. Those mutated monsters and zombie-like creatures, which had been fearless and bloodshot-eyed just moments before, suddenly seemed to wake up from a nightmare. They let out chaotic roars, leaving behind mountains of their fallen comrades' bodies. With their tails between their legs, like a murky black stream, they retreated toward the distant snowy north. There was no thunderous cheer. Even the most naive new soldiers couldn't shout, "We won," at this moment. On the 10-foot-high obsidian city wall, everything was silent to the point of madness. Only the howling north wind blew through the broken holes in the battlements, making strange sounds like a woman's sobs. Zhang Wei leaned against a broken section of the wall, gasping for air. His right hand, cut by a bowstring, was bleeding steadily. He slightly lifted his eyelids, and the scene before him made even a seasoned fisherman, who had seen many storms at sea, feel a strong stomach ache. This was no longer a mighty border fortress of the Great Yin. It looked more like a slaughterhouse, repeatedly crushed by a giant millstone. The blue bricks beneath his feet had lost their original color. Dark red, thick blood mixed with melting snow and ice, forming a layer about an inch deep on the ground. Because the temperature was so low, the blood was freezing quickly, turning into a slick, iron rust-colored ice surface. Walking on it, the soles of his boots made a sticky, squelching sound. The smell in the air was even more disgusting. The stench of the monster's cut intestines, the acrid burnt smell from the toxic fire spat by the blue firebone bird, and the chilling, strange odor left by the frost fox, all mixed together into a despairing scent that could make one vomit bile. "Commander, we survived." Shirtu knelt in the blood, frantically wiping his clothes with his hands, trying to find a clean piece of cloth to bandage Zhang Wei. But his clothes were already covered with torn flesh and blood plasma, leaving no clean spot, even as small as a fingernail. This young boy's eyes were fixed straight ahead, tears mixed with blood streaming down his face, on the verge of mental collapse. Zhang Wei said nothing. He just patted Shirtu's head with his healthy left hand, then supported himself against the wall and slowly stood up. He looked toward the defensive line guarded by the divine arm camp. It was brutal, unprecedentedly brutal. Once archers were close to the monsters, it was like being a lamb skinned alive. Zhang Wei took 2 steps forward and touched a broken corpse with his toes. It was the young soldier standing beside him before the battle, trembling with nervousness. Now, this young man's chest had been torn open by a giant ape, with his internal organs gone and blood mixed with ice shards on the ground. His hands, frozen and red, still tightly gripped a broken 50-pound infantry bow. His index and middle fingers on his right hand were stiffly bent, still holding the bowstring. He remembered Zhang Wei's words, "Check for ice on the bowstring," until he died. His bowstring was clean, but he lost his life anyway. Zhang Wei knelt down, reached out with his blood-stained hand, and gently closed the young soldier's unseeing eyes. Not far away, there was a muffled, deep cough. Captain Zhao, who sat on the massive body of an armored rhinoceros pig. This brave man, known for his toughness, had lost his helmet somewhere. His hair was messy, and half of his left ear had been bitten off. Dark red blood covered half his face. He held his proud sword, which was now dull and jagged like a saw, stuck tightly in his hand, unable to be pulled free. Zhao Hu ignored his own injuries. His bloodshot tiger-like eyes stared blankly at the surroundings. 150 men. Exactly 150 elite archers from the Divine Arm camp. These were his treasures, carefully selected and nurtured from the cannon fodder camp, fed with roasted meat. Now, fewer than 30 could still breathe. The rest had become broken limbs and torn bodies on the city walls. They hadn't even left intact corpses, only mixed with the rotting flesh of monsters. All gone. My eyes. My teeth. All gone. Zhao Hu's voice was hoarse. Suddenly, he threw away his broken sword, covered his blood-stained face with both hands, and his shoulders shook violently. This mighty man, a bone refinement realm warrior, cried like a child who had lost all his toys amid the mountain of corpses and blood. No one tried to comfort him. The living seemed like walking corpses, their souls drained away. Some people leaned against the wall, staring blankly, while others knelt on the ground desperately, trying to stuff their spilled intestines back into their comrades' bodies, muttering in their hometown language. In this tragic scene, the screams coming from the other side of the city wall sounded especially harsh. Qian Jun knelt in the blood, holding the body of Qian Li, whose internal organs had been torn apart by a foxtail, and shouted hoarsely with disheveled hair. The deaths of the 3 bone refinement realm elders were a heavy blow to the Qian family. But among the numb eyes of the ordinary soldiers around, the grief of this noble family seemed so ridiculous. You lost 3 elders, and you're desperately trying to survive. We lost tens of thousands of brothers, and we can't even gather a simple straw mat for their bodies. On the command platform, Commander Chen Yuan stood alone. This leader of the Broken Ice Fortress, his red martial arts uniform had turned purple-black. His left arm still hung around his neck, and his right hand held a broken military flag. He looked down at the inner city wall turned into a battlefield, his facial muscles tight, with no joy of victory, only deep exhaustion and helplessness. Did we hold it? Yes, we held it. But what if they come again? Today, it was a white frost fox at the peak of the 3rd stage. Tomorrow, what if a real 4th stage Demon King arrives? What can we rely on to fill the gap? People's lives? Lives are cheaper than snowflakes on this icy plain. Zhang Wei watched all this coldly. Although he was weak, his internal energy was slowly flowing, repairing the torn wound in his hand. This deep sadness and ruin didn't make him feel overly sympathetic. Instead, it sharpened his resolve, like a hard whetstone, making the sword of survival in his heart even sharper. He knew very well that if he hadn't held back and waited patiently, unleashing all his strength at the critical moment to shoot that earth-shaking arrow and force back the fox, there would be no survivors on this city wall now. Including himself, he would be swallowed by endless beast tides. Not enough. Far from enough. Zhang Wei clenched his blood-stained right hand tightly. In this meat grinder-like border, the lives of ordinary soldiers were just filling the trenches, while the lives of the flag bearers and squad leaders were slightly more valuable stones. Even a powerhouse at the bone refinement realm, facing a true terror, would end up shattered and broken. To avoid being crushed by this meat grinder and truly take control of your fate, you must climb higher and become stronger. Become strong enough that even a fourth-rank demon king or the imperial court of Diyin cannot treat you as a pawn and discard you at will. Commander, an old soldier from the Divine Armory, missing half of his arm, hobbled over to Zhang Wei and handed him a blood-stained cowhide water pouch with his remaining hand. Have some strong liquor to warm up. It's too cold today. Zhang Wei took the pouch, removed the stopper, and drank a large sip. The cheap liquor burned as it went down his throat, like fire inside him. He turned his head to look at the sunset outside the Great Wall, where the sun was finally breaking through the clouds, casting a faint, sad glow. Yes, it's really cold, he whispered softly, then drew his standard sword from his waist. Brothers still breathing, stand up. His voice was quiet but clear in the silent city wall, reaching everyone's ears. Dead men rest, living men work. Identify our brothers' bodies, so they don't end up in the same pit with those beasts. The black smoke above the broken ice fortress had been drifting for 3 days and nights. It was the smoke from the cremation furnace working non-stop, burning the bodies of fallen soldiers and monsters. Tens of thousands of soldiers and monster remains were too many to bury in enough frozen pits, so they could only be burned to ash. The persistent smell of burnt flesh seeped into people's pores. In the small courtyard of the commander's residence, Zhang Wei sat quietly in front of a charcoal basin. He extended his once-perfect left hand and used his fingernail to cut a deep line in his palm. Using precise control of his qi and blood, he forced a fierce, swollen scar that looked like it reached deep into his bones to form on his palm. Then he took a dirty white cloth nearby and wrapped his left hand into a tight bundle, like a zongzi. Big Brother Zhang, Commander Qin's personal guards are waiting at the alley entrance, asking you to go to the city lord's mansion for a meeting. Shi Tu ran inside, his nose red from the cold, holding Zhang Wei's torn cotton-padded coat. Zhang Wei stood up, put the coat over his thin shirt, and skillfully hunched his back, coughing twice. Let's go, time to meet our leaders. The council hall of the city lord's residence feels like a different world compared to the cold, snowy outside. For large brass braziers sit around the hall, burning high-quality beast gold charcoal. There is no smoke or fire smell, only a faint calming incense. A thick wool carpet covers the floor, soft to walk on, making no sound at all. When Zhang Wei walks in behind the guards with his head lowered, the hall is already full of people. On the left are a row of officials in fine silk robes and logistics officers, all looking well-fed and healthy. On the right are several injured officers and soldiers. Zhao Hu from the Divine Arm Camp is also there. He has changed into clean clothes, but looks like a dried-out tree, with hollow eyes staring at his teacup. His missing half-ear is covered with an ugly blood scab. At the main seat sits Commander Qin Yuan, looking tired with deep-set eyes. When he sees Zhang Wei, his expression softens a little. Zhang Wei, no need for formalities. Please take a seat. Qin Yuan gestures with his hand. Zhang Wei nervously thanks him and dares only to sit at the very end of a redwood chair, his left hand hanging naturally. No, very naturally, by his side, trembling slightly. Today I called you all here to reward your achievements and to rebuild our defenses. Qin Yuan's voice is deep and hoarse. If not for that last arrow which severely wounded the white frost demon fox, we would all be piles of bones now. That arrow was shot from your Divine Arm Camp. He looks at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu's eyes move slightly, and his voice is dry, like he's chewing sand. Reporting to the commander, it was Zhang Wei. He forcibly pulled a 60-pound standard bow and shot the armor-breaking arrow. I saw it with my own eyes. When he says this, the officials on the other side whisper among themselves, eyeing Zhang Wei, who is wearing a torn cotton coat. They look surprised, but mostly they are looking down on him with a condescending attitude. Good. Qin Yuan nods, his gaze intense as he looks at Zhang Wei. The Divine Arm Camp was almost completely destroyed in this battle. The formation was broken. Officer Zhao Baihu's spirit was damaged, and he resigned to guard the armory. Zhang Wei, I am now promoting you to be the deputy officer of the Divine Arm Camp, a 5th-rank military officer. Furthermore, the position of assistant to the inner city military office has been assigned to you. In the future, you will have the authority to oversee the allocation of weapons from the armory. This is not just a military role, but also a position of real power in official circles. The faces of the several civil officials opposite instantly changed. The assistant to the military office is a lucrative position with many benefits. Now, it is surprising that it is being handed to someone at the bottom of the hierarchy. One of the officials with a mustache and a serious expression politely offered, "Sir, this might not be appropriate. Captain Zhang is brave and capable, but he comes from a humble background and doesn't understand official documents and coordination. Managing logistics and exchanges in official settings isn't just about strength. If something goes wrong, is it my decision or yours?" Qin Yuan suddenly slammed the table, causing the teacup to jump. The assistant quickly shrank back. Qin Yuan looked at Zhang Wei again, his tone softening. "Zhang Wei, what do you think?" Zhang Wei lowered his head, staring at the luxurious wool carpet beneath his feet. "A captain? Assistant to the military office? It sounds impressive, but to Zhang Wei, it feels like a death sentence. The spirit armory is gone, and making him a deputy captain means sending him to recruit new soldiers who can't even draw a bow. When the next beast tide comes, he will be sent to the front as cannon fodder. As for that lucrative position in the military office, didn't he see the disdain in the civil officials' eyes? They seem eager to swallow him whole. He, a person without background or connections, once involved in such complex political and military interests, would no longer face straightforward monsters, but instead deal with those soft, deadly schemes that kill without bloodshed. Moreover, although the Qian family lost 3 bone refinement realm experts, they are like a centipede that, even when broken, remains alive. He knows that the Qian family is strong behind the scenes. The cold arrows in official circles are even more dangerous than battlefield poison. He seeks the pinnacle of martial arts, to become a saint in body and mind, not to play political games with corrupt officials in this icy graveyard. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei's eyes reddened, and his knees buckled. He fell heavily onto the carpet with a thud. "Captain's great kindness and grace. I, a humble person, can never repay it." Zhang Wei's voice choked with emotion, and his shoulders trembled violently. He suddenly untied the white cloth on his left hand, revealing a hideous scar where flesh and skin had been torn. "But, sir, I am already a useless person." Zhang Wei looked up, tears mixed with cold dust on his face, full of sadness. "That day, I broke my bow, and my hand's tendons were completely torn. I couldn't even lift a bowl of rice, let alone draw a strong bow. The Divine Arm Battalion is the backbone of the fortress. I am a cripple who can't draw a bow. How dare I shamelessly take the position of deputy captain? Isn't that playing with the lives of my fellow soldiers?" Qin Yuan frowned deeply, looking at the frightening scar, and sighed deeply. "I come from the southern seaside." Zhang Wei bowed his head heavily, forehead touching the ground, his voice full of exhaustion and despair. "These 2 heavy snowfalls have completely frightened me. When I close my eyes, I see my brothers torn apart. Sir, I don't want to be an official, and I dare not be one. I only ask for your mercy, to let me leave the army, take my brother's ashes back to the south, buy a small piece of land, and live a simple life." The hall fell silent. The official with a mustache from the civil department looked at him with disdain, whispering to a colleague, "Useless, hopeless. He's just a cowardly fool." Zhao Hu looked at Zhang Wei, his lips moved, but finally he let out a bitter sigh. He understood this fear, because his own courage had been shattered that night. Qin Yuan remained silent for a long time, leaning back in his chair, waving his hand. "Enough. Forcing someone who has lost their spirit in the army is indeed a disaster." Qin Yuan's tone was openly disappointed, but mostly cold and businesslike. Since Zhang Wei was disabled, his chance of salvation was greatly diminished. "Because you wounded the demon fox, I will forgive all your military duties. You will be rewarded with 800 silver taels and a pass to the next city. After receiving your reward at the logistics camp, you may leave today. Thank you, Commander, for your mercy." Zhang Wei bowed his head heavily again. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei and Shirtu returned to the small courtyard of the command tent. There was no hesitation, no reluctance. Zhang Wei quickly took off his heavy black iron armor and changed into a plain gray cloth merchant's robe. He carefully stored the book, Climbing Clouds, close to his body, then divided the 800 silver taels from the logistics camp and the remaining silver notes into 2 parts. He wrapped the larger portion and carried it on his back, while the smaller part was tucked into Shida's bundle. Big Brother Zhang, are we really leaving? Are we not going to be the proud flag anymore? Stone asked confusedly while packing up the food. Proud? That's just a target for others to shoot at. Zhang Wei picked up a cloth and wiped the last bit of dust from the table. He looked at the stone house he had lived in for 2 months with a cold gaze. The water in the north is too shallow. No matter how many monsters there are, they're just mindless beasts. We should go south. The water towns of the south have real experts, countless martial arts schools, and plenty of high-quality herbs you can buy with money. Zhang Wei pushed open the courtyard door. Outside, the north wind mixed with snowflakes blew on his face. He took a deep breath of the cold, biting air, then stepped confidently over the threshold. Let's go. The south is warmer. 2 figures, one big and one small, left without taking anything that symbolized the honor of the border army. They looked like ordinary refugees, quietly slipping away with the crowd at the city gate, leaving behind the broken ice fortress buried with countless bones. Behind them, the huge obsidian city gate slowly closed, sealing in the pungent smell of blood and the endless struggle for power within the icy snow. The further south they went, the duller the wind felt. It had been a full month and a half since they left the broken ice fortress. On this journey, Zhang Wei and Stone seemed to experience a time reversal, moving from the silent winter to the lively spring of rebirth. The road beneath their feet changed from hard, iron-like frozen ground to soft, muddy black earth. The snow that had been piled up along the roadside began to melt, forming clear little streams that happily flowed between moss-covered stones. A drop of melting snow fell from the branches of a towering red pine tree above their heads, landing right on Stone's nose. The young boy didn't get angry. Instead, he grinned foolishly and laughed. He tore off his thick, smelly sheepskin coat and took a big, greedy breath of the air, which was filled with the smell of earth and pine. Big Brother Zhang, the sky in the south is really warm. Even the wind on my face feels soft. Stone wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked a little lighter. Zhang Wei walked ahead, wearing a plain gray cloth merchant's robe, with his left hand habitually tucked into his sleeve. He didn't speak, only looked up, his deep eyes quietly observing the beautiful scenery around him. On both sides were the rolling remnants of the Changbai Mountains, with lush forests covering the hills, full of life and vibrant green. Occasionally, a few wildflowers of unknown types bloomed stubbornly on sunny, windless slopes, showing bright yellow and purple-red colors. Sometimes, shiny-furred wild rabbits darted out from the bushes, completely harmless and ordinary, with no hint of any fierce beast. In this lively scene, Zhang Wei's heart, which had been hardened like iron from the cold at the ice fragment fortress, surprisingly felt a bit more relaxed. His internal energy and blood settled completely. Without the daily pressure of keeping his head tucked into his waistband, his body now felt like a sponge soaked with water, thoroughly flushing out the lingering evil spirit and deathly aura from the fierce fox he had fought before. His muscles became more balanced and restrained. At noon, the two of them followed the official road to a sizable town nestled by the mountains and water. This town didn't have the oppressive obsidian city walls of the ice fragment fortress. Instead, it was surrounded by a simple wooden fence made of thick pine logs to keep out wild animals. The streets inside were battered by passing carts and caravans, creating potholes, but they exuded a strong, comforting sense of human warmth and lively life. Steamed buns. Freshly steamed white flour buns with meat, fine fur from outside the pass. Trade for 2 jin of official salt. Guest, come in and have a warm sip of sorghum wine to relax and ward off the cold. Zhang Wei led Stone into the town, and the sounds of shouting, hoarse neighing, and rough laughter immediately filled the air. The people here had a rugged and hardy spirit born from the mountains. Most of the men on the street were tall and strong, wearing fox fur hats, rough linen shirts, and wide red cloth belts. They carried axes or small knives used for opening mountain paths or skinning animals. The women were also unpretentious, dressed in coarse cloth, with healthy red cheeks blown by mountain winds, loudly bargaining with merchants from north and south. The most common shops in the town, besides inns, were those buying mountain produce. Bundles of old ginseng with the scent of earth, shiny mink pelts, and baskets of deer antlers were roughly piled at the door, giving off a rich, outside-the-pass atmosphere. Gurgle, Stone's stomach made a loud, earth-shaking growl. His eyes fixed intently on a street corner food stall. It was a large iron pot about 3 feet in diameter, burning with firewood underneath, boiling thick, milky white soup inside. Big chunks of pork with bones, thick slices of white meat, local pickled vegetables, and greasy, thick noodles were simmering in the pot, making a bubbling sound. The strong aroma of meat and the tangy smell of fermented vegetables could almost steal a person's soul. "Boss, 2 big bowls of pork and vegetable stew, cut more white meat, and 10 flatbread pancakes." Zhang Wei approached the stall, casually dropping some silver coins. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." The bearded vendor took the coins happily, using a large iron ladle to scoop out 2 steaming mounds of food. Zhang Wei and Stone sat on a long wooden bench. Stone didn't care about the heat. He grabbed a pancake bigger than his face, tore it open, and stuffed it with slices of fatty and lean white meat and pickled vegetables. As he took a big bite, the oil dripped down his chin. It was hot, and he kept sucking his lips, but he was so happy that his eyes squinted into a narrow slit. Zhang Wei ate slowly but steadily. The rustic, salty, and oily food from outside the pass suited his taste perfectly. The large amounts of fat and protein quickly turned into warm energy in his strong stomach, nourishing his limbs and bones. As he ate, Zhang Wei listened quietly to the chatter of nearby merchants and guards. Over the past month, he had been not only traveling but also desperately absorbing information about this world. Now he finally knew that the vast land beneath his feet belonged to a huge empire called Diyin. Diyin had been established for over 800 years, with a vast territory that was astonishing. To the north were military strongholds like Broken Ice Fortress, which he had just escaped. These were the Great Walls defending against polar monsters and strange zombie tides. The area they were in was called Liaodong Dao. It was a buffer zone between the outside and inside the pass. The 10,000 great mountains stretch endlessly. Although the climate is cold, the land is rich in resources. Many hunters, traders, and daring mercenaries make their living on this dark land. The local people are tough and skilled in martial arts. Even a simple butcher by the roadside might have some fighting skills. In contrast, the heartland of the Great Yin Empire is a prosperous and wealthy central region. It has towering mountains and rivers, a long-standing martial arts tradition, and is the power center where royal authority and noble families are deeply connected. The final destination of Zhang Wei's journey is the southernmost part of the empire, called Jiangnan. People say it's like spring all year round, with many waterways. There are no monsters, and the area is very developed in trade. It's a place where wealth and rare medicinal herbs gather. For someone like him, who wants to build his strength by gathering resources, it's like paradise. Did you hear? Recently, there was a big monster attack at Icebreaker Fortress. Even a top-tier fox spirit appeared. A mercenary with a long sword sitting nearby lowered his voice and took a big sip of strong wine. "No, I didn't hear. I heard that over half of the 30,000 guards at Icebreaker Fortress were killed. Even the 3 elders from the Qian family, who were in charge there, were taken down. It was Lieutenant Chun who finally drove the fox spirit away with his life." A fat merchant nodded in amazement. Hearing this, Zhang Wei calmly picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and put it in his mouth. Rumors really do change as they spread. The story about the bottom-level General Flag, who broke the enemy's powerful bow and severely wounded the fox spirit with 1 arrow, has been erased from the story by someone with an agenda. All the credit now goes to the main general, Chen Yuan. But this is exactly what Zhang Wei wanted. A hero who stands out will be crushed by the wind. Dead heroes are the best heroes. Unknown soldiers who survive can go further. But on the other hand, the mercenary wiped oil from his mouth. The Qian family took a big loss this time. I heard their young master, the heir to the family, is traveling all over to gather experts, trying to regain their lost reputation. Shoo, be careful what you say. The Qian family is a powerful family in Jiangnan. They have influence even in Liaodong. We mercenaries should stay out of it. Zhang Wei lowered his eyes. His fingers slightly paused as he held his plain ceramic teacup. The Qian family is a wealthy family from Jiangnan. It seems that even if I escape to the south, this hidden thorn will eventually catch up with me. Are you full? Zhang Wei put down his chopsticks and looked at Stone, who had almost licked the bottom of the pot clean. I'm full. Big brother Zhang, This pig dish is really delicious. Way better than the pig feed we ate at the cannon fodder camp. Stone patted his round belly and let out a loud burp. Once you're full, let's go. Zhang Wei stood up, put his straw hat on his head to cover most of his face. He looked up at the golden-colored official road in the south, shining under the sunlight. At the end of that road was a mighty pass like a crawling beast, Tianxian Pass. Crossing that pass means truly entering the prosperous heartland of the great Qian Empire, into a world full of martial arts sects and powerful noble families. The outside world is very complicated, Zhang Wei silently thought. The two of them, one after the other, stepped on the melting spring snow and headed south quickly. The spring snow melted, turning the official road into a muddy swamp. One step, and the black mud could pull off your shoe. Zhang Wei and Stone traveled during the day and rested at night. Stone's feet were full of blisters, so Zhang Wei told him to soak his feet in hot salt water, then popped the blisters and applied cheap healing ointment, and they continued walking the next day. That evening, they missed a village inn. With nowhere to stay, they had to head into the old forest beside the road. Deep inside the forest was a dilapidated mountain god temple. The door was missing a plank, the clay statue on the altar was half collapsed, and there were webs and the sour smell of bat droppings everywhere. Big brother Zhang, let's make do here tonight, Stone said, setting down his heavy luggage and sitting on a dusty mat. Zhang Wei nodded, then went outside to gather a large bundle of semi-dry pine branches. He took out a fire starter, blew on it a few times, and lit some dry grass. The pine branches were a bit damp, and when first ignited, they produced a strong, choking smoke. Zhang Wei used his knife sheath to stir the fire, letting in some air from below, and the flames finally flared up. The fire warmed the cold temple. Stone took out some mixed grain cakes he bought in town, skewered them on a branch, and roasted them over the fire. The pancake was toasted to a golden brown, sizzling with oil on the surface, and emitted a pure grain aroma. After eating and drinking enough, Shirtu, wrapped in a sheepskin coat, leaned against a pillar and started snoring. Zhang Wei was not asleep. He sat cross-legged by the fire, closing his eyes to regulate his internal energy and blood. His body, now almost at the level of refining meat, felt like a stove. Even in a simple shirt, he didn't feel cold. It was late at night. There was not a single bird call in the forest. The silence was almost frightening. A cold wind suddenly blew in through the broken door crack, causing the flames in the fire to dip sharply, turning the firelight into a faint blue. Suddenly, a foul, pungent smell filled the air. Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes. Outside the broken temple door, a shadow had appeared somewhere without him noticing. It was a small figure, less than 3 feet tall. Under the firelight, it was a yellow-furred creature. This creature's fur shone brightly, with snow-white whiskers on both sides of its mouth, giving off an evil aura. Most strangely, it had half a broken bowl on its head. Its 2 front paws, like human hands, were crossed over its chest. It was walking with a wobbly, zigzag gait, crossing the threshold. The yellow creature stopped across from the fire. Its small, green bean-sized eyes sparkled with cunning, staring directly at Zhang Wei. It opened its sharp mouth and made a dry, hoarse sound, like an 80-year-old old man. Young one, do you see me as a human or as a god? The yellow creature was asking for trouble. In his past life, Zhang Wei had heard stories from northern traders about such wild fox legends by the sea. In this region of Liaodong, there are many deep mountains and old forests. Animals in the mountains are prone to becoming spirits. The locals call them the 5 Great Protectors, Hu, Huang, Bai Lu, Hui, representing foxes, weasels, hedgehogs, snakes, and mice. This yellow creature's question was a matter of life and death. If you said it looked like a god, it would borrow your luck and ascend on the spot, leaving you extremely unlucky or even dying instantly. If you said it looked like a human, it would ruin all its cultivation and become your deadly enemy, sending a pack of yellow creatures to bite you every day. For ordinary people, they would probably be so scared they would pee their pants right now. Zhang Wei sat still, not even changing his posture. His energy was now like a dragon. He could crush this small creature into meat paste with a slap. But he didn't draw his sword. The rules of the wandering performers are clear: never provoke bandits, and avoid mountain spirits. Killing one brings trouble and is not worth it. Zhang Wei reached into his bag and pulled out a piece of leftover roasted white meat, casually tossing it near the yellow fox. I see you. Zhang Wei looked at it calmly. Like a mountain guardian wearing a golden helmet, catching mice for the villagers, the yellow fox was stunned. It had a broken bowl on its head and was waiting for Zhang Wei's words. Zhang Wei didn't call it a person or a spirit, but instead gave it the title of Mountain Guardian Who Catches Mice. This title sounded down to earth, harmless to nature, and had a touch of respectability. The green glow in the fox's eyes faded. It lowered its head, sniffed the roasted meat, and then folded its front paws together, bowing 3 times politely to Zhang Wei. Then it grabbed the meat with its mouth, turned around, and darted out of the broken temple. In less than half an incense stick's time, a faint noise came from the entrance. Zhang Wei turned his head and saw a wild ginseng root with soil on it placed on the threshold. The ginseng was intact, at least 10 years old. Knows the rules. Zhang Wei walked over, took the ginseng into his arms, and sat back by the fire. Not long after, outside the temple in the woods, a woman's cry suddenly sounded. Her voice was full of despair and pain, broken and intermittent, making one's bones feel cold. Young master, help! There are bandits. Shirtu, who was sleeping, shivered and almost sat up. Brother Zhang, someone outside is shouting for help. Go back to sleep. Zhang Wei kicked Shirtu back onto the mat without moving himself. Through his sharp eyesight, he saw clearly outside through the crack in the door. Under a crooked tree, a bright red fox was crouching. The fox was howling loudly, imitating a woman's voice. It's late at night. What's all the crying about? Zhang Wei picked up a piece of glowing charcoal from the fire and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The charcoal shot through the air and hit the tree trunk near the red fox's paws, sparks flying. The fox yelped in fright, barking like a dog, and with its tail between its legs, it disappeared into the bushes, never to be seen again. The rest of the night was peaceful and quiet. The next morning, the two packed up and set out on their journey. Just outside the broken temple, less than 2 miles away, the mountain path was blocked. A large, thick worm about the size of a thigh, covered in black and yellow spots, was sunbathing on a big rock in the middle of the road. The worm's head was held high, flicking its bright red tongue, blocking the way. This was Lu Xian blocking the road. According to the rules in Liaodong, if you see a big snake on the road, you cannot fight it. You must go around or wait for it to move on its own. Brother Zhang, this big worm must be about 10 meters long. The stone was so scared that his legs trembled, and he tightly held his bow. Don't be afraid. It doesn't eat people. Zhang Wei looked calm. He didn't draw his sword, nor did he plan to go around. He grabbed the back of the stone's collar, took a deep breath. His leg muscles suddenly tensed. He activated the cloud step technique. Bang! The mud and water on the ground splashed everywhere. Zhang Wei, carrying a stone weighing over 100 jin, suddenly lifted off the ground, flying over the snake's head. In midair, he lightly tapped a horizontal branch with his toes, using it to propel himself forward, landing steadily on the path about 3 zhang away. The big black snake seemed surprised that a 2-legged creature could fly over. It tilted its head to look at Zhang Wei's back, then slowly retracted its tongue and slithered into a nearby grass burrow. At noon, while resting, the stone went to the creek to fetch water. Just as he filled his water bag, a large, white, spiny hedgehog crawled out of the bushes. The hedgehog carried 2 bright red wild berries on its back, dropped them at the foot of the stone, and waddled away. The stone happily picked up the berries and ran back. Brother Zhang, this hedgehog brought us berries to eat. Zhang Wei glanced at the berries, then broke off half a piece of dry food from his bag and placed it under a tree as a gift. After finishing their meal and preparing to leave, the stone suddenly shouted, Brother Zhang, there's a huge rat bigger than a cat biting our food bag. A large gray rat was sitting on the grain bag, gnawing a small hole. Zhang Wei walked over. The big rat didn't run, but looked at him with small eyes. Zhang Wei didn't kick it. Instead, he drew his sword sheath and gently tapped the ground in front of the rat twice. Leave half, take half. Don't be too greedy. The big rat seemed to understand, squeaked twice, then dragged a few scattered crumbs and crawled into a hole. After a day, the 5 guardian spirits of the northern mountains, Hu, Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui, were all encountered by them. There was no bloodshed, no knives drawn. It was all thanks to Zhang Wei's experience in dealing with people and his strong, tough skills, which helped him resolve the mountain rules one by one. Brother Zhang, these mountain creatures are really strange. They seem almost like they have become spirits. Stone, carrying his bag, looked back nervously at the endless mountains. The deep forests are dense, and even animals have gained some spiritual energy. But we only see this outside the pass. Zhang Wei looked up toward the south. At the end of the official road, the terrain became flat. A grand blue brick fortress appeared faintly on the horizon. On top of the fortress, a large flag embroidered with the words, Great Yin, fluttered loudly in the spring breeze. Let's go. Once we pass this dangerous mountain pass, we will truly enter the Central Plains territory. Zhang Wei brushed off the dust on his clothes and strode forward confidently. The city gate of the dangerous mountain pass was built like a huge blue beast lying between two mountains. The tall city wall, over 10 meters high, was made entirely of blue bricks mixed with glutinous rice paste, with not a single gap. The gate tunnel was deep, like a tunnel, and inside it was cool and dark. Beyond the gate, the red banner embroidered with the words, Great Yin, fluttered loudly in the spring breeze. Zhang Wei, with Stone, followed behind a merchant caravan selling leather goods, lining up to move forward. The guards at the pass were very different from the border soldiers of the ice-breaking fortress, who had frostbitten faces and wolf-like eyes. These soldiers wore neat, colorful armor, holding long spears, with waist knives at their sides. They looked healthy, and two young soldiers even carried a faint scent of milk. Their inspection was not as strict as outside the pass. As long as they weren't carrying large amounts of ironware or powerful bows and crossbows, most were allowed through. When it was Zhang Wei's turn, an old soldier with a thick, two-striped beard lazily stretched out his hand, pass permit and household registration. Anything forbidden? Zhang Wei hunched his back, wearing a friendly smile, and handed over the permit. At the same time, he secretly pressed a small silver piece, about the size of a fingernail, into his palm and discreetly slipped it into the old soldier's hand. The veteran soldier pinched his fingers, checked the weight, and his face relaxed immediately. He casually looked at the route guide and saw the red stamp from the fortress supplies office, indicating it belonged to a retired household, so he didn't ask further. All right, go inside. There are many rules inside. Don't cause trouble. The veteran soldier handed the route guide back to Zhang Wei and waved his hand. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Zhang Wei pulled at the stone that was still looking around, and the two of them followed the crowd, stepping onto the blue stone street inside the dangerous pass. This step felt like crossing into another world. Outside the pass, the wind was sharp and felt like a knife on the face. Inside the pass, the wind was soft and moist, carrying the smell of thawed earth and sprouting plants. What was more striking was the lively human atmosphere. It was very busy. The wide street was as broad as 3 or 4 carriages side by side. On both sides, instead of low mud brick or stone houses outside the pass, there were rows of 2 or 3-story brick and wood buildings and shops. The eaves were very high, with flying corners hanging red lanterns. When the breeze blew, they swayed gently, giving a sense of wealth and peace. The people on the street were very different from those outside the pass. Outside, people wore rough hemp cloth and hardened animal skins to withstand the cold and wear and tear. They carried a persistent smell of sweat and blood. But inside the pass, many men wore fine cotton robes, with jade pendants or fragrant pouches hanging at their waists. Women were even more glamorous, with silk flowers or silver hairpins in their hair. They walked with flowing skirts, leaving behind a faint scent of powder. Freshly made shredded meat noodles, thick broth with lots of meat toppings, candied hawthorn, sweet and sour crunchy candied fruit, sharpening scissors, sharpening kitchen knives, various shouts, the clatter of street vendors' drums, and the sound of blacksmiths hammering all mixed together, creating a loud roar that seemed to pierce into the ears. The snack stalls lining the street were especially tempting. When a large steamer was lifted, hot white steam rose up, revealing big, round, white, fluffy meat buns. Next to the iron pot, sizzling sounds of green onion pancakes filled the air. The smell of pork fat and green onions was so strong that it seemed to make people's cravings jump right out of their throats. In a large boiling pot, delicate dumplings with thin skins and big fillings were bubbling. The vendor skillfully sprinkled dried shrimp and seaweed into bowls, then poured hot soup over them, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Stone was completely amazed. This young boy, who had grown up in the artillery camp, had only tasted the best food before, like pickled cabbage with vermicelli a few days ago. Seeing this colorful, fragrant scene of bustling food stalls, his mind was overwhelmed. Gurgle, his stomach made a loud rumbling sound. He swallowed a big gulp of saliva and stared fixedly at the meat bun stall. His feet felt like they had taken root, and he couldn't move. Zhang Wei watched Stone's helpless look and couldn't help but smile. Let's go. First, find a place to fill your stomach. Today, I'll treat you to a good meal. Zhang Wei took Stone's hand and walked along the street. They chose a spacious-looking and called-you-lie old inn at a street corner and went inside. The first floor of the inn was the main hall, with about a dozen tables of the 8 Immortals style. It was mealtime, so it was quite busy. A waiter with a white towel over his shoulder carried a tray, weaving through the tables like a spinning top. When he saw Zhang Wei and Stone, he looked them over carefully. Seeing their rough, gray cloth short clothes, still stained with dirt from the road, he immediately lost some of his enthusiasm, thinking they looked like 2 wandering villagers. Dear guests, would you like a quick snack or stay overnight? We have open seating on the first floor, elegant rooms upstairs, and guest rooms in the backyard. The waiter yawned lazily, casually wiping a table with a cloth. Zhang Wei didn't waste time. He pulled out a long bench, sat down, and casually placed his straw hat on the corner of the table. He reached into his pocket and took out a piece of silver weighing about 2 taels, slapping it onto the greasy wooden table with a clack. Stay overnight. I want a clean, decent room. Bring out the dishes. 10 pounds of sliced braised beef, 2 roasted chickens, a big bowl of white rice, and a pot of hot tea. Hurry up. Zhang Wei's voice was calm but clear. As soon as the shiny silver money appeared, the shop assistant's eyes widened instantly. He spends years welcoming guests here, recognizing money but not people. Just a moment ago, he looked lazy, but the next second, he put on a bright smile like he was seeing his own father. All right, please sit down. 10 gin of soy sauce pork, 2 fat chickens, a big bowl of white rice, a pot of hot tea. I'll bring it all right away. The shop assistant quickly grabbed the silver coins on the table, vigorously wiped the table in front of Zhang Wei with a towel until it shined, then hurried to the kitchen, loudly calling out the dishes. In less than half an incense stick's time, the food was served in a steady stream. The inn's cook was truly skilled. The 10 gin of soy sauce beef was cut evenly, placed in 2 large rough porcelain plates. The beef was tender and falling apart, with transparent tendons inside the reddish-brown meat and a tempting layer of oil on the surface. The 2 roasted chickens were even larger, with golden, crispy skin. Their insides were filled with mushrooms and various spices. When torn open, hot chicken juice dripped down fingers, and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the hall, overpowering other smells. A large wooden basin of fluffy, steaming white rice sat in the middle. Eat up. Zhang Wei pushed a plate of beef toward the stone. The stone was already unable to hold back. He didn't even use chopsticks, grabbing a roasted chicken with both hands, opening his mouth wide to bite. Ugh, so delicious. So good, Stone chewed and mumbled unclearly. His mouth was full of grease, dripping down his chin. He didn't even spit out the bones, just chewed them into pieces with his teeth and swallowed them with the chicken meat. This kid was like a small wolf cub who had been hungry for 10 or 15 days, eating everything in a rush. Zhang Wei's eating was not as messy as Stone's. He picked up chopsticks, took a big piece of soy sauce beef, and put it in his mouth. He was now at a stage of minor meat refinement, his body like an endless furnace. Normal food entered his stomach and was quickly broken down into basic energy by his strong digestion system, turning into heat that flowed into his tense muscle fibers all over his body. He ate slowly but very quickly. A 5-gene plate of beef was soon finished. He filled a large bowl with plain white rice and poured the chicken broth over it, then ate eagerly, taking big bites. Training in martial arts emphasizes the importance of eating well. Without enough high-calorie food, your energy and blood will run low, your muscles will weaken, and you won't be able to perform even simple moves like the cloud step. He ate quickly, finishing everything. The 2 large meat dishes on the table were wiped clean, with not a single bone left from the roasted chickens, and the big wooden basin of rice was also empty. Shirtu leaned back in his chair, rolling his eyes, hands on his round belly, constantly burping from being full. "Waiter, check, please." Zhang Wei picked up his teacup, rinsed his mouth, and spat into the spittoon beside him. The young waiter ran over with a big smile, holding a piece of broken silver and some copper coins. "Sir, your meal and a night's stay in a standard room come to 1 tael and 2 chien of silver. Here is your change, 8 chien of small silver and a few copper coins. Please take it." Zhang Wei took the change, frowning slightly. "It's quite expensive." He pocketed the silver, thinking quietly. In the small town outside the pass of Broken Ice Fortress, 1 tael of silver could buy most of a wild boar, enough for them to eat well for several days. But here inside the city, just one hearty meal and a night in a regular room cost over 1 tael of silver. The prices inside the city are 4 or 5 times higher than outside. No wonder the laborers on the street earlier only ate 2 plain buns with some pickles for a meal. Without money, you can't go anywhere. After eating and drinking enough, Zhang Wei told the waiter to take Shirtu to rest in the back courtyard guest room. He changed into a slightly cleaner gray short outfit, wrapped his waist knife with a rough cloth, and held it in his hand. Then he left the inn alone. His current priority was not to enjoy the city's prosperity, but to buy medicine. With his minor cultivation in the flesh refinement stage, relying only on eating beef and chicken was too slow to improve his energy and blood. The little energy from the beef was barely enough for him now. He needed to buy aged medicinal herbs, boil them into a soup to nourish his muscles and bones, and even take medicinal baths, using external stimuli to stimulate his skin and flesh to continue advancing his realm. Zhang Wei walked along the street, only entering large, impressive-looking pharmacies. After passing 2 streets, he stopped in front of a shop called Jishirtang. This pharmacy looked very grand. It had a big 3-section facade, red-painted pillars, and a large plaque with gold characters on a black background hanging above the door. As soon as he entered, a strong smell of mixed herbal bitterness hit him. The inside of the pharmacy was spacious and bright. Along the wall was a long row of red wooden cabinets reaching the ceiling, filled with tiny labeled drawers. Behind the long counter, 2 or 3 apprentices in green robes skillfully measured herbs with small scales. At the very back of the counter sat an old shopkeeper wearing a small melon hat and a goat beard, busy fiddling with a purple sandalwood abacus. Zhang Wei approached the counter. One apprentice came forward politely and asked, "Sir, are you here for a consultation or to buy herbs?" "If it's a consultation, the senior doctor in the back can see you. No consultation, just herbs." Zhang Wei placed his bag on the counter. "Call your shopkeeper. This is a private matter, and you can't decide." The apprentice hesitated, looked at Zhang Wei's plain clothes and calm eyes, and didn't ask further. He turned around and went to call the old shopkeeper. The shopkeeper put down his abacus, walked to the counter, and examined Zhang Wei carefully. He was experienced and worldly. Although Zhang Wei dressed simply, his steady demeanor and faintly visible energy fluctuations showed he was a skilled martial artist. "Sir, what herbs do you need? As long as you can name them. Jishirtang has never run out of supplies in this dangerous region." The shopkeeper stroked his goat beard confidently. "Very well." Zhang Wei lowered his voice and listed a long string of herb names. 5 roots of wild ginseng from the forest, over 10 years old, with full tails. 3 ounces of top-quality deer antler slices from a rare deer. Half a gene of tiger bone powder for strengthening bones, or high-grade monster beast bone powder. Also, add old herbs like angelica, astragalus, dragon blood, and safflower to relax muscles and promote blood flow. Pack 10 doses for me. The shopkeeper's eyes widened more and more as he listened. This wasn't just buying herbs for healing. It was clearly powerful medicine used by martial artists to strengthen muscles, bones, and blood, like tiger and wolf medicines. Especially the 10-year-old wild ginseng and pure beast bone powder. Both are rare and valuable items that are hard to find and expensive. Ordinary people usually cannot afford or use them. "Sir, these are powerful medicines for great nourishment." "The price?" The old shopkeeper hesitated as he looked at Zhang Wei. "Let's settle the bill. As long as the items are genuine, the price is not a problem," Zhang Wei said calmly. The old shopkeeper nodded, turned, and picked up an abacus, quickly moving the beads. 10-year-old wild ginseng, good quality, 10 tails each. 5 roots make 50 tails. Premium deer antler slices. 18 tails of silver per tail. 3 tails equal 24 tails. Half a gene of beast bone powder, the most expensive, costing 30 tails, plus 10 sets of auxiliary medicines for muscle relaxation and blood circulation, packed together for 16 tails. The old shopkeeper pushed the abacus forward, looked up at Zhang Wei, and said, "Sir, the change has been rounded off. The total is 120 taels of silver. Will you pay in cash or with a banknote from the Great Pass Money House?" Zhang Wei's eyes twitched sharply. 120 taels. He had risked his life at the Ice Shard Fortress to fill that beast tide, shooting a third-tier white frost fox blind, escaping by a narrow margin, and received a dismissal bonus of only about 800 taels of silver from Commander Qin Yuan. And now, just buying some basic medicinal herbs for a month of training cost him 120 taels. If he trained openly, using one set of medicines a day, plus massive meat consumption daily, his 800 taels of silver wouldn't last 3 months in this high-cost region. He'd be drinking the northwest wind. A deep sense of unprecedented poverty pierced Zhang Wei's heart. Rich in culture, poor in martial arts. Ancient people truly did not deceive me. Training in martial arts, it's not about muscles and bones. It's clearly about spending a lot of silver. Zhang Wei endured the pain of his empty pockets and didn't haggle. This century-old pharmacy guaranteed the quality of its herbs, and they probably wouldn't bother to bargain with him anyway. He reached into his pocket and took out 2 banknotes from the Great Pass Money House, each worth 100 taels, placing them on the counter. "Pay the bill. Wrap the herbs tightly. Don't let the smell leak." "Got it. Sir, you're generous." Seeing the banknotes, the old shopkeeper's smile lines almost squeezed into a grin. He immediately called 2 apprentices, who quickly went to the storeroom to fetch the herbs. Soon, 2 large bundles wrapped tightly in brown paper and tied with hemp rope were handed to Zhang Wei. The old shopkeeper returned 80 taels of silver notes and some loose silver coins, respectfully guiding Zhang Wei out the door. Carrying the 2 bundles of strong-smelling herbs, Zhang Wei walked along the busy street, feeling very heavy-hearted. Money flows like water. I need to find a way to earn income. And it must be a quick way to make money without delaying my practice. Zhang Wei carried the herbal bundles and aimlessly wandered the street, quickly thinking about options. Should I become a bodyguard at the escort agency? No, that's not good. Being a bodyguard means traveling in the wild, facing the elements. There's no safe place to train, and if I encounter bandits, I might have to fight, which could reveal my strength and cause trouble. Right now, I need a safe place to focus and practice. Should I work as a guard or martial artist for a wealthy family? That's also not suitable. Entering a noble family is like sinking into the deep sea. Working for rich masters means following many rules, and I'd have to always watch their faces. Moreover, noble families have complicated relationships. If I meet someone as treacherous as the treacherous money manager from the Broken Ice Fortress, I might have to kill to cover my tracks, which is too troublesome. Should I hang around the docks or gangs? That's too chaotic. There are daily gang fights, and the environment is messy, making it hard to focus on martial arts. As Zhang Wei walked, he dismissed each idea one by one. Unconsciously, he reached a wide street in the southern part of the city. This street was much quieter than the market earlier. On both sides were large mansions with stone lions at the gates, looking very grand. Suddenly, Zhang Wei stopped. Not far ahead, outside a tall blue brick wall, a group of people gathered, pointing and talking about a big red notice posted on the wall. Zhang Wei's heart moved. He moved closer with his herbal bundles. Pushing through the crowd, he stood at the front, looked up at the neatly posted notice. It was a recruitment poster for teachers. The writing was strong and bold. South City Wei Yuan Martial School, due to busy operations, is now recruiting 2 internal instructors and martial teachers. Requirements: clean background, no criminal record, strong energy, and solid foundation. Those skilled in martial arts or weapon techniques will be given priority. Benefits: free food and lodging upon joining. A monthly salary of 30 taels of silver. All 3 daily meals are provided by dedicated staff, with unlimited meat dishes. Zhang Wei's eyes were fixed on the last line of the notice as if nailed to it. Unlimited meat dishes. To others, these words might just be a boast to show the wealth of the martial arts school, but to Zhang Wei, who was currently craving nourishment. They shone like a divine promise. 30 taels of silver a month wasn't a fortune, but it was enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for years. Yet compared to the promise of unlimited meat, that salary seemed insignificant. If he ate freely, just consuming high-grade beast meat or lean beef each day would cost several taels of silver. In a month, his food expenses alone could reach over 100 taels. For the Weiyuan martial arts school to make such a bold claim, it must have a very strong foundation. Becoming an instructor there perfectly matched all of Zhang Wei's current needs. First, he would have a stable place to live, no longer wandering around. Second, he would have access to unlimited free meat, saving him a great deal of money. Third, the school would have plenty of training tools, stone weights, wooden stakes, and spacious practice grounds. He could easily teach the students a few simple moves during the day and then train in his own techniques, cloud step and archery, at night, living quietly among the crowd. Who would ever suspect a simple martial arts instructor teaching basic stances at a second-rate school? This identity was the perfect cover. A good place, Zhang Wei murmured with a faint smile. I just wonder if the Weiyuan school can afford to feed me. Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowd and walked quickly toward the address written on the notice. Back at the Welai Inn, his companion Shirtu was sprawled across the bed, fast asleep, smacking his lips as if dreaming of roast chicken. Zhang Wei walked over and kicked the bed frame lightly. Wake up. Stop sleeping. Stone suddenly woke up, rubbed his eyes, and sat up. Big brother Zhang, what's wrong? Where are we going? Zhang Wei tied the 2 large bundles of herbs on the table into a big knot with rough cloth and slung them over his back. He picked up the cloth-wrapped waste knife and dusted himself off. Pack your things and check out. Huh? Big brother Zhang, this inn is so comfortable. The bed is so soft. Can't we stay a few more days? Stone hesitated, touching the quilt beneath him. Comfortable? No way. If we stay longer, I might have to beg on the street. Zhang Wei straightened his collar and strode out of the room. The street in the south of the city is much quieter than the market. Tall locust trees lined both sides of the road. Their new green leaves blocked the glaring sunlight, casting mottled shadows on the blue stone pavement. Zhang Wei and Stone followed the house numbers and stopped in front of a large courtyard. The 2 black gates were wide open. Instead of stone lions, there were 2 tall blue stone locks at the entrance. A black plaque with gold characters hung above the gate, inscribed with Weiyuan Martial School. The characters were bold and strong, showing the martial spirit. Before entering, they heard a series of orderly shouts and the muffled thuds of fists and feet hitting sandbags from inside the courtyard. Zhang Wei stepped onto the stairs. A young apprentice in a blue short-sleeved shirt stepped forward and stopped him, sizing up their dusty cloth clothes. Who are you looking for? The apprentice's tone was polite. I'm here to see the notice. Applying for a teaching position in the inner courtyard. Zhang Wei pointed toward the street corner. The apprentice looked surprised. Usually, those applying for a teaching position were dressed neatly, carrying weapons, and walking with confidence. But this person carried a tattered bundle and held a long object wrapped in cloth, looking more like a street craftsman. Wait here. I'll go call Manager Lu. The apprentice ran into the courtyard. Soon, a middle-aged man in a brown long gown with short beard came out. He had slightly bulging temples and walked steadily, clearly experienced in martial arts. Manager Lu stood on the steps and looked around Zhang Wei. Master Lu frowned. Our martial school hires internal instructors who teach real skills. Looking at your build, you're not very strong. What kind of martial arts do you practice? Zhang Wei handed his waist knife to Stone, clasped his fists, and performed a respectful martial arts greeting. Sir, I am Zhang Wei. I have practiced external boxing for a few years and can do some knife techniques. But my strongest skills are footwork and dodging. I also have decent strength. Zhang Wei spoke calmly without bragging. Master Lu nodded. Words are not enough. Our martial school tests your skills with your hands. Come with me to the backyard and try your best. Zhang Wei led Stone through the main gate. The front yard was large, with dozens of apprentices shirtless, lifting stone weights and hitting wooden dummies. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and pungent herbal medicine. They passed through the moon gate into the backyard. The backyard was where inner disciples trained. It was less crowded, with smooth blue stone tiles on the ground. Master Lu waved and called over a tall, muscular man with sharp features. This is our boxing instructor, Zhao Tai. You spar with him a few rounds. If you can last 20 rounds without losing, you pass. Master Lu stepped aside. Zhao Tai stepped forward, looked at Zhang Wei, clenched his fists, and cracked his knuckles. Brother, boxing is dangerous. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tai suddenly stepped forward, his huge fist whistling through the air toward Zhang Wei's face. This punch was very powerful. If it hit, it could break his nose instantly. Zhang Wei stood still, showing no change on his face. Just when the fist was an inch from his nose, Zhang Wei's left foot suddenly slid lightly to the side. He deliberately suppressed the Tiyun vertical footwork, only showing basic dodging skills. Zhao Tai's punch missed completely, brushing past Zhang Wei's ear. Zhao Tai was stunned, not expecting him to dodge so quickly. He reacted quickly, pulling back his fist, lifting his right leg, and delivering a strong horizontal kick aimed at Zhang Wei's waist. Zhang Wei lightly tiptoed on the blue stone tiles, then floated back half a step. He kept the distance perfectly, just avoiding Zhao Tai's sweeping leg, which brushed past his clothes. During the next dozen or so rounds, Zhao Tai fought with powerful tiger fist moves, with shadows of fists everywhere. However, Zhang Wei didn't even try to block. He kept his hands at his waist and moved his feet in a seemingly messy way, but each time he just barely avoided Zhao Tai's attacks. He was like a leaf floating in the wind, retreating quickly whenever Zhao's fists came close. In just 20 rounds, the fight was over. Zhao Tai was sweating heavily and stopped, gasping for breath, looking at Zhang Wei with a new respect in his eyes. Manager Lu, I can't reach him. This brother's footwork is really impressive. Zhao Tai is straightforward and admits defeat honestly. Manager Lu watched nearby and understood clearly. An outsider sees the excitement, but an expert sees the details. When Zhang Wei dodged, his breathing was steady, his steps firm, and his stance stable without any wobbling. This is definitely real skill gained through hard work. Good footwork, Manager Lu nodded and smiled. Our martial arts school students are good at punching and kicking, but their stance is not flexible enough. They might lose against real experts. Your footwork just makes up for this weakness. You are hired. Zhang Wei bowed his fists in thanks. Thank you, manager. I have a small request. This is my relative, a hardworking brother. I want him to stay with me as a helper, mainly to help clean the yard and do some chores at the school. No need for pay, just enough to feed him. Manager Lu looked at Tu, who was standing nearby with a big bundle on his back. The school already needs helpers, so having one more person to eat is just like adding a little water to the pot. All right, let him follow you. Since you are now an instructor, you have a room in the west wing of the backyard. 30 silver coins a month, paid at the end of each month. The school will provide 3 meals a day. Go to the accounting room to get a set of instructor's clothes. Starting tomorrow, you will begin training the inner courtyard students in the morning. Zhang Wei took Tu to the accounting room, got the clothes and keys, and went to the west wing. The room was small, but very clean. There was a wooden bed, a table and chairs, and a corner with a wooden washstand. He pushed open the back window, revealing a quiet small courtyard outside, with an old elm tree growing there. Big brother Zhang, are we finally settled? Tu put down his bundle, ran to the bed, and pressed his hand on the quilt, looking very happy. Yes, we are settled. Go get a basin of water and wash your face. Later, we'll go to the dining hall to eat. Zhang Wei hid the 2 large bags of herbs under the bed. It was noon. The dining hall at Weiyuan Martial Arts School was very big, with dozens of long tables. Zhang Wei took Stone to the special dining table for instructors. On the table, there were 4 large wooden basins. One basin had plain white rice, another had stir-fried greens, and the remaining 2 were filled with oily stewed pork and large chunks of braised pork bones. Plenty of meat. The martial arts school kept its promises about food. Zhang Wei sat down, picked up 2 large bowls, and filled them completely with stewed pork. He took a piece of meat with a good mix of fat and lean, and put it in his mouth, chewing loudly. He ate quickly but chewed carefully. His stomach, now almost at a small success in refining meat, acted like a furnace, quickly turning the food into energy and blood. In less than an incense stick's time, he had eaten more than half of the pork. A few fellow instructors at nearby tables watched him in shock. They also ate a lot, but had never seen anyone eat like that. Zhang Wei ignored their looks. He needed energy, lots of energy. In the days that followed, Zhang Wei's life became very regular. Every morning, he went to the backyard on time to teach a dozen inner disciples basic dodging footwork. He broke down the simplest techniques from Tiyun Zong into a straightforward 9-square step. This footwork wasn't as flashy as Tiyun Zong's flying leaps, but it was very useful for close combat and dodging attacks. At first, the inner disciples, young and a little proud, didn't believe in him. But after he made them stumble a few times with his footwork, they all became convinced and practiced very hard with him. After finishing the morning lessons, the rest of the day was Zhang Wei's own. He used the 30 taels of silver he received in the first month to order a high-quality, 120 jin, about 60 kilograms, drawweight horn bow from the city's weapon shop, along with 50 heavy steel-tipped arrows. Late at night, after everyone at the martial arts school had gone to sleep, Zhang Wei would go to a quiet small courtyard behind the west wing. He tied a thick grass target to the trunk of an old elm tree. Under the moonlight, Zhang Wei took off his outer clothes, revealing a strong upper body. His muscles weren't overly exaggerated, but each one was firm as cast iron. He held the 120 jin bow with his left hand, and with his right hand, he grasped an arrow. Standing with feet apart, toes gripping the ground. Breathe in. Energy and blood surged through the body, flowing along the spine into the arms. The bowstring creaks as it is slowly pulled back, forming a powerful semicircle. Zhang Wei's eyes focus on the red dot at the center of the target. He holds his breath completely, becoming like a lifeless sculpture. On the fortress wall of the ice castle, he forcefully pulls a 60-pound bow, shooting a stunning arrow. This not only wounds the white frost fox spirit, but also marks a new level in his archery skills. For the past month, he has repeated the actions of drawing the bow, aiming, and relaxing every night. He doesn't shoot at targets. He is practicing balancing muscle strength and bowstring tension. Tonight, he finally loads a heavy steel arrow. Aim. Zhang Wei's gaze becomes extremely focused. In his view, the sounds of the wind and rustling leaves disappear. Only the arrowhead and the red dot remain. Release. Bang. The bowstring makes a dull cracking sound. The steel arrow flashes like a black lightning bolt, piercing through several steps instantly. Thud. The arrowhead plunges into the grass target, passing through thick hay, with part of the arrow shaft embedding into the old elm tree trunk. The tail feathers tremble violently in the air, buzzing. Zhang Wei doesn't stop. His right hand moves swiftly, drawing a second arrow from the quiver, nocking it, drawing the bow, and releasing in one smooth motion. 3 actions in a row. Bang. Thud. The second arrow hits the tail of the first arrow precisely. The powerful force splits the first arrow's shaft in half, forcing the tip deep into the first arrow. A mental update flashes in Zhang Wei's mind. Archery breakthrough. Mastery level. Passive effect gained. Calm mind. When drawing and aiming, heartbeat and breathing slow to the minimum, unaffected by external distractions. Passive effect gained. Penetration enhancement. The arrow carries the power of energy and blood, increasing destructive force slightly. Zhang Wei slowly lowers the big bow. He looks at the arrow stuck in the tree trunk, his chest rising and falling slightly. This is the mastery level of archery. Currently, if he encounters that 3rd-level white frost demon fox again, he wouldn't need to strain himself to break the bowstring. He could shoot through its skull with this 120 jin heavy bow. He picked up a towel draped over a tree branch, wiped the sweat from his body, and prepared to go back inside to rest. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the small courtyard wall. The footsteps were light and silent when they landed. If it weren't for Zhang Wei's heightened senses, he wouldn't have heard them at all. Then, a figure jumped over the 2-meter-high courtyard wall and landed steadily in the yard. Under the moonlight, Zhang Wei saw who it was. It was a young girl. She wore a neat, bright red combat outfit, with a wide black belt around her waist and short cowhide boots on her feet. Her hair was tied high at the back in a ponytail. Her face was fair and clean, without any makeup. Her eyebrows were thick, showing a brave spirit that rivaled that of a man. Her eyes were bright and sharp, openly observing Zhang Wei, who was shirtless. She held a long sword in her hand, sheathed but ready. Zhang Wei draped the towel over his shoulders, put on his coat from the ground, and said nothing. He recognized this girl. Manager Liu had mentioned to him that the head of the martial arts school, Lin Jianan, had an only daughter named Lin Wanner. This girl had loved martial arts more than fancy clothes since she was young. She was talented and had already reached the peak of the skin refining stage at a young age. She rarely appeared at the martial arts school and preferred to make friends in the martial world outside. "Are you the new footwork instructor?" Lin Wanner spoke. Her voice was clear and straightforward. "Yes. Miss Lin sneaked into my yard late at night. Do you have any advice?" Zhang Wei replied calmly. Lin Wanner walked to the old elm tree, reached out, and pulled out a steel-tipped heavy arrow that had split a previous arrow. She looked at the wood shavings on the arrowhead, and then glanced at the 120 gene large bow on the stone table where Zhang Wei had placed it. "Uncle Lu said you're a skilled external martial artist with good dodging skills." Lin Wanner threw the arrow onto the stone table, then turned to look at Zhang Wei, a faint smile on her lips. "But he didn't tell me that you're using a 120 gene powerful bow and can split an arrow in half with one shot." She took 2 steps forward, her gaze fixed on Zhang Wei's right hand. "Your tiger's mouth and the inside of your index finger have thick calluses. They are the result of years of pulling a hard bow. You are not just a martial artist, you are a skilled archer." Zhang Wei looked at her without confirming or denying. Hiding his true strength inside was his way of protecting himself. Having some of his abilities seen through was not a good thing. "Miss Lin has good eyesight. I used to hunt in the mountains for a few years, and archery was how I earned my living." Zhang Wei casually made up a reason. Lin Wanner chuckled softly, clearly not convinced. "You don't need a 120 gene bow for hunting. With your strength, even Zhao Tai, the strongest in the martial hall, couldn't pull it." She put away her smile, her eyes becoming serious. "I don't care what you used to do. Since your archery is so good, help me with a favor." Lin Wanner clenched her sword handle tightly, staring directly at Zhang Wei. "In half a month, a blood spirit mushroom will mature in the Black Wind Forest outside Tianxian Pass. Several martial halls and gangs in the city are after it. My father is injured and needs that mushroom for medicine. I need an archer who can secretly suppress enemies. Help me get the blood spirit mushroom, and I will give you 500 taels of silver, plus a low-grade mysterious technique from the Martial Hall's library." 500 taels of silver. A low-grade mysterious technique. These 2 offers were very tempting to Zhang Wei. He was almost out of money for medicine, and he needed a high-level attack technique that could mobilize his powerful internal energy. Zhang Wei looked into Lin Wanner's bright eyes. "In the Black Wind Forest, there are not only people stealing medicine, but also monsters guarding it." He calmly stated the facts. "I know. That's why I came to find you." Lin Wanner slightly raised her chin, showing a stubborn streak. "Are you willing to go? Give me a straight answer." Zhang Wei paused for a moment. He turned around, packed the large bow on the table into a cloth bag, and held it in his hand. 500 taels are not enough. I want 800 taels, and I want to choose my own technique." Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. "Deal. I'll find you in half a month." After saying that, she tiptoed, leapt over the courtyard wall like a red bird, and disappeared into the night. Zhang Wei stood in the yard, listening to her footsteps fading away, then looked up at the cold moon in the sky. The trees wish to stay still, but the wind keeps blowing. It seems that the peaceful days inside this place won't last much longer. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The meals at the Wei Yuan Martial Hall are truly hearty. Every noon and evening, the dining hall always serves 2 big bowls of stew with a mix of fatty and lean meat. Zhang Wei is not a picky eater. Every day, he carries a large bowl and can eat as much as 3 or 4 ordinary warriors. After eating a lot of meat, his strong stomach, which has been trained to the meat refining level, quickly digests it. The food turns into hot streams of energy that flow into his limbs and bones. His muscles become more firm and tight. The dark golden glow under his skin deepens. He wears a loose gray cloth long shirt every day, hiding his powerful body well. Besides teaching the inner courtyard disciples footwork, Zhang Wei spends the rest of his time in a small side yard of the West Wing. He doesn't practice boxing or kicking. He only does 2 things, polishing bows and sharpening arrows. He repeatedly rubs a 120-pound draw force horn bow with good animal oil. The bow's limbs absorb the oil, becoming shiny and flexible. The thick cow tendon bowstring is carefully polished with wax, free of any burrs. He also has 50 fine steel armor-piercing arrows. Every night, he takes out a rough sharpening stone, dips it in well water, and carefully sharpens each arrowhead. Shoo, shoo. The sound of the stone rubbing against the steel is monotonous. Gray-black mud drips down the stone surface. Zhang Wei gently scratches the edge of an arrowhead with his thumb. A tiny white mark appears on his skin. The arrowhead is very sharp. It can pierce through beast hide and even a warrior's bones. On the day of the meeting, early morning, the sky is gloomy. Clouds hang low, and the air feels damp and hot. It looks like there will be a heavy rain later in the afternoon. Zhang Wei pushes open the door and walks to the water well in the yard. He draws a bucket of cold well water and pours it over his head. The cold water shocks his skin, and he exhales a long, heavy breath. He picks up a coarse cloth towel hanging on a wooden rack and wipes the water from his body. Turning back into the house, he begins to get dressed. The most close-fitting clothing is a simple rough cloth shirt. Over the shirt, he wears a soft armor made of dark iron, brought back from the frontier. This armor is woven from fine iron rings, which is heavy but does not restrict movement when worn. Outside the armor, he wears a dark, gray short jacket that fits tightly around his waist with a wide cloth belt. His large oxhorn bow is wrapped in several layers of coarse hemp cloth and carried on his left shoulder. A quiver filled with 50 heavy arrows hangs on his right shoulder. On the left side of his belt, he has a standard horizontal sword in its sheath. He is dressed neatly from head to toe. Zhang Wei opens the door and walks to the outer room. Shirtu is sitting on the doorstep, munching on a steamed bun. Big brother Zhang, are you going out? Shirtu stands up and brushes off the crumbs on his hands. I'm going out for a bit. I might be gone for 2 or 3 days. Zhang Wei looks at him calmly and says, stay in the side room these days. When the dining hall opens, go eat. After eating, go back to your room and rest. If anyone asks about me at the martial arts school, tell them I have relatives visiting from my hometown and I've taken leave to visit family. Don't wander around or cause trouble. Don't worry, big brother Zhang, I won't go anywhere. Shirtu nods firmly. Zhang Wei opens the courtyard gate. There is a person standing in the alley. Today, Lin Wanner is not wearing her eye-catching red armor. She has changed into a dark green night outfit, covered with a rainproof poncho. She wears a wide-brimmed hat that covers most of her face. A long sword hangs at her waist, and a sturdy leather backpack is on her back. She looks at the long bow and quiver on Zhang Wei's back and nods. Are you ready? Lin Wanner lowers her voice. Let's go. Zhang Wei closes the courtyard door. They do not take the main gate of the martial arts school, but instead follow a quiet alley, winding out of the southern part of the city. Outside the southern city gate of the Dangerous Pass, there is a place with horse hitching posts. Lin Wanner has already prepared 2 very swift green horses. Get on the horses. Lin Wanner swiftly mounts her horse, moving smoothly. Zhang Wei is not very good at riding. He grew up by the sea and is also an archer who does not ride horses at the frontier. But now, his physical control is very strong. He steps into the stirrup and swings his leg over the horse. His leg muscles tense slightly as he grips the horse's belly. The horse beneath me felt a heavy pressure, snorted loudly, and dared not move. Go! Lin Wanner tugged the reins, and the horse galloped quickly south along the official road. Zhang Wei followed behind. After leaving the pass, the terrain became uneven and hilly. The trees on both sides of the road grew thicker and denser. The horse's hooves trod on the muddy dirt road, splashing mud everywhere. The 2 of them rode silently. After about 2 hours, the horse started to breathe heavily and slowed down. There was a simple tea shed by the roadside ahead. A few wooden posts supported a thatched roof, with some old, worn tables underneath. An old man with one eye closed was boiling water by the stove. Huff! Lin Wanner pulled the reins, dismounted, and turned around. Let's rest. Give the horses some water and food, and let them catch their breath. Lin Wanner went into the tea shed and sat at a corner table. Zhang Wei tied the 2 horses to a wooden stake outside the shed, took a handful of black beans from his saddlebag, mixed them with clean water, and fed them into the horse trough. After finishing, he returned to the tea shed and sat across from Lin Wanner. The old man brought over a pot of rough tea and 2 chipped, coarse porcelain bowls. The tea was cloudy, with a few yellowed tea leaves floating in it. It smelled musty and astringent. Zhang Wei picked up the bowl, blew on the steam, and took a big sip. The tea was bitter and astringent, flowing down his throat into his stomach, easing his thirst from the journey. Lin Wanner did not touch the tea bowl on the table. She took off her straw hat and placed it beside her. 30 miles left until we reach Black Wind Forest, she said softly, looking at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei put down his bowl and looked at the dirt road outside. Fewer and fewer travelers passed by. The surrounding mountains grew steeper, and a cold, gloomy feeling seeped through the woods. You only said you wanted to pick the blood spirit mushroom. You didn't say how many people are after it. Zhang Wei's gaze fixed on Lin Wanner's face. Lin Wanner bit her lip. She took a deep breath. My father's internal injury was caused by someone hitting him. Zhang Wei's expression remained unchanged. He picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup of bitter tea. 3 months ago, Qi Feng, the head of Qi Feng Martial Hall in the east of the city, came to challenge us. My father signed a life-and-death agreement with him, and they fought on the arena. Qi Feng used a very dangerous martial art called Insha Piercing Heart Palm. My father was caught off guard and struck by it. Although he managed to push Qi Feng off the stage, he was badly injured. Lin Wanner clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles cracking. That evil energy from the palm entered my father's heart meridian. For the past 3 months, my father has been trembling every night from the cold, and his energy has weakened by about 30%. The best doctors in the city examined him, but said that the evil energy was tangled with his blood and couldn't be cured with normal medicine. Only extremely hot and young herbs could dissolve this cold poison. The blood spirit mushroom from Black Wind Forest is a very young herb. Zhang Wei added. Yes, that's right. This is the only way. Zhang Wei looked at the tea leaves in his cup. Since Qi Feng Martial House injured your father, they definitely don't want him to recover. They will also go to Black Wind Forest. Zhang Wei's mind was racing. This isn't just about gathering herbs. It's a life-and-death fight between 2 martial houses in the wilderness. Lin Wanner gritted her teeth and said, the news that the blood spirit mushroom is ready has long been leaked by Qi Feng Martial House. They did it on purpose. Old Fox Qi Feng predicted that Wei Yuan Martial House would go all out. They hired bandits from Black Tiger Village outside the city, along with their elite fighters, to block the outskirts of Black Wind Forest. Zhang Wei understood. This is a trap. It's a conspiracy. Qi Feng Martial House plans to kill everyone from Wei Yuan Martial House who goes into Black Wind Forest to gather herbs. They want to cut off Lin Jinan's way of life completely, then justify taking over Wei Yuan Martial House's assets. How many people did your Martial House send? Zhang Wei asked. Manager Liu led the team, with 3 inner courtyard instructors and 10 top inner disciples. They left the city in batches last night and sneaked into Black Wind Forest, Lin Wanner replied. Zhang Wei looked at her. He sighed. You're dragging me into a dangerous situation. He drank the bitter tea in his cup. The enemy is the elite of Qi Feng Martial House, plus ruthless bandits. Your Wei Yuan Martial House sent 14 people. Including me, that's 15. The odds are heavily against us. Lin Wanner suddenly stood up. If you're afraid, you can go back now. I'll pay you the 800 taels of silver. Forget I ever thought you were someone I could trust. Her eyes reddened, and her voice was full of anger. Zhang Wei sat quietly on the stool, unmoving. He raised his head and looked at Lin Wanner, who was angry. Sit down, Zhang Wei said coldly. Lin Wanner was surprised and felt uncomfortable under Zhang Wei's calm, unchanging eyes. She clenched her teeth and sat back down. Since she had promised to come, she wouldn't run away at the last moment. That was her rule. Zhang Wei reached out and took the straw hat from the table, turning it in his hand twice. But I also have my rules. You need to understand that. Speak, Lin Wanner said, staring at him. First, I use money to do things, not to risk my life. Once I enter the forest, I won't walk with your martial arts group. I will act alone in the dark. How I move and shoot arrows is up to me. You can't interfere, that's fine, Lin Wanner nodded. She knew archers needed to stay hidden. Second, if the situation becomes dangerous, like if there are too many enemies or a skilled opponent I can't handle, I will retreat immediately. I won't risk my life for your martial arts group's safety. I won't notify you in advance when I leave, but you will still pay me. Lin Wanner's face looked a little unhappy. But seeing how serious Zhang Wei was, she knew he was serious about doing what he said. All right, as long as you help us by easing the pressure and holding them back, that's enough, Lin Wanner agreed. Third, Zhang Wei stood up and put the straw hat on his head. That low-level mysterious technique I want to learn, I will choose it myself from your library after we return. Deal, Lin Wanner said. They left the tea stall. The horses had rested enough, and were snorting loudly. The sky was getting darker. The wind grew stronger, making the leaves by the roadside rustle loudly. Get on the horse. A heavy rain is coming. Before it rains, we need to slip into the forest. Zhang Wei mounted his horse. The two horses galloped again. The 30-mile journey took only an hour. They reached the end of the main road ahead. Beyond that was a vast, unending primeval forest. The trees here looked strange. Their trunks were all dark brown, with rough bark that looked like cracked rocks. The canopy was very dense, blocking out the sunlight completely. As the wind blew into the forest, it passed through the strange, twisted branches, making a series of wailing sounds like ghostly cries. This is Black Wind Forest. Lin Wanner grabbed the reins and jumped down from her horse. Zhang Wei also dismounted. He didn't rush to go inside. He led the horse to a bush by the roadside. He untied a long rope from the saddle and tied the two horses to two sturdy trees. This spot is a little away from the forest entrance, so it's hard for others to see. Zhang Wei drew his sword from his waist, cut some leafy branches, and covered the horses' backs with them to make a simple disguise. Let's go on foot. Zhang Wei put his sword back into its sheath. He took down a large horn bow from his back and held it in his left hand. He reached into his quiver, pulled out a heavy steel arrow, and knocked it on the bowstring. But he didn't draw the bow. As soon as they stepped into Black Wind Forest, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. The ground beneath their feet was soft, covered with thick, decayed leaves. Walking on it made no sound, but footprints were left behind. A strong smell of decay mixed with the earthy scent filled the air. Zhang Wei led the way. He moved slowly, constantly scanning the ground and tree trunks around him. Suddenly, he stopped. He crouched down and used 2 fingers to touch some rotten mud on the ground. There was a clear footprint in the mud. Lin Wanner came over and looked at the footprint. It's from people of the Black Tiger Village. The pattern on the sole is from nailed shoes made by the blacksmith outside the city, designed for climbing mountains and walking muddy paths, Lin Wanner whispered. Zhang Wei stood up and looked in the direction the footprints extended. He took a few steps forward and stopped at the trunk of a black tree. There was a shallow white scratch on the bark. It was made by a sword or blade. Zhang Wei leaned in to smell. The bark was scraped less than an hour ago. The sap is still fresh. He turned to look at Lin Wanner. The footprints are deep, indicating the person was carrying heavy weapons. And there are more than just this one trail. He pointed to a patch of weeds ahead on the right. The weeds were trampled down in a large area. Careful observation shows footprints from at least 7 or 8 people. They've already gone inside. There are quite a few of them, and they seem to be in a hurry. Zhang Wei reinserted the fine steel arrow into his quiver. Bloodlingji grows near the toxic swamp deep in the Black Wind Forest. There is a second-tier ironclad crocodile guarding it. Lin Wanner clenched her sword handle. The Chiefing Martial Arts School plans to set an ambush at the toxic swamp. They want your group and the ironclad crocodile to fight each other until both are injured. Then they will come out to finish the job, Zhang Wei analyzed. Uncle Lu and the others are in danger. We need to hurry and go there quickly. Lin Wanner was a bit anxious and was about to rush inside. Zhang Wei grabbed her shoulder firmly. His strength was very great. Lin Wanner felt as if her shoulder was clamped by iron tongs, and she couldn't move. Let go. Lin Wanner turned and glared at him. Stay calm. Zhang Wei released her and spoke coldly. If you rush in now, you'll just be a sitting target. The footprints on the ground are urgent but not chaotic, which means they have lookouts outside. He pointed to the dense canopy above. From now on, you stay on the ground. I'll go above. Keep 30 steps apart. Zhang Wei took off his raincoat and threw it on the ground. It was rainproof, but it was easy to get caught on branches and make noise when moving through the woods. He looked up at the nearest big tree. His leg muscles tensed instantly. With a sudden burst of strength, Zhang Wei leapt up like a gray, agile monkey, silent as a shadow. In midair, he twisted his waist and abdomen, then planted his right foot on the trunk to push himself higher. He landed steadily on a thick branch more than 3 zhang, about 10 meters above the ground. The whole move was smooth and flowing. Not even the leaves shook much. Lin Wanner watched from below, stunned. She knew Zhang Wei was good at movement, but she didn't expect that his skills could be used not only to dodge, but also to climb trees. His explosive power was incredible, more like a martial artist trained in external styles. Zhang Wei crouched on the branch, peering down through the thick leaves, observing the terrain ahead. Go left and forward. There are more bushes there, easier to hide. Don't step on dry branches. Watch your surroundings. His voice was low, coming from above. Lin Warner snapped back to her senses. She nodded, drew her sword, bent her waist carefully, and cautiously slipped into the bushes on the left front. Zhang Wei is in the tree, like a weightless ghost. He gently taps the branches with his toes, using the tree trunk for cover, silently moving forward in midair. He always stays about 30 steps behind Lin Warner. This distance is within his bow and arrow range, ensuring he hits every time, and it also provides a good hiding spot. Suddenly, a bright flash streaks across the sky. Immediately after, a loud thunderclap roars. The thunder explodes above the black wind forest. Large raindrops, like beans, pierce through the thick clouds and fall heavily. The rain hits the leaves, making a dense, pitter-patter sound. In an instant, the whole forest becomes a misty water world. The rain is very heavy. Visibility is severely limited. But for Zhang Wei, this rain is the best cover. The sound of rain masks his faint movements. The rain washes away the smells in the air. He leaps on the slippery branches. His shoes are muddy, but each step is precise, with no slipping. He advances about 5 miles forward. Zhang Wei stops on a huge banyan tree. Through the rain, he sees on the ground ahead several bodies lying haphazardly. Blood, washed by the rain, forms red streams that flow into low water pits. The bodies are dressed in the blue uniforms typical of the Weiyuan martial arts school disciples. They are covered with deep, visible knife wounds, some with half their heads cut off. They are in a terrible state. Lin Warner also sees the bodies. She hides behind a moss-covered boulder, trembling slightly. She clenches her teeth, trying not to make a sound. Zhang Wei crouches in the tree, not lingering on the bodies. He holds a heavy 120-gene horned bow across his chest. His right hand draws a heavy arrow from the quiver. He closes his eyes. Calm Mind talent activates. His heartbeat slows. His breathing becomes long and steady. The feeling of raindrops on his face disappears. The thunder is also blocked out from his ears. Relying on his sharp senses, he distinguishes other sounds amid the chaotic rain. A very soft sound of a branch breaking came from a dense bush about 30 steps ahead. Zhang Wei suddenly opened his eyes. The bush slightly swayed in the rain. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice anything. But Zhang Wei knew someone was hiding there. A hidden guard responsible for clearing the battlefield and ambushing followers. Zhang Wei didn't hesitate. He stood up, feet firmly on the wet branches. He pushed his bow with his left hand. He pulled the string with his right hand. The powerful bow, weighing 120 gene, was pulled into a full moon shape in his hands. The arrow pointed at the swaying bush. He didn't aim for long. He released his fingers. Bang! The sound of the bowstring vibrating was perfectly covered by the rain. The steel-heavy arrow cut through the rain like a black line. The force behind the arrow tore through the air, leaving a brief vacuum trail in the rain. Thud! A muffled sound. A short, muffled groan came from the bush. Then, a body dressed in black night clothes fell straight out of the bush, face down into the muddy water. The steel arrow shot into the back of his head and exited through his face. It directly pierced his head. Zhang Wei didn't stop. He drew another arrow. His gaze, like that of an eagle, swept over every tree and bush around. The steel-heavy arrow shot from behind the head, piercing through the entire skull. The arrowhead was deeply embedded in the mud. She did not try to pull out the arrow. This type of heavy arrow with a blood groove and barbs could cause large bone fragments and brain matter to come out if forcibly removed, making unnecessary noise. She looked up and saw the banyan tree where Zhang Wei was hiding. She couldn't see Zhang Wei's face clearly, only a blurry black shadow. The shadow extended its right hand. It pointed forward with its index and middle fingers together. Then it flipped its fingers downward and tapped twice. This was a signal for her. Keep moving forward and watch your step. Lin Warner nodded. She clenched her sword tightly, crouched low, and once again disappeared into the rain ahead. The two of them gradually increased the distance, one higher and one lower, moving deeper into the black wind forest. Zhang Wei moved between the treetops. His movements were precise and without any unnecessary gestures. He used his leg muscles to push off, his feet gripping the wet bark. The soles of his shoes rubbed against the tree, making faint sounds that were quickly drowned out by the heavy rain. He leapt into the air, grabbed a branch ahead with both hands, tightened his waist and abdomen, and flipped gracefully upward. His clothes were soaked through, heavy and clinging to his body. His soft armor was pressed against his skin, feeling cold. But Zhang Wei's internal energy was flowing rapidly, emitting warmth that kept the cold at bay. He moved forward about 2 miles. Then he stopped. He crouched on a horizontal branch, parted the broad leaves in front of him. Ahead was a relatively open clearing in the forest. Under 2 dead old trees, 2 people stood. They wore raincoats and straw hats. They held shiny single-edged knives. They huddled together, trying to light a firecracker to smoke dry tobacco, using the hat's shadow to block the rain. The firecracker was damp and wouldn't light no matter how they blew on it. This terrible weather. The boss told us to guard the outside, but they're inside by the fire, one of the knife wielders complained. His voice was muffled by the rain. Stop complaining. The silver the Chiefing Martial Arts School gave us is enough. Once we take down the Wei Yuan Martial Arts School, we'll get our share, the other replied, putting the firecracker back into his pocket. Zhang Wei's gaze passed through the rain and focused on these 2 people. They were bandits. From the Black Tiger stronghold. 60 steps away. If they were on flat ground, with his sure-hit talent, Zhang Wei would be confident. But now, with strong wind and rain, the arrow's path would be greatly affected. Even with his talent, he couldn't guarantee a hit. Also, the 2 were standing very close. Shooting one down would likely alert the other with a shout, bringing more enemies from deeper inside. Zhang Wei couldn't take the risk. He looked down and saw Lin Wanner hiding behind a moss-covered stone. She also saw the 2 bandits. She didn't move, waiting for Zhang Wei's signal. Zhang Wei reached out and plucked a piece of dry bark from a tree trunk. He estimated the wind direction and the target point. He flicked his wrist and threw the bark down. It passed through the leaves and landed accurately in the muddy water in front of Lin Wanner. She looked up. Zhang Wei held out his left hand. He raised 2 fingers. Then he pointed to the left, then to the right. Next, he patted his big bow and pointed to the right. Finally, he made a sword-swinging gesture, pointing to the left. Clear division of tasks. Zhang Wei was responsible for the right side. Lin Wanner was responsible for the left. They had to act at the same time. Lin Wanner took a deep breath. Rainwater flowed into her eyes, and she blinked hard. She grabbed her sword handle with her backhand. She slowly moved her steps. Mud and water soaked her leather boots. She kept her breath as low as possible. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She circled to the side of the 2 withered trees. They were only 10 steps from the bandits. The 2 bandits were still cursing the weather, unaware that danger was approaching. Lin Wanner suddenly pushed off with her foot. Mud splashed everywhere. She charged forward, her long sword unsheathed, shining with a cold light. In an instant, she reached the 10-step distance. The bandit on the left heard the water and turned sharply. He only saw a dark shadow rushing toward him. Ooh! He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, thud. Lin Wanner's sword pierced his throat precisely. The sword cut through the windpipe and carotid artery. Blood gushed out along the blood channel, splattering on Lin Wanner's raincoat. At the very moment Lin Wanner drew her sword. Bang! A dull sound of a bowstring snapping came from the treetops above. The bandit on the right, hearing the noise, had just placed his hand on his sword handle. A sharp steel arrow pierced through the rain. With a piercing whistle, the arrowhead shattered his temple directly. The powerful force sent his body flying sideways, crashing heavily into the trunk of a withered tree. The arrow shaft embedded itself partway, pinning him to the tree. 2 bodies lost their lives almost simultaneously. No screams, no alarms. Lin Wanner drew her long sword. The bodies collapsed limply into the mud. She gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. This was her first time killing someone in the wild. Warm blood splashed on her face, quickly washed away by the cold rain. She looked up. Zhang Wei was no longer on the tree where he had been. A slight shake of the branches ahead indicated he had moved to the next hiding spot. Lin Wanner clenched her teeth, wiped her sword on the clothes of the corpse, and continued to follow. Their teamwork grew more coordinated. Zhang Wei's senses were sharp. He could always detect enemies hiding in the shadows early. He used branches, leaves, and even the sound of a few drops of water to send signals to Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner's swordsmanship was fierce and decisive. As long as Zhang Wei kept the extra enemies occupied, she could quickly close in for a strike. An alert hiding in a tree hollow, trying to avoid rain, was pierced through the chest by Zhang Wei's arrow. Two bandits urinating in the grass were shot in the back by Zhang Wei, and Lin Weiner decapitated the one on the right. An archer hiding in the treetops, trying to shoot cold arrows, was spotted early by Zhang Wei. While moving, Zhang Wei drew his bow and shot an arrow that snapped the archer's neck. The body fell from the tree, and Lin Weiner caught it gently, placing it softly on the ground without a sound. Along the way, they eliminated a total of 8 hidden sentries. Not a single sound was leaked. The rain began to weaken. It changed from a heavy downpour to a gentle drizzle. The fog in the forest started to rise. A thick fog mixed with rain reduces visibility even more. The land is starting to change. The ground beneath is becoming softer, and stepping on it causes black bubbles to form. The air smells strongly of sulfur and decay. The toxic swamp of Black Wind Forest is just ahead. Zhang Wei stops under a large black pine tree. He doesn't move forward anymore. In front of him is an open area. The trees are sparse. There is no cover for hiding. He looks down and gestures to the ground. Lin Weiner walks to the tree. Zhang Wei reaches out his hand. Lin Weiner grabs his arm. Zhang Wei's muscles bulge as he uses one hand to lift Lin Weiner up to a high branch, about 3 zhang, roughly 10 meters, above. They crouch on a wide pine branch, pushing aside the pine needles. The scene in front of them is clear. They see a large basin. In the center of the basin is a dark green swamp, several hundred zhang across. Bubbles constantly rise from the swamp surface, bursting and releasing yellow poisonous gas. At the edge of the swamp, there is a camp. The camp has about a dozen large tents made of oilcloth. Around the tents, there are several bonfires. The fires are burning brightly under rainproof covers, pushing away the fog. Outside the tents, about 30 or 40 people stand. They are divided into 2 groups. One group wears gray armor with wind patterns on their chests. This is the Eastern City Chi Feng Martial Arts School. The other group wears colorful clothes and holds various weapons, giving off a rough, bandit-like vibe. This is the Black Tiger Village Bandits. In the middle of the camp, 3 people stand. On the left is a bald man. He is shirtless, with a tiger tattoo on his chest. He holds 2 large axes, wide and heavy. He is the leader of the Black Tiger Village, nicknamed Mountain Wind. On the right is a tall, thin middle-aged man. He wears a short outfit, with several steel rings on his arms. He is Chun Tai, the deputy head of Chi Feng Martial Arts School. In the center stands an old man. He wears a deep purple long robe. His hands are behind his back. His face is grim, and his eyes are sharp like a poisonous snake. Lin Weiner saw the old man and suddenly clenched her fists around the branch. The bark on the branch was crushed to pieces. Zhang Wei looked at her. "That is Chi Lei." Lin Weiner gritted her teeth, her voice coming out through her clenched teeth. "He is the chief instructor of the Chi Feng Martial Hall. The strike that injured my father was taught to Chi Feng by him." Zhang Wei nodded. He looked back at the swamp. His gaze crossed the camp and focused on the center of the swamp. In the middle of the toxic swamp, there is a raised black stone area. The space is small, only enough for about 10 people to stand. Right now, 6 people are standing back to back on that stone. They are wearing clothes from the Wei Yuan Martial Hall. Each of them is injured. One older middle-aged man, leaning on a broken sword, has his left pant leg stained with fresh blood. This is Liu, the steward of Wei Yuan Martial Hall. Around them, the toxic mud is swirling. Below the mud, faintly, several large black backs are moving. "Steel-armored crocodile," Zhang Wei whispered. Tears welled up in Lin Weiner's eyes. "Uncle Liu and the others are trapped on the island. 14 of our people went in, and now only 6 remain, inside the camp." Chi Lei took 2 steps forward, looking at the isolated island in the center of the swamp. His voice, full of energy, cut through the rain and clearly reached everyone's ears. "Steward Liu, stop resisting." Chi Lei sneered. "Your escape route is blocked. The steel-armored crocodile in this swamp has been hungry for days, waiting for you to fall into the water. Put down what you have, and I will leave you with only your lives on the island." Steward Liu spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. "Old dog Chi, you're dreaming." Liu's voice was weak but firm. "Even if we die in this mud, eaten by monsters, the people of Wei Yuan Martial Hall will never bow to you. You despicable bunch." Chi Lei was not angry. He stroked his chin. You're brave. But bravery can't save Lin Jinan's life. According to the time, that blood spirit mushroom will be fully mature tonight at midnight. Once it blooms, I will send someone to harvest it. You can only watch from this island as I take away the life-saving medicine. Then, I saw with my own eyes that you all would starve or be poisoned to death in this mud. The leader of Black Tiger Village, Gushenfeng, slammed his axe into the ground with a dull thud. Commander Qi, don't waste words with them. Let the brothers shoot them with bows and arrows. Finish this quickly, so we can go back to the city to drink and find women. Qi shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. The poisonous gas in the swamp is too strong. Blood spirit mushrooms are very sensitive to blood smell before they mature. If we kill them now, the blood scent will anger all the iron-armored crocodiles beneath the swamp. When the monsters go crazy, no one will get the spirit mushrooms. We should wait until we have the mushrooms before killing them. Zhang Wei listened clearly from the tree. He glanced at the sky. There was less than 2 hours until midnight. He quickly estimated the number of enemies. There were 20 disciples from the Qi Feng Martial School, 25 bandits from Black Tiger Village, and 3 obvious experts, Qi Lei, Chen Tai, and Gushenfeng. In total, nearly 50 people. 50 people. And they weren't just careless lookouts on the outskirts. All of them were gathered together, holding weapons, ready for battle. If they charged recklessly, he and Lin Wanner wouldn't even reach the edge of the camp before being cut into pieces. Lin Wanner turned to look at Zhang Wei. Her eyes showed a mix of despair and pleading. Zhang Wei, there are too many of them. Her voice trembled slightly. We can't save Uncle Lu. We can't even get the spirit mushrooms. Zhang Wei said nothing. He looked at the quiver of steel-tipped arrows on his right. There were 38 arrows left. He scanned the camp's surroundings. To the left was a dense thicket. To the right, a pile of dry firewood and several buckets of rainproof tung oil. Straight ahead was the swamp. Behind was a narrow escape route. Zhang Wei quickly calculated the distances, wind direction, obstacles, and enemy positions. He had faced countless beast tides at the border. The 50 enemies in front of him didn't scare him. Fear is the instinct of the weak. He was a true hunter. When facing a wolf pack, a hunter wouldn't rush in to fight hand-to-hand. Hunters set traps, create chaos, then hide in the shadows to quietly take their prey. Listen, Zhang Wei turned his head and looked at Lin Wanner. His eyes were calm, like still water, with no sign of emotion. Lin Wanner was stunned. From this man's eyes, she saw no sign of retreat. I don't understand military tactics. I only know how to kill. Zhang Wei pointed his finger and drew a simple map on the tree trunk. These 50 people are together like a solid piece of metal. We need to break it apart and make them chaos. He pointed to the pile of dry wood and tung oil on the right side of the camp. Your task now is to quietly go around to the right. Use the cover of the forest to get close to that pile of dry wood. Wait for my signal. What signal? Lin Wanner asked. Zhang Wei patted his big bow. At that time, I will shoot the first arrow. That arrow will cause confusion. When you hear the bowstring, immediately kick over the tung oil and light the dry wood with a fire starter. Once the fire starts, they will split up to fight the fire. At this moment, your job is to kill. Kill those who are alone. Kill those with their backs turned to you. He pointed to the bushes on the left. I will be here. I will change 3 sniper positions. As soon as the fire spreads, their formation will break apart, and everyone exposed in my view will be my target. You don't need to worry about me. Just focus on killing, then retreat into the woods. Don't get surrounded. Lin Wanner looked at Zhang Wei. She swallowed hard. This was a crazy plan. 2 people would actively attack a camp of 50. But it was also the only plan that could work right now. What if you get discovered? Any of the 3 experts could trap you, and you wouldn't be able to escape, Lin Wanner asked nervously. Zhang Wei didn't answer. He took out 3 heavy steel arrows from his quiver, bite 2 of them in his mouth. The remaining one he knocked on his bowstring. He stood up. The 120-pound horn bow was in his left hand. The arrowhead reflected a cold light in the dim light. I am an archer. Zhang Wei's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable strength. Before I shoot my last arrow, no one can come within 30 steps of me. Zhang Wei glanced at Lin Wanner. Go ahead. When I give the signal, light the fire. Lin Wanner took a deep breath. She clenched the hilt of her sword. She nodded. She slid down the tree trunk. Using the cover of the rain and fog, she moved like a clever cat, staying close to the ground and quietly circling around the right side of the camp. Zhang Wei watched her silhouette disappear into the fog. He turned his head and looked back at the noisy camp. He raised his left hand. He held the big bow level. With 2 fingers, he pulled the bowstring. He exerted force. His muscles tensed. The bow was slowly bent. The 120-pound draw weight was steady in his control, without a single tremor. The arrow tip pierced through layers of pine needles, aiming at the center of the camp. There, the bald man nicknamed Gaoshan Feng was holding a wine bag, tilting his head back to drink. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. It was midnight. The rain in the Black Wind Forest had stopped. The wind had also died down. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth and strong decay. The fog in the forest grew thick. White mist rolled along the ground. In the middle of the swamp, a large water bubble appeared on the rotten mud. The bubble burst with a soft pop. A faint, unusual fragrance seeped out from beneath the mud and water. The scent was light, with a hint of sweetness, overpowering the surrounding pungent sulfur smell. At the edge of the swamp, Qi Lei, Chintai, and Gao Shanfeng all took a step forward at the same time. They stared at the center of the swamp. The mud water churned. A dark purple plant rose from the mud. It had a large umbrella-shaped cap with a ring of white fuzz around the edge. As time passed, the dark purple cap began to change color. Starting from the edge, it gradually turned bright red. The heat it emitted evaporated the surrounding fog. The blood spirit mushroom was ripe. Qi Lei raised his right hand. Behind him, disciples from the Qifeng martial arts school clenched their swords. Bandits from the Black Tiger stronghold also picked up axes and spears. Everyone's attention was on the red mushroom. Zhang Wei was crouched on a thick branch 3 zhang high. The rough bark rubbed against his shoes. He stood up straight. He hooked the arrow onto the bowstring made of cow tendon. He took a deep breath. His blood and energy flowed from his shoulders into his arms. His arm muscles bulged. He pulled back. His bow arm bent. The bowstring made a low, tense sound. He moved the arrow away from the mountain wind. A master in the bone refining realm has a good sense of danger. If one arrow doesn't kill, it will reveal their position. He aimed at a bandit standing next to a tar barrel on the right side of the camp. He loosened his fingers. Thump! A dull twang of the bowstring echoed in the silent forest. A steel-heavy arrow pierced through the white mist. The arrowhead kicked up a spray of water droplets. Poof! The heavy arrow accurately pierced the bandit's chest. The arrowhead came out from his back, spilling a large amount of blood. The powerful force caused his body to fall backward. He dropped the torch in his hand. This was the agreed signal. Behind the pile of firewood on the right side of the camp, Lin Wanner had already smelled the pungent tar. She heard the bowstring sound. She saw the bandit fall. She didn't hesitate. She lifted her right leg and kicked forcefully at a nearby large wooden barrel. The barrel tipped over. The lid flew off. Thick black tar flowed out. The tar flowed down the inclined ground, toward the dry wood pile, and also towards several surrounding tents. Lin Wanner took out a fire starter from her pocket. She removed the cover and blew hard. A small red spark lit up. She threw the fire starter into the tar on the ground. Boom! The flames instantly flared up. The tar caught fire immediately. The flames spread along the oil trail, directly igniting the dry wood pile. Although the wood was wet from rain, its surface was coated with tar, so the fire spread very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the fire roared into the sky. Orange flames rose 2 zhang high. The heat was intense. The surrounding white mist was turned red by the firelight, then dispersed by the high temperature. The camp was in chaos. Fire! Fire! Help! Save the fire! The bandits at Black Tiger Stronghold were usually careless, but when they saw the big fire, they panicked immediately. Some threw down their weapons to grab buckets of water. Some backed away to avoid the heat of the flames. Their formation broke apart. The crowd huddled together. Zhang Wei was on a tree. The firelight lit up the entire camp and showed the frightened faces of the people. His view was very clear now. He drew a heavy arrow again. He knocked the arrow, pulled the bowstring. He aimed at a disciple from the Qifeng martial arts school who was turning around to run toward a tent. He released the arrow. It flew straight and hit the back of the disciple's heart. The disciple fell into the muddy water. Zhang Wei didn't stop. His right hand moved so fast it looked like a blur. He took out an arrow from his quiver, knocked it, pulled the bow, and shot again. Thump! 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 The sound of the bowstring kept ringing. Because he was close and had the sure hit skill, every time the bowstring vibrated, someone in the camp fell. Zhang Wei only shot at those who were exposed in the open and had no cover. His arrows were deadly. The steel arrowheads could easily pierce their leather armor and cloth clothes. Some arrows hit their necks, spraying blood half a meter away. Some hit their thighs, pinning them to the ground with great force. Their screams drowned out the crackling of the burning wood. They couldn't find the person shooting cold arrows. The fire was too bright, making it hard to see above the dark trees. They could only swing their weapons blindly and retreat. Behind the camp was a narrow, muddy road leading out to the forest. A few terrified bandits left the group and ran toward that muddy road. They wanted to escape the camp covered in firelight and cold arrows. Lin Wanner hid in the shadow of a big tree beside the muddy road. The firelight didn't reach here. She kept her breath steady. She held her long sword tightly. A bandit ran past her. He looked back at the big fire in the camp as he ran. Lin Wanner stepped forward. Her wrist turned. Her long sword sliced across. The cold blade cut through the bandit's throat. It severed his windpipe and blood vessels. The bandit, clutching his neck, fell into the muddy ground. His body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Lin Wanner retreated into the shadows. Another disciple from the Chiefing Martial Hall ran over. He was holding a single sword, looking panicked. Lin Wanner slipped out from the side. She lunged forward with her sword. The tip of her sword pierced through the gap between the man's ribs, stabbing into his heart. She pulled out her sword and kicked the body aside. She stayed at the only escape route. Anyone who ran past alone, she would kill. Her actions were quick and clean, killing with one strike. Blood dripped down her sword blade. On the small island in the swamp, Butler Liu, leaning on a broken sword, gasped for breath. His left leg was bleeding. A few disciples around him looked exhausted. They saw the big fire on the shore. They saw the panicked enemies. They also saw the deadly black arrows shot from the darkness. Butler Liu recognized those arrows. Made of fine steel, with 3 bloodletting grooves on the tail. Those were Zhang Wei's arrows. "Reinforcements are here," Butler Liu shouted. He raised his short knife. The hopeless disciples' eyes lit up with hope again. "Charge! Break out!" They abandoned their defenses. Stomping through the knee-deep swamp mud, swinging their weapons, they rushed toward the shore. The enemies on the shore were overwhelmed by the fire and cold arrows, not expecting anyone from the island to fight back. Butler Liu led his people onto the shore, cutting down a bandit who was turned away from him. A few disciples followed, stabbing and killing 2 more. They attacked from both inside and outside. The camp was completely broken. In just half an instant stick of time, Chiefing Martial Hall and Black Tiger Stronghold suffered heavy losses. More than 30 bodies lay on the ground. The remaining people retreated together, back to back, forming a circle, waving their weapons wildly. Chi Lei, Chen Tai, and Gu Shanfeng stood at the front. They were experts at the bone refining stage. Zhang Wei's arrows did not shoot at them. The fleeing disciples and bandits were also slapped back. Chi Lei trembled with anger. Half of his men had been defeated. He turned his head and looked toward the center of the swamp. The great fire lit up the blood spirit mushroom. It was now completely crimson, giving off its strongest fragrance. "Forget those useless ones. Get the medicine," Chi Lei shouted loudly. He pushed off the muddy ground with both feet and rushed toward the center of the swamp. Chen Tai and Guo Shanfeng followed close behind. Zhang Wei crouched on a tree branch, watching the 3 men charge into the swamp. The arrows in his hand were all gone. He lowered his horned bow and slung it over his shoulder. The time had come. Zhang Wei leapt down from the branch. He didn't land on the ground. In midair, he adjusted his posture and tapped the top of a tent with his toes. The tent cloth sank slightly. Using the rebound, his body rose again. He activated the cloud step technique. He crossed nearly 10 meters through the air and landed at the edge of the swamp. He didn't stop. His leg muscles tightened, then burst with power. His whole body turned into a gray blur, gliding swiftly over the swamp's surface. A black back suddenly rolled up from the mud. A second-tier iron-armored crocodile opened its huge, tooth-filled mouth and snapped at Zhang Wei's ankle. Zhang Wei didn't dodge. His right foot came down precisely on the creature's upper jaw. He pressed down hard. The crocodile's head was forced deep into the muddy water. Using that force, Zhang Wei lifted himself again. He stepped twice in midair and landed on a small island. He stood beside the blood spirit mushroom. The strange, sweet scent filled his nose, and he felt his blood and energy surge faster. He bent down, grabbed the root of the mushroom, and pulled hard. It came out whole. Zhang Wei tucked the blood spirit mushroom inside his shirt, keeping it close to his chest. "You thief! How dare you!" A furious shout came from behind. Chi Lei had arrived. He saw a man in gray stealing the blood spirit mushroom. Rage filled him until he spat blood. Standing 3 meters away in the muddy swamp, he raised his right hand like a blade and swung it forward. The power of his refined energy burst out, forming an invisible gust that shot straight toward Zhang Wei's back. Zhang Wei didn't turn around. He could already feel the danger behind him. He tiptoed on the ground and moved 2 feet to the left. A strong wind brushed past his shoulder and flew over, hitting the muddy island. The mud was blown up, creating a big hole, and mud splashed everywhere. Zhang Wei turned around. He looked at the angry Chi Lei, Chen Tai, and Guoshan Feng. He didn't stop. He pushed off the ground with his feet. He leaped into the air, flying toward the other side of the swamp. 2 armored crocodiles suddenly burst out of the mud. Zhang Wei stepped on one armored crocodile's back with his left foot and on the other's head with his right foot. Using their strength, he shot forward 3 zhang, about 10 meters. He landed on the hard ground across the swamp. Without hesitation, he rushed into the dark forest. Chi Lei stood in the swamp, watching Zhang Wei's disappearing figure. He didn't dare to follow. The armored crocodiles in the swamp were completely angered by the noise. A dozen large black shadows rolled in the muddy water, closing in on the 3 of them. "Retreat. Get to the shore first." Guoshan Feng swung his big axe, knocking back one armored crocodile. The 3 of them had to give up the chase and retreat to the bank. Deep in the woods, Zhang Wei moved quickly between the trees. He walked fast but made no sound. Soon, he reached Lin Wanner. Butler Lu and the remaining 2 disciples were also there. They were covered in mud and injured, but in good spirits. Butler Lu saw Zhang Wei approaching and recognized his gray short outfit. "Brother Zhang Wei, thank you." Butler Lu bowed respectfully. He now knew that the martial arts instructor recruited by the training hall was definitely not an ordinary person. Zhang Wei nodded. He reached into his pocket and took out a bright red blood spirit mushroom. The mushroom emitted a warm glow. Lin Wanner saw the blood spirit mushroom, and her eyes filled with tears. She stepped forward carefully, took the mushroom, and put it into the cowhide bag on her back. "Got it." Lin Wanner's voice trembled a little. "Let's go," Zhang Wei said without wasting words. "They will soon clear out the monsters in the swamp. Once they recover, they will seal the mountain and search. We must leave Hafeng Forest before dawn." Zhang Wei turned and led the way. Butler Lu and Lin Wanner followed behind. They did not take a long route. Zhang Wei led them around the muddy official road, choosing hidden mountain valleys and dense forests instead. They walked for about an hour. They returned to the place where Zhang Wei had tied the horses. Both horses were still there. The bushes had not been disturbed. "Manager Lu, you go ahead." Zhang Wei handed the reins to Manager Lu. "This horse is strong. Take the Lingji and hurry back to the city." Manager Lu did not refuse. He knew saving the head of the hall was the most important thing now. He had one of his more injured disciples ride another horse. "Brother Zhang, thank you for your great kindness. When we return to the martial arts school, I will thank you properly." Manager Lu mounted his horse. "Let's go quickly." Zhang Wei waved his hand. Manager Lu and the disciple rode off along the small path, galloping away. Lin Wanner and the remaining disciple stayed behind. Zhang Wei looked at them. "We're leaving too. Walk back to the city. Separate ways. After entering the city, don't go straight back to the martial arts school. Ride around the city a few times to make sure no one is following, then go back." Lin Wanner nodded. She trusted Zhang Wei's words completely now. Zhang Wei turned around and walked along the edge of the woods toward the dangerous pass. The sky was beginning to lighten with dawn. The fire in the Black Wind Forest had been extinguished. Only a few wisps of black smoke drifted in the air. People from the Qifeng Martial School and the Black Tiger Stronghold had driven the armored crocodile back to the swamp. Chi Lei stood in the mud. His clothes were covered in mud and crocodile blood. He looked at the empty island and then at the 20 or so bodies of his men on the ground. He clenched his fists. His nails dug into his flesh, causing blood to flow. "Investigate." Chi Lei's voice was cold and sharp. "Find out who used the bow and arrow. Even if it means tearing apart the dangerous pass, I want him found. Chen Tai and Guo Feng stood nearby, looking equally upset. They had not only failed to get the blood Lingji this time, but also lost many brothers. They had lost face and dignity. Early morning, Zhang Wei returned to the small courtyard of the west wing of Wei Yuan Martial School. He pushed open the door. Shi Tu was sleeping on the table. Hearing the noise, he raised his head. "Brother Zhang, you're back?" Shi Tu rubbed his eyes. Zhang Wei nodded. He walked to the wooden basin and washed the mud off his hands. Then he took off his soaked black iron armor and placed it on the table. He went to the bed and lay down. He closed his eyes. His energy flowed smoothly inside his body. His muscles relaxed. 800 taels of silver and a low-grade secret technique. He had obtained them. Zhang Wei slept for a whole day and night. No one disturbed him. The small courtyard in the west wing was very quiet. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. Sunlight shone through the window cracks, bright on the blue brick floor. Zhang Wei sat up on the wooden bed. His joints made tiny cracking sounds. Last night in Black Wind Forest, he got caught in the rain and used up a lot of energy and blood. But after a day and night of sleep, his basic foundation from the flesh refinement realm helped him recover. His tiredness disappeared. In its place, warm strength filled his muscles again. He lifted the blanket and sniffed himself. A mix of sweat, sour smell, and a faint earthy scent. Zhang Wei got out of bed and went to the outer room. Shi Tu was sitting at the table, drawing little figures with a wooden stick. On the table, 2 large, rough porcelain bowls were upside down. "Big brother Zhang, you're finally awake." Shi Tu put down the stick and quickly lifted the porcelain bowl. Inside, there were a few plain steamed buns and a big bowl of thickly sliced beef with sauce. The meat had cooled, with a layer of white fat on the surface. "This is breakfast from the martial arts school dining hall. I was worried you'd be hungry, so I brought some back. It's been kept warm in the pot, but when the fire went out, it cooled down." Shi Tu scratched his head. "I'll find some hot water in the kitchen to warm it up for you." "No need. Cold is fine." Zhang Wei pulled out a stool and sat down. He grabbed a cold bun and stuffed it into his mouth along with some cold beef. His appetite was like a fire, whether hot or cold. It quickly turned into energy and blood once in his stomach. After finishing a few buns and a bowl of beef, he felt satisfied. Zhang Wei stood up, brushed off the crumbs from his hands. "I'll go to the inner courtyard. Stay in the room." Zhang Wei pushed the door open and left. The atmosphere in the martial arts school was different from usual. The apprentices practicing martial arts in the front yard were whispering to each other. They lowered their voices, discussing something. Zhang Wei faintly heard the words, "Black Wind Forest, Chiefing Martial Hall," and "dead people." Clearly, the big fire and fight at Black Wind Forest last night had already spread news back to the Heavenly Pass. After all, dozens of people died, and the Black Tiger village outside the city also lost troops. This couldn't be kept secret, but the disciples of the Martial Hall didn't know who started the fight last night. All they knew was that Chiefing Martial Hall suffered a big loss. Zhang Wei walked through the moon gate into the backyard. The backyard was very quiet. He headed straight toward the main house to the north. That was the residence of the hall master, Lin Jinan. 2 inner courtyard disciples stood outside the door. They held knives and looked alert. When they saw Zhang Wei approaching, they wanted to stop him. Suddenly, the door opened from inside. Lin Wanner came out. Today, she was dressed in her usual clothes. A short, moon-white outfit, with her hair tied back with a blue ribbon. Her eyes looked a little dark, as if she hadn't slept all night. But her eyes were bright, showing a hidden happiness. "You're awake." Lin Wanner looked at Zhang Wei with a smile. "Come to get what you need," Zhang Wei said calmly. Lin Wanner nodded and moved aside. "Come in. My father wants to see you." Zhang Wei stepped into the house. Inside, there was a strong smell of medicine. It wasn't the bitter herbal smell, but a spicy, hot scent. One breath made his throat feel warm. It was the power of the blood spirit mushroom. In the middle of the room was a large bed. A middle-aged man was sitting beside it. He had a square face and short beard. He wore a thick leather coat, but his forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. This was Lin Jinan, the hall master of Wei Yuan Martial Hall. Zhang Wei noticed that although Lin Jinan looked pale, his cheeks had an unusual flush. Next to the bed was a copper basin with a dark, brownish bloodstain at the bottom. It emitted a foul, fishy smell. The poison had been forced out. "Father, this is Zhang Wei." Lin Wanner said softly as she approached the bed. Lin Jinan raised his eyelids and looked at Zhang Wei. This was the gaze of an experienced person, sharp, scrutinizing, with a feeling that he could see through a person's bones. Lin Jinan glanced at Zhang Wei's broad gray cloth robe and then at his hands, which were calloused. Wanner and old Lu told me everything, Lin Jinan spoke. His voice was a bit hoarse, but still strong. Last night, it was all thanks to your amazing archery and skillful footwork. Not only did you recover the blood spirit mushroom, but you also saved old Lu and others' lives. You even made that old dog Chi Feng lose more than 20 elite fighters. Lin Jinan took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. Big thanks are enough. I, Lin Jinan, am a simple man. I don't understand complicated things. You saved my life and protected the reputation of the Wei Yuan Martial Hall. From now on, you are a benefactor of the hall. As long as this hall exists, you will have a place to eat. Zhang Wei slightly lowered his head. Hallmaster, you're too kind. Money is just a means to get things done. The price Miss Lin said is fair, so I will naturally help. Lin Jinan looked at Zhang Wei's calm and indifferent expression, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Not greedy for fame, not arrogant. He was a steady person. Well said, you get things done with money. Lin Jinan nodded, then turned to look at Lin Wanner. Wanner, give him what he needs. Lin Wanner turned and walked to the redwood cabinet in the corner. She took out a heavy small bundle and placed it on the table. Untied the knot. Inside were 8 neatly stacked silver ingots. Each was 100 taels of official silver, stamped with the seal of the Datong Bank. Under the sunlight outside the window, they shone with an attractive silver glow. 800 taels of silver. Zhang Wei walked over. He was not polite. He reached out, took the silver ingots, and stuffed them into his inner pockets, 2 at a time. His clothes immediately felt heavier. The 8 gene of silver weighed him down, feeling substantial. Payment settled, Zhang Wei patted his clothes. Where is the martial skill? Lin Jinan pointed to the wall on the west side. Behind the wall is the martial hall's library. Usually, only inner courtyard disciples can access some yellow-level techniques. The Xian-level manuals are in a metal box on the 2nd floor. Wanner, take him to choose. Lon Wanner picked up a bunch of keys from the table. Follow me. The 2 of them passed through a hidden door and entered a 2-story wooden attic. The attic was dimly lit, and the air smelled of old paper and camphor balls. On the 1st floor, there were a few bookshelves with some damaged stitched books. Lon Wanner did not stay on the 1st floor. She went straight up the wooden stairs. The space on the 2nd floor was small. Against the wall, there was a half-human-height black iron box. A heavy copper lock was hanging on the box. Lon Wanner used the key to open the copper lock. She lifted the thick metal lid. Inside the box, there were 6 or 7 secret manuals wrapped in oil paper. Weiyuan Martial Arts School has been established for decades. This is the foundation passed down by our ancestors. There are 7 low-grade mysterious techniques. You can choose one. Lon Wanner stepped back half a step. Zhang Wei stepped forward. He squatted down carefully and gently unwrapped the oil paper on one of the manuals. It was called Breaking Rocks and Shattering Mountains Fist. Zhang Wei flipped through 2 pages. This is a fierce and powerful boxing style. It emphasizes outward energy and blood flow, using strength to overcome skill. When practiced deeply, one punch can break 1,000 gene boulder. Zhang Wei shook his head. He put the book back. His current physical strength was already enough. What he lacked was technique, not brute force. Fist and kick skills are at a disadvantage against weapons. He still preferred to have a weapon in hand. He picked up the 2nd book. Flowing Water Sword Technique. This is a gentle sword style. It requires a light and flexible soft sword. Zhang Wei's hands are used to pulling a stiff bow and holding a heavy blade. This sword technique is not suitable for him. He continued flipping through 4 or 5 more books. There were leg techniques, finger techniques, and even a book on practicing horizontal and hard chi skills called Iron Cloth Shirt. Zhang Wei felt none of them suited him. Finally, he picked up a thin booklet at the bottom of the box. The cover was slightly yellowed. For large characters were written on it. Horizontal Wild 9 Styles. Zhang Wei's mind moved. He opened the pages. This was neither a boxing nor a sword technique. It was a knife technique. Moreover, the weapon illustrated in the book was not the broad-backed, chopping type of 9-ring great sword, nor the curved horse blade. It was a straight, narrow-bladed long knife. Tanghengdao. The sword hanging at Zhang Wei's waist is almost identical to that of the standard model. Zhang Wei carefully examined the main outline. The essence of the Henji style is in killing and fighting. It does not seek complicated moves, but aims for a single deadly strike. The sword strikes like a single line, slashes, cuts, flicks, and thrusts, all straight lines. The energy flows through the blade, driven by footwork. As the steps move, the sword appears. Unpredictable and hard to avoid, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. This sword technique seems perfectly suited for him. He has experience on the frontier. He knows that flashy martial arts routines are just a way to get killed in battle. On the battlefield, efficiency matters most. Shortest distance, fastest speed. The Henji 9 styles is a pure killing technique. It has only 9 moves. Drawing the sword, facing the wind to slash, water slicing horizontal cut, flicking, and stabbing. Each move is simple and direct. All rely on waist, abdomen, and leg strength, combined with explosive energy, to deliver the sword to the enemy's vital points. Most importantly, it emphasizes using footwork to drive the sword's momentum. Zhang Wei has the Tian vertical skill. His stance is flexible and quick, able to shift sideways or leap instantly within a small space. If he combines this with the straightforward, sharp angles of the Henji 9 styles, sword moves, imagine this. Just as the enemy swings their weapon, Zhang Wei slips, activates Tian vertical, instantly moves to the blind spot of the enemy's view, and at the same time, smoothly cuts with his horizontal sword. The blade, carried by the inertia of his body movement, slices across the enemy's neck. Unpredictable and deadly. This is the one. Zhang Wei closes the booklet and holds the book in his hand. Lin Wanner glances at the title. Henji 9 styles? This sword technique is quite hard to master. She reminds him, this style demands very high stability in your stance. The way of applying force is also strange. Some instructors at the martial arts hall tried practicing it before, but they couldn't keep up with the footwork, and it turned out awkward. Are you sure you want to choose this? I'm sure. This style suits me. Zhang Wei puts the booklet into his pocket. Seeing his determination, Lin Wanner doesn't persuade him further. She locks the iron box again. The two go downstairs. The Qifeng Martial Hall will soon investigate the blood spirit mushroom matter. Before Zhang Wei left, he stopped and said, last night, it was dark and rainy. They didn't see my face clearly. Are you people at the martial arts school very tight-lipped? Lin Wanner looked serious. Don't worry. Only I, my father, and Uncle Lu know it was you who made the move. The 2 disciples who survived last night have already been sent back to their hometown by Uncle Lu. They only know someone was secretly helping with arrows, but they don't know who you are. Uncle Lu intentionally spread the word that a group of masked bandits passing by was responsible. They won't involve you. That's good. Zhang Wei nodded. He stepped out of the main house, returned to his west wing room, closed the door. Zhang Wei sat at the table. He took out 800 taels of silver from his bosom and placed it on the table. Then he took out the book, 9 Styles of the Horizontal Field. With money and a martial arts manual, he should feel secure now. But Zhang Wei sat on a long bench, staring at the silver on the table. His brow gradually furrowed. He remembered a detail he overlooked during the rainstorm in Black Wind Forest, now remembered as a deadly mistake. Arrows. Last night in Black Wind Forest, he shot dozens of arrows. All those steel-heavy arrows were left behind in the forest. Some were embedded in bandits' bodies, some stuck in tree trunks, and others fell into muddy water. At that moment, it was urgent. He was rushing to get the blood spirit mushroom and couldn't possibly go around collecting each arrow on the battlefield. Now, those arrows must have fallen into Qifeng Martial School's hands. Qi Lei isn't stupid. He lost so many subordinates, and even had the blood spirit mushroom stolen. He would go crazy trying to find the person secretly shooting arrows. And those arrows are the most direct clue. Zhang Wei extended his right hand and pinched his forehead. A wave of irritation rose in his heart. He was too careless. At the border town, the entire city was full of archers. All the standard arrows shot out were identical, making it impossible to tell who shot them. But here, inside the dangerous pass, private possession of heavy crossbows was forbidden among civilians. Ordinary hunters used soft bows weighing 30 or 40 jin, with bamboo or iron-tipped arrows. But Zhang Wei used a 120 jin oxhorn bow. The arrows he bought were expensive and specially customized. The arrow was made of high-quality steel. To increase its damage and penetration, he specifically asked the blacksmith to carve 3 deep blood grooves on the arrowhead. The arrow shaft was also made of the hardest wood, which was twice as heavy as ordinary arrows. For this type of arrow, he was the only one who had bought it in the entire Tianxian Pass. Chile only needed to dig out the bloodied arrowheads from the corpses, clean them, and then visit every blacksmith shop in the city to ask. Within 3 days, he would be able to find out the information. Just a little silver or some tricks, and the blacksmith Wang Taijiang would tell him everything about a young man in gray clothes, with an ordinary look, who ordered 50 high-quality steel-heavy arrows. Chile didn't even need to know his name. He only needed to know that recently, a stranger with enough strength to draw a 120 gene bow and using blood-grooved steel arrows had appeared in Tianxian Pass. The Chiefing Martial Hall had a strong influence in Tianxian Pass, with spies everywhere in all circles. A new sharpshooter, once seen in the city, could not hide his presence. Moreover, Zhang Wei was still teaching footwork in the backyard of Weiyuan Martial Hall every day. If Chiefing Martial Hall spies came to investigate and compared his appearance and background, his identity would be exposed clearly, like lice on a bald head, in front of Chile. Damn it, Zhang Wei cursed silently. He had been living too comfortably, becoming less cautious. He only thought about exchanging money for martial arts techniques, forgetting to clean himself properly. What should he do now? Pack up and run away overnight. Leave Tianxian Pass and go further south to Jiangnan? Zhang Wei looked at the silver and the newly acquired Xian-grade sword technique on the table. No, that wasn't possible. Though the 800 taels of silver seemed a lot, it wouldn't last long if he bought aged medicinal herbs. He was now close to breaking through from the flesh refinement stage to the great perfection, in urgent need of resources. The free meat provided by Weiyuan Martial Hall was too important for him. It was his guarantee to quickly improve his strength. Moreover, he had just obtained the Henji 9-style sword technique. This sword art required a lot of time and a quiet environment to study and practice. Running out now to face the wind and rain would definitely halt his progress. If I don't run and stay here, Chile will come to my door. Chile is a master at the bone refinement stage. That night in Black Wind Forest, Zhang Wei saw Chile punch out a gust of wind. That is definitely not something he can face now. Even with his archery skills, in narrow city streets or courtyards, it's hard to create distance and use his advantage. Zhang Wei stands up and paces back and forth inside the house. His mind races quickly. I can't run. I can't just wait to be attacked. Since there's no way to avoid it, I should strike first. Zhang Wei walks to the bed. He pulls out a wooden box from under it. He opens the box. Inside, there is a set of soft armor made of mysterious iron, which he brought back from the border, and a standard horizontal sword. The custom-made ox-horn bow and the remaining steel arrows are at the bottom. Zhang Wei draws the horizontal sword. The blade flashes a cold light in the dim room. The best way to solve a problem is to deal with the person causing it. So, he can only destroy the Qifeng Martial Hall and the Black Tiger Stronghold. Zhang Wei grips the sword handle, gently tapping the scabbard with his fingers. And those arrows not only killed people from Qifeng Martial Hall, but also many bandits from the Black Tiger Stronghold. This kind of indiscriminate attack could easily be seen as interference from a third party. Zhang Wei walks to the water basin and washes his face with cold water. He lifts his head and looks at his reflection in the mirror. His face is expressionless, covered with water droplets. He knows what he must do. Zhang Wei resheaths the sword. He takes a piece of black cloth and wraps the sword tightly. He puts the silver coins on the table into the bed. He keeps the Hirano 9 style close to his chest. Then he turns and leaves the house. The afternoon sun is fierce. In the front yard of Weiyuan Martial Hall, dozens of apprentices with bare torsos are practicing horse stance, sweat streaming down their backs, leaving wet marks on the blue brick ground. Zhang Wei does not go to the front yard. He follows the alley behind the side room and walks to Lin Jinan's main house. The door is half open. A strong smell of herbal soup mixed with the spicy sweet aroma of blood spirit mushroom drifts out from the crack. Zhang Wei raises his hand and knocks twice on the wooden door frame. Come in. Lin Jinan's voice responds from inside. Compared to when I first saw him at noon, he looks much healthier now. Zhang Wei pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was a bit dim. Lin Jinan was not lying on the cradle, but sitting in a taisher chair by the window, wearing a gray long robe. He was holding a white porcelain-covered bowl, slowly skimming off the foam on top. Lin Warner stood behind him, using a wooden comb to tidy his somewhat messy hair. His complexion had visibly improved. His originally pale cheeks now showed a healthy pink, and his breathing was steady and long. "Master." Zhang Wei walked to the center of the room and bowed with his fists clasped. Lin Jinan looked at him with some confusion, not understanding why Zhang Wei had come and gone again. He quietly set down the bowl and looked at Zhang Wei, who appeared serious. He waved his hand. "Warner, go to the kitchen and see how my medicine is coming along. Stay outside and keep watch. Don't let anyone get close to this room." Lin Warner glanced at Zhang Wei, nodded, put down the comb, and left. She carefully closed the door tightly. Now, only the two of them remained inside. "Sit down." Lin Jinan pointed to the chair beside him. Zhang Wei pulled out the chair and sat down, keeping his back straight. "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Lin Jinan leaned back in his chair, holding 2 walnuts, which made a soft clicking sound. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Jinan's face, which had regained its color, and didn't beat around the bush. "Master, the Black Wind Forest incident, it can't be hidden." Lin Jinan paused his hand on the walnuts. He said nothing, waiting for Zhang Wei to continue. Zhang Wei went on. "I've thought carefully about it. The fire in Black Wind Forest was too big, and too many people died. The Qifeng Martial Hall and the Black Tiger Village suffered huge losses. They won't just let this go. If they're not fools, they'll investigate and find clues." He raised one finger. "First, only a few places went to steal medicine in Black Wind Forest. In the end, the blood Lingji was gone. The Qifeng Martial Hall was the first to suspect us, the Wei Yuan Martial Hall. Since both halls recently fought each other, and Qifeng Martial Hall fell, we are the biggest beneficiaries." He raised a second finger. "Second, your injury. The poison from the Insha palm and the medical experts at the Tianxian Pass are helpless. Now you can get out of bed and walk, and your blood and energy are recovering. This can't be kept a secret. It's obvious to outsiders that the blood spirit mushroom saved your life." Zhang Wei put down his hand and looked calmly at Lin Jinan. "So, they will soon realize what's happening. At that time, the Qifeng Martial Arts School will definitely come out in full force, even teaming up with the Black Tiger clan, and come straight to attack us. Instead of waiting for them to make the first move, it's better for us to act first. Cut the problem at its root." The room fell silent. Only the 2 walnuts in Lin Jinan's hand kept spinning. Lin Jinan is a clever old fox who has been in the martial world for 30 years. He has seen too many people and experienced too many things in his life. He looked at Zhang Wei's young but calm face. His mind was clear as a mirror. This young man spoke very confidently, always thinking about the survival of the Wei Yuan Martial Arts School. But Lin Jinan saw through Zhang Wei immediately. Zhang Wei was using a hidden plan. He knew that the sharp steel arrows left in the Black Wind Forest were dangerous. He also knew that Qifeng Martial Arts School was following clues, traced back to the blacksmith shop, and finally linked the clues to him, the new instructor. Zhang Wei wasn't worried about the reputation of Wei Yuan Martial Arts School being damaged. He was worried that his secret weapon, the hidden knife, might be exposed and cause trouble for himself. That's why this young man hurried over, urging him to destroy Qifeng Martial Arts School. As long as they kill all the investigators, the clues will be cut off. Such ruthless methods. Such a clear mind. Lin Jinan secretly admired Zhang Wei even more. In this world, people who talk about righteousness and morality often can't be trusted. Only those who are willing to do whatever it takes to protect themselves, who understand how to seize opportunities and avoid danger, are truly useful. Everyone is in the same boat. Zhang Wei's problem is also the problem of Wei Yuan Martial Arts School. Zhang Wei wants to silence the others, and Lin Jinan also wants revenge for his own loss. Their interests are now perfectly aligned. "You make a good point." Lin Jinan stopped turning the walnut in his hand. He looked at Zhang Wei with a cunning smile. "That old dog Qifeng is sneaky and ruthless. Even if we hand over the blood spirit mushroom, he will still swallow my martial school. This debt must be settled sooner or later." Lin Jinan stood up. Although he was only wearing a single shirt, his broad frame and the pressure from his bone refinement realm martial arts were faintly felt. He walked to the window, pushed it open slightly, and looked at the blinding sunlight outside. "You want to strike first?" which is a good idea. But you are thinking too simply about this. Lin Jinan turned around and looked at Zhang Wei. Qi Lei is the chief instructor at the Qi Feng Martial Hall and has reached the Bone Refinement Great Success stage. Chen Tai is the Vice Hall Master at the Bone Refinement Small Success stage. Plus, Heihu Zhai's Guishan Feng is also at the Bone Refinement Great Success stage. There's also a Qi Feng who has achieved Bone Refinement Perfection. For experts at the Bone Refinement stage, do you think that just the two of us can rush in and defeat them? Zhang Wei didn't reply. He knew Lin Jinan had more to say. Sure enough, Lin Jinan sneered. However, their current situation is definitely worse than you think. Lin Jinan walked back to the Grandmaster's chair, sat down, and took a sip of tea to clear his throat. Warner told me everything about last night in the swamp. You stepped on the iron armor crocodile's head to steal the spiritual herb, and Qi Lei and the others all rushed into the muddy swamp to chase you. A glint appeared in Lin Jinan's eyes. You've never been inside the city, so you don't know how dangerous the iron armor crocodile is. Although it's a second-tier monster, in that kind of muddy swamp, even a third-tier monster would be peeling its skin. The iron armor crocodile's teeth are poisonous, and the mud is filled with century-old miasma. They three, protected by wind energy, are hard to deal with on flat ground. But in waist-deep mud, their light skills are useless, and they lose their strength points. Facing an attack from over 10 iron armor crocodiles, even if they manage to crawl ashore alive, their energy will be exhausted. They will definitely inhale a lot of miasma, which is certain. Moreover, Hall Master Qi Feng was struck by me 3 months ago, and now that I have the blood spirit herb, his recovery must be slow. Lin Jinan asserted. They four are definitely injured, both internally and externally. Even if Qi Feng survives, he won't be able to use 70% of his cultivation. In the past few days, they will surely hide in the martial hall to lick their wounds, with no energy left to bother us. Hearing this, a heavy stone in Zhang Wei's heart finally fell. That night, he was only focused on running and didn't see what was happening behind him. If Qi Lei and the others are seriously injured, then they won't have to worry about sneak attacks for the next few days. So what does the Hall Master mean? Zhang Wei asked. Lin Jinan extended his right hand. He spread his 5 fingers, then raised 3 of them. 8 days. Lin Jinan's voice was firm and determined. The blood Ganoderma is powerful, but to completely remove the cold poison in my heart meridians, I still need 8 days. During this time, I can't fight. I must stay calm and focus on restoring my energy. He stared straight into Zhang Wei's eyes. After 8 days, my injuries will be healed, and my strength will return to its peak. Then, it will be the end for the Qifeng Martial Hall and the Black Tiger Gang. I'll personally take down Qifeng. Zhang Wei understood. Lin Jinan was preparing for a big move. Strike when the enemy is weak. He would wait until he was fully recovered, then crush his wounded enemies. It was a careful and solid plan. All right, we'll wait 8 days, Zhang Wei said with a nod. Lin Jinan took out a palm-sized bronze token from his robe. The character Wei was engraved on it. He tossed it onto the table. This is my command token. Lin Jinan looked at Zhang Wei. For the next 8 days, you don't need to teach footwork in the front yard. Focus all your energy on improving your strength. I know you've obtained the 9 wild blade forms. That technique is difficult and dangerous to master, but its power is tremendous. Combined with your footwork, it's a perfect match. Take my token and go to the kitchen. For these 8 days, whether it's 50-year-old ginseng or the best deer blood, if the martial hall has it, you can use it freely. Have the kitchen prepare hot medicinal baths for you day and night. Leaning forward, Lin Jinan's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. 8 days from now, in that fierce battle, I need your blade to be fast and sharp. Zhang Wei stood up. He didn't hesitate. He reached out, took the bronze token from the table, and tucked it into his robe. He was more than happy to accept such a valuable opportunity. What he needed most now were high-quality herbs to strengthen his body. Don't worry, Master. In 8 days, my blade will not disappoint you. Zhang Wei turned and left the room. When he returned to the small courtyard of the West Wing, he locked the gate from the inside. Shirtu was still dozing in the outer room. Zhang Wei didn't wake him. He went straight into the inner room. He pulled out a wooden chest, unwrapped the black cloth, placed the long blade on the table, and carefully removed the covering. This is a standard type of Tanghung sword. The blade is straight, about 3 feet long. The edge is narrow and thick, with a groove on the back. The handle is long enough for 2 hands. There is no fancy guard or decorative sheath. It's simply a piece of iron used for fighting. Zhang Wei took out a thin book called Henji 9 Styles from his pocket. He opened the first page. He didn't rush to practice the moves. Instead, he sat on a bench and read carefully, word by word. The sword is the bravest of weapons. The meaning of Henji is to advance without retreat. Common sword techniques focus on chopping. Big swings and open attacks, full of flaws. Henji 9 Styles moves in straight lines. Stabbing, sweeping, cutting, smashing. Power comes from the hips and legs, transmitted through the spine. The tip of the sword points to the enemy's throat. Zhang Wei read slowly. He visualized the force and movement described in the text. This sword style completely abandons defense. It emphasizes attacking instead of defending, aiming to kill with one strike. This suits Zhang Wei's personality. On the battlefield, if you cut someone, they cut you back. Who falls first loses. Defending only causes you to lose the chance to strike first. After studying the diagram and instructions for the first move, draw and slash, Zhang Wei stood up. He walked to the center of the yard. Under the old elm tree, he drew his sword. The blade shimmered coldly in the sunlight. Zhang Wei spread his feet shoulder-width apart, his knees slightly bent. He closed his eyes. He adjusted his breathing. He focused his energy downward, gathering it in his legs and waist. Following the instructions in the book, he suddenly stepped forward with his left foot. It landed silently on the blue bricks. At the moment his foot touched the ground, his waist muscles suddenly twisted. A powerful force surged up his spine and shot into his right arm. Swish! The sword swung upward in a straight line, drawing a silver streak. The speed was so fast it made a rushing sound. The blade stopped in midair, only half an inch from the trunk of the old elm tree. Zhang Wei opened his eyes. He looked at where the sword tip was. He shook his head. Not right. The force isn't smooth enough. When the power is transferred from the legs to the waist, some of it disperses. The sword's speed is half a beat slow. He retracted his sword. He stood up straight again. He took another step, twisted his waist, and drew his sword. Swish! Still not right. The angle of the blade's cut is off. Once. 10 times. 50 times. Zhang Wei practiced this simple sword-drawing move over and over, like a tireless machine. He practiced in the yard. The sun was slowly setting. His rough cloth shorts were soaked with sweat. Sweat dripped down his cheeks and splashed onto the blue bricks. He didn't stop. His strong body, trained to a near-mastery level, allowed him to endure this intense, boring training. As he practiced more, his internal energy and blood began to adapt to this new way of exerting force. His muscle fibers tore and rebuilt, gradually forming new memories. Big Brother Zhang, take a break. Sure too, who had woken up sometime, stood under the eaves, watching Zhang Wei wildly swing his sword in the yard. He held a bowl of cold water. Zhang Wei ignored him. His gaze became more focused. In his world, only the sword in his hand and the imaginary enemy ahead remained. He tried to incorporate the footwork from Tiyun Zong into his sword technique. He took a deep breath. His toes pressed firmly into the ground. He activated Tiyun Zong. He didn't move forward. Instead, he stepped diagonally to the right. This step was large and very quick. At the moment his body shifted sideways, his waist and abdominal muscles exploded with strength. Using the inertia of his body, he swung the sword from left to right, cutting outward. A faint, soft sound, like a whisper. Zhang Wei's figure stopped on the right side of an old elm tree. He maintained his sword-drawing stance. A gentle breeze blew past. On the thick trunk of the old elm, a piece of bark about the size of a palm, along with a small patch of white wood, silently fell. It landed on the ground. The cut was smooth and mirror-like. Not a single splinter of wood. It was perfect. The footwork and sword technique had achieved perfect harmony at this moment. Zhang Wei slowly sheathed his sword. He exhaled a deep breath. He looked at the piece of bark on the ground. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. If this knife had cut a person's neck, they wouldn't even feel pain before their head was gone. Stone, Zhang Wei turned his head. Hey. Stone hurried over and handed him a water bowl. Zhang Wei took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. He wiped his mouth. He took out a bronze badge given by Lin Jinan from his pocket and threw it to Stone. Go to the kitchen. Tell the cook to stew 3 gene of good venison. adding more angelica and ginseng. Also, prepare 2 large buckets of boiling hot water. I need to soak in a medicinal bath. Zhang Wei pinched his swollen right arm. A flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. In these 8 days, I will engrave these 9 styles of swordsmanship into my bones. The West Wing room's courtyard gate was closed for exactly 7 days. During these 7 days, besides Stone bringing food and water every day, Zhang Wei didn't step outside the courtyard once. The bronze badge with the character Wei engraved on it from Lin Jinan was more useful than silver in the martial arts school's back kitchen. When the cooks saw the badge, they didn't dare to make a fuss and brought out all the best things from the storeroom. Noon. The sun was scorching. Stone carried 2 large 3-tiered food boxes and kicked open the courtyard gate of the West Wing. Big Brother Zhang, the food's here. Stone placed the boxes on the stone table and lifted the lid. A strong aroma of meat mixed with the medicinal scent of angelica and astragalus instantly filled the small courtyard. 3 large bowls of white rice. 1 whole, tenderly stewed fat goose. At the bottom was a big bowl of bright red braised venison, with a few finger-thick old ginseng roots floating inside. Zhang Wei, shirtless, walked out of the house. His current physique had changed noticeably since entering the pass. His lean muscles had fully filled out, and his skin had a deep, ancient bronze hue. Each muscle was not overly swollen, but the lines were sharp and clear as if carved with an axe, containing incredible explosive power. He sat down on a long bench without using chopsticks. He reached out and tore off half a fat goose, biting into the skin and meat, chewing with his mouth open. He chewed the bones into fragments, making a crunching sound, and swallowed everything directly. His eating was rough, but very fast. A basin of 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms, of deer meat was completely finished in less than half an hour. Even the few bitter old ginseng roots were chewed and swallowed. Stone, is the water ready? Zhang Wei wiped the grease off his mouth. It's ready. The kitchen helpers just brought in 2 big buckets of boiling water, steaming hot. Stone quickly cleared the empty bowls from the table. Zhang Wei stood up and went into the inner room. In the center of the room, there was a large wooden tub that reached his waist. It was filled with boiling water, with thick white steam rising from the surface. He went to the bed and pulled out 2 large packages of precious medicinal herbs he had bought. He didn't measure the ingredients carefully. He grabbed a handful of tiger bone powder, slices of deer antler, and several roots of 10-year-old forest ginseng, tossing everything into the tub. The water boiled vigorously. The clear water quickly turned dark red from the herbs, releasing a strong, spicy, and bitter smell. Zhang Wei reached out to test the temperature of the water. It was very hot. If an ordinary person jumped in, their skin would burn and peel off instantly. He didn't hesitate. He took off his rough cloth pants, stepped into the tub naked, and sat down. The boiling medicinal water covered his chest. His skin instantly turned bright red from the heat. The power of the tiger bones and old ginseng in the water, under the high temperature, transformed into countless invisible, glowing red steel needles, stabbing deep into his skin through his pores. Zhang Wei clenched his teeth, with veins bulging on his forehead. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to ignore the burning sensation on his skin, and began to regulate his breathing. His blood and energy circulated rapidly inside his body. The large amount of wild meat and old ginseng he had just digested turned into powerful waves of heat, expanding from inside outward. Meanwhile, the medicinal power in the tub pressed inward from outside. These 2 forces collided fiercely within his muscle fibers. His past experience of drawing powerful bows on the frontier city walls to shoot away ghostly foxes and surviving deadly battles in the rainy night of Black Wind Forest now served as the best catalyst. His muscles tore apart and quickly rebuilt, nourished by the medicinal energy. His muscles, already tough as steel cables, began to tighten and contract further, becoming more refined and stronger. The water temperature gradually drops. The dark red potion in the wooden barrel lightens in color. All the medicinal power is absorbed into Zhang Wei's body like a sponge. After an hour, Zhang Wei suddenly opens his eyes, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounds inside his body. It starts from the soles of his feet, runs along his spine, and finally explodes at his neck. He has reached the peak of the flesh refinement stage. Zhang Wei quickly stands up from the wooden barrel. Water splashes everywhere. He clenches his fists. He feels his muscles breathing on their own. With just a thought, any muscle can suddenly unleash much greater strength than before. His control over his body has reached a very fine level. He steps out of the barrel. Without wiping off the water, he casually pulls on a simple shirt and puts it on. He walks to the yard. The standard sword is stuck in a sword rack beside a stone table. Zhang Wei walks over and pulls out the sword. The blade gleams coldly in the sunlight. In the past few days, after soaking in the medicinal bath, he spent all his remaining time practicing the 9 styles of the horizontal field. Today, his realm has advanced. He wants to go through the sword techniques again. He spreads his feet apart, bends his knees slightly, dives his energy downward. Zhang Wei does not look at the old elm tree in front with his eyes, but feels the flow of the wind with his mind. First move, draw the sword. Step forward with his left foot. The sound of the blue brick ground is muffled. He uses his waist and abdomen to generate power, transferring it to his right arm. The sword is drawn from above, creating a straight white line. The air is torn apart with a sharp whistling. The blade halts in midair, steady as a mountain, without a tremor. Then, the climbing cloud technique is activated. Zhang Wei's right foot pushes off the ground, and his body instantly shifts 3 feet to the left. At the same moment, his wrist flips. Second move, water-cutting horizontal slash. The blade cuts horizontally, carrying a resolute force to block everything. If this strike hits a weapon, it can directly knock the opponent's weapon away. Third move, swinging in thrust. His body lowers. The tip of the sword moved from bottom to top, making a very sharp diagonal angle. It aimed directly at the lower 3 targets. It was very fierce and ruthless. Zhang Wei's speed was getting faster and faster. In the small yard, he turned into a gray shadow. His footwork and sword techniques blended perfectly. The fourth move, wind cutting, was performed with both hands gripping the handle, stabbing straight ahead. The fifth move, sweeping leaf, used the inertia of sideways movement to increase the attack range. The sixth move, dragon twisting, involved turning around and drawing the sword to target enemies behind him. The seventh move, mountain and river split, was a heavy downward strike, using the full strength developed in the flesh refining realm. By the time he practiced the eighth move, chasing wind chain swipe, Zhang Wei's leg muscles were stretched to their limit. He forcibly twisted his waist and abdomen in midair, swinging his sword to create 2 crossing cold flashes in front of him. Shoo! Shoo! Although the sword energy didn't leave the blade, the sharp edges sliced through the air. Zhang Wei landed smoothly. He sheathed his sword. His chest rose and fell rapidly. Sweat dripped down his cheeks onto the blue bricks. In these 7 days, he had practiced the 8 styles of the horizontal field with great effort. It wasn't because he was naturally talented, but because this sword technique was born for killing. Zhang Wei had fought monsters at the border and humans in the Blackwind Forest. The fierce spirit forged through city life fit perfectly with the true meaning of this sword technique. As for the 9th move, hidden sword kill, the book only had 1 line. The sword remains in the sheath. The mind aims at the sword first. Once drawn, it must kill. This move required extremely high understanding and might only be fully used after reaching the bone refining realm. Zhang Wei tried a few times, but felt something was missing, so he temporarily gave up. With the first 8 moves, combined with his perfected body and the cloud ladder technique, along with his advanced arrow skills, he could walk freely in this dangerous mountain pass, even without reaching the bone refining realm. Even if he faced warriors like Chun Tai, who was just starting the bone refining realm, he might not win, but could retreat safely. Zhang Wei looked at the old elm tree in the corner of the yard. The bark was no longer intact. It was full of deep scars from his sword training over the past few days. Some parts of the trunk had even been cut in half. A breeze blew by. The old elm tree let out a creaking, mournful sound, swaying unsteadily. "Brother Zhang, your sword is getting faster." Tu carried a basin of cool water from the outside room. Looking at the battered old elm tree, swallowing hard, Zhang Wei took a towel and wiped the sweat from his face. Faster? Not enough yet. Zhang Wei looked up and checked the sky. The sun was already leaning west. Today was the 8th day. It was the last day Lin Jinan was resting and healing. During these 7 days, the area outside the martial arts school was unusually quiet. The Qifeng Martial School didn't cause trouble, and the Black Tiger Village didn't come down the mountain to cause chaos. But Zhang Wei knew this was just the calm before the storm. Old fighters like Qi Lei, having suffered such a big loss, would never swallow this anger. In the past few days, they hadn't made any moves. The only explanation was that Lin Jinan was right. The iron-armored crocodile in the swamp had hurt them badly. They were also busy healing their wounds. Both sides were holding back their strength. Whoever recovered first would take the lead and deal a heavy blow to the other. Sure too, Zhang Wei threw the towel into the basin. Yes, go pull out that wooden box under my bed. Clean the things inside. Zhang Wei turned and went into the inner room. Sure too dragged out the wooden box. He opened it. Inside was a black iron soft armor. There was also a heavy 120 gene bullhorn bow and the remaining steel arrows. Zhang Wei put on a clean, dark-colored outfit. He wrapped the black iron armor over it. He picked up the bullhorn bow and carefully wiped the bowstring with a dry cloth. Then he inserted each heavy arrow into the quiver on his right shoulder. He hung a standard horizontal sword at his waist. Dressed completely, Zhang Wei stood inside the room. He radiated a cold, deadly aura. He was no longer the ordinary instructor teaching footwork in the backyard of the martial arts school. He had become a ruthless hunter on the border city walls, taking lives without mercy. Outside the courtyard, hurried footsteps sounded, followed by a few knocks on the door. "Master Zhang, are you there?" It was Lu Guanshi's voice. His tone carried a restrained excitement and nervousness. Zhang Wei walked over and opened the courtyard door. Lu Steward stood outside the door. He was dressed in a neat short outfit, with a large 9-ring sword hanging at his waist. His face looked very serious. "The master has left the mountain." Lu Steward looked at Zhang Wei's outfit, and his eyes brightened. "The master asked you to go immediately to the main hall in the front yard." Zhang Wei nodded. He turned around and looked at Shirtu. "Stay inside. Lock the door tightly. No matter what sounds you hear outside, do not come out." "Got it, big brother Zhang." "Be careful." Shirtu nodded firmly. Zhang Wei left the yard, following Lu Steward, passing through the alley, heading toward the front yard. The atmosphere inside the martial arts hall had completely changed. All the apprentices practicing martial arts in the front yard had disappeared. Instead, there were over 30 inner courtyard disciples dressed in matching blue outfits. Everyone held weapons with open blades. Swords, spears, and halberds gleamed coldly in the sunset. None of them showed any extra expressions on their faces, only a fierce determination to fight to the death. On the steps of the main hall, Lin Jinan stood at the front with his hands behind his back. He wore a black silk long robe. His hair was neatly combed. He looked energetic, with a faint gleam flashing in his eyes. His fully recovered bone-strengthening energy was clearly visible. It made the air around him feel heavy. His wounds were completely healed. Lin Wanner stood to his left, wearing a red outfit, holding a long sword. Seeing Zhang Wei walking over with a big bow on his back, Lin Jinan nodded with satisfaction. He stepped down from the stairs. He looked at the over 30 disciples in the yard. His voice was calm but clear, reaching everyone's ears. "Training soldiers for 1,000 days is for this moment. The Qifeng Martial Hall has gone too far, cutting off our finances and harming my life. Tonight, we must settle this account." Lin Jinan suddenly drew his long sword. The tip pointed diagonally at the ground. "Tonight, destroy Qifeng. No one leaves. Destroy Qifeng. Destroy Qifeng." The 30 inner courtyard disciples shouted in unison, their killing intent loud and fierce. Lin Jinan turned to look at Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei, you don't need to go with the main force. You're an archer, and the shadows are your battlefield." Lin Jinan took out a folded piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Wei. "This is a map of the Qifeng Martial Arts School's residence. They've kept the gates tightly closed these days, and even the servants going to buy groceries haven't left. They are probably healing injuries in a secret room in the backyard." Lin Jinan's eyes showed strong intent to kill. "You go ahead. Find a high point. As long as they try to escape over the wall or show themselves, your arrows can be used freely." Zhang Wei took the map and put it in his pocket. He didn't waste words. Instead, he slightly lifted the large horned bow on his back. "I'm leaving first." Zhang Wei turned around and strode out of the Yuan Martial Arts School's gate. The sun at the dangerous pass had completely set. Fewer and fewer pedestrians were on the street. Shops on both sides began to close for the night. The wind blew across the blue stone road, stirring a few fallen leaves. Zhang Wei moved quickly along the shadow of the wall, heading east toward the city. The night at the dangerous pass was very dark. When the night watchman struck the bell for the second watch, the lanterns along the long street gradually went out one by one. The lively market during the day was now quiet, with only occasional sounds of wild cats calling and the whistling wind rushing through the halls. In the east of the city, Qifeng Martial Arts School. This large estate tonight resembled a wounded beast hiding in the darkness, filled with a tense, nervous atmosphere. The high walls around the school were about 2 zhang tall, topped with sharp broken porcelain shards and iron spines. On the four corners, unusual lanterns called anger wind lamps were hanging, and several guards crouched behind shields, eyes wide like bronze bells, scanning the empty street back and forth. They were very cautious, but in Zhang Wei's eyes, this was just a display of blindness. Zhang Wei didn't take the main street. He moved like a thick ink stain along a dead alley behind the martial arts school, silently reaching the foot of the high wall. He looked up at the 2 zhang high blue brick wall and the cold glowing iron spines on top. Zhang Wei didn't use flying claws or retreat to help jump over. He kept his feet slightly apart. The powerful qi and blood from his refined body suddenly contracted inside him, then shot straight down his spine into his legs. This technique was called Tiyun Zong. He pushed off the ground. Not a speck of dust was disturbed on the surface. Zhang Wei suddenly sprang into the air. He didn't jump straight up. His body gently bent in midair like a leaf carried by the night breeze. When he reached about 3 feet high, he lightly touched the smooth green brick wall with his left toe. His strength was perfectly controlled, just enough. The bricks didn't crack, and no sound of friction was heard. Using this tiny recoil, Zhang Wei's body rose again. He skillfully jumped over the dense iron spikes. He didn't land directly. Inside the high wall, there was a row of thin trip wires to prevent intruders. In midair, Zhang Wei twisted his waist and turned his body sideways. His right foot stepped lightly on the empty space inside the wall, and he slid forward about 7 or 8 feet, landing steadily on the roof of a small house with blue tiles. His toes touched the roof first. His flesh absorbed the falling force. The whole wall-climbing process was smooth and fast, like flowing water, so quick it was almost like a gust of wind. Zhang Wei hid in the shadow of the roof ridge. His dark gray outfit blended with the night. He kept his breath very low, so much so that he could hear his steady, strong heartbeat. He took out a map of the courtyard given by Lin Jinan from his pocket. Under the faint starlight, he carefully checked the terrain in front of him. The Qifeng Martial Hall has 3 main courtyards: front, middle, and back. The front yard is where they usually collect money and teach apprentices. It's the widest area. The middle yard is where inner disciples and instructors live, and it also stores weapons and ledgers. The backyard is the deepest, where the Hall Master Qifeng's private residence is located. Zhang Wei crouched on the tiles, his eyes like a hawk scanning the scene below. The front yard was very dark. Not even a lantern was lit. But Zhang Wei's extraordinary eyesight clearly saw a few hidden guards behind stone lions. The middle yard was the most guarded. For patrol teams of martial artists, 5 people each, carried shiny single-edged swords and walked back and forth between the corridor and the main hall. Their steps were a bit uneven, and their eyes showed signs of fatigue and fear that they couldn't hide. It looks like the fight at Black Wind Forest really scared them, Zhang Wei thought silently. He moved along the roof ridge like a clever night cat, using his hands and feet to silently climb toward the middle yard. The blue tiles were covered with a layer of cold night dew, making them a little slippery. But Zhang Wei's 10 fingers were like rooted old tree vines, firmly gripping the cracks in the tiles. He climbed to the junction of the front and back courtyards and stopped. He found the best high point in this house. It was a 2-story main hall. The roof of the hall was a hip roof, with tall, upturned eaves around it. Carved on the eaves were fierce-looking lion-like beasts. This place was perfect. Zhang Wei stepped on the tiles and quickly reached the highest point of the hall. He hid behind a large stone sculpture of a lion. From here, his view was wide and clear. Looking forward, he could see all the movements in the front and middle courtyards. Looking back, he could directly overlook the heavily guarded backyard of Qifeng. This spot was about 80 steps from the front gate and 50 steps from the main house in the backyard. It matched perfectly with the range of his heavy bow, which weighed 120 jin. At this distance, the steel-tipped arrows were at their strongest, capable of piercing armor and even hitting targets through flesh. Zhang Wei didn't rush to act. He focused his gaze on the backyard. There, a few pots of fire were burning. A dozen skilled men dressed in black short outfits, holding heavy wooden shields, surrounded the main house tightly. But inside the main house, there was no light or sound of breathing. Zhang Wei frowned. He closed his eyes and heightened his senses. A strong medicinal smell drifted in the wind. It wasn't ordinary wound medicine, but a potent herbal remedy used to detoxify and heal, mixed with a faint, fishy odor. This smell came from an old dry well beside the fake mountain in the backyard. So that's it. They're not in the main house, but hiding in an underground secret room, Zhang Wei realized. The main house was just a front to attract the attention of assassins. The seriously injured Qi Lei, Chen Tai, and the housekeeper Qi Feng were probably hiding in the dark room at the bottom of that dry well, licking their wounds. The three big fish, as Lin Jinan predicted, were badly hurt and not fully recovered. They dared not show themselves. Having figured out the situation, Zhang Wei didn't stay any longer. He slid down the eaves at the back of the hall. A few jumps, and he crossed over the west wall of Qi Feng's martial arts school. Outside the west wall was a narrow alley emitting a foul smell. Deep inside the alley, a large group of people stood in the shadows. 20 elite fighters from the Wei Yuan Martial School's inner gate held sharpened steel knives, silent and still. Lin Jinan wore a black cloak and stood at the front. Lin Wanner carried a long sword and followed beside him. When Zhang Wei gracefully dropped from the wall, a flicker of surprise appeared in Lin Jinan's eyes. This kid's footwork is becoming more and more strange. How is it? Lin Jinan asked quietly. Zhang Wei stepped forward, pulled off the black cloth covering his face, and exhaled heavily. I've figured it out. He drew a simple sketch on the ground with his knife sheath. Adding the guards on the front and back, there are about 40 people outside, all skilled fighters who have trained for years. The patrols in the front and middle courtyards are tight, but everyone is nervous and low on morale. Zhang Wei pointed to the back of the sketch with his knife sheath. The main house in the back courtyard is empty. The defenses are focused around an old well beside the fake mountain. I smell strong medicinal herbs for healing. If I'm right, Qi Lei and the others are hiding in the tunnel under the old well. They haven't dared to come out. Lin Jinan listened and sneered. The miasma of Black Wind Forest and my palm. It's not so easy to cure. They're just 3 toothless, sick dogs now. He looked up and swept his gaze over the disciples behind him, whose eyes gleamed with killing intent. Taking a deep breath, his voice was cold and steady in the night. Before we attack, I have a rule. Listen carefully. The 30 disciples straightened up. In our martial world, revenge is about justice. Those who owe debts must pay. Lin Jinan raised one finger. Those apprentices outside the Qi Feng Martial School, who paid their fees and only learned a few days of farming skills. They are common folk, children of ordinary families. They've never seen blood, and they don't understand the grudges of the martial world. When the fight starts, if they drop their weapons and crouch with their heads down or run away, no one is allowed to chase or attack them. Anyone who kills innocent people or takes credit will have their hand cut off by me personally. As for the instructors and disciples inside the middle and back courtyards wearing Qi Feng Martial School uniforms, his eyes suddenly sharpened like blades. Let them be unlucky. They've chosen the wrong master. These people hold lives in their hands. When you see them, no need for words, just attack with your blades. Leave no one alive. Yes. The 30 disciples lowered their voices and responded in unison. A sharp, fierce aura spread through the alley. Zhang Wei stood nearby, watching Lin Jinan. Although this old fox was ruthless, he had principles. He wouldn't kill innocent apprentices, both for the sake of justice and to avoid provoking the authorities. Killing a few gang members and claiming it was a gang fight, the officials might turn a blind eye. But if innocent civilians were also harmed, it would be rebellion, and no one could protect him. He knew exactly how to handle this. Master, how should we attack? Lu Steward asked, holding a 9-ring sword. Lin Jinan looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, you just came out. You start the first strike. You said that the eaves are the best position, right? Go up to the roof. When the time is right, shoot out the 2 lanterns hanging in the front yard as signals. When the lanterns go out, it's a signal. Old Liu and his men will rush in through the front gate, and I will lead 10 elite fighters over the wall to block the backyard and the dry well. Today, even if they try to fly away with wings, they won't escape this trap. Understood. Zhang Wei didn't waste words. He pulled the mask back over his face, covering his mouth and nose. He turned and stepped to the base of the wall, tiptoed, and his figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, climbing over the high wall again. After a few leaps, Zhang Wei returned to the roof of the main hall. He crouched behind the cold stone statue of a lion. Slowly, he took down the large horn bow weighing 120 jin from his back. He drew 5 heavy steel arrows from his quiver. Instead of placing the arrows on the tiles, he held the bow with his left hand and pinched all 5 arrow shafts between his fingers. This was a fast-firing technique he had developed in the backyard of the martial arts school, saving the time of drawing arrows from behind. The night breeze blew, bringing a cool sensation. Zhang Wei's eyes became extremely focused, entering a state of calm. The noisy wind, the footsteps of patrolling soldiers, and even distant street sounds of watchmen were all blocked out from his hearing. In his eyes, only the 2 hidden guards inside the front yard gate and the 2 windproof lanterns hanging above them remained. 80 steps away, the wind was blowing slightly eastward. The wind was gentle. Zhang Wei slowly stood up. He stood firmly on the slightly tilted tiled roof. He looked like a mighty warrior standing in the dark night. His right thumb and index finger held the end of the first arrow ready on the bowstring. He focused his energy, muscles tense. Creak, the thick bow arm was pulled into a full curve. Without hesitation, he released his fingers. Snap, the bowstring snapped loudly. The first heavy arrow shot out like a black lightning bolt, instantly hitting and destroying the nearby lantern. Oil spilled, and the flame went out with a puff. Before anyone below could react, Zhang Wei turned his hand, and the second arrow was already on the string. He drew the bow and released. In one smooth motion, bang! The second lantern exploded. Suddenly, the front yard was plunged into complete darkness. Enemy attack. Someone's shooting arrows. The guards in the front yard were so frightened they screamed loudly. That scream became the signal for tonight's attack. Boom! A loud noise came from the front gate. The heavy iron gates of the Qifeng Martial Arts School were forcefully pushed open from outside with a large wooden ram. Wood chips flew everywhere. Manager Liu, holding a 9-ring broadsword, rushed in first. Qifeng Martial Arts School, stay out of this. Anyone blocking the way will die, Liu shouted loudly, and his 9-ring sword cut through the night, shining white. The guard who had just shouted didn't see who was coming and was cut in half by a sword. Blood sprayed everywhere. Kill. 20 elite disciples from Wei Yuan Martial Arts School charged in like fierce tigers, wielding long swords and short blades. The ordinary students in the front yard of Qifeng Martial Arts School, who had been half asleep, saw the chaos and ran out of the side rooms, clutching their pants. They saw these fierce fighters with murderous intent. These students usually only practice stone locks and punching bags, never seen such real fighting. Oh my, they're killing. Someone shouted in fear. Dozens of students from the outer yard dropped their sticks and ran away crying and screaming, some kneeling and begging for mercy. Manager Liu remembered Lin Zhenan's orders. He kicked over a passing apprentice without even looking at him. Ignore these weaklings. Head to the central courtyard. Kill those in black clothes who are teachers. The forces from Wei Yuan didn't waste any time on ordinary apprentices. They moved straight like a sharp blade toward the central courtyard. The patrol team in the courtyard quickly responded. Arm yourselves. Someone is challenging us. For teachers, along with over 20 inner disciples, advanced with single-edged swords. 2 groups clashed fiercely in the open space of the courtyard. The sound of metal clashing, weapons hitting flesh, and desperate screams filled the air, creating a deadly atmosphere. Zhang Wei stood on the roof of the main hall. This was the highest point of the scene. From up here, he saw everything clearly. He didn't try to take credit for the common disciples' efforts. His bow only aimed at those who posed a deadly threat to Wei Yuan's disciples. One teacher from the Qifeng Martial School was fierce with his sword, cutting down 2 Wei Yuan disciples in a row, ready to pursue the victory. Zhang Wei's eyes turned cold. He drew his large bow to full tension. Bang! A heavy steel arrow, whistling sharply, shot down from the sky. The teacher heard the wind and tried to look up, but the arrow had already pierced through his forehead, pinning him to the blue stone slab. The powerful penetration killed him instantly, without even a twitch. "There's a sharpshooter on the roof. Find cover," someone shouted in panic below. But Zhang Wei's arrows were too fast and deadly. He flicked his fingers. The remaining 2 arrows shot out like a continuous volley. Every time the bowstring vibrated, a master from Chi Feng Martial School was hit in the chest or head. Zhang Wei looked like a grim reaper from above, mercilessly claiming lives one after another. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, a fierce battle was raging. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the back courtyard. Boom! The dry well covered with blue stone slabs was forcibly blasted open from below by an overwhelming power. Debris flew into the air. Then, 3 figures emerged from the underground chamber. It was Qi Lei, Chen Tai, and the master of the hall, Qi Feng. The 3 of them were dressed in ragged clothes, wrapped in bandages that seeped with dark blood. Their faces were as pale as paper, but their fierce aura was frightening. They were cornered in their home and attacked, and these tough fighters, used to ruling the martial world, were finally truly angered. "Lin Jinan, how dare you take advantage of the chaos? Today, I will tear you to pieces." Qi Lei's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately saw Lin Jinan, who had just climbed over the wall into the backyard. With a sudden burst of energy, Qi Lei's aura exploded, and the air around him made a sharp cracking sound. Like a wild beast going mad, Qi Lei charged straight at Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan sneered, flicking his long sword to create a beautiful sword flower. "Old dog, today I will send you on your way." 2 experts at the bone refining stage immediately clashed fiercely. A real fierce battle began in the backyard. Zhang Wei stood on the roof, glancing at the situation in the middle courtyard, which had already fallen completely under the control of the Wei Yuan Martial School. He slung his large bow back onto his shoulder. His right hand slowly rested on the hilt of his standard horizontal sword at his waist. The pressure from the archery was enough now. In the upcoming bone refining battle, the fighters were too close, and the strong wind made it hard for arrows to penetrate. It was time to use the bloodshed of this fight to test the newly practiced Henji 9 style. Zhang Wei leapt down from the roof, his gray figure like a hawk, heading straight for the backyard. The wind over the high wall carried a strong smell of blood. Zhang Wei jumped from the 2-story rooftop. In midair, his gray robes fluttered in the night wind. He had no hesitation, his gaze fixed on the most ferocious figure in the chaos, Qi Lei, the chief instructor of the Chi Feng Martial School. At this moment, Qi Lei, wrapped in blood-stained bandages and weighed down by swamp toxins, still remained the most terrifying killer in the backyard. 2 elite inner disciples of the Wei Yuan Martial School had just approached when he struck them with a hand chop, breaking their necks, causing them to collapse limply. Zhang Wei was in midair, his right hand already on the hilt of his horizontal sword. His heart pounded fiercely, and the hot blood from his perfected flesh refining stage surged like a flood, instantly filling his legs and right arm. Using the force of the fall, Zhang Wei suddenly kicked a thick supporting pillar nearby. The Tianyunzong technique was unleashed. Bang! A 2-inch deep footprint was stamped on the pillar. Wood chips flew everywhere as Zhang Wei transformed into a streak of gray lightning, almost skimming the ground, angling strangely to the side and behind Qi Lei. 3 steps away. This was the perfect killing zone of the Hing Yi Jiu Shi technique. Clang! The sharp sound of drawing a sword was very clear amid the chaos of battle. Hung Yi Jiu Shi. The first move, drawing the sword. No fancy moves, no complicated sword patterns. His core muscles tensed to the limit in an instant, channeling all his strength into the blade. The standard Tang Hung sword became a straight, silver line, silently slashing toward Qi Lei's neck. Fast, accurate, fierce. In this strike, Zhang Wei used all his experience from the past 7 days of chopping dead wood in the yard. Before the blade touched skin, a cold sword aura had already cut through a few strands of Qi Lei's messy hair at the back of his head. At this critical moment, Qi Lei's bloodshot eyes suddenly shrank. He didn't turn around, and there was no time to do so. A martial artist at the bone refining stage instinctively reacted to danger and saved his life. "Get out of the way!" Qi Lei roared like a beast. He didn't dodge but puffed out his chest, his internal energy and blood surging wildly, forming a faint white frost on his body surface. This was a special ability only a master at the bone refining stage could do. External protection with chi energy. At the same time, he suddenly raised his thick right arm, using his body to block Zhang Wei's inevitable strike. Bang! A deafening clash of metal on metal exploded in the backyard. Sparks flew everywhere. Zhang Wei's eyes widened as a powerful counterforce surged up the sword handle. His finely crafted steel Tang-hung sword, when struck on Qi Lei's arm wrapped in protective qi, didn't cut through flesh but felt like hitting an iron mountain. The blade immediately cracked, bending and trembling violently, producing a shrill sound. The tiger's mouth on Zhang Wei's right hand instantly shattered, blood flowing down the sword handle. The entire muscles in his right arm went numb from the shock, almost unable to hold the sword. Is this the body of a bone refinement expert? Zhang Wei's mind was filled with shock. He finally understood what one step, one new sky meant. The difference between refining flesh and refining bones is just a thin line. But no matter how strong the muscles are in the flesh refinement stage, they are still soft. In the bone refinement stage, the energy and blood are trained into the marrow, making the bones as hard as iron. When covered with outward spreading energy, ordinary swords can't break through the defense. If Qi Lei hadn't been injured, that recoil just now would have broken Zhang Wei's entire right arm. If the attack misses, there's no point in continuing to fight. Zhang Wei's mind was very clear. The technique, 9 styles of horizontal field, emphasizes advancing without retreating, but when faced with overwhelming strength, stubbornness is just asking for trouble. Come at me. Qi Lei blocked a strike, and then threw a powerful punch with great force, accompanied by a loud crack that tore through the air, heading straight for Zhang Wei's temple. Before the punch arrived, the skin on Zhang Wei's face was already scraped painfully. Retreat. Zhang Wei suddenly slid back 3 feet on the blue bricks with a quick move, using the cloud ladder technique. His body shifted backward in a strange posture, narrowly avoiding the deadly punch. Qi Lei's fist missed Zhang Wei's nose and smashed into the half-destroyed brick wall behind him, causing debris to fly everywhere. Using the momentum of his retreat, Zhang Wei tiptoed and jumped back to the edge of the fake mountain, about 2 zhang away, gasping heavily. He calmly shook his numb right arm, sheathed his curved sword across his chest, and his gaze grew colder. Just as Zhang Wei was testing the depth of his bone refinement stage, the carved wooden door of the main house in the backyard suddenly burst open with a loud bang, kicked in from inside. A cold, bone-chilling palm wind, mixed with intense killing intent, swept out wildly from the broken door frame. Lin Jinan, if you dare to come here, I will break your tendons today. A thin figure dressed in a dark gold robe, like an old night owl, rushed out swiftly. This was Qi Feng, the master of Qi Feng Martial Hall. He immediately used the secret technique, poisonous heart-piercing palm. Both palms were wrapped in a faint black aura, and wherever they passed, the temperature in the air dropped sharply. Old thief, your sneaky tricks no longer work on me. Lin Jinan remains firm and does not retreat. He laughs loudly and steps forward confidently, facing Qi Feng's palm strike. Instead of using a sword, he raises his right palm, which faintly glows with a solid-looking red energy. This is a clash of strength against evil. Boom! His palms collide fiercely in midair. A visible circular wave of energy spreads out from the two of them, pushing outward with great force. The blue stone slabs on the ground are lifted up, with stones and dust flying everywhere. Some nearby martial arts students are shaken by the force, coughing blood and retreating quickly. The fight only lasts a moment. Qi Feng groans softly, his thin face turning bright red instantly. He stumbles back, pushed by Lin Jinan's powerful, masculine energy, retreating 5 big steps. With each step, he leaves a deep footprint on the ground. In contrast, Lin Jinan only takes half a step back, standing steady like a mountain. His face is flushed, his breath long and strong, looking far from someone badly injured or near death. Qi Feng steadies himself, clutching his chest, and looks at Lin Jinan with suspicion and surprise. How can your wound heal so quickly? His eyes twitch violently. He knows very well how toxic his own evil palm is. 3 months ago, That palm struck Lin Jianan's vital point. Not to mention 3 months. Even 3 years without top-quality spiritual medicine wouldn't be enough to remove that cold poison. Suddenly, Qi Feng's gaze sweeps over the disciples in the courtyard and then to the gray-clad man with a strange step, holding a knife nearby. A thought flashes through his mind like lightning. The timing matches. That night, in Heifeng Lin, the blood spirit mushroom matured. Qi Lei led a large group to attack, but was defeated, suffering heavy losses, and the blood spirit mushroom was stolen. Tonight, Lin Jianan is alive and well, leading his people to attack. His energy and blood have fully recovered, even more powerful than before. Heifeng Lin, blood spirit mushroom. Qi Feng grits his teeth and mutters these words. His thin face twists suddenly, and his eyes stare fixedly at Lin Jianan, filled with endless hatred and a crazed realization. Good. Good for Wei Yuan Martial Hall. What a clever plan. Pretend to repair the bridge while secretly crossing the mountain. Qi Feng pointed at Lin Jianan, trembling with anger. I was wondering who had such great skill to steal the spiritual mushroom right under my Qi Feng martial arts school and Black Tiger Village's noses. Turns out it was you all along. Not only did you steal the medicine, but you also killed many of my disciples. Lin Jianan brushed dust off his long robe, sneered coldly, and openly admitted. Old dog Qi, when you plotted against Wei Yuan martial arts school, you should have known this day would come. What? Only you can use sneaky tricks, but I can't fight openly? Let me tell you, the blood spiritual mushroom really does smell good. Today, I not only want your life, but also to destroy the reputation of your Qi Feng martial arts school. Hearing Lin Jianan admit everything, Qi Feng's anger turned into a cruel smile. His laughter was sharp and piercing, echoing through the night sky. Destroy my reputation? Ha ha. Lin Jianan, do you think eating a blood spiritual mushroom makes you invincible? Do you think that because Qi Lei and Qin Tai got hurt, you can wipe out my entire Qi family? Qi Feng suddenly stopped laughing, his eyes turning fierce, like a wolf pushed to the edge. Today, I will show you what has kept Qi Feng martial arts school standing for 30 years, its true strength. Qi Feng flipped his wrist and took out a delicate white jade bottle from his wide sleeve. He used his thumb to open the bottle cap. A strong, strange fragrance instantly filled the backyard. This scent was intoxicating, making blood surge, but upon closer smell, it also carried a rotten, bone-chilling odor. Qi Feng shouted loudly, Qi Lei, Qin Tai. Qi Lei, fighting with Wei Yuan disciples, and Qin Tai, the vice head who was attacked by Lu Zhangshi and Lin Wanner, heard the call. They immediately fought through their injuries, forcing their opponents back, and returned to Qi Feng's side. Qi Feng turned the porcelain bottle upside down. 3 bright red pills, covered with strange black patterns, rolled into his palm. Zhang Wei, standing by the fake mountain, smelled the strange aroma and frowned deeply. His instincts told him this was definitely not a healing medicine. When Lin Jianan saw the 3 blood-red pills, his face suddenly changed. His usually calm voice was now tinged with rare panic. Revival pill? Qi Feng, are you crazy? That's a forbidden medicine that drains your life. Lin Jianan had been wandering the martial world for many years and naturally recognized this thing. Spring Revival Pill. As the name suggests, it is a miraculous remedy that restores vitality. But this is only the surface. The real purpose of this medicine is to ignite the warrior's internal energy and life force. Once taken, no matter how severe the injuries, the warrior's condition can be quickly suppressed, and their realm forcibly pushed to the peak of their current level. The cost is extremely high. After the effects wear off, the warrior's meridians will break apart because they cannot withstand the violent power of the medicine. Even more frightening, this pill burns away 10 years of life. Taking this medicine is like giving up your future for a brief moment of invincibility. Are you crazy? I am the one driven mad by you. Qi Feng's eyes turned red, and he looked wild and frantic. He threw 2 pills to Qi Lei and Qin Tai. This Qi Feng martial hall is my lifelong effort. Even if I sacrifice my life today, you bunch of trash won't walk out alive. Eat. Qi Lei and Qin Tai trembled slightly as they held the pills. They looked at the bodies of Qi Feng's disciples all around and knew that tonight would definitely not end well. Since death is certain either way, they might as well take a chance. Without hesitation, the 3 of them tilted their heads back and swallowed the blood-red pills. Down the hatch, the pills went down their throats. Suddenly, the entire backyard fell into a strange silence. Only the rustling of the night wind through the trees could be heard. But then, a bone-chilling cracking sound erupted from within Chi Feng, Chi Lei, and Shintai. Crack, crack, crack. Zhang Wei watched closely as the once thin and frail Chi Feng's body swelled like a balloon. His emaciated muscles rapidly expanded, tearing through his dark gold robe. The wounds on Chi Lei and Chuntai stopped bleeding almost instantly, forming thick black scabs. The most terrifying part was their skin color. All three turned a strange dark red, as if their blood was about to seep out from every pore. Their eyes lost all white, becoming deep black holes, spitting out hot white steam. Huh! The three exhaled simultaneously. The airflow swept across the ground, evaporating the blood on the blue stone slabs into a red mist. The overwhelming surge of energy and blood was like three volcanoes about to erupt, exploding loudly in the backyard. They were at the peak of the bone refining realm, and all three were on the edge of losing control, completely numb to pain, risking everything. A fierce wind formed a small tornado around them. The nearby disciples of the Wei Yuan Martial Hall didn't even have time to scream before the wind swept them up, tearing their bodies like broken sacks, spilling internal organs and limbs everywhere. Retreat. Everyone back. Stay away from them. Lin Jinan shouted hoarsely, full of grief. He knew very well how powerful this medicine was. These three monsters were no longer human. They were killing machines that only knew how to slaughter. Ordinary disciples would only be risking their lives if they went forward. The disciples of Wei Yuan Martial Hall were terrified by this terrifying scene and backed away with their swords. The battle, which had been in their favor just moments ago, suddenly turned around. Chi Feng twisted his neck, making a grating sound that made people's teeth ache. His black eyes locked onto Lin Jinan, and he sneered. Lin Jinan, prepare to die. Before he finished speaking, the blue bricks beneath Chi Feng cracked inch by inch. He moved with a long red shadow, appearing instantly in front of Lin Jinan. Bang! They clashed again. But this time, Lin Jinan was hit like by a giant hammer, flying backward like a broken kite, crashing hard into the backyard wall and creating a big hole. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Both were at the peak of the bone refining realm, but Chi Feng was in a reckless state, burning his life to fight, and his strength was far beyond normal. Dad! Lin Wanner shouted in alarm, ready to rush forward with her sword. Don't come any closer. Lin Jinan struggled to stand from the ruins, his face pale, waving desperately. Chi Lei and Chintai weren't idle either. They charged into the crowd like two raging bulls, one on each side. Fists and wind howled, and energy surged everywhere. There were no fancy moves, just pure violence crushing everything. Even if the Wei Yuan disciples tried to cut them with swords, they felt nothing and could crush a person's head with a slap. Screams filled the air as the backyard instantly turned into a battlefield of chaos. Zhang Wei hid in the shadow of the fake mountain, cold sweat running down his forehead into his eyes, causing sharp pain. He held the already dull-edged horizontal sword, his breathing tight and strained. The situation was out of control. Three peak bone refining realm fighters under the influence of drugs. Even if they filled the entire Wei Yuan Martial Hall, it wouldn't be enough to stop them tonight. According to his own rules, when faced with danger he couldn't handle, his first choice was to retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, firewood will always be available. But just as he took a half step back, he suddenly stopped. Run? Where could he run to? If Lin Jinan died here, Wei Yuan Martial Hall would be destroyed. The safe haven he had worked hard to find, the logistics base providing plenty of food and medicine, would be gone. Moreover, when the nest is destroyed, no egg remains intact. If Chi Feng and the others survive tonight, even if they are exhausted after the effects of the medicine wear off, the Chi family will definitely turn the dangerous territory upside down and kill everyone associated with Wei Yuan Martial Hall. Running won't solve the problem. Zhang Wei slowly loosened his grip on the dull-edged horizontal sword. Let it fall to the ground. He reached behind his back. A 120 gene oxhorn bow was tightly grasped in his left hand. The bowstring was cold. He glanced at Chi Lei, who was wreaking havoc. Took a deep breath. A fierce and desperate look flashed in his eyes. Peak bone refining realm, right? Today, I'll see if I can shoot through this reckless turtle shell with one arrow. The night wind had already carried a heavy smell of blood. In the backyard of Chi Feng Martial Hall, it had become a slaughterhouse filled with blood and torn flesh. The ordinary instructors and disciples outside had already been defeated by the elite assault of Wei Yuan Martial Hall. Some ran, some surrendered. The once lively and chaotic courtyard was now only the backyard, filled with terrifying roars and the cracking of bones. Chi Feng, Chi Lei, and Chen Tai, after taking the rejuvenation pill, had become unrecognizable due to the effects of the medicine. Their skin was a dark red, like cooked shrimp, with veins bulging beneath, as if about to burst. Their black eye sockets showed no white, only savage madness. Snap! Chi Lei swung his large hand suddenly, grabbing a long sword from a disciple inside Wei Yuan Martial Hall. The sharp steel blade struck his hand covered with protective energy, but left no mark. Chi Lei sneered, twisting his wrist to break the steel sword into two pieces. Then, he threw one half of the broken sword backhandedly, piercing through the disciple's chest with a splat. The disciple didn't even scream. He fell face up into a pool of blood. Can't stop them. Can't break their defenses. Monsters. They're monsters. The disciples of Wei Yuan Martial Hall finally broke down. They weren't afraid of death, but in the face of such one-sided slaughter, even the strongest will collapse. Ordinary swords and knives couldn't hurt the enemies, while the enemies could tear people apart with a single strike. Lin Jianan stood at the edge of the ruins, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes, which had seen through the world's coldness, were now full of seriousness. He knew very well the secret of the rejuvenation pill. These three old villains had used their remaining 30 years of life to gain a brief moment of invincibility. If they truly sacrificed lives to fill their power, even if all the people from Wei Yuan Martial Hall tonight were sacrificed, it wouldn't be enough for the three of them to be killed. Everyone stop. Retreat. Lin Jianan held his sword, channeling his energy, and shouted loudly, shaking the backyard. He took a big step forward, holding his sword across all the disciples, and ordered sternly, "These three old dogs have gone mad. Ordinary weapons can't hurt them. All disciples, immediately retreat from Chi Feng Martial Hall. Leave the eastern part of the city. No one is to look back without my order." Among the crowd, Lin Wanner, holding her blood-stained sword with red eyes, rushed forward. "Father, I won't leave. I want to stay and help you." "Nonsense." Lin Jianan suddenly turned his head, eyes wide with anger, his tone full of authority. "Staying will only get you killed. What else can you do? Immediately retreat. Save the Martial Hall's foundation." "That's an order." Lin Wanner bit her lip, blood dripping from her chin. She knew her father was telling the truth. In front of a master at the bone refinement stage, her proud swordsmanship seemed like child's play. She looked deeply at Lin Jianan, then clenched her teeth and shouted, "Retreat. Everyone, follow me." Clatter. If the disciples of Wei Yuan, granted amnesty, helped the wounded and rushed towards the back courtyard gate like a tide. Chi Feng's dark eyes fixed on the retreating crowd, and he let out a loud roar. Just as he was about to step forward to chase, a tall figure like a tower suddenly blocked his way. It was Steward Liu. This middle-aged man, usually friendly and kind at the martial arts school, now had muscles bulging all over his body. He held a 9-ring great sword that hummed loudly. As the second most powerful expert in the bone refinement realm at Wei Yuan Martial School, Steward Liu did not retreat. "Master, old Liu's bones are still pretty tough. Today, even if I die here, I will bite a piece of flesh from them." Steward Liu spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his eyes full of determination. Lin Jianan looked at him and nodded slightly. The large back courtyard suddenly became empty. Bodies lay scattered on the ground. Only 6 people remained alive. Chi Feng, Chi Lei, and Chen Tai, who had gone wild from the medicine. Lin Jianan and Steward Liu, fighting to the death. And Lin Jianan slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the high roof ridge on the east side of the courtyard. In the night, on the high eaves of the main hall, Zhang Wei was crouching in the shadows. He hadn't left. His dark gray combat outfit fluttered in the night wind. He held a 120-gene bullhorn bow in his left hand, and his right hand gently rested on the edge of his quiver. He saw clearly the tragic scene below. Just now, he had tentatively drawn his sword, and deeply felt the terror of the bone refinement realm's energy. With his current strength in the flesh refinement realm, without the momentum of falling, he couldn't even break their energy. Head-on confrontation would surely lead to death. So he retreated to the roof, to this absolute high ground where only the climbing the cloud ladder technique could make him walk steadily and look down from above. 3 against 3. Lin Jinnan, Steward Liu, and Zhang Wei, who was sniping from the roof, facing the 3 wild bone refinement realm experts of Qi Feng Martial School. This was definitely a death trap with no way out. Qi Feng's pale face twisted, and the white aura surrounding him boiled like hot water. He took a step forward, and the blue stone slab beneath his feet shattered with a loud bang. Don't waste your effort. Your swords and knives can't even break my protective aura. Qi Lei and Chun Tai stood on either side, like 2 fierce demons with red faces, blocking Lin Jinan and Steward Liu's escape. Lin Jinan did not retreat. He leaned on his long sword and suddenly smiled softly. His laughter sounded strange in the quiet backyard. Qi Feng, do you really think our Lin family has lasted 3 generations in this dangerous land just because of some simple boxing skills? You have a secret weapon, but so do I. Lin Jinan slowly straightened up. His expression became serious and respectful. He reached into his inner shirt. Zhang Wei, crouched on the roof ridge, squinted slightly. He could feel that Lin Jinan's aura had changed. It was a strange, deep, and cold feeling, not like normal martial energy, but old and chilling enough to make one's heart race. Lin Jinan's hand came out of his shirt. In his palm was a small purple sandalwood box. The box was carved with complex cloud and thunder patterns, with 4 corners wrapped in blackened brass. 300 years ago, an ancestor of the Lin family, a cultivator who understood the way of immortality, once appeared. Lin Jinan's voice was quiet, but in the silent night, it reached everyone's ears clearly. When he said this, not only Qi Feng and the others were stunned, but even Zhang Wei on the roof's edge shrank his pupils suddenly. A cultivator of the spiritual path. For ordinary martial artists, this word was like a myth. There were countless stories about immortal cultivators in the martial world. It was said they could fly on swords, summon wind and rain, and were far beyond ordinary fighters. Zhang Wei didn't expect that Weiyuan Martial Hall had such a background. Although our ancestor only wandered near the immortal gates and didn't achieve eternal life before he died, he left behind 8 talismans for protection. Lin Jinan pressed his thumb on the brass latch of the sandalwood box. With a soft click, the box opened. There was no dazzling light or strange phenomena. A quiet wooden box held 5 yellowed talisman papers. The material of the talismans was very strange, neither silk nor cloth, with dark red mysterious symbols drawn all over the surface. The colors seemed to be made from the blood of a creature, and even after 300 years, it still emitted a chilling aura. This talisman is called Strange Gate Wind Talisman. A flicker of pain crossed Lin Jinan's eyes, but more than that was a firm resolve to go all out. Several generations of the Lin family had faced near destruction multiple times. Ancestors had used 3 spiritual talismans to protect their family business. Now, only 5 remain. Today, facing 3 bone refinement realm cultivators who had taken forbidden medicine, he had no other choice. Old Liu, get ready to fight for your life. Once these talismans are lit, their protective shell won't hold. Lin Jinan no longer hesitated. He bit his tongue, letting out a sharp sound, and spat a mouthful of hot blood containing his essence and blood onto the 3 talisman papers inside the wooden box. The talismans, soaked in blood, seemed to come alive. The dark red symbols suddenly burst into a dazzling blue glow. Lin Jinan's fingers, like a sword, pinched the 3 glowing talismans, and with a quick flick of his wrist, he threw them forcefully toward Qi Feng and the others. Open the gate, summon the wind. Break. The 3 talismans ignited in midair without any wind. There was no flame, only a faint blue halo rapidly expanding. Next, the air in the backyard seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. An eerie, unnatural wind appeared out of nowhere. This wind was silent and did not stir the dust on the ground. It was a pale blue-gray, like 3 lively venomous snakes, wrapping around Qi Feng, Qi Lei, and Chun Tai at an impossible speed. What is this thing? Qi Feng let out a terrified scream. He felt that the blue-gray strange wind just touched him, and the powerful martial energy and blood in his body, which usually moved freely, suddenly froze as if encountering an ice-cold obstacle. A cracking sound of dissolving followed. The unbreakable protective energy covering the three of them began to shake violently and crack under the influence of the blue-gray, Chiman gale wind. Eventually, it turned into wisps of white smoke and completely vanished into the air. There was no explosion or loud noise. Silently, the protective energy, which could block steel weapons and represented the highest level of martial defense, was completely stripped away. My energy. I can't gather my energy anymore. Chun-Tai frantically made hand signs, trying to restore the flow of his internal energy. But he was shocked to find that although his internal blood and energy remained large, once separated from his body, it was immediately blown away by the strange blue-gray wind swirling around him. It wasn't just Chun-Tai. Chi Lei and Chi Feng were also filled with despair and anger. Chiman Gale Wind Talisman suppresses all external energy from the refining of Qi. Lin Jinan's cold voice sounded in the wind. He was holding a long sword, the tip scraping a spark on the blue stone slab. Right now, besides your brute strength, you're just like a living target without clothes, on the roof. Zhang Wei watched this incredible scene, his breathing becoming heavy. Martial techniques from the immortals. This is true strength. They were easily erased by just 3 pieces of broken paper. Without the protective energy, even a martial artist at the bone refining stage, with a tough body, was still just flesh and blood. Sharp weapons could pierce their hearts or blow up their heads. The opportunity was here. Zhang Wei's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. Calm Mind passive triggered. All the distracting noises around him disappeared from his world again. Sure hit amplification activated. The tip of the arrow automatically adjusted slightly to improve accuracy. Arrow speed boost activated. Arrow speed increased by 30%. Microscopic weak point insight activated. He searched for the most deadly weak spot of the target. He suddenly stood up from the shadow of the roof ridge. His left hand was steady like a rock, gripping the bow handle of a bullhorn-shaped bow. His right hand's thumb and index finger firmly held a heavy steel arrow with 3 bloodletting grooves. He spread his legs, as if rooted to the tiles. A 120-gene-strong bow, under his muscle explosion, emitted a painful creaking sound. The bow was fully drawn like a full moon. A cold arrowhead pierced through the night, through the air, directly targeting Chi Lei's waist and abdomen, the weakest part of his body. In recent days, he had been practicing the Henji 9 style and blood circulation techniques intensely. All his efforts now converged into this one arrow. 15 minutes. Old Liu attack. Kill, Lin Jinan shouted loudly. The blue bricks beneath his feet shattered, and he transformed into a sword light rushing straight for Qi Feng's throat. Manager Liu roared angrily. His 9-ring great sword whipped up a violent storm of blades, fiercely attacking Chun-Tai without fear of death. A deadly 3-on-3 fight broke out as the protective energy dissipated. Zhang Wei stood on the eaves. The night wind blew his hair. He didn't look at Lin Jinan and Liu's battle. His eyes were only on Chi Lei. His fingers slowly loosened. Zing! A sound like a tearing silk string burst, tearing apart the suppressed night sky. Zing! A sound like a tearing silk string burst, tearing open the suppressed night sky. Without the protective energy, Chi Lei's body, pushed to the limit by the spring return pill, was fully exposed to the cold night wind. He heard a sharp whistling from above. Death was approaching. His bone-refining realm instincts made his hair stand on end. He let out a beast-like roar, his thick arms crossing protectively over his chest, trying to withstand the attack with his tough flesh and bones. But in front of the 120-gene bow and the steel arrow with 3 bleeding slots, his flesh and blood body seemed so fragile. Poof! A tearing sound of flesh and blood echoed in the backyard. The steel arrow, spinning violently, pierced through Chi Lei's thick forearm bones without resistance. Bone fragments flew apart. The arrow continued with unstoppable force, stabbing deep into his chest. The powerful penetration caused a large blood hole to explode in Chi Lei's chest cavity. His back instantly burst open a bowl-sized wound, with internal organ fragments and scalding black blood spraying out in a fan shape onto the blue stone slabs. In Chi Lei's deep black eyes, a hint of surprise and fear finally appeared. His large body stiffened for a moment, then collapsed forward like a meat mountain suddenly robbed of its backbone, crashing into the blood water below and falling silent. The chief instructor of the Chi Feng Martial Hall, a bone-refining realm expert known for his bravery, had died. Chi Feng, who was fighting fiercely with Lin Jianan, caught sight of this scene out of the corner of his eye and let out a sharp, sorrowful cry. His mental defenses instantly broke down. "Old thief, how dare you distract yourself while fighting me?" Lin Jianan, a cunning old fox who had survived many battles in the martial world, saw this perfect opportunity and wouldn't let it slip away. He flicked his wrist, and his sword transformed into a shower of silver light. Without the barrier of energy, Lin Jianan's sword tip like a venomous snake spat out its tongue, slashing open 7 or 8 deep blood channels on Chi Feng's chest, abdomen, and thighs, revealing bone. Chi Feng was forced to retreat step by step, blood pouring out wildly. The energy and spirit he had forcibly boosted with medicine was rapidly draining away. Meanwhile, Lu Steward's situation was becoming critical. Deputy Hall Master Chen Tai, who also lacked energy barriers, was still a step above Lu Steward in cultivation. Now, driven mad by the medicine, he abandoned all defense and attacked Lu Steward with both fists like rain. Lu Steward's 9-ring greatsword had already been damaged in several places. He coughed blood heavily and retreated cautiously. Chen Tai, with a powerful and heavy sweep of his leg, kicked Lu Steward's shin. There was a loud crack, and Lu Steward staggered, kneeling on one knee. Chen Tai sneered fiercely, raising his fist to strike Lu Steward's head. At this critical moment, Zhang Wei, standing on the roof ridge, looked cold as ice. In his calm mind state, his breathing was steady and calm. His fingers quickly brushed the edge of his arrow pouch, and the second heavy arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. No need for long aiming. He had already marked the distance in his mind. He drew the bow, released the string. Whoosh! The black arrow cut through the night sky. Chen Tai's fist was less than 3 inches from Lu Steward's head. With a loud poof, the heavy arrow accurately pierced through Chen Tai's right shoulder blade. A powerful blow caused Chen Tai to lean sharply to the right. His deadly punch narrowly missed Lu Guanshi's ear and slammed into the ground, creating a deep hole. Chen Tai's right arm instantly went limp. Lu Guanshi, who had just escaped death, broke out in cold sweat. He was a seasoned fighter who had fought on the edge of life and death, so he didn't miss this good chance. He endured the terrible pain in his leg and suddenly roared like a fierce tiger. Holding a 9-ring greatsword with both hands, he suddenly used his waist and abdomen to strike upward, slicing out a bright white sword light like a ribbon. "Die for me!" The sword light flashed. Chen Tai's huge head shot up into the air. Inside the decapitated body, a column of blood spurted a meter high, then the body fell straight forward in front of Lu Guanshi. In the blink of an eye, 2 bone-refining realm experts were dead. Chi Feng looked at the corpses all over the yard. Knowing that the Chi family was finished tonight, he desperately roared, like a madman, rushing at Lin Jianan, wanting to die together. Lin Jianan's long sword like a rainbow pressed down on Chi Feng, sealing his fate. All 3 were immersed in this fierce final battle, and no one noticed that a small hidden side door in the back courtyard was quietly pushed open a crack. Zhang Wei stood on the eaves of the main hall. He shot 2 arrows in a row, his right arm muscles slightly sore. He was about to put away his bow, when suddenly his highly sensitive ears caught a very faint, strange sound. Duh, duh, duh. Amid the clash of weapons and screams, this sound was very subtle, but Zhang Wei could tell it was the sound of hooves. The hooves were wrapped in thick cotton cloth, stepping on the dirt road in the back alley. Someone was escaping. Zhang Wei's expression instantly turned cold. He tiptoed on the tiles, using the Tiyun Zone technique to boost himself. He leapt up to the highest ridge of the main hall. Facing the cold night wind, he squinted and looked beyond the heavy walls and rooftops, toward the dark alley behind Chi Feng Martial Hall. The alley was very dark, but Zhang Wei's extraordinary eyesight clearly caught a moving shadow in the shadows. A black horse. On its back was a man dressed in black from Chi Feng Martial Hall. The man was stabbed in the back, blood dripping down his horse's belly. But he clenched his teeth and desperately whipped the horse's rear. In front of the man, on the inside of the saddle, sat a child. With the faint moonlight coming through the alley, Zhang Wei saw the child's face clearly. He was about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in fine cloud-patterned silk, though covered in blood. His noble background was obvious. He was a direct descendant of the Qi family. Just as Zhang Wei realized this, the little boy on the horse suddenly turned his head. He looked past the overlapping tiles, through the darkness, directly at Zhang Wei, who was standing at the highest point with a big bow. Their eyes met. Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat. That was not the look of a 7-year-old child. No fear, no tears, no confusion. It was a pair of eyes like a poisonous snake, full of intense, unbreakable hatred and resentment. He stared straight at Zhang Wei's face, as if trying to burn it into his bones and take it to hell. If you don't cut out the root, it will grow back in spring. A warning bell rang loudly in Zhang Wei's mind. This look was too familiar. Among the dead at the ice fortress, those starving wolf cubs looked at their prey with the same eyes. He absolutely could not let him live. Zhang Wei acted without hesitation. His left hand suddenly raised. His right hand drew a heavy steel arrow from his quiver. By now, the black horse had already reached the end of the alley, about 250 steps away from Zhang Wei. This was at the limit of his heavy arrow's range. Even with special enhancements, accuracy and power would be greatly reduced. But Zhang Wei didn't care about that. He took a deep breath, his blood and energy burning wildly inside him. He gripped the bow tightly with his left hand, and with his right, pulled the 120 genox tendon bowstring to an exaggerated curve, even causing faint fibers of the bow to snap. Go, he released his fingers. The arrow transformed into an almost invisible black line, tearing through the sky with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for the child's back. At 150 steps away, the steel arrow traced a slight downward arc in the air. It was about to pierce the child's body. The badly injured man on the horse seemed to sense the deadly danger behind him. He let out a loud, desperate cry and forcefully turned his body on the horse, using his back to shield the child in front of him. Not only that, this man was clearly very tough. In his final moments of life, he desperately squeezed out the last bit of his strength, forming a faint, blood-colored protective energy on his back. Bang! A strong steel arrow struck that blood-colored energy. The energy shattered instantly, and the man's back was torn open, creating a bloody hole. He collapsed onto the horse and died on the spot. But this block reduced the arrow's power by 70% and also changed its path. The arrow, veering off course, brushed past the child's shoulder, splattering blood, and finally sank deep into the nearby brick wall. The child's face turned pale from the force of the wind caused by the arrow, but he said nothing. The black horse, startled, let out a loud neigh, turned a corner, and disappeared completely from Zhang Wei's sight. Zhang Wei slowly lowered his bow, his brow furrowed. He had missed. The shot was too far, the wind had shifted, and combined with the man's last-ditch defense. He looked toward the East City gate and sighed. Little did he know, Lin Jianan was a very careful man. When he ordered the retreat, he made a gesture only his daughter could understand. Lin Warner led the inner disciples to retreat early and hide near the main road by the city gate. Their goal was to catch any leftovers from the Qi Feng Martial School. That alley was a dead end leading to the East City gate. At this moment, the fight in the backyard had also ended. With a bitter, desperate scream, Lin Jianan's sword pierced through Qi Feng's throat. The last pillar of Qi Feng Martial School fell, unwillingly, in his own home. Zhang Wei leapt down from the roof and landed in the backyard. Lin Jianan, leaning on his sword, gasped heavily. His black shirt was torn in several places. Manager Liu sat on the ground, bandaging his broken leg while taking deep breaths with a grim smile. One got away. Zhang Wei stepped forward, his voice low. It should be Qi Feng's son. He rode toward the East City gate. One guard tried to block my arrow with his body and died protecting me. I didn't hit him. When Lin Jianan heard this, his face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his calm. It's okay. With Warner and dozens of others blocking over there, a helpless child, a corpse, and a horse, there's no way they can escape. Lin Jianan wiped the blood off his sword. Warner and the others are guarding there. They can't fly away. I'll go take a look. Zhang Wei still felt uneasy. The boy's eyes made him feel uneasy. He grabbed his bow and turned to leave. Along the way, he stepped over scattered bodies. The night wind carried the smell of blood through the alley. Zhang Wei used his skill, Tiyun Zong, to the fullest. His gray figure moved quickly through the dark street. In about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he reached the main road near the East City Gate. Just as he turned the corner, Zhang Wei suddenly stopped. Not far ahead, under an old locust tree, a black horse was panting heavily. On the horse's back, a badly injured man had fallen to the ground, already cold. Around him, more than 20 disciples from the Wei Yuan Martial Hall stood silently. They held blood-stained swords and knives, but none moved. Wanner was facing away from Zhang Wei, standing beside the body. Her long sword pointed diagonally at the ground, with fresh blood on the tip. But the 7 or 8-year-old boy was gone. Zhang Wei's heart sank sharply. He strode forward. Where is he? His voice was cold as icy snow from the northern plains. Hearing Zhang Wei's voice, the disciples around lowered their heads and avoided eye contact. Wanner trembled. She slowly turned around, afraid to look into Zhang Wei's sharp eyes. Her eyes were red, and tears streaked her face. He's just a 7-year-old child. Wanner bit her lip, her voice trembling with obvious crying. He fell off the horse, covered in mud. His shoulder was bleeding. He knelt on the ground, holding my leg, crying, calling for sister to save him. Wanner looked up, her face full of pain and struggle. He's too young. He can't even hold a sword. Tonight, the Qifeng Martial Hall has already lost enough people. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't stab a 7-year-old in the chest with a sword. Zhang Wei listened to Lin Weiner's crying and felt a wave of ridiculous anger rising from his feet to his head. So you let him go? He asked slowly. Lin Weiner didn't speak. She just silently shed tears and nodded in agreement. Do you know what his eyes look like when he looks back at me? Zhang Wei forced down his anger, stepped forward, and stared tightly at Lin Weiner's face, which was full of kindness. Those are hungry eyes. He can't hold a sword now, but his hatred will grow wild like weeds. He will remember every blood debt tonight. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, he will carry his hatred and stab his poison dagger into your heart, into your father's heart, and into the necks of everyone at Weiyuan Martial Arts School. Zhang Wei's voice was low but cold enough to make people shiver. In the martial world, the cheapest thing is sympathy. You pity him today, but tomorrow, who will pity your whole family? Lin Weiner turned pale from Zhang Wei's scolding. She weakly argued, But the trouble is not for the wife and children. The crime was committed by Qifeng, and a child shouldn't have to bear it. Nonsense, Zhang Wei interrupted her harshly. He turned around and looked at the dark alley leading outside the city. The wind blew from that direction, carrying the sound of a young boy gasping for breath as he ran for his life. Zhang Wei tightened the horned bow on his back again. He knew it was too late to chase now. Outside the city, the mountains were tall and the woods dense. Someone who truly wanted to hide was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This problem had truly been planted. Zhang Wei turned back and coldly glanced at Lin Weiner and the other disciples of the martial school, who also looked distressed. You people don't understand what real cruelty is. The revenge for your father's death is deep in your bones. How can you not seek justice? This mess is your own doing. If that boy comes back to take revenge, you will have to bear it. After saying this, Zhang Wei didn't look at Lin Weiner again. He carried his curved sword and walked straight through the crowd, disappearing into the dark night. The night wind howled. Lin Weiner lowered her hand, which was holding her sword, feeling powerless. Tears fell onto the blue stone slab with a plop. I don't know why, but when I saw Zhang Wei's resolute back as he left, a sudden wave of fear rose in my heart. It felt as if what I had just let go was not a helpless child, but a wicked spirit that would tear us all apart sooner or later. Wei Yuan Martial Hall. Inner hall. The smell of blood had not yet faded. Several charcoal braziers burned brightly, with charcoal cracking and making sharp popping sounds. There were 4 people inside. Lin Jinan sat at the main seat. His body was wrapped in white cloth, with small red plum blossoms visible on it. He closed his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed, focusing on calming his chaotic internal energy and blood. Zhang Wei sat nearby. He held a rag soaked in tung oil, slowly and carefully wiping a large 120 gene oxhorn bough. His movements were steady, without a hint of hesitation. Weiner stood in the corner. She looked down. Her eyes were red, clutching a blood-stained handkerchief, her thin shoulders trembling slightly. No one spoke. The atmosphere was heavy, like a soaked cotton pad pressing down on the chest, making even breathing difficult. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside. One loud, one soft. Bang! Two carved wooden doors were suddenly pushed open. A gust of night wind rushed in, causing the candles inside to flicker wildly. Lou Stewart, limping on one leg and sweating profusely, crossed the threshold. His leg, broken during the chaos, was just held together with two pieces of wood, and a little force made him grimace in pain. Hallmaster, Lou Stewart supported the door frame, his voice trembling, gasping for breath. "Did you find out?" Lin Jinan raised his eyelids, his voice dry. Lou Stewart dragged his injured leg and sat heavily on the grand chair. He didn't reach for the teacup on the table, only shook his head despairingly. His face was as pale as paper. "Yes, I found out. The kid who escaped is Qi Feng's only son, Qi Chonglin." There was a pause in the room. Lou Stewart swallowed hard, his eyes staring blankly, as if he had seen a ghost. And then he said, "That's not the worst part. Hallmaster, do you know who that kid's biological mother is?" Lin Jinan didn't answer. Zhang Wei stopped wiping his bow. "She is a woman from the Liu family in Jiangnan, a young lady of the Liu clan." The voice of Steward Liu was already trembling with suppressed tears. The Liu family is a powerful clan from Jiangnan. As soon as these four words were spoken, the room's temperature seemed to drop instantly, as if into an icy hole. They are not small families from remote, poor villages like the dangerous mountain passes. They are a true aristocratic family that dominates a region. Their business spreads across 8 major provinces in the southern part of Great Yin, with countless followers and officials. Their background is deep and unfathomable. "I paid a lot of money to find someone in the city to gather information," Steward Liu said, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. "The Liu family openly has more than 20 cultivators at the bone refining stage, from different branches. That's not counting the secret guards and guest officials they secretly keep. More than 20 cultivators at the bone refining stage." Lin Jinan's eyes twitched sharply. Last night, just 3 bone refining cultivators on drugs nearly destroyed the decades of foundation of the Wei Yuan Martial Hall. If there really were 20 of them, even the city walls of the dangerous mountain pass could be torn down with bare hands. And there's more. Steward Liu's voice lowered further, as if afraid of disturbing some passing spirits. "In the back mountain of the Liu ancestral shrine, there are 2 living ancestors. They are both top-tier cultivators in the Qi refining stage." Qi refining stage. Zhang Wei's oilcloth in his hand suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his head, his brows furrowed tightly. Tonight, he had personally witnessed the power of the 3 talismans from the Liu family ancestors. A few relics that had survived for 300 years, with a gust of strange wind, could strip a bone refining cultivator completely. What if 2 real Qi refining cultivators stood here? It would be easier to crush them than to crush a few ants. Lin Jinan's face turned pale, and the muscles on his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. He suddenly grabbed the teacup beside him and smashed it hard onto the ground with a loud bang. Shattered porcelain scattered everywhere. Hot tea splashed and steamed. Lin Jinan suddenly stood up. He pointed at Lin Wanner, who was curled up in the corner. His finger trembled violently. "Did you hear that? Did you hear what I said?" Lin Jinan's voice was like a furious lion roaring in the spacious inner hall. "You are giving more than 100 people at Wei Yuan Martial Arts School a hard time, digging a pit that can never be filled." Lin Wanner trembled all over and knelt on the ground with a thud. Tears burst from her eyes and streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Father, I don't know. I didn't know his mother was from the Liu family." "You don't know? In the martial world, kill to eliminate the root. This is the strict rule passed down by our ancestors, a lesson learned at the cost of many lives." Lin Jinan strode over confidently, looking down at his own daughter with disappointment and sadness in his eyes. "Kindness to women. Sacrificing oneself for great deeds makes it hard to succeed." Lin Jinan gritted his teeth, speaking each word carefully. Every sentence felt like a sharp needle stabbing into Lin Wanner's heart. "I, Lin Jinan, have only one daughter like you in my life. I plan to use these few years while I still can fight to clear the obstacles at the Heavenly Pass. In a few years, I would hand over the martial arts school's signboard to you peacefully." Lin Jinan looked up and sighed deeply. It was as if he aged many years in an instant. Now it seems I was blind. If I hand over the school to you, within 3 days, someone will swallow it all, flesh and bones. The handover will be postponed. You are not fit to sit in this chair. Lin Warner lay on the ground, crying uncontrollably. She couldn't even find the words to argue back. In this ruthless world, her pathetic compassion became a death sentence hanging over everyone's head. Zhang Wei watched coldly, no trace of sympathy in his eyes. He placed the polished cow horn bowl on the table, then took the teapot beside him, poured himself a cup of cold tea. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Master of the school, Zhang Wei set down his teacup, his voice calm and steady. Without any fluctuation, if you scold her, that little brat won't come back. The Lu family won't show mercy just because she cries a little. Lin Jinan turned his head. He looked at Zhang Wei. This outsider who was recruited halfway now seemed as cold as a block of ice. No fear, no panic, only pure rationality. Do you have a plan? Lin Jinan suppressed his anger and sat back down on his chair. Holding people accountable is something to do after surviving. Zhang Wei looked around at the people in the room and focused on the most urgent matter. The most important thing now is how to handle Qi Chonglin's case. The room fell into a heavy silence. Manager Lu lowered his head and sighed. Lin Warner knelt on the ground, crying. Lin Jinan looked worried and troubled. Should they go to Jiangnan to apologize? The Lu family didn't lack money or lives. They wanted justice for blood debts. Could they just disband the martial arts school and run away? The problem is the methods of the Qi cultivation stage warriors, which ordinary fighters don't understand at all. Moreover, once the Lu family makes a move, both the black and white factions will chase them down to the ends of the earth to please the Lu family. Zhang Wei tapped lightly on the table. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was slow. He quickly rewound his thoughts in his mind. Back to the scene behind the East City Gate alley just now. A 7-year-old child, covered in mud and blood, fallen from a frightened horse. He had no money, no food, not even a horse to ride. He ran out of the city. A 7-year-old child, in the dark wilderness. Where could he go? He couldn't go to Jiangnan. Not to Jiangnan. He couldn't even get through the deep mountains 50 miles outside the city walls, or he'd be torn apart by wild wolves. He had to find someone to help. Find an adult. Find someone brave enough to take him in and capable of helping him send a message quickly to Jiangnan Lu family. In this dangerous border area, besides his martial arts school disciples, who else could be allies? Zhang Wei's finger on the table suddenly stopped. He suddenly looked up. At the same moment, Lin Jinan, who was sitting in the main seat, also suddenly looked up. Their eyes met in midair. It was as if they understood each other instantly. Black Tiger Village, Zhang Wei blurted out. Black Tiger Village. Lin Jinan almost shouted these 3 words in unison. They looked at each other and shared a knowing smile. This smile, in the eyes of Manager Lu and Lin Warner, carried a chilling, eerie coldness. It was the smile of hunters discovering prey. Manager Lu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Yes, last night, we were busy going to the Chiefing Martial Hall to fight, but we forgot about the Black Tiger Village. There are hundreds of fierce bandits in the village. The only place the young kid can go, and the only place that dares to protect him, is the Black Tiger Village on Tiger Head Mountain. The situation is urgent. Zhang Wei stood up quickly, grabbing the large horn bowl on the table and slinging it over his shoulder. That young boy just ran out a little while ago. His short legs make him slow. But as soon as he reaches Black Tiger Village and the fast horse is released, everything will be over for us. We must stop him before he delivers the message to Liaodong. We need to wipe out Black Tiger Village along with him. Lin Jinan's eyes showed a fierce look. He tore off the blood-stained bandage from his body. Ignoring the bleeding wound that had just healed, he took down a fine steel sword from the wall. Old Lu. Lin Jinan turned back to give orders. Here, you and your men stay at the martial hall. Clean up the bodies on the ground. If anyone leaks even a little bit of news about last night, they will face strict punishment. Even if the sky falls, you must hold the line until morning. Understood. Don't worry, Hall Master. Lu nodded firmly. Lin Jinan looked at Lin Warner, who was still kneeling on the ground, and snorted coldly. Go back to your room and reflect. Do not step outside without my permission. Then, Lin Jinan strode out the door. Zhang Wei followed closely behind. Neither of them brought a large group nor any attendants. Too many people would attract attention and might alert the city guards, risking leaks. For this kind of secret operation, fewer people mean faster, cleaner work. They arrived at the stables. Lin Jinan personally chose 2 of the best horses from outside the city. No lanterns were lit. No one in the front yard was disturbed. Lin Jinan and Zhang Wei mounted their horses. Go. 2 deep commands. The 2 fast horses shot out like 2 black lightning bolts through the back gate of Wei Yuan Martial Hall. Their hooves, wrapped in thick cotton, made only muffled sounds on the cobblestones, quickly blending into the night. The night was as dark as ink. Pre-dawn darkness is the deepest. They silently slipped out of the city through a hidden alley near the east gate. As soon as they left the city, the cool breeze from the open fields hit their faces. Both of them simultaneously pulled on the reins. The whip cracked sharply against the horse's rear. The horse, in pain, let out a long, restrained neigh, its hooves flying. Black Tiger Fortress is located on Tiger Head Mountain, 30 miles outside the city. Zhang Wei leaned forward on his horse, holding the reins with one hand and pressing his sword against his waist with the other. The sharp night wind cut his face like a knife. What are a few hundred bandits from Black Tiger Fortress? Tonight, even if it's a dangerous place, we must cut through the grass and remove the roots. 2 fast horses raced along the uneven dirt road of the wilderness, filled with fierce determination, rushing forward at full speed. 30 miles. A strong wind whipped up dust and sand, stinging the face. 2 horses outside the city galloped wildly in the dark, their breath steaming heavily. The sound of hooves was like muffled thunder, breaking the silence of the wilderness. Zhang Wei crouched on his horse, eyes slightly squinted to block the cold wind. Next to him, Lin Jinan looked calm as water, constantly whipping the horse's rear with the whip. Both of them felt like they were carrying a heavy stone in their hearts. The Liu family from Jiangnan. 20 people with perfected bone forging, 2 powerful cultivators at the qi refining stage. These words felt like a rusty saw, slowly cutting into their necks. If Qi Chonglin, the only son of Qi Feng, escapes back to Jiangnan, the revenge he brings will be devastating. Half an hour later, the 2 horses, soaked through as if they had been pulled from water, collapsed exhausted at the foot of Tiger Head Mountain. Abandon the horses. Go up the mountain. Lin Jinan dismounted without even glancing at the foaming horses. He drew his long sword, and in the darkness, headed down the rugged path toward the mountain stronghold. Zhang Wei followed closely behind. Tiger Head Mountain is difficult to defend and easy to attack. Black Tiger Fortress is built on a cliff halfway up the mountain. Usually, the mountain path is full of hidden guards and traps. Even a bird trying to fly up would lose some feathers. But tonight, it was different. Zhang Wei used the cloud ladder technique to the extreme. He tiptoed on protruding rocks and tree trunks, moving like a silent, agile cat, quickly climbing the steep mountain wall. His senses far surpassed ordinary people. As I climbed halfway up the mountain, a strong smell of tar and loud shouting reached my ears, carried by the mountain wind. There were no guards, no patrols. The 3 checkpoints along the mountain path, with their wooden fences, were wide open, and not a single person was in sight. The 2 of us moved smoothly and quickly, heading straight to the tall stone gate of Black Tiger Fortress. Zhang Wei climbed a giant ancient tree and hid among the thick leaves of the canopy. He pushed aside the leaves and looked down at the fortress from above. When he saw what was happening inside, Zhang Wei's brow slightly furrowed. The entire Black Tiger Fortress was brightly lit. Countless torches were stuck in the open ground, illuminating the night like daytime. But inside, it was a mess. Hundreds of bandits armed with knives and guns were running around the yard like headless flies. Some carried heavy sacks, others held gold and silver treasures. A few leaders were shouting loudly, giving orders to load supplies and weapons onto carts. 2 bandits even started fighting over a bundle, drawing their swords and swinging at each other in the open space. The others didn't stop them. In fact, they took the chance to snatch scattered silver coins on the ground. The big boss ran away. The Qifeng Martial School was completely destroyed. There's no point waiting. Just grab the silver and split. Don't take my gold bars. Get out of here. The noisy curses and shouts drifted with the night wind. Zhang Wei understood what was happening. Black Tiger Fortress had a spy hidden in the dangerous mountain pass. News of the destruction of Qifeng Martial School had already reached the mountain. These bandits, who usually enjoyed a luxurious life with the mountain wind, were now scattering like rats when the tree falls. No one wanted to stay and wait for death. They were preparing to pack up and run away. But with the mountain wind gone, Zhang Wei felt a bit worried. He slid down the tree trunk and landed beside Lin Jinan. The mountain wind ran away, and these bandits at Black Tiger Fortress are about to split up. They're dividing their supplies. Zhang Wei spoke softly, his tone cold with a murderous intent. Lin Jinan clenched his sword tightly, his eyes dark as he stared at the half-open stone gate. These bastards, they kill and loot outside the mountain pass, rape and plunder, their hands stained with innocent people's blood. Lin Jinan snorted coldly. Since we've run into them today, their fate is sealed. No one will be spared. As for the mountain wind, we'll kill them first, then deal with the others. Now, there's nothing more to do, so Zhang Wei nods. He takes down his large horn bow, which weighs 120 jin, and pulls out 3 heavy steel arrows from his quiver, holding them between his fingers. These bandits are all bad people. Kill them all, and consider it a way to protect the people of Liaodong. No guilt, no need to hold back. Zhang Wei looks up at the tall watchtowers and connected wooden rooftops on both sides of the village. Follow the usual plan. You go through the front gate. I'll go on the roof. One bright, one dark. Okay, leave some alive to find out where that mountain wind and that kid are. Lin Jinan's eyes flash with coldness. Before he finishes speaking, Zhang Wei kicks off the ground and leaps into the air. He quickly steps twice on the steep stone wall, like a gray eagle spreading its wings, silently climbing up the watchtower on the right side of Black Tiger Village, which is about 3 zhang high. There were 2 scouts on the tower, packing their bags to escape. Zhang Wei is mid-air, loosening his fingers. Bang, bang, 2 short, muffled sounds of bowstrings. The 2 scouts don't even have time to turn their heads before steel arrows pierce their backs. Their bodies slump softly onto the wooden planks, making no sound. Zhang Wei lands steadily on top of the tower, taking the highest point in the entire village. He squats down, holding his large bow across his chest, coldly looking down at the chaotic bandits below. Next moment, boom! The heavy iron-reinforced gate of Black Tiger Village is blasted into splinters by a fierce burst of energy. Wood chips fly everywhere like flying weapons, and some bandits near the gate are pierced by splinters, screaming as they fall into pools of blood. Lin Jinan, holding a long sword, steps into the village like a fierce god. His full strength, from the bone refinement realm, is unleashed without reserve, like a cold wind sweeping through the entire village. The noisy village suddenly falls silent. All the bandits stop what they're doing, turning in fear to look at the gate. Lin Jinan. It's Lin Jinan from Wei Yuan Martial School. He's coming up the mountain. After a brief silence, chaos erupts. The bandits are terrified, dropping their bags and running toward the back courtyard. Close the gate. Shoot arrows. Stop him. A burly little boss waving a ghost-headed sword shouted loudly, exhausted from shouting. A dozen archers hurriedly climbed onto rooftops and wooden walls, knocking arrows and aiming at Lin Jinan at the gate. Before they could release their bows, from the dark high place, the sound of a death omen echoed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of sharp, piercing sounds rained down from the lookout tower on the right. Zhang Wei's hands moved so fast they looked like afterimages. He drew arrows, knocked the bow, pulled, and released. Every move was precise, like a machine. Steel heavy arrows tore through the air with terrifying force. The dozen or so bandit archers looked like targets on a shooting range. Some were shot through the neck, others pierced in the chest. The powerful impact sent their bodies tumbling off the roof, crashing heavily onto the dirt below. In an instant, the bandits preparing to shoot arrows were wiped out. There's a sharpshooter above. Hide. The bandits completely collapsed. In front, a killing god from the bone refining realm blocked the door. Above, deadly archers shot with perfect accuracy. This was not a fight, it was a one-sided slaughter. Lin Jinan showed no mercy. He moved like lightning into the crowd. His long sword became a silver dragon. Sword flashes flickered, blood sprayed wildly. Ordinary bandits without protective energy were as fragile as paper in front of Lin Jinan. With each sword stroke, someone's head was cut off, and for a moment, heads flew through the air. Limbs and severed arms flailed in the firelight, and the strong smell of blood filled the air instantly. Zhang Wei stood on the lookout tower. His expression was cold and calm. Only his bowstring kept trembling. He didn't shoot at ordinary thugs, only targeting small leaders trying to organize resistance or high-level bandits trying to escape through the back door. A fierce bandit, shirtless and wielding 2 axes, roared as he charged toward Lin Jinan's back. Zhang Wei pulled the bowstring to full tension. Thump! The arrow pierced the bandit's head, knocking off most of his skull, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The firelight reflected on Zhang Wei's stern face. His movements grew faster and more mechanical. 50 steel-heavy arrows shot into the sky. He casually discarded the empty quiver. Then he leapt down from the lookout tower. Fallen on the roof tiles. The Tiyunzong technique was activated. He moved like a ghost, quickly darting across the long wooden rooftops. When he encountered bandits, he drew his sword immediately. The Henji 9 style, he drew his sword, facing the wind. Where the sword light passed, heads fell to the ground. Unlike Lin Jinan's powerful energy, he relied solely on his strong body and strange footwork. These bandits, who were looting and burning, couldn't even block his move. In the span of 1 incense stick's time, on the open ground of Black Tiger Village, over 100 bodies lay. Blood pooled into small streams, flowing down the stone steps of the mountain path. The remaining bandits lost their courage to fight. They dropped their weapons, knelt in the blood, knocking their heads like pounding garlic, crying and begging for mercy. Lin Jinan kicked over a middle-aged man wearing silk clothes and sporting a goat beard. A long sword pressed against his throat. This man was the strategist of Black Tiger Village, known for his sneaky ideas. Zhang Wei jumped down from the roof and walked to Lin Jinan's side. Blood from the sword dripped down the blood groove. Speak. Lin Jinan's voice was cold as ice. The son of the mountain wind and Qi Feng, Qi Chonglin. Where is he? The strategist was so scared that he wet his pants and trembled like a sieve. Master Lin, spare me. Grandpa Lin, please. I'll tell everything. He swallowed saliva, teeth chattering. 2 hours ago, the big boss received news from a brother who escaped from the city. That brother risked his life to send the young master of the Qi family outside 10 miles to the slope. Lin Jinan's sword tip moved forward, piercing the strategist's skin. Keep talking. Where is he? The big boss, upon hearing that Qi Feng's martial arts school was finished, knew they couldn't stay in the mountain pass anymore. He took a few trusted followers, led the best horse in the village, a rare blood horse, and left with the young master of the Qi family overnight. Zhang Wei's brow furrowed sharply. He stepped forward, grabbing the strategist's collar and lifting him halfway. Which way did they run? South. South. The second-in-command said that the young master's family is in Jiangnan. As long as they deliver him safely to the Liu family, it will be a great achievement, and they'll have a good future. They followed the official road, heading into the heart of Dian. They've been gone for 2 hours. 2 hours passed. The blood-sweating horse. Zhang Wei's finger froze. Lin Jinan's hand holding the sword also trembled slightly. It was too late. Completely too late. The blood-sweating horse can travel 1,000 miles in a day. The advantage of 2 hours was gone in this vast night, impossible to catch up. The seed called hatred was not only planted but had already taken root and sprouted, being hurriedly sent by fast horse to the land in the south where they could be shattered into pieces. Poof! Lin Jinan cut off the strategist's throat with a swipe of his wrist. The body fell to the ground. Lin Jinan stood still, his chest heaving violently. His eyes were bloodshot, and a mix of despair, frustration, and intense anger was swelling inside him. He had calculated Qi Feng and Qilei perfectly, but he never expected his daughter's foolish mercy. People's plans often fail against the heavens. Lin Jinan let out a piercing scream to the sky. He swung his long sword. A full burst of bone-refining realm energy burst out, forming a solid sword light. He charged into the group of bandits kneeling and begging for mercy. This was not a fight, it was venting anger. Sword light flickered, limbs flew everywhere. Lin Jinan, like a mad tiger losing reason, poured all his fear and anxiety about the future onto these deserving bandits. Zhang Wei stood still, watching Lin Jinan's frenzied slaughter. His mood was equally heavy. That pair of resentful eyes appeared again in his mind. The Liu family in the south, a giant force. Once revenge came, There would be no place for him inside this dangerous pass. Anxiety, oppression, a suffocating feeling as if someone was choking him, making Zhang Wei breathe heavily. He needed to vent. Zhang Wei bent down, picked up a rough quiver filled with ordinary feathered arrows from a bandit's body, and slung it on his waist. He drew a large horn bow. Turning around, he headed into the depths of the mountain village. There were still dozens of remaining bandits hiding inside, trembling. Zhang Wei kicked open a wooden door. Inside, 3 bandits holding machetes were hiding. Seeing Zhang Wei come in, the 3 shouted and lunged at him. Zhang Wei did not draw his sword. He didn't even look at them. With his left hand, he pushed the bow, and with his right hand, he pulled out 3 rough feathered arrows from his waist. He knocked the arrow. He drew the bowstring. He released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows precisely hit the 3 men's foreheads. All 3 bodies fell at the same time. Zhang Wei stepped over the bodies and moved toward the next room. He kept killing. Under extreme emotional suppression, Zhang Wei's mind entered a very mysterious state. He forgot about the Jiangnan Lu family. He forgot about Qi Chonglin. He even forgot that he was killing. In his world, only the bow in his hand and the trembling of the bowstring when pulled remained. He pushed the bow. He drew the string. He breathed. He released. Once, 10 times, 50 times. Each movement stripped away all complexity and unnecessary details. Only the purest force transmission and trajectory calculation remained. Gradually, the scene before Zhang Wei changed. The night was no longer dark. The torchlight became gentle. He could even clearly see the sparks flying in midair and feel the slight change in airflow when the mountain wind brushed his face. The bow in his hand seemed to grow flesh and blood, merging with his left arm. The taut bowstring became an extension of his fingers. His mind was clear. No distractions. He stood in the center of the courtyard. 100 steps away, a bandit trying to escape over the wall only showed half his head above the wall. The night wind was strong. It made the distant tree branches sway violently. Zhang Wei did not aim. He only relied on an indescribable instinct, raised his hand, drew the bow, and closed his eyes. He loosened his fingers. Clang, the arrow shot out. It did not follow a straight line. In midair, guided by the howling mountain wind, it traced a very subtle but perfectly matching arc with the wind direction. Thud. 100 steps away, that half-head shattered. The body fell from the wall. At that moment, a clear cracking sound suddenly came from deep within Zhang Wei's mind. It was as if some kind of restraint had been completely broken. Next, the long-lost system panel suddenly appeared before him. Golden light flowed through his mind. On the panel, the words, archery, great achievement began to blur and distort violently. Tip. Host's mood aligns, undergoing a killing baptism. Archery proficiency is full. Archery breakthrough. The golden light shattered. The words, great achievement disappeared. In their place, 2 ancient, imposing golden characters appeared, perfection. But it wasn't over yet. The panel continued to change. The features originally related to archery, calm mind, penetration enhancement, guaranteed hit increase. These words seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, merging and devouring each other. Finally, the panel turned a page sharply. On the new page, there was no complicated data, only bold, flowing characters filled with a sense of deadly power. True meaning of martial way, a arrow path, realm, the realm of perfection. Note, perfection, 100 steps, an arrow that hits nothing but its mark, hitting every time. Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a faint golden arrow shadow flickered. He looked down at the large horned bow in his hand. A new sense of control surged in his heart. Realm of perfection. No longer relying on system-provided muscle memory. No longer just strength and sight. This is a kind of way. As long as he has the bow, and the target is within range. No matter the wind, snow, or rain. No matter how the opponent dodges. As long as he has murderous intent. Arrow released, guaranteed hit. 100 steps, every shot true, hitting every time. This is true perfection. This is his true understanding of martial arts. Zhang Wei stood in the middle of the battlefield at Black Tiger Village, surrounded by corpses. Around him, fierce fires burned brightly, and the smell of blood filled the air. In the distance, Lu Jia from Jiangnan had stopped killing. Leaning on his sword, kneeling in the blood, gasping heavily, his back looking old and defeated. Zhang Wei raised his head and looked toward the endless night in the south. Anxieties and frustrations were completely swept away by this powerful force. Jiang and Lu family, perfection in bone refining, mastery of qi cultivation. So what? Since the hatred has been formed and there is no way to retreat, there is no need to turn back. Zhang Wei tightly holds his large bow, feeling the surge of energy and blood within him, almost overflowing, along with the true meaning of the arrow's path that can pierce through everything. In this world, nothing is impossible to shoot through. If there is, then he will shoot again. The fire in Black Wind Forest has reached Tiger Head Mountain. This fire has also touched Zhang Wei's heart. His mind is clear. The golden light on the display slowly fades in his consciousness. Zhang Wei stands on the green-tiled tower, the night wind lifting his dark gray clothes. He looks down at the large horned bow in his hand. The realm of piercing is truly extraordinary. A new feeling spreads through his whole body. Before, when drawing the bow, he relied on sight to judge distance, experience to judge the wind, muscles to tense and focus intensely. But now, the bow feels like an extension of his bones and arms. No need to aim deliberately. Zhang Wei slowly raises his left arm. He closes his eyes. The realm of piercing has completely changed his perception. It is a mysterious and profound martial art's true meaning. Within dozens of yards around, the slightest movement of wind or grass turns into countless invisible threads, clearly reflected in his mind. In the southeast corner, at the base of a broken wall in the mud, 3 people are crouching, breathing rapid, heartbeat pounding like drums. In the northwest, behind the firewood pile in the kitchen, 2 people are hiding, holding steel knives, palms sweaty. Zhang Wei does not open his eyes. His right hand reaches into a simple quiver at his waist, pulling out 5 rough, feathered arrows. Pinched between his fingers. Knock the arrow. Draw the bowstring tight. Release. Bang, 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 bang. 5 sharp, rapid sounds form a continuous streak. 5 arrows fly out, tracing strange arcs through the night, defying normal logic. They follow the cross breeze, bypassing columns, crossing the roof ridges. Puff, 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 puff. 5 muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh almost happen at the same time in different corners. In the mud under the broken wall, 3 bodies have their backs of heads pierced through in unison. Behind the firewood pile in the kitchen, 2 bandits each have a blood hole in their throats. No screams are heard. There was only the dull sound of a body hitting the ground. Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes. He was standing high up, fully alert. Every corner of Black Tiger Village, every sound, was within his senses. He heard the wind, the fire crackling, and the wood burning. Apart from himself, only 2 hearts were still beating. One was strong and powerful, like a dragon's breath, beating in the open space in the center of the village. That was Lin Jinan. The other was weak and frantic, like a dying quail hiding in a small storage room in the backyard. Zhang Wei casually threw away his empty quiver. He leapt down from the watchtower, landing softly on the blood-stained stone slabs. Lin Jinan held a long sword, standing among broken limbs and body parts. The blood on his sword was starting to darken. His silk robe was torn in a few places, but he was not hurt. Seeing Zhang Wei approaching, Lin Jinan's cold face twisted into a fierce, sneering smile. They looked at each other. No words were needed. The anger from the night, in this one-sided slaughter, had finally been released mostly. Is it all cleaned up? Lin Jinan asked. There's still one breathing, Zhang Wei replied. He slung his large horn bow over his shoulder and grabbed the hilt of his sword at his waist. He stepped forward, heading straight for the backyard. Lin Jinan followed with his sword. They reached the door of a small, low storage room. Zhang Wei stopped. Without hesitation, he lifted his right foot and gathered his strength. Bang! The fragile wooden door was kicked off its hinges and flew into the room, smashing onto the shelves and kicking up a cloud of choking dust. Don't kill me. Please, hero, spare me. Grandfather, please spare me. A thin, scruffy figure rolled out from a pile of torn burlap in the corner. He was wearing a comically long robe and a tattered felt hat on his head. As he rolled out, a foul, pungent smell filled the room. There was a puddle of yellowish-white stuff on the ground. The man was so frightened, he was trembling and incontinent. Zhang Wei stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar like a chicken, and pulled him into the firelight of the yard. "Don't kill me. I'm not the one with a knife. I've never killed anyone." The thin, gaunt man trembled all over, his face covered with tears and runny nose. Before Lin Jinan could ask, the man spilled everything out like a broken jar, pouring out his story. "I am the strategist of the mountain village. The dog-headed strategist. The main boss's usual plunder plans are all drawn by me. But I swear I've never killed anyone. Sirs, I know where the village's treasury is. I'll take you there. All the gold and silver inside belong to you. Just spare my life." Zhang Wei and Lin Jinan exchanged a look. This was an unexpected good fortune. The man who had threatened Lin Jinan at the square was probably just a messenger's assistant, while the man hiding in the shadows now was the real person in charge of the treasury. Losing the big catch, Chi Chonglin, at the Black Wind Forest was a huge regret. If they left empty-handed from the treasure mountain, this trip to Huda Mountain would be pointless. "Stop talking. Lead the way." Lin Jinan flicked his long sword, the cold blade pressing against the strategist's cheek. Yes, follow me." The strategist dared not hesitate, scrambling forward to lead the way. The three of them crossed most of the mountain village and reached the deepest part of Black Tiger Village. There was a stone building clinging to the cliff face. It looked ordinary from outside, but after pushing open several disguised wooden doors, they found an underground tunnel carved out by man. Torches flickered along the tunnel walls, casting dim light. They walked down about 50 steps along the stone stairs until they reached a heavy iron door made entirely of cast iron. The door had no lock, only a round copper disc about the size of a compass, engraved with dense Chinese zodiac symbols. "Sir, this door is made of fine iron, 1 foot thick, and connected inside to the mountain's broken dragon stone. It can't be opened by force." The strategist trembled as he approached the door, extending his dirty finger. He twisted the copper disc 3 times left, 2 times right, then pressed several specific bumps with force. Click! Rumbling sounds. The mechanical noise echoed in the narrow tunnel. The heavy iron door slowly slid open to both sides. A cold, damp breeze blew out, but it was soon replaced by a dazzling glow of treasure. Zhang Wei and Lin Jinan stepped into the treasure room. The space was huge, about the size of a martial arts training ground. At the center of the treasure house, 2 small hills gleamed brightly. On the left, there were stacks of silver bars, all in ingot form. Each large silver ingot weighed about 100 taels, neatly arranged. At a quick glance, there were at least tens of thousands of taels worth. On the right, there were various gold bars, jewelry, and miscellaneous treasures like jade and emeralds. Under the flickering torchlight on the wall, they reflected a mysterious glow. The Black Tiger Village had been lurking outside the dangerous pass for many years, raiding passing merchants. It had taken countless lives to accumulate such incredible wealth. But Zhang Wei only glanced briefly at the gold and silver, then lost interest. Gold and silver are good, but to him, ordinary yellow and white metals are not the real cards that can save lives. Lin Jinan also looked calm. Both of them turned their heads at the same time, looking at the strategist who was cowering by the door. The strategist sensed the sudden drop in temperature and the deadly threat in the air. He knelt down with a thud, banging his head on the stone slab. "Master, hero, I've opened the door, everything is here. Please forgive me for my mistake." Lin Jinan sneered coldly. Zhang Wei stepped forward, lowered his head, and looked at him with a disdainful expression that seemed to look down on life itself. This fellow, say you've never killed anyone. But every tael of silver in this warehouse is stained with the blood of innocent merchants and common folk." His voice was soft but echoed through the empty treasure house. "You helped the bandits plan and scheme to loot. You may not have wielded the sword, but all the killing ideas came from your mind. The main culprit must be punished." The strategist's pupils suddenly dilated, and he opened his mouth to scream, not allowed to leave alive. Before he finished speaking, clang, a sword was drawn from his waist. A streak of cold light flashed through the air in an instant. The speed was so fast that not even the sound of wind could be heard. "Draw the sword, then sheath it." In one smooth motion, Zhang Wei's sword was firmly returned to its sheath. The strategist's scream was caught in his throat. A thin red line appeared suddenly on his neck. Then, the head with a torn felt hat rolled off his neck, bouncing onto the blue stone floor. A jet of blood spurted from the decapitated body, which collapsed softly. After killing the strategist, Zhang Wei and Lin Jinan turned around and carefully searched the large treasure house. They did not touch the piles of gold and silver. These were too heavy, and since they were riding horses back to the city tonight, they couldn't carry much. They were looking for truly valuable items. Martial arts manuals, pills, magical weapons, or rare treasures from heaven and earth. The two of them bypassed the piles of gold and silver and reached the deepest part of the treasure house. Near the wall, there were a few rosewood shelves. On them, there were some porcelain bottles and wooden boxes. Zhang Wei opened a few bottles and sniffed. Most contained common healing ointments, sweat relief medicines, and a few low-quality love potions. The king of mountains, such as Guashan, truly had shallow skills. Just when they thought their efforts would be in vain, Lin Jinan's gaze fell on the bottom shelf. There was a completely black iron box. The box was small, only about 2 feet square. Its surface was plain, without any patterns, but it was secured with a large brass lock about the size of a fist. It looked very valuable. There's something inside. Lin Jinan walked over, lifted the black iron box, and placed it on the ground. Zhang Wei moved closer. He grabbed the brass lock and pulled hard, but it didn't budge. Step back. Lin Jinan took half a step back, took a deep breath. His vigorous blood, at the peak of the bone refinement realm, surged into his right arm. He clenched the hilt of his sword, using the bottom as a hammer, and struck the brass lock fiercely. Clang! Sparks flew. This strike was powerful and heavy. The mechanism inside the brass lock was shattered. Zhang Wei stepped forward, pulled off the broken copper lock, and lifted the heavy black iron lid. A musty smell of camphor and ink filled the air. There weren't many items inside the box, but they were arranged very carefully. It was covered with yellow silk. On top, there were 4 or 5 bound books. Below, there were a few strange-looking objects. Lin Jinan picked up the top 2 books. He flipped through them briefly, and his brow furrowed. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Yin-yang replenishment technique, blood fiend bone refining skill. These are some evil, selfish cultivation methods. The Black Tiger village must have practiced these dark arts secretly to survive outside the pass. No wonder the mountain wind is so strong. Lin Jinan casually threw these few evil techniques onto the nearby torch. The flames flickered, and the papers instantly burned. Keeping such things only confuses the mind and spirit of martial arts. Zhang Wei picked up the remaining 2 books. The first one, with a yellowed cover, was titled Great Yang Breathing Method. Zhang Wei opened the main text and looked through it. This is not an attack move, but a method of internal breathing and energy regulation. It emphasizes guiding energy into the body, slow and steady. It can greatly speed up the recovery of energy and blood during fights and delay exhaustion. For a martial artist like Zhang Wei, who relies heavily on physical strength and explosive power, this is priceless. With this breathing method, he can perform cloud climbing and 9 styles of horizontal field for much longer. Good stuff. Zhang Wei confidently tucked it into his pocket. The second book was a thin roll of sheepskin paper. It was titled Divine Water Movement Technique. This is a light skill method used to leverage water for movement. This technique is not as powerful on land as cloud climbing, so Zhang Wei didn't care much for it. Noticing that Lin Jinan seemed interested, Zhang Wei made a polite gesture. I have the cloud climbing technique, so this should belong to Lord Lin. Lin Jinan looked at it, nodded, and accepted it with a smile. After dividing the techniques, they turned their attention to some items at the bottom of the box. One was a small black triangular flag, about the size of a palm. The flag was embroidered with strange cloud patterns in gold thread. Lin Jinan picked it up and examined it for a moment. This is a mist veil banner. It's a prototype magic tool made by wandering cultivators. When infused with energy or true qi and shaken, it can produce thick fog on the ground, blocking sight. A good tool for escaping or ambushes. They looked at each other, and Lin Jinan handed it to Zhang Wei. The second item was a long sword with a scabbard. The scabbard was made of simple blue sharkskin. Lin Jinan held the sword handle and slowly drew it out. Clang! A clear sword cry, like a dragon's roar, echoed in the treasure house. The sword was bright like autumn water, with a cold, sharp aura. The handle was engraved with 2 seal characters, pure peace. Lin Jinan's eyes were full of admiration. Zhang Wei spoke at the right moment. A hero needs a good sword. Lin Jinan did not refuse. The fine steel sword he used tonight had already been cut with many dents. This Qingping sword, sharp as cutting through iron, was perfect for him. The last item was a long, rectangular object wrapped in thick black cloth. Zhang Wei walked over and reached out to take it. It was very heavy. With his strength from practicing flesh refinement, he felt this object was somewhat difficult to hold. Roughly estimating, it weighed at least 50 or 60 pounds. He untied the black cloth. Before him appeared a long, narrow straight sword about 1.5 zhang, around 1.6 meters. The sword had no sheath. It was made entirely of dark, heavy black iron. The back of the sword was very thick, about 2 fingers wide. The blade was extremely sharp, faintly shining with a dark red glow that looked like blood. The handle was long, wrapped with rough animal hide to prevent slipping. This was clearly a longer, heavier black iron sword. Zhang Wei's eyes immediately lit up. His usual standard sword had already been damaged when he cut through Lei's energy tonight. Ordinary iron couldn't withstand his current powerful strength and the slash of the Henji 9 style, but this black iron sword, in both weight and length, perfectly suited his needs. The longer and heavier it was, the more powerful the force when he swung it. The heavier the sword, the more terrifying the momentum of his slash. Zhang Wei held the handle with one hand and swung it casually in the air. Whoosh! The heavy blade cut through the air, making a deep, muffled roar that sent a shiver down the spine. Good sword. Zhang Wei couldn't help but praise. He strapped the black iron sword on his back and tied it tightly with cloth strips. All the valuable items had been divided. The two looked at the 2 small piles of gold and silver nearby. Can't take everything. We'll fill what we can. Lin Jinan kicked aside the dry grass. They found a few sturdy rough cloth sacks. They filled the empty black iron box with gold bars and silver ingots. They also found another wooden box used for herbs, filling it with valuables as well. Together, the 2 boxes of gold and silver weighed about 200 or 300 jin. But to warriors in the flesh and bone refinement stages, this weight was nothing special. They used thick ropes to tie the boxes securely to their backs, like baskets. Light the fire. We can't stay here anymore. Li Jinan raised the torch on the wall. The 2 of them left the underground treasure room. They followed the passage back to the surface of the mountain village. The night wind howled. The village was full of bodies and blood. Zhang Wei and Li Jinan split up. They held torches and set fire to the granary, the hayfield, and the gathering hall of Black Tiger Village. The wooden buildings, helped by the autumn wind, caught fire quickly. In less than half an hour, the entire Black Tiger Village was a sea of flames. The blazing fire lit up the sky over Tiger Head Mountain in a bright red. Even from 30 miles away at the Danger Pass, faint signs of the fire could be seen. They did not hesitate. Carrying heavy boxes of gold and silver, they used their agility to quickly descend the rugged mountain path. At the foot of the mountain, the 2 horses outside the gate had already rested and were snorting while eating dry grass by the roadside. They untied the reins and mounted the horses again. The heavy boxes pressed down on the horses' backs, causing their legs to slightly sink. Zhang Wei looked back and saw the blazing torch on the hillside. This fire had burned away the biggest threat outside the Danger Pass. But it also marked that they had made enemies with the Qi family and the Lu family from Jiangnan, enemies they could not escape from. Let's go. Back to the city. Li Jinan shook the reins. Go. The 2 riders, on swift horses, rode into the dawn, facing the deep darkness before sunrise, heading toward the Danger Pass. The gate tower of the Danger Pass was faintly visible in the gray morning fog. The watchman had just struck the dawn bell. The 2 fast horses, like ghosts, slipped into the city through a hidden alley at the base of the wall. The cotton cloth wrapped around their hooves was worn out, stained with black mud and blood from Tiger Head Mountain. Back at the rear courtyard of Wei Yuan Martial Arts School, it was already slightly light. Zhang Wei and Li Jinan dismounted. Neither spoke. They exchanged a glance and went to their rooms. That night, so many people had been killed, and they had traveled so far. Even strong men could not withstand such intense mental and physical exhaustion. The door of the west wing was slightly open. Zhang Wei pushed it open. Shirtu was leaning against a doorpost, holding a pole, dozing behind the threshold. Hearing the noise, The young boy suddenly woke up, raised his stick, and was about to strike. "It's me." Zhang Wei's voice was hoarse, carrying a strong smell of blood. When Stone saw Zhang Wei's face clearly, his eyes immediately turned red. He quickly threw down his stick and ran over. "Big brother Zhang, you're finally back. It was so noisy outside all night. I was so scared." Zhang Wei waved his hand and threw the heavy bundle filled with gold and silver onto the ground. It made a loud clatter sound. He also took off his dark iron sword and leaned it against the table leg. "Boil some water. Make 2 more pots." Zhang Wei sat on the edge of the bed, took off his old dark gray outfit that had lost its color. Inside the cracks of his dark iron armor, there were bits of flesh and bloodstains. Water was quickly brought in. He washed himself 3 times. The first basin of water turned dark red as soon as it touched his skin. Only after the 3rd basin did the water finally become clear. Zhang Wei washed away the evil blood aura on his body, then changed into a clean rough cloth shirt. He lay down on the pillow without even covering himself with a quilt and fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly through the day and night. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. The old elm tree in the yard was rustling in the wind. Zhang Wei sat up, listened to the sounds outside, and felt his joints crack comfortably. His exhausted energy and blood had mostly recovered. He dressed neatly. Zhang Wei pushed open the door and went straight to the inner hall. Inside, the charcoal fire was burning brightly. Lin Jinan was wearing a clean blue long robe, sitting on a grand chair. Manager Lu, leaning on a cane, sat at the lower seat. Lin Wanner stood in the corner, bowing her head silently. Seeing Zhang Wei come in, Lin Jinan pointed to the empty chair beside him. "Sit down. Rest and recover from your fatigue." Zhang Wei nodded and sat down. He picked up the hot tea on the table and took a sip. The tea warmed his stomach. "Recovered now. The master asked me to come to discuss the next steps." Lin Jinan sighed. His usually confident face showed a rare look of despair. Things had come to this point. Qi Feng was dead, and the Black Tiger village was destroyed. But Qi Chonglin, that young brat, escaped. Lin Jinan tapped his fingers on the table, his voice low. "Revenge for my father's death. Even 9 generations can't forget. Moreover, his mother is the 4th miss of the Lu family in Jiangnan." Master Lu looked worried and shook his head repeatedly. "The Lu family. They are a real big power. Over 20 experts who have perfected their bone forging, and 2 seasoned warriors at the Qi cultivation stage. Our small martial arts school is just a tiny bug in their eyes. They could crush us easily with a few trusted envoys." Lin Jinan turned his head and looked at Lin Wanner in the corner. His expression was no longer filled with last night's anger, only deep helplessness. "Wanner, you are kind-hearted and soft. You let the tiger go back to the mountain. I don't blame you. You haven't experienced the true dangers of the martial world and don't understand the importance of removing threats completely." Lin Jinan's tone was calm, but carried a sense of disappointment. "I had hoped to wait 2 more years and then pass the martial school to you. But now, it seems I won't have that chance. You can't bear this responsibility." Tears silently rolled down Lin Wanner's face as her nails dug into her palms. She knew she had caused a huge disaster. Lin Jinan withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhang Wei and Master Lu. "This way Yuan Martial School can't continue. We have to take down the sign." "Master, where do we go?" Lu Steward asked anxiously. "If we can't win, we can only hide." Lin Jinan stood up and spread out the map on the table. "Jiangnan is no longer safe. Outside the Great Wall in the north, it's the land of monsters. I plan to take Wanner and a few trusted old brothers to Nanyang." Zhang Wei and the others gathered around. "Nanyang?" Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. "Yes. Wanner's maternal family is from the Guo family in Nanyang." A glint appeared in Lin Jinan's eyes. "Although the Lu family has great influence in Jiangnan, they have no power at sea. We will head east, go down the East Sea, and hire a big ship to sail south. When we reach Nanyang, it will be our territory. No matter how powerful the Lu family is, they can't reach the islands at sea, retreating overseas to avoid the chaos in the Central Plains. This is indeed a perfect escape route." Lin Jinan turned around and fixed his gaze on Zhang Wei. In these days of working together, sharing life and death, looking at this calm, decisive, and even somewhat cold young man, Lin Jinan saw a shadow of his younger self, wielding a sword freely and seeking justice. Although they had only known each other for a few days, there was a rare mutual understanding. Zhang Wei, we are leaving. What will you do? If you don't want to come with us, the Guo family isn't a big clan in Nanyang, but having more family members isn't a bad thing. Zhang Wei fell silent. He was holding the lid of his teacup, gently scraping around the edge. The sound was sharp and unpleasant. Lin Jinan had helped him many times before, and now he was heading south again. Such great kindness. How could he repay it? He understood the principle that great kindness can feel like a great burden. Moreover, Nanyang and Great Yin were very different. Unfamiliar with the land and people, he would have to rely on others, which he found uncomfortable. Going south? Absolutely not. The Lu family was in Jiangnan, and Qi Chonglin probably already sent the letter there. Traveling south would be like walking into a trap. Returning to the northern border? That place was a meat grinder that devoured lives. He had barely escaped, and he never wanted to smell the stench of death there again. Staying at Tianxian Pass? If Lu's experts came looking for him, this small city wouldn't be able to hide him, especially with his big bow and heavy sword making him obvious. The world seemed suddenly without a safe place. Seeing Zhang Wei's furrowed brow, Lin Jinan sat back in his chair. You come from outside the pass. Inside, you have no roots or backing from any sect. Facing a giant like the Lu family alone, you will die sooner or later. Lin Jinan leaned forward, lowering his voice. There's only one way. Find a powerful backing that even the Lu family fears to offend. What backing? Zhang Wei looked up. The court. The imperial exams. Lin Jinan spoke clearly and confidently. The laws of Great Yin are strict. If you can participate in the martial arts competition in 3 years and succeed, you will become a true disciple of the emperor, protected by the court's authority. No matter how arrogant the Lu family in Jiangnan is, they are just common folk. They might assassinate a martial artist, but if they dare to openly attack a disciple of the emperor, it's an insult to the royal family and considered treason. When the army arrives, even those at the Qi refining stage will be wiped out. With 10 times their courage, they wouldn't risk executing a whole family. After hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a strong rejection rise in his heart. Officialdom. He had seen through the scheming of officials and generals back when he was at the Broken Ice Fortress. He didn't want to join the government, nor did he want to be a lapdog for corrupt officials. He pursued the peak of martial arts, aiming to become a saint in his body. I don't want to be an official, Zhang Wei said honestly. I'm not telling you to become an official. I'm telling you to get a talisman that can save your life. Lin Jinan sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. This world of martial arts is not just about fighting and killing to survive. No matter how talented you are or how fast your sword, can you outrun power and influence? Once you have official backing, the Lu family must think carefully. When you use the resources of the court to refine your body to a stronger level, maybe even higher, then you can seek true freedom and ease. Zhang Wei's hand holding the teacup tightened gradually. His reason told him that Lin Jinan was right. In this world where old monsters at the Qi refining stage exist, his current strength at the flesh refining stage is not enough. To survive is the first step before talking about martial arts. 3 years. Where will I go in these 3 years? Zhang Wei loosened his grip, his tone softening. Seeing that Zhang Wei was listening, Lin Jinan showed a hint of relief. He pointed to a spot on the map in the southwest of the dangerous pass. Go southwest. To Jinmen. Jinmen? Yes. It's the biggest city in Liaodong province and also the secondary capital of the Great Yin dynasty. The city wall is 10 zhang high, with over 10 million people. Lin Jinan's eyes showed a longing. A hidden master in the city. The dangerous pass is too small to hide you. But Jinmen is too big, full of all kinds of people, masters and common folk alike. If you go there, it's like a drop of water falling into the sea. Even if the Lu family sends out all their spies, they won't be able to find your shadow. And also, Lin Jinan looked at Zhang Wei. Jinmen is a holy place for martial arts. It's home to many great martial sects, and it will also be the venue for the martial arts exam in 3 years. Going there, you can prepare calmly, see real experts, learn from them, and improve much faster than staying in this small place, a secondary capital with over 10 million people. The center of martial arts exchange. Zhang Wei's eyes gradually lit up. Leaving south of the Yangtze River, avoiding the northern border. Spending 3 years in the bustling city, honing the 9 styles of the horizontal field and archery. Then, leap into the Dragon's Gate and get a talisman that makes the Liu family hesitate. This is indeed the best plan right now. Alright, let's go to Jinmin. Zhang Wei stood up, his gaze sharp as before. The decision was made, and the burden in his heart eased. The next morning, in the courtyard of the Wei Yuan Martial Hall, all the disciples gathered, looking anxious and worried. Lin Jinan stood on the steps, holding a tray. The tray was covered with a red cloth, hiding a pile of shiny silver coins inside. Listen carefully. There are no everlasting banquets in the world. Lin Jinan's voice echoed in the courtyard. I am injured, my foundation is damaged, and I can no longer practice martial arts. Today, Wei Yuan Martial Hall is officially disbanded. All registered disciples will each receive 100 taels of silver from the treasury. Take the money home, buy some land, and live a peaceful life. 100 taels. For ordinary disciples, this is enough money to change their lives. At first, the courtyard was quiet and calm. Then suddenly, a wave of suppressed crying broke out. Master, we won't leave. We want to stay at the martial hall, a few passionate young disciples shouted with red eyes. Shut up, Lin Jinan shouted angrily. Take the money and get out. Go back to your hometown. Live a simple life with your family. The martial world is dangerous. At best, you might die. At worst, your family could be wiped out. Under Lin Jinan's firm words, the disciples, tears in their eyes, lined up to receive their silver. One by one, they went to the steps, knelt heavily, and bowed 3 times to Lin Jinan. Then, carrying their bundles, they turned around and left through the gate, looking back repeatedly. Zhang Wei leaned against a pillar, watching this scene. The rise and fall of martial sects often happen overnight. By the afternoon, the once lively Wei Yuan Martial Hall was empty. The signboard with gold characters on a black background that read, Wei Yuan Martial Hall, was taken down by Steward Liu, who climbed a ladder and personally removed it. It was chopped into firewood and thrown into the kitchen stove. That night, Lin Jinan ordered someone to set a table in the backyard with plenty of food and wine. Only he and Zhang Wei were there. There were no fancy dishes, only large pieces of braised meat and roasted chicken. The wine was the strongest from Tianxian Pass. Zhang Wei was relaxed, tearing off a chicken leg and biting into it. He picked up a large, rough ceramic bowl. Lin Jinan also lifted his bowl. The two warriors, having survived the chaos of death, didn't waste words about sorrow or nostalgia. Clink! The rough ceramic bowls clashed, splashing wine everywhere. They looked up and drank in one gulp. The strong liquor burned like a knife in their throats, scorching all the way to their stomachs. Since leaving the Broken Ice Fortress, Zhang Wei hadn't touched alcohol to keep his blood pure. Tonight, he broke his vow. Good wine, Zhang Wei wiped his mouth. Brother Zhang. Lin Jinan picked up the wine jar and poured more for the two men. These past few days, I've been grateful for your kindness. This toast is for your sword and your arrow. Money gets things done. The shop owner has paid enough. Zhang Wei raised his bowl and finished it in one gulp. They drank one after the other, bowl for bowl. It didn't matter about their rank, only about their brotherhood in the martial world. They didn't talk about the Kafong, the Liu family, or the runaway boy. Lin Jinan, feeling the effects of the wine, told stories of his youth in Liaodong, walking 1,000 miles with his sword, seeking justice and revenge. Zhang Wei listened quietly, occasionally mentioning the dangers of hunting monsters at the border. Night fell. The 2 jars of strong liquor were empty. Lin Jinan was red-eyed from drinking, laughing loudly at the table. But his laughter carried a hint of sadness. The old lion, nearing the end of his life, would soon leave this vast grassland where he once ruled. Zhang Wei was also a bit drunk, but his eyes remained bright. He looked at the broken backyard under the moonlight, thinking of the bustling city of Jinmin 1,000 miles away. The next morning, the sky was bright. Autumn wind was cold, blowing fallen yellow leaves. Outside the east city gate of the mountain pass, there were few travelers. Lin Jinan and his group rode on horseback. Besides him and Lin Wanner, there was the lame Steward Liu and 4 or 5 loyal old apprentices. They dressed like ordinary merchants. They hired 3 plain wagons to carry their belongings. Zhang Wei led his horse, with a big bundle of belongings on his back. They stood by the city gate. There was no grand farewell, no ancient path, no parting with a willow branch. Only the straightforwardness of martial brothers and sisters. Though they felt reluctant, Words failed them, and silence took over. Lin Jinan sat on his horse, looking down at Zhang Wei. They stared at each other for a long time. They both wished they had met sooner. If only 20 years earlier, they could have sworn brotherhood and turned Liaodong upside down. Lin Jinan took a deep breath, unfastening a heavy bundle from his saddle. He swung his arm. The bundle arced through the air and landed steadily in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei caught it with one hand. It was very heavy. A rough feel told him it was filled with silver coins. At least 2,000 or 3,000 taels. Going to Tianjin to prepare for exams. I need money to make connections. Lin Jinan smiled openly, not giving Zhang Wei a chance to refuse. Zhang Wei held his bundle without fuss. He nodded heavily. Thanks. Lin Jinan turned his horse around. The hooves hit the hard dirt road with a clear sound. He looked back at the rising sun. His face lit up with a brave and confident expression. Brother Zhang, no need to thank me for this great kindness. The mountains are high, and the rivers are long. There's plenty of time ahead. Lin Jinan suddenly waved his whip, his voice echoing outside the city gate. If someday you tire of the busy central plains, come to Nanyang. Your older brother will treat you to the best sea wine. Go. A group of people urged their horses forward. The wheels rolled loudly. Lin Wanna looked back and gave Zhang Wei a deep look. Her eyes were complicated, full of unspoken words. But in the end, she only let out a long sigh and disappeared with the wind. Zhang Wei stood still. The cold morning wind lifted his clothes. He watched the group walk farther and farther away, until they became small black dots on the horizon, vanishing at the end of the eastern official road. He wondered when they would meet again. Maybe they never would. The martial world is like that. Gatherings and partings are all fate. Zhang Wei withdrew his gaze. He exhaled a long, heavy breath. He tightly tied his bundle on his back. He patted the cold, dark iron sword at his waist. Brother Zhang, shall we go? Shirtu led his horse over, looking at him eagerly. Let's go. Zhang Wei mounted his horse. He squeezed his legs to control the horse. He didn't look back at the blood-stained dangerous pass. He turned his horse toward the slightly blinding sunlight. Go. He rode off in a flash. Behind him, a young boy carried a large bundle. They followed the wide official road, heading southwest, toward the bustling capital with a population of 10 million. They sped away fiercely. After leaving the dangerous pass, the wind grew softer each day. His bundle was heavy, with thousands of taels of silver pressing on his shoulders, making him feel very secure inside. His money pouch was full, so he didn't need to rush on the road. Zhang Wei bought a mule cart with a black canopy in a nearby town. Shirtu drove the cart, and Zhang Wei sat cross-legged inside the carriage. He traveled southwest, as if experiencing a flow of time passing. The snow in the northern lands melted inch by inch in the spring breeze, turning into muddy black soil. Further south, the mud dried up, and beneath the withered yellow grass roots along the roadside, tender green shoots quietly sprouted. When passing by some unknown small rivers, the willows along the banks had already sprouted new branches, swaying gently in the breeze. Zhang Wei lifted the curtain and looked at the scenery outside. More merchants appeared on the road, and occasionally passing through villages, he could hear different local accents. His clothing also changed from heavy animal hide coats to lighter jackets and long robes. During the day, he enjoyed the scenery while traveling. At night, he would sit quietly at inns or around campfires. The book he found in the treasure house of Black Tiger Village, Great Extent Breathing Technique, was truly extraordinary. This internal breathing practice does not involve martial arts moves, only focusing on breathing. At midnight, Zhang Wei closed his eyes to adjust his breath. His breath entered through his nose, thin as a thread, long and continuous. When exhaling, it was like a dark current sinking into a deep abyss, silent and invisible. In just half a month of traveling and practicing along the way, he felt the breath in his chest becoming much longer. The previous feeling of heat and agitation after using footwork and sword techniques was easily soothed by this breathing method. His whole body seemed to breathe naturally, locking excess energy and blood inside, becoming more restrained and steady. Half a month later, the mule cart's wheels rolled over a smooth earthen road, and on the distant horizon, a majestic city silhouette slowly appeared. They had arrived at Jinmen, this capital city of the great Yin dynasty's Liaodong province, the largest city in the region. exuded a sense of grandeur and pressure from afar. The city walls were tall, about 10 zhang high, but unlike the suffocating black obsidian of the northern realm's broken ice fortress, Jinmen's walls were built with ancient blue-gray bricks and stones. Over the years, moss and climbing vines grew in the cracks of the bricks, hanging down along the walls. In the higher parts of the city walls, many nests of various sizes were built. Flocks of birds circled and landed above the city walls, their chirping blending with the wind, full of vitality. "Brother Zhang, there's grass growing on the city walls, and the birds aren't afraid of people." Stone waved his whip, pointing at the city wall, eyes wide with amazement. "This is called the breath of life." Zhang Wei lowered the car curtain. The mule cart was part of a long line of vehicles heading into the city. The city guards wore shiny armor and checked the vehicles, but not too strictly. Zhang Wei handed over the travel permit and also paid the gate fee. The wheels rolled smoothly into the city gate of Jinmen. As soon as they entered, a loud noise and lively atmosphere hit them. The wide street was about a yard across, paved with smooth blue stones. 3 carriages could go side by side without feeling crowded. Looking around, the street was busy with many people. There were rough men in northern leather coats and noble young men in silk from the south, waving folding fans. Buildings on both sides had carved beams and painted rafters. Signs of taverns and tea houses fluttered in the wind, showing off their wealth. "First, find a place to stay," Zhang Wei said. He got off the mule cart and led the horse along the street. He had money in his pocket and didn't want to stay in a crowded, mixed-in place. They turned down 2 alleys from the main street, stopping now and then at inns to ask about prices and rooms. Finally, they reached a quiet neighborhood in the west of the city. Zhang Wei stopped in front of an inn called Elegant Residence. The inn had a small private yard behind it, with a few crabapple trees and a paved open space, perfect for practicing martial arts. The innkeeper was a friendly, fat man who made money honestly. Zhang Wei didn't plan to look for a martial arts school or do side jobs during these 3 years. He had a few thousand taels of silver, which he would spend carefully on herbs and good food, to live peacefully through these years. His main goal was simple: improve his skills and prepare for the martial arts exam. If he could make friends and spar with real heroes in Jinmen City, that would be perfect. "I'll rent this yard," Zhang Wei said. He took out 2 silver ingots worth 50 taels each and placed them on the counter. The innkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. "Pay in full for 3 years," Zhang Wei said calmly. "Meals will be delivered daily, and the meat must be enough. Don't let anyone disturb the backyard." "Of course. Rest assured, sir. Even if you become a top scholar here, we won't bother your peace," the innkeeper said happily. He took the silver and personally helped them settle in. After securing the room, their stomachs started to growl from hunger. The 2 of them left the inn and went to the street to find food. As the capital city, Tianjin gathered people from all over the country, naturally bringing a variety of delicious foods from far and wide. They walked along the busy street for a while, when suddenly a strange smell of oily fat mixed with the sweet and sour scent of plums wafted into their noses. They stopped to look and saw a restaurant with a sign that read, "Guangfu Roast Goose." Outside, a few plump, glossy, dark red roasted geese hung, with oil dripping from their tails. "Let's eat here," one of them said. They went inside and ordered a whole roast goose and 2 bowls of rice topped with goose oil. The roast goose had crispy skin and tender meat, rich but not greasy. When paired with the special sweet and sour plum sauce, each bite was full of flavor and oil. Shirtu ate so eagerly he could hardly lift his head. Zhang Wei ate while listening carefully. Now that he had reached the Guan level, his senses were extremely sharp. He didn't need to listen deliberately. The chatter of various people in the hall naturally entered his ears. He wanted to hear news about the martial arts competition 3 years from now. This martial arts exam in the Great Yin Dynasty was his future protective charm. Sure enough, at the neighboring table, some martial artists with waist knives were talking about it. "Did you hear? The rules for the next martial arts exam are the same as before. 3 rounds. A man lowered his voice. "What 3 rounds?" "Still riding and shooting, weapons, and essay writing." Another person, casually eating rice, replied nonchalantly, "The 3rd round, the essay, tests military strategy and tactics. Ordinary folks like us probably can't write much, just a few lines will do." The examiners know that fighters aren't good with words, so as long as you do well in the first 2 rounds, you can fudge the essay. Zhang Wei quietly chewed a piece of goose meat, keeping his expression calm. Essay writing? He wasn't worried. The classic military strategies and famous historical texts he studied before crossing over could easily be copied and would be considered excellent in this world. As for the second round, weapons and foot combat, he had the Hinji 9 styles, martial art, combined with his strong body and the cloud ladder technique. As long as he didn't face monsters trained with rare treasures by noble families, he could defend himself and stand out easily. But the first round, riding and shooting, Zhang Wei frowned slightly. Shooting, he wasn't afraid. With his Guan-level archery skills, he could hit a target 100 paces away with perfect accuracy. However, the word, riding, became his biggest weakness. Before crossing over, he was an ordinary person living in modern times, never even touching a horse. After crossing over, he became a cannon fodder at the ice-breaking fortress in the northern border, doing the job of a fixed-position shooter. That night, during the escape from the dangerous pass and rushing toward Black Tiger Village, he rode a horse, but it was only because of his strong body that he managed to hold tightly onto the horse's belly and prevent himself from falling. Running for safety was one thing, but on a galloping horse, he had to loosen his hands, draw his bow, and aim accurately while bouncing. This required a sense of balance and harmony with the horse, developed from years of practice. That night, during the night raid on horseback, he shot a few arrows, but the mirror-like target seemed ineffective. Zhang Wei picked up his teacup, took a sip of hot tea, and his brow furrowed even deeper. The conversation at the neighboring table continued, and every word seemed to hit his sore spot. In my opinion, this martial arts exam is just for the rich kids. Wealthy in arts, strong in martial skills, the man's side. Not to mention, for the first riding and shooting test, you need a good horse first, right? And a good training ground where you can run your horse freely. Exactly. Our Jinmen city is big, but the horse farms and spacious hunting grounds are all fenced off by nobles and powerful families. Ordinary people can't even think about practicing riding and shooting, let alone rent a decent warhorse. Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a bit frustrated. He had money, several thousand taels of silver, enough for ordinary people to spend for generations. But the barrier of status was not something that could be easily broken with loose change. In this strict hierarchy capital, you couldn't buy a horse or a training ground with money. How could he practice riding and shooting? Just as he was feeling troubled, suddenly, a deafening noise erupted outside the restaurant on the street. Clang, 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 gongs and drums blared, full of joy. Accompanied by cheers from the crowd, the street outside was lively and bustling. The diners inside the restaurant put down their chopsticks and leaned out to look. Let's go see what's happening. A few martial artists, without settling their bill, hurried to the door. Zhang Wei sat in his seat, unable to think of a solution, so he simply gave up. He left a piece of silver as payment and, with Shirtu, stepped out of the roast goose restaurant. The street was already crowded with people. On the wide bluestone road, crowds of people gathered to watch the excitement, blocking the way completely. Zhang Wei and Stone wanted to go back to the inn against the crowd, but the flow was too strong to push through easily. Big brother Zhang, we can't get through. It's all blocked. Stone tiptoed, looking at the dark mass of heads ahead. Let's go along with the crowd. See what they're up to. Zhang Wei crossed his arms, protecting Stone, and simply moved forward with the flow of people. Soon, the crowd stopped. In front was an open intersection. Right in the middle of the intersection, a 3-foot-high red wooden platform had been set up. The platform was covered with red silk, and colorful curtains hung around it, full of joy. Behind the platform, a large flag was raised, with 4 big characters written in flying script, matchmaking contest. Zhang Wei and Stone were carried by the crowd and ended up not far from the platform. Unable to break free, they decided to stand still, arms crossed, watching the scene. Whose wealthy family is holding a marriage contest this time? A nearby spectator munched on sunflower seeds and discussed. Don't you know? Look at the crest under the flag. It's the Liaodong Wang family, an informed neighbor boasted. Wang family? Which Wang family? I haven't heard of such a top noble family in Jinmen. They used to be a big clan years ago. But the Wang family is cursed. 3 generations, and all the children born are daughters. Not a single son. The family fell into decline. Now, the head of the Wang family in Jinmin only holds the title of a fifth-rank official with no real power. He's just an ordinary wealthy family. I see. No wonder they're holding a martial arts contest to find a skilled son-in-law to boost the family's reputation. As everyone discussed, the curtain on the red platform was pulled aside. A middle-aged man in a dark red brocade robe stepped forward. He had a fair face, with 3 long strands of beard. He looked gentle but weak, but Zhang Wei saw at a glance that he moved steadily, breathed deeply, and had a very stable stance. The middle-aged man reached the front of the platform, bowed to the crowd below. I am the steward of the Wang family. Greetings to all distinguished guests and martial arts friends. The crowd gradually quieted down. Wang Guanshi cleared his throat and loudly said, Today, my Wang family has set up this red platform to choose a good husband for our 2 young ladies. Although our family is not very wealthy, we are a family of scholars. Today, we are not judging by family background or origin, but purely by luck and martial skill. He paused, then pointed behind him. On the red wooden altar on the stage, there were 3 red silk balls about the size of fists, placed on a gold plate. The rules are simple. Later, I will throw these 3 embroidered balls into the crowd. Whoever catches a ball can stand on this red platform and have a chance to become a son-in-law of our Wang family. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion below. Is it that simple? Just borrowing a ball. Ha! Such a good chance. Everyone, don't fight me for it. A few confident martial artists started rubbing their fists, eyes fixed on the embroidered balls on the stage. Wang Guanshi looked at the restless crowd and slightly smiled. Everyone, I apologize. Before he finished, his gentle demeanor suddenly changed. A powerful, commanding energy burst out from him unexpectedly. This energy was so strong that, in broad daylight, it caused the air around him to distort slightly. He had reached the peak of the bone refining realm. A few nearby martial artists were overwhelmed by this aura, their faces turning pale as they quickly stepped back. No one expected that a steward from a declining family would have such terrifying strength at the peak of the bone refining realm. Wang Guanshi moved like lightning. His right leg suddenly lifted, and he kicked 3 times in midair. Bang! 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 His foot struck the 3 embroidered balls, producing a series of dull thuds like drums being beaten. The 3 red silk balls, wrapped in the fierce energy of the bone refining realm, turned into 3 streaks of red shooting stars, roaring loudly as they sped toward the crowd in 3 different directions. This was no longer just throwing embroidered balls. It was like firing 3 solid cannonballs. If an ordinary person was hit by these balls, they would break bones, bleed heavily, or be seriously injured. Forget about winning the bride. The crowd screamed in fear. Those who had been trying to grab the balls scattered in all directions, desperately dodging. One of the red embroidered balls, carried by a strong gust of wind, flew straight toward Zhang Wei's direction. Before the ball arrived, the compressed energy from the fierce wind already made Zhang Wei's hair fly back from his forehead. It was too fast. The crowd was too dense. Zhang Wei had nowhere to dodge or retreat. The embroidered ball seemed to have eyes, heading straight for his face. If it hit his face, even with his tough body, he would end up with a bruised nose and a messy appearance. In this split second, Zhang Wei's body, which had already reached the perfection level of cultivation, reacted faster than his mind could think. He slightly stepped back with his right foot, toes digging into the blue stone slab. His right arm shot out like lightning, fingers spread wide, grabbing the flying red embroidered ball. Snap! A clear, crisp explosion sounded. Zhang Wei's palm firmly caught the ball. The violent impact from the ball, filled with the energy of a perfected bone-refining stage, surged through his arm into his body. His chest sank slightly. He activated the Great Yang breathing technique, channeling the force into his feet to absorb it. A faint cracking noise sounded. The heavy blue stone slab beneath his feet cracked into spiderweb-like fractures. But Zhang Wei remained completely still. The surrounding crowd, who had been pushing and fleeing, suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes turned collectively to the young man dressed in rough cloth, who had caught the red embroidered ball with one hand. The steward Wang on the stage was also stunned. He knew exactly how much force he had used with that kick. His intention was to give these reckless, inexperienced cultivators a warning, to weed out the useless ones pretending to be experts. But he never expected someone could casually catch this attack infused with energy with one hand. Zhang Wei looked down at the bright red silk embroidered ball in his hand. There was still a faint warmth from the residual energy. He felt a bit confused. He had just come out to eat roast goose, listen to martial arts news, and enjoy the lively scene. How did he end up catching this thing by accident? A stone, standing beside him and protected behind him, poked its head out from under his arm. The stone looked at the red embroidered ball, grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth, and clapped happily. "Brother Zhang, you've won." This shout was very clear and loud, especially in the quiet street. The people watching nearby burst into laughter. Many eyes crossed the crowd and focused on the young man at the busy street corner, who was dressed in rough cloth and holding a big red embroidered ball with one hand. Zhang Wei stood still, holding the bright red silk ball. The ball was tightly sewn, and inside seemed to be some fragrant spices, giving off a strong scent of powder and perfume. Usually, this thing was a lucky charm, a good sign. But now, in Zhang Wei's hand, it felt like a hot potato. He looked down at the ball, then up at the official Wang standing on the high wooden platform. He could only smile bitterly inside. He had fought in the icy north, fought through the forest of black wind, stepping over corpses to find treasures, and even learned the way of the guan, arrow in the fire of the Black Tiger stronghold. He had faced many dangers, but never expected that just after arriving in the bustling capital city of Jinmen, he would be hit on the head by a piece of red cloth while having a meal. Is it wrong to be handsome, tall, and strong? Zhang Wei secretly muttered to himself. He had no intention of causing trouble in Jinmen City. For the past 3 years, he just wanted a quiet place to refine his energy and prepare for the martial exam. But trouble seemed to find him no matter what. At this moment, the crowded crowd surprisingly parted to both sides, creating a wide path between Zhang Wei and the red platform used for marriage contests. Under everyone's watchful eyes, there was no way to avoid it. Zhang Wei sighed helplessly, held the embroidered ball in his hand, and stepped forward slowly along the cleared path, walking onto the red platform. On the other side of the platform, 2 more people came up the stairs. Zhang Wei turned his head to look at them. The one on the left was tall and thin. Although tall, he is very thin, like a dry stick that could break with a gust of wind. He wears a fine sky blue long robe made of fine shoe brocade, with a high-quality jade pendant hanging at his waist. He also elegantly waves a folding fan in his hand. The person on the right is a short, chubby man. His round body looks like a fat winter melon. He wears a bright red silk jacket decorated with gold patterns, and on his short, thick fingers, he has 4 or 5 large gold rings and jade rings. When he walks, his flesh jiggles with each step. These 2 look like wealthy young men from noble families. Zhang Wei casually glances at them. With his current senses, he quickly sees through their true nature. Their vital energy and blood are very weak. They walk unsteadily, breathe short and quick, clearly because they often indulge in wine and pleasure without much effort. Overall, their strength is just barely enough to reach the threshold of refining their flesh, mostly relying on rare medicinal herbs from their families. But this is strange. When Steward Wang kicked out the embroidered ball earlier, he was using real bone-refining strength with full vitality. That kick was so powerful that an ordinary flesh-refining warrior would have shattered their hand bones trying to catch it. How did these 2 amateurs manage to catch it? Zhang Wei's gaze shifts downward. The tall, thin man's wrist shows a faint black glow from a protective arm guard. Meanwhile, the chubby man's chest reveals a faint, gentle glow from a treasure. Now it makes sense. These 2 carry protective treasures that can block the impact of vital energy and blood. No wonder they dared to catch the bone-refining ball kicked out by Steward Wang. It seems these wealthy young men came prepared, having asked for treasures at home before coming out, specifically to compete in the martial contest for the marriage proposal. Zhang Wei withdraws his gaze. He weighs the embroidered ball in his hand, making up his mind. He definitely won't get involved in this mess. He walks over to Steward Wang, clasping his fists respectfully, and offers the red embroidered ball. He wears a humble smile. "Esteemed steward, I am new here and just passing through to watch the show. The crowd was so thick that I accidentally caught this embroidered ball. It was purely accidental. I have no intention of seeking favor with the Wang family, so I kindly asked the steward to find someone else." After speaking, Zhang Wei turns to leave the steps. Stop. Wang Guanshi's face darkened, and the friendly smile that had been on his face just moments before disappeared instantly. He took a step forward, and his tall, strong body blocked Zhang Wei's path. A faint pressure from the bone-refining realm radiated out, like an invisible wall blocking Zhang Wei. "Little brother, you can't say things like that," Wang Guanshi said, his voice cold like iron. "The tradition of catching the embroidered ball has been passed down by our elders in Jinmen. When the ball is thrown, it's all up to fate. Since you caught the ball, you are a guest of the Wang family and must participate in the upcoming contest." He paused, adding a warning tone. "Little brother, you caught the ball, but chose to retreat without a fight. In front of the elders and villagers of Jinmen, you just turn around and leave. What's wrong? Do you look down on the Liaodong Wang family? Or do you think our Wang family's daughter isn't good enough for you?" This was a heavy accusation. As soon as Wang Guanshi finished speaking, the villagers and onlookers below started to cheer and shout. "Yeah, there's no reason to run after catching the ball. Isn't that embarrassing for the Wang family? This kid is too ungrateful. Go up and compete. If you don't, you can't leave." The crowd's voices rose higher and higher. Zhang Wei stood at the edge of the steps, frowning slightly. He came to Jinmen mainly to hide his identity. If he drew too much attention in broad daylight, it could cause trouble with the authorities. If that happened, not only would his 3-year plan to prepare for the exams be ruined, but his true identity might also be exposed. He couldn't force his way through. He could only take things step by step, responding as they came. "Since it's a tradition in Jinmen, I will follow local customs," Zhang Wei said, retracting his foot and turning around with a helpless, forced smile on his face. Seeing this, Wang Guanshi nodded in satisfaction, and his expression softened a little. "Come, take your seats," he ordered. Servants brought over 3 grand chairs. Zhang Wei and the 2 wealthy young men sat down one after another. Wang Guanshi stood in front of them, clasping his hands and saying, "Fate has brought us together. Since the 3 young masters have caught the ball, let's first introduce ourselves and share our family backgrounds." The tall, thin young man was the first to stand up. He folded his fan with a rustling sound, a proud smile on his face. "I am Chen Jinan from the southern city's Chen family. My father works as a casual worker at the salt transport office." The short, chubby man also didn't want to be outdone. He stood up with his big belly and bowed politely. "I am Tang Baihu from the Tang family business in the East City. Nice to meet you, Manager Wang." Zhang Wei sat on a chair, and when he heard these 2 names, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes sharply. Chen Jinan, Tang Baihu. In his mind, images from 2 classic movies of his past life instantly appeared. One was a righteous leader with a serious face, and the other was a charming and talented young man from the south. But looking at these 2 now, one was as thin as a bamboo stick, and the other was as fat as a ball. They truly looked like a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, a pair of unmatched treasures. "I am Zhang Wei, a wandering martial artist with no school or faction, doing small trades." Zhang Wei also stood up and casually mentioned his background. He dressed plainly, and the 2 wealthy young men didn't pay much attention to him. Manager Wang nodded, then turned to face the common people below and loudly announced the rules. "Everyone, today, 3 young masters will come on stage. But in the Wang family, there are only 2 daughters waiting to marry, an eldest and a second daughter. So, there will be 2 rounds of assessment." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere below became even more lively. Chen Jinan and Tang Baihu's eyes lit up. They looked at each other, and their chubby faces showed uncontrollable joy. 2 young ladies, 3 men competing. This was a very good chance. Manager Wang continued, "Since this is a martial arts contest for marriage, fighting skills come first. The first round is simple. The 3 young masters will fight each other in pairs, taking turns. The winner of each match scores 1 point. Also, this is a restricted area in Jinmen. No private fights that could cause death. All matches on stage will only use fists and weapons, stopping at a fair point. Anyone who uses deadly force will be disqualified and handed over to the authorities. Do you all understand?" "Understood." Chen Jinan and Tang Baihu answered in unison. Zhang Wei nodded along. These rules suited him perfectly. As long as he lost 2 matches and finished third, he could be eliminated openly and safely, leaving with his dignity intact. "Good. First match, Young Master Chen versus Young Master Tang. With Manager Wang's command, the tall and thin Chen Jinan and the short, chubby Tang Baihu stepped into the center of the stage. Although both had protective magic weapons, Manager Wang just said that the fights would rely on fists and weapons. In front of many people, using a magic tool would be considered unfair and shameful. Both men, wanting to leave a good impression on their future father-in-law, silently agreed not to reveal their treasures. Fatty Tang, your skills are so poor, you should admit defeat early. Chen Jinan shook off his outer garment and struck a casual pose. Nonsense. Chen Bamboo, today you'll taste my fierce tiger fist. Tang Baihu roared loudly and charged forward like a rolling ball of flesh. Suddenly, they started fighting fiercely. Zhang Wei sat nearby, watching the fight, almost unable to hold back a yawn. This wasn't a real martial arts contest. It looked more like a street brawl. There was no proper technique. Chen Jinan, with his long arms, swung wildly. Tang Baihu, with his thick body, charged recklessly. They seemed to be practicing fancy moves without really using their energy or blood. Only the tearing of clothes and muffled sounds of fighting could be heard. After about half an hour of fighting, both men were exhausted, panting heavily, covered in sweat. Their silk clothes were torn and dirty from the dust on the stage, looking very messy. Finally, because Tang Baihu was too fat and ran out of stamina, he slipped on the floor after Chen Jinan's sneaky kick and fell outside the red line. First match, Young Master Chen wins, Manager Wang announced expressionlessly. Chen Jinan happily got up and waved to the audience. Tang Baihu, looking disheveled, sat back in his chair. Second match, Young Master Zhang versus Young Master Tang. It was finally his turn. Zhang Wei stood up, straightening his clothes. He glanced at the still panting Tang Baihu. This performance had to be convincing. He couldn't let anyone see that he was holding back, especially not Manager Wang, who was a master at refining bones. Zhang Wei stepped to the center of the stage. He adopted a very rough, amateur fighting stance. Please, Tang Baihu, furious, saw that Zhang Wei was just an ordinary cultivator with no background, and his anger grew. Take this, Tang Baihu shouted loudly, swinging his fat fist adorned with gold rings directly at Zhang Wei's face. His speed was slow, like a cart, full of openings. To Zhang Wei, this punch's path was as clear as slow motion. He has 100 ways to break Tang Baihu's neck in half a second, but he only pretended to stumble at his feet. Ow! Zhang Wei shouted and lost his balance very convincingly. Tang Baihu's fist brushed past his shoulder. Although it didn't hit hard, Zhang Wei quickly stepped back 7 or 8 steps. He pretended to be in great pain, clutching his shoulder, and his footing was unsteady, causing him to sit heavily outside the red line. Young Master Tang's boxing is fierce. I cannot compete. I concede. Zhang Wei held his shoulder and raised his hand proudly. Tang Baihu was stunned. He hadn't even made a move, yet the opponent fell? Could it be that his fierce tiger fist has reached a level where he can strike through mountains and hit cattle? The people below also sighed. They thought it would be a tough fight, but it turned out to be a soft opponent who fell at the first touch. Manager Wang stood nearby, slightly frowning. He felt something was off, but Zhang Wei's stumble just now seemed to be due to poor footing, so he couldn't find fault. Second round. Young Master Tang wins. Third round. Young Master Chen versus Young Master Zhang. Zhang Wei got up from the ground, rubbed his shoulder, and went back onto the stage. This time, it was a tall, thin young man named Chen Jinan. Seeing Zhang Wei so easily defeated, Chen Jinan was even more confident. Brother Zhang, I concede. Chen Jinan waved his sleeve and performed a soft, gentle palm technique, rushing forward. Zhang Wei still used his old tricks. He pretended to give his all and exchanged several moves with Chen Jinan on stage. Each move was dangerous, looking like he could be knocked down at any moment. By the 15th move, Zhang Wei saw an opening and deliberately exposed a big flaw in his chest. Chen Jinan was overjoyed and struck Zhang Wei's chest with his palm. This palm hit Zhang Wei's well-developed body, which was like hitting a rock, no more than a tickle. But Zhang Wei used this slight push to let out a scream, and he flung himself backward like a broken kite, rolling several times on the wooden platform and falling to the edge of the stairs. Ugh! Zhang Wei even managed to spit out a little blood, biting a trace at the corner of his mouth. Young Master Chen is very skilled in martial arts. I truly admire him. Zhang Wei struggled to stand up, bowing slightly in respect. Laughter and cheers erupted from the crowd. Third round, young Master Chun wins. With the final announcement from Steward Wong, this amusing contest finally ended. Chen Jinan won 2 matches, ranking first and earning 1 point. Tang Baihu had 1 win and 1 loss, ranking second. Zhang Wei lost both matches, finishing last in 3rd place. Chen Jinan smiled happily. There were rumors that the 2 daughters of the Wong family were as beautiful as fairies and skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Now that their wishes had come true, they were naturally very happy. Seeing Zhang Wei so weak, Tang Baihu was confident about the next match. Zhang Wei nonchalantly wiped the fake blood from the corner of his mouth. He let out a long breath of relief. Finally, the first round was over. Then Steward Wong faced the crowd and loudly announced, "Please welcome Miss Second to the stage." A gentle breeze blew behind the red curtain. A delicate hand, as fine as jade, gently pushed aside the heavy red silk curtain. A white wrist appeared first, dazzling to see. Soon after, a faint orchid fragrance drifted with the breeze, quietly filling the air below the stage. The curtain lifted. A young girl stepped out slowly. In an instant, the noisy street seemed to be frozen in place. It became completely silent. Even Zhang Wei couldn't help but hold his breath. She was stunningly beautiful. The girl wore a simple white flowing dress, her figure slender as a willow, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Her face was pale, like snow melting on an icy mountain. Her features were delicate, yet carried a heartbreaking grace and sadness. She lowered her head slightly, her steps light and graceful, like a painting come to life. Either a fragile beauty from a storybook or like Lin Daiyu, the delicate girl from the Grandview Garden. Such extraordinary beauty, even for someone like Zhang Wei, hardened by life and death, was a once-in-a-lifetime sight. The crowd erupted with thunderous exclamations and gasps. "Oh my, is this the second miss of the Wong family? She looks like a fairy fallen from the sky. If I had to risk my life, I'd definitely fight to get that embroidered ball." Many people were filled with regret and frustration. And on the stage, those 2 people, Chen Jinan and Tang Baihu, were now completely stunned. Their mouths were open wide enough to fit an egg, and some shiny saliva was dripping from the corners. Their eyes were fixed on Miss Wong, as if their souls had flown far away. Manager Wong looked at everyone's reactions and happily stroked his beard. He was very proud. "Everyone, this is our Wong family's second young lady." Wang Chan, Chen Jinan, and Tang Baihu snapped out of their daze, quickly wiping their mouths. They were so excited they trembled all over, exchanging respectful bows and showing happy expressions. "Brother Tang, the rumors are true. The second young lady is as beautiful as a fairy. The next one to appear, the eldest young lady, must also be stunning and charming," Chen Jinan whispered excitedly. Exactly. Tang Baihu rubbed his chubby hands together. Manager Wang listened to their whispers, and his smile grew even stranger. He turned again to the curtain behind him, cleared his throat. His voice suddenly rose by an octave. "Please welcome the eldest young lady to the stage." Everyone below, including Chen Jinan and Tang Baihu, stretched their necks and widened their eyes. If the second young lady was already this beautiful, then what kind of noble beauty was the hidden eldest young lady? Everyone was holding their breath in anticipation. But before they could breathe out their suspense, bang! The wooden board behind the stage suddenly made a very dull, heavy sound. The entire redwood platform shook violently. Then, the heavy red silk curtain was not pulled open gently. It was torn apart roughly by a large, black, thick hand, as big as a fan, with a ripping sound. The silk tore apart. A tall, broad-shouldered figure, over 8 feet tall, squeezed out of the curtain. It was a woman, or rather, a giant iron tower that looked like a woman. Her skin was dark and rough, with a greasy shine. Her shoulders were as wide as a wall. Her 2 exposed arms bulged with veins, muscles knotting, thicker than a normal person's thigh. The woman wore a very ill-fitting red outfit and strode quickly to the front of the stage. She stopped, suddenly punching her fists against her chest. Then she spread her thick lips, revealing a row of dazzling white teeth. She let out a loud, hearty laugh that sounded like a bell ringing. "Ha! Who wants to marry this young lady?" Her loud laugh was full of energy, causing the people in the front row to cover their ears with a buzzing sound. Everything became silent. If earlier everyone was stunned by her beauty and speechless, now they were overwhelmed by her fierce, beast-like appearance, which made it hard to breathe. Wow! Countless people gasped in shock and instinctively stepped back. On stage, Chen Jinan and Tang Baihu looked completely stunned. Their faces froze in surprise, like they had just swallowed a dead fly in winter. They both felt weak in the knees and almost fainted on the spot. Chen Jinan's face turned pale as he pointed at the woman, trembling as he spoke. He then looked at Manager Wang. What is going on? I heard that the two daughters of the Wang family are as beautiful as angels. But this is just trickery and deception. It's no different from cheating. Tang Baihu also looked helpless, sitting on the ground and pounding his thigh. Manager Wang's face grew cold, and his powerful aura from the bone refinement realm pressed down again. He looked coldly at the two. Young Master Chen, you can eat your food carelessly, but you shouldn't speak recklessly. Who deceived you? Manager Wang pointed to the pitiful second young lady, Wang Chan. The rumors you hear on the streets are about the second young lady, who often goes out to burn incense. As for our eldest lady, she is trained in martial arts since childhood and keeps to herself, never leaving the house. You didn't understand the situation clearly and rushed onto the stage like a hungry dog fighting for a ball. Now you want to back out? Too late. Zhang Wei watched this dramatic scene unfold and felt his head buzzing. The image of the Wang family's eldest lady looked very familiar. Wasn't she just like those muscular men he saw online in his past life? Or the version of Sister Yu, who could carry half a pig with her bare hands? Moreover, Zhang Wei, with his advanced senses, clearly sensed that inside Wang Wan, the eldest lady of the Wang family, there was a fierce and terrifying energy hidden deep within. The strength of her energy and blood was not weaker than that of Steward Wang beside her. Zhang Wei quietly estimated in his mind. If he fought her face to face, with his body at the peak of the flesh refinement stage, he probably wouldn't be able to beat her. This isn't a marriage proposal. It's clearly just inviting a punching bag. The people below started whispering and talking. On the stage, Chen Jinan and Tang Baihu were pounding their chests and stomping their feet. They had planned everything carefully, thinking that as long as the second young lady's beauty was present, the eldest lady wouldn't be far behind. But they made a big mistake by following a fixed pattern. Steward Wang ignored their complaints. He pressed his hands down. Silence. Steward Wang turned around, bowed to the towering young lady Wang Wan. The martial arts match is just the appetizer. The final round will be personally judged by the young lady. Hearing this, Wang Wan crossed her arms on her sturdy waist. She took a step forward, her heavy footsteps making the redwood stage creak. She approached Zhang Wei, Chen Jinan, and Tang Baihu. Her large, imposing figure, like a tower of iron, completely blocked out the sunlight. A large shadow cast heavily over the three men. Even Zhang Wei, who had survived countless battles in blood and death, felt a shiver run down his back as the shadow covered him, and sweat broke out on his skin. Wang Wan looked down from above at the three, her thick lips parting slightly. She spoke softly. Her voice was rough, like a man's. My request isn't high. I just have a few questions. Answer them if you can. The three men looked up at her dark, iron-like face. They exchanged glances. A deep sense of despair filled the air. Together, how many monkeys are there in total? The voice was rough and loud, causing the wooden boards on the stage to hum. Chen Jinan and Tang Baihu were stunned. Both were sweating heavily. They thought the test would be about classic texts or military strategies, but it turned out to be this kind of question. Tall and thin Chen Jinan quickly waved his folding fan, pretending to be confident. Miss Wang, this is no problem. One on the tree, one on the ground. That's two monkeys. Short and chubby Tang Baihu also hurried to agree. Brother Chen is right. It's definitely two. Stop your nonsense. Wang Wan suddenly slapped her thigh with a sharp sound, making Chun and Tang feel weak in their legs. 7 on the tree, 1 on the ground. Together, that's clearly 8 monkeys. With such a brain, you still want to join the Wang family. Chen Jinan and Tang Baihu stared in shock. This isn't a marriage proposal. It's just being unreasonable and acting like a bully. Wang Wan ignored them, pursed her lips, and continued with the questions. Last question. What has 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? The two men became even more anxious, like ants on a hot pan. They scratched their heads and tried hard to think, but couldn't imagine what kind of creature this was. Zhang Wei stood to the side with his arms crossed. He shook his head silently. This old-fashioned folk riddle was so simple that even a 3-year-old in the streets and alleys could guess it in his previous life. He didn't want to speak up at first, just hoping to get through the scene quickly and leave. But seeing the two of them looking so foolish and clueless, he felt very annoyed. "Human," Zhang Wei muttered casually. As soon as he finished speaking, "Exactly," Wang Wan turned her large body around, and with a big fan-like hand, she suddenly patted Zhang Wei's shoulder with great force, almost knocking him off balance. "Yes, it's a human. You handsome young man. Your mind is really sharp. I like you." Zhang Wei froze in place. Is this how he wins? Next to him, Tang Baihu saw that things were getting bad. If this young lady liked him, he would definitely be forced into a difficult situation tonight. He screamed and scrambled down the redwood stage, rushing into the crowd, faster than a rabbit. Chen Jinan, however, stayed and forced himself to remain. He still held on to a glimmer of hope. The beautiful second young lady hadn't made her choice yet. The marriage contest ended so suddenly. The crowd, satisfied with the excitement, gradually dispersed. Manager Wang stepped out from behind the stage, wearing a friendly, businesslike smile. "Young gentlemen, since the contest is over, please come to the Wang residence for some hot tea." Chen Jinan straightened his slightly wrinkled brocade robe, trying to maintain a scholarly appearance, and followed behind. They walked through the streets and alleys. Eventually, they reached a wide street on the east side of Jinmen City. They arrived at the grand gate of the Wang residence. The red lacquer paint was peeling in many places, and moss grew on the bases of the 2 stone guardian lions in front. But once they crossed the tall wooden threshold, the view inside was broad and impressive. The ground was paved with blue bricks, and ancient cypress trees towered overhead. The corridors twisted and turned, and although the carved wooden windows looked old, they still showed the grandeur of a once powerful family. TSK. Although the Wang family has fallen on hard times, the feng shui and layout of this house are truly not something ordinary wealthy families can compare to. Chen Jinan looked around, his disdain fading a little, and he nodded in approval. The 3 of them passed through the main hall and took seats. 2 maids in green dresses lowered their heads and brought 3 steaming bowls of tea, then stepped back. Chen Jinan was eager to speak. He didn't even have time to sip his tea before he looked anxiously at the head of the Wang family. "Manager Wang, the marriage contest is over. May I ask, how was the decision made about the ladies' futures? Which young lady will marry me, Chen?" His eyes shone brightly, and he clenched his fists nervously, secretly praying that he would get the second young lady, and not that dark iron tower. Zhang Wei sat on a redwood chair at the side, lifting his teacup and gently stirring the tea leaves with the lid. The aroma of tea wafted up, but his intuition told him there was a deep undercurrent beneath the surface. Manager Wang picked up his tea, blew on the hot steam, and slowly took a sip. "Young Master Chen, you are a fine gentleman. The eldest young lady saw you clearly from behind the curtain and was very pleased. In fact, she personally announced her choice. She picked you." Clang. The lid of Chen Jinan's teacup fell onto the blue bricks, shattering into pieces. He was struck like lightning, his whole body feeling as if all his bones had been drained in that instant. His legs suddenly went weak, and he slipped off the chair, falling to the ground, looking pale and lifeless. "Mississippi Miss Chen?" Chen Jinan's lips trembled as he stared at the towering, mountain-like figure of Wang Wan. Wang Guanshi put down his teacup, speaking gently as if he hadn't noticed Chen Jinan's panic. "Young Master Chen, are you so overwhelmed with joy that you are crying? But everyone here is family, no need to force it. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave now. Our Wang family will only say that you and the young lady are not compatible and have conflicting destinies. We won't ruin your reputation in Jinmen." Chen Jinan sat on the ground, his face pale and white. His mind was in chaos. His Chen family in Jinmen was quite a prominent household. He had an older brother who was independent, and he was the second, more relaxed son. If he could marry that delicate and beautiful second young lady, join the Wang family, not only could he win a wife, but he could also easily gain a share of the Wang family's wealth. It would be a very good deal. But if he had to marry the fierce and capable young lady who could tear apart tigers and leopards, that life would be more tormenting than prison. Chen Jinan sighed deeply. He supported himself by holding onto the chair leg and stood up, brushing dust off his clothes. Thank you, Wang Guanshi, for your understanding. I, Chun, am not fortunate enough to accept the Wang family's kindness. I will take my leave. He bowed deeply, then turned to leave, walking quickly as if fleeing, and soon exited the main hall. The room fell silent. Outside, the wind blew a few pine leaves onto the window, tapping softly. Only Zhang Wei and Wang Guanshi remained. Zhang Wei gently placed his teacup on the table with a crisp clink. He looked up. His gaze was calm but sharp, like a clear lake hiding a piercing coldness. Guanshi, everyone has left. The show is over. Zhang Wei leaned slightly forward, hands crossed on his knees. To get me involved in this, Wang family didn't hesitate to rent out a big banquet on the street for a marriage duel. Quite a grand gesture. Tell me, when did you start targeting me? Zhang Wei was neither blind nor stupid. There were too many coincidences along the way. Being hit with a love token, tricky tests, and winning by chance. Every step fit perfectly into a trap aimed at him. If he still couldn't see that this was a setup against him, he would have long been dead in the icy north. Wang Guanshi smiled. The worldly and easygoing look on his face gradually faded, replaced by a calmness fitting a martial artist. Brother Zhang is a smart man. To be honest, when you first entered Jinmen City, I received a message from the Liu family in Jiangnan. Zhang Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, remaining calm. Wang Guanshi continued. The Wang family and the Liu family in Jiangnan are related within 5 degrees of kinship, kind of distant cousins. The Liu family's youngest son was murdered, and they were furious. They issued a bounty and sent out invitations for heroes. Naturally, our Wang family also received one. Zhang Wei's eyes darkened slightly, but his curiosity deepened. Jinmen is the capital of Great Yan, with a population of 10 million. Every day, countless outsiders come and go through the city gates. Zhang Wei looked at Wang Guanshi. With just a message from a pigeon, how could you possibly pick me out from so many people? Just as he finished speaking, a few soft coughs came from behind a rosewood screen in the hall. Then, a slender figure appeared. It was Wang's second young lady, Wang Chan. She still wore a simple white flowing dress, walking gracefully like a breeze through willows, delicate and fragile. She sat calmly on a chair beside the main seat, covering her mouth with an embroidered silk handkerchief, coughing twice more. Her stunning face looked pale and sickly, but her eyes shone brightly, full of deep wisdom. Because my Wang family has a secret ancestral skill. Wang Chan's voice was a little weak, but her words were clear. Divine sight technique. Zhang Wei's expression sharpened. His heartbeat skipped a beat. Those who practice this skill do not focus on fists or legs, only on their eyes. They can see what ordinary people cannot. You come from the cold northern lands, traveling and fighting all the way. Not to mention your destruction of the Tianxian Pass, the Chiefing Martial School, and the Black Tiger Village outside the city. Wang Chan lowered her silk handkerchief, her bright eyes fixed on Zhang Wei's face. The hundreds of lives you've taken, the murderous aura and resentment around you, to ordinary people, seem intangible. But to me, there's a glaring, blood-red pillar hovering above your head, lingering for a long time. Zhang Wei felt a chill run down his spine. The world has many strange martial arts, but this mysterious technique that can see through a person's true nature was shocking. He had been disguising himself all along, thinking he was flawless, but it turned out they saw the killing intent on him. Wang Chan picked up her teacup and gently took a sip to soothe her throat. The Liu family is very powerful. Over 20 bone cultivators have achieved perfection, and there are 2 top-tier spiritual cultivators among the elders. If you provoke them, there will be no place for you inside or outside the city. Since you are tired of the dead bodies in the border army, you came here to this bustling capital city, naturally seeking a way to protect your life. Wang Chan's tone was calm, but every word was sharp and pointed. Only the imperial court and the emperor's disciples can make the Liu family hesitate and hold back their actions. Your only hope is the martial arts competition in Jinmen 3 years from now. Wang Chan looked at Zhang Wei with a faint smile. Although our Wang family is now poor, we still have some influence at the city gate guard station. After receiving the Liu family's message via pigeon, I ordered people to watch out for outsiders speaking with a northern accent and carrying a strong aura of danger. As for that marriage contest, Wang Chan sighed softly. You, a lone wolf who kills so recklessly and acts very cautiously. If we send someone directly to visit you at the inn, you would surely become suspicious and escape immediately. So, we set up this red platform, using the coincidence of a falling embroidered ball, and with some tricky excuses, we can justifiably invite you into the residence. Only in this way can you avoid suspicion at first glance. Zhang Wei felt a faint sweat break out on his palms after hearing this. This seemingly fragile second young lady of the Wang family was so meticulous and far-sighted in her plans that it was truly astonishing. He had calculated everything carefully, only to end up falling into a trap that others had set long ago. Very clever. Miss Wang, you are a zhuge among women. I admire that. Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair, finally dropping his disguise. Since you know all my secrets, just tell me, what do you want? Wang Chan nodded calmly, but her tone revealed absolute confidence in controlling the situation. First option, you leave now. The Wang family will not stop you. But as soon as you step out, the Wang family will send a message via pigeon to Lu's spies and Jin men. Within 3 hours, you will be dead, caught in a chaos of blades before you even touch the city walls. Second option, stay. Stay in the Wang residence. Wang Chan's delicate finger pointed at Zhang Wei, then at herself. You marry into the Wang family and become my husband. The Wang family will protect you for these 3 years. Not only do we provide a quiet courtyard for your studies, but the Wang family also has a private horse farm outside the city, perfect for practicing riding and archery. Once you become part of the Wang family, they will handle all the connections and arrangements at the martial arena in Tianjin. Zhang Wei naturally doesn't believe there are any free lunches in this world. What are the conditions? He asks. Zhang Wei looks at her carefully. Don't tell me that after all the trouble the Wang family went through to set this up, it's just to find a runaway who's being chased by powerful families to be his son-in-law. Wang Chan lowers her eyes when she hears this. A hint of helplessness and sadness flashes in her eyes. Because of the Wang family, we are about to run out of time, she says. She looks around at the somewhat old hall, which is barely held up by its foundation. The Wang family has no male heirs for several generations. To keep the family line and protect the business, we have to take in a son-in-law. But in this world, people are not always honest. Once these sons-in-law come in and realize there's no strong backing, after 3 or 5 years, they start to take over, bully the young women, or secretly transfer the family's land and property. If the Wang family continues to be drained like this, in less than 10 years, it will be completely broken. Wang Chan lifts her head again, looking directly at Zhang Wei without fear. We need a strong son-in-law who can wield a sword, keep order, and uphold the family's reputation. But more than that, we need someone who has a deadly secret that the Wang family can hold over him, making him never dare to betray us. Zhang Wei understands everything now. He is the person Lu family has ordered to kill. If he becomes a son-in-law, his life and safety will be tied to this broken ship called the Wang family. If he dares to have second thoughts, the Wang family doesn't even need to act. They can just tell Lu family where he is, and he will be dead. It's mutual use and mutual control. He needs the Wang family's resources and protection, and they need his martial skills. It's cruel, but also the safest deal. All right, Zhang Wei says without hesitation, decisively agreeing. I'll take the job of being the son-in-law. The steward Wang, who has been standing nearby, steps forward. His usual friendly, worldly manner is gone, replaced by a sharp, martial look. Brother Zhang, I've only heard of your deeds from the Lu family's pursuit letters. Since we are now family, and this martial matter is very important, I also want to see for myself. Just how capable are you to defeat 2 martial forces at Tianxian Pass? Over the past 2 weeks, Zhang Wei had been traveling constantly, his bones feeling sore and tired. Hearing this, a flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. He also wanted to see what kind of skills the steward of the Wang family possessed. Please. The two of them left the main hall and headed straight to the training ground in the backyard. The spacious area was paved with blue stones, with weapon racks around the edges. Wang Chan, dressed in a white fox fur cloak, stood gracefully under the corridor, quietly watching. She wanted to see for herself if the sword she had invested the entire Wang estate to acquire was sharp enough. Wang the steward approached the weapon rack and picked a long, wenzhong, about 3.3 meters, white wax staff spear. The spearhead shimmered with a cold light, and its red tassels looked like blood. Zhang Wei took off the cloth bag on his back. He drew out a half zhong, about 1.65 meters, dark iron horizontal sword. The blade was black, heavy, and dull, with a cold, deathly aura shining in the sunlight. Brother Zhang, be careful. My spear technique follows a continuous, relentless style. Wang the steward swung the spear, causing the sturdy white wax staff to bend into a dangerous arc. With a flick, the spear tip expanded to the size of a large bowl, carrying a sharp, piercing wind aimed directly at Zhang Wei's face. His blood and energy, at the peak of the bone-refining realm, erupted fully without reservation. The surrounding air hummed with a dull, oppressive sound. Zhang Wei did not try to hard block. He stepped on the blue bricks, instantly activating the climbing cloud step. His figure moved like a ghost, closely following the cold spear, suddenly rushing forward. He swung his heavy dark iron horizontal sword in a sweeping motion, executing a move called Broken Water Horizontal Slash. Clang! The sword and spear clashed. A deafening metallic explosion rang out. A series of sparks burst into the air like fireworks. Wang the steward's wrist went numb, and his palm tingled with pain. What incredible brute strength! This was not the power a normal flesh-refining realm cultivator could produce. He dared not underestimate his opponent, and quickly withdrew his spear to defend. In an instant, the spear's shadow transformed into a white glow, like a dense, impenetrable net, trapping Zhang Wei firmly inside. Zhang Wei, within the spear's shadow, kept his eyes clear and calm. The great yin breathing technique circulated smoothly within his body. With each breath, his energy and blood replenished instantly. His footwork was light and strange, often just a hair's breadth away from being touched by the spear tip, dodging skillfully. The mysterious iron cross-shaped sword in his hand swung in straight lines each time, with no fancy moves, only fierce and sharp strikes. This is the true essence of the horizontal Wild Nine style of fighting. The two fought fiercely on the training ground. For a moment, spears flashed like snow, swords moved like ink, and powerful winds filled the air. The blue stone slabs on the ground were torn by sharp energy and heavy blades, leaving deep, shocking white marks. Manager Wang was still stronger in cultivation than Zhang Wei, using his bone-refining energy to stay in control of the fight. He wielded his spear with big, sweeping moves, forcing Zhang Wei to keep dodging and moving. But as time went on, Manager Wang's brow furrowed more and more. He was surprised to find that no matter how precise his spear techniques were, Zhang Wei's defense was always perfect. His strange footwork combined with his heavy sword could turn danger into safety at the most critical moments. Even more frightening, after over 100 exchanges, Wang's energy was starting to weaken. His breathing grew heavy, and sweat appeared on his forehead. In contrast, Zhang Wei still looked calm and steady, with deep, endless breath like a cold lake. His sword moves became faster and faster, with no sign of losing strength. If they fought for real life or death, Wang knew he would be the one to fall first. Suddenly, Wang sharply shook his spear, creating a huge spray of spear energy to force Zhang Wei back. Then he turned his spear around and jumped out of the fight circle. I give up. Wang panted heavily, threw his spear back onto the weapon rack, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. His eyes no longer held any suspicion, only admiration and genuine respect. Brother Zhang's breath is so long. His sword is so fierce and powerful. I am truly impressed. Martial arts have great potential. Zhang Wei sheathed his sword calmly, his face still composed. He clasped his fists and bowed politely. Manager Wang, I thank you for your kindness. If I had to compare sword skills, I humbly admit I am no match for you. Outside the corridor, Wang Chan adjusted her white fox cloak. Her pale face showed a genuine, relieved smile. She knew that despite the danger and tricky schemes, her family's martial foundation was strong. This risky move was the right choice for the Wang family. She stepped down the stairs and slowly approached Zhang Wei. She slightly bowed, performing a very proper and elegant greeting of a noble lady. Husband, over the past 3 years, all the resources of the Wang family are at your command. Zhang Wei looked at the stunning, yet clever woman in front of him. He raised his head to glance at the high and distant sky over Jincheng City. Hearing her call him husband was quite pleasant. But this son-in-law's reliance on others' support was also quite uncomfortable. The evening in Jincheng is gentler than the cold northern border. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the wide, blue stone street, giving the many taverns and tea houses a faint golden edge. The busy market remained lively, with vendors selling candied hawthorn sticks walking through the streets, and the soft laughter of young ladies from wealthy households coming from perfume shops. This lively scene, to Zhang Wei, looked like a painting unrelated to him. He said goodbye to Steward Wang and Wang Chan, then walked alone with the crowd toward the elegant residence, in the west of the city. His steps were slow and steady, but his mind was racing with thoughts about today's events. Wang Chan's intelligence, Lu's pursuit, and the absurdity of the marriage contest. All these tangled like a mess of threads. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, he managed to find a thread that could save his life. Joining the Wang family as a son-in-law to leverage his position and prepare for exams. This was the only and most reliable plan he had now. Turning into two quiet, blue brick alleys, the sign of the elegant residence with two plain lanterns came into view. In the backyard of the inn, Shirtu was shirtless, holding two heavy stone locks with both hands, practicing horse stance with effort. This young boy, since following Zhang Wei out of the cannon fodder camp, had started training in martial arts. Now well-fed and warmly dressed, his ribs had disappeared, replaced by a layer of strong, firm muscles. When he heard the squeak of the gate opening, Shirtu flipped his wrist, dropping the stone locks steadily onto the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. "Big brother Zhang, you're finally back. How did the marriage contest go? Did that wealthy family hold you back?" Shirtu wiped his sweat with a towel draped around his neck, then stepped forward with concern and curiosity on his face. Zhang Wei sat down at the stone table in the yard, took a teapot, poured himself a bowl of cold tea, and drank it in one gulp. "No, they didn't hold me back, but it was close." Zhang Wei put down his teacup and spoke calmly. "I found a place to stay in the east part of the city. It's a family with the surname Wang. For the next 3 years, I will mostly live in the Wang residence." Shirtu was surprised and scratched his short hair. "Huh? Brother Zhang, are you moving out? So, should we close the inn?" "No, we won't." Zhang Wei took out a heavy money bag from his pocket and threw it onto the table with a loud clink. "Even a clever fox has 3 hiding places. The water in Jinmen City is very deep. I am going to live in the Wang residence alone, which means I will be under someone else's roof. We rented this small inn for 3 years, and the rent has been paid in full. From now on, you can stay here peacefully." Zhang Wei looked at Shirtu with serious and deep eyes. "Here, you are my secret agent, my base. The Wang residence is crowded and watchful. If there's anything inconvenient to do openly or things to hide, I will transfer them to you. Besides practicing martial arts and training your energy, you should also go to the market often, listen and observe. Keep your ears open for big and small news about Jinmen City and street gossip. Remember everything." Although Shirtu was simple-minded, he had experienced life and death with Zhang Wei, so he was not foolish. He weighed the money bag carefully, nodded strongly, and carefully put the bag into his clothes. "Brother Zhang, don't worry. I will take good care of this place. If anyone dares to snoop around, my sword won't recognize them." Zhang Wei patted Shirtu on the shoulder and said nothing more. He returned to his room, packed his clean clothes, the manual of the Dian breathing technique, his half-meter-long black iron sword, and the 120 genox horn bow. As for the 2 large chests of gold and silver treasures brought from the Black Tiger stronghold, he left some for Shirtu to use daily and for gathering information. The rest he hid in a secret corner of the inn's cellar. Keeping wealth hidden was wise. Bringing too much gold and silver into the Wang residence would only attract trouble. After everything was settled, it was already completely dark. Zhang Wei carried his long, rectangular bow and sword case and left the elegant residence alone, blending into the nightfall in Jinmen. When he returned to the Wang residence in the east of the city, Steward Wang was already waiting at the side door. "Brother Zhang, your new place is ready. Follow me." Steward Wang carried a windproof lantern and led the way. The night at the Wang residence was very quiet, with only a few unknown autumn insects chirping in the bushes. Passing through the hanging flower gate and winding corridor, the two arrived at a quiet, independent courtyard in the back residence. The yard had 2 old phoenix trees, their large leaves rustling in the night breeze. The ground was paved with clean blue stones. To the north, there were 3 spacious tiled houses. "This is where you will live and practice martial arts in the future," said Steward Wang, hanging a lantern on an iron hook under the corridor. He pointed to a small courtyard beyond a low flower wall. "On the other side of that wall is the second Mrs. Room. Usually, the maids and old nurse don't come here much, so it's very peaceful." Zhang Wei looked in the direction Wang pointed. Through the hollowed-out flower bricks of the wall, he could faintly see a dim candlelight shining through the neighboring window. A faint scent of medicine mixed with a light fragrance of powder drifted over with the night wind. "Thank you for your trouble, steward," Zhang Wei said politely, withdrawing his gaze and bowing in thanks. "A family should speak as one. It's getting late. Brother Zhang, rest early. If you need anything, just tell the rough maid outside the courtyard tomorrow," Wang said with a smile, giving a bow, then turned and left the courtyard. The courtyard gate closed softly with a dull sound. Zhang Wei stood inside, taking a deep breath of the cool autumn air. He had been out of the city for a long time, fighting in the mountain of corpses at the Broken Ice Fortress, stealing treasures in the rainy night of Black Wind Forest, and burning down the Tiger Head Mountain village with fire. His nerves had been tense, like a drawn bow, never relaxing for a moment. Tonight, standing in this quiet Wangfu courtyard, hearing the faint, intermittent coughs from next door, he finally felt a moment of peaceful solitude. He looked up at the bright full moon in the sky. The moonlight was like water, pouring over the phoenix tree leaves, shining with a silver glow. "The sky is clear. It's a good time for cultivation," he murmured to himself, then turned and entered the main room, removing his bag and placing it on the round table. He did not light a lamp. The moonlight shone through the paper windows, enough for him to see. He pushed open the door and returned to the courtyard. Zhang Wei slightly bent his knees, sat cross-legged on the cold blue stones, and closed his eyes. The great yin breathing method quietly operated within his body. This internal breathing technique, obtained from the treasure vault of Black Tiger's stronghold, emphasized a single word: gentle. Zhang Wei's breathing gradually became deep and steady. As he inhaled, it was as if he could draw the pure air of moonlight and garden plants into his lungs. As he exhaled, he slowly released the stagnant, heavy air and his fatigue. In just a short while, he felt a warm, hot flow rise from his lower abdomen. This warm flow moved with his blood and energy, traveling through his limbs and bones. His muscles, which had been tense from days of travel, now relaxed completely and were nourished. His breath grew longer and more even, and he felt as if he had become one with the quiet garden. After warming up, Zhang Wei suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He quickly stood up and gently tapped his toes on the blue stone pavement. He activated the Tian step. Without making a sound, his gray figure seemed to be a leaf swept up by the wind, instantly shifting a few feet. His steps lightly touched the bricks of the courtyard wall twice. Then he lifted himself into the air with a graceful turn and landed steadily in the center of the yard. He had practiced this movement so many times that it had become instinctive. Moving smoothly from start to finish, everything relied on muscle memory. Next, he walked to the table and drew out a half-zhonglong black iron sword. The heavy blade reflected a faint, cold glow under the moonlight. He flipped his wrist and performed the Henji 9 style, without holding back. Suddenly, the courtyard was filled with the sound of rushing wind and sharp whistling. Zhang Wei did not use any external energy or internal force. He relied solely on his strong, well-trained body to wield the heavy sword. He slashed water horizontally, cut against the wind, and stabbed downward with precision. Each strike carried a piercing, roaring sound that seemed to tear the air. The weight of the black iron sword, combined with the straightforward, no-frills style of the Henji 9 style, transformed into unstoppable, terrifying power. Where the sword passed, the fallen leaves of the phoenix tree in the yard were split in two silently before reaching the ground. After practicing this sword technique, Zhang Wei remained calm, without flushing or panting. He sheathed the sword, turned, and picked up a large oxhorn bough weighing 120 jin. Standing in a corner of the yard, he fixed his gaze on a leaf of the phoenix tree 3 zhang away. With his left hand, he pushed the bough. With his right hand, he drew the bowstring into the air. The perfection level of his mind allowed him to enter a state of clear emptiness instantly. There were no arrows, but he seemed able to see clearly that an invisible arrow had already pierced through the wind's barrier and was firmly embedded in the veins of that leaf. This feeling of controlling everything was intoxicating. He put down his bow, walked to the stone table, and took out the treasure he got from Black Tiger Village, the Mist Banner. This item was only palm-sized, completely black, with a triangular flag surface embroidered with intricate cloud and thunder patterns in gold thread. Wang Chan's words in the hall today felt like a thorn, stabbing into Zhang Wei's heart. The Jiang and Lu families' fortune-telling technique could see through the lingering killing intent above his head. This made him realize how important it was to hide his movements and conceal his aura. Just in time to test this magic tool, Zhang Wei drew his dagger and lightly cut his fingertip. A drop of bright red blood dripped onto the black flag surface. The blood was immediately absorbed by the mist banner, leaving no trace, and the gold thread on the flag seemed to come alive, flickering with faint light. The blood recognition was complete, Zhang Wei thought, and his strong internal energy flowed from his palm into the mist banner. The small flag in his hand suddenly moved without wind, making a rustling sound. Then, a thick grayish-blue smoke burst out from the flag like a fountain. In just a moment, this smoke spread rapidly around Zhang Wei, covering the entire courtyard. He stood in the center of the fog, reached out his hand, and truly experienced the old saying, "You can't see 5 fingers when reaching out." The fog was very strange. It not only blocked sight, but also prevented even moonlight from penetrating. What surprised Zhang Wei even more was that, inside the fog, his 5 senses were greatly suppressed. His hearing and smell became dull, as if he was isolated in a separate space by the thick mist. Sure enough, this is a good treasure for escaping and ambushing. Zhang Wei couldn't help but praise silently. In a group fight or when facing a powerful opponent he couldn't defeat, suddenly releasing this mist banner would instantly deprive the enemy of sight and perception. Whether to strike decisively or escape calmly, it could turn the tide of the battle. Having tested its power, Zhang Wei no longer wasted his energy and blood. He thought quickly and stopped pouring his energy into the banner. The thick fog in the yard seemed to be pulled by a powerful force, like a giant swallowing and inhaling, suddenly gathering toward the center and quickly retreating into a small, black flag the size of a palm. The moonlight once again illuminated the courtyard. Zhang Wei carefully stored the fog banner close to his body. He was very satisfied with tonight's training. Thinking of the system he hadn't checked in a long time, Zhang Wei silently recited in his mind and brought up a golden panel only he could see. The glow appeared deep in his mind, and ancient characters gradually revealed themselves. Host, Zhang Wei, Realm, Flesh Refinement Complete, Arrow Path Realm. Piercing Realm, 100 steps, every shot hits its mark, perfect accuracy. Core Passive, 1. Shooting arrows equals body tempering. Each arrow shot, whether it hits or not, slightly strengthens the outer skin and flesh, making the body more resilient. 2. Hit equals increase in vitality. When an arrow hits a target, it automatically absorbs spiritual energy from the world, restoring and strengthening the host's internal energy and blood. Seeing these clear yet powerful words on the panel, Zhang Wei felt very pleased. This was his greatest confidence in surviving in this dangerous world. As long as he had enough bows and arrows, and enough time to draw and aim, his body and vitality would grow like a rolling snowball, endlessly expanding. One day, he could rely solely on his physical strength to smash the magic swords of those old, chi-refining monsters with a single punch. Night deepened. Zhang Wei calmed his mind, turned back to his room, lay on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, dawn was breaking, and Zhang Wei had finished practicing a set of Henji 9 styles in the yard. Just after washing himself with well water, there was a knock at the door from Steward Wang. "Brother Zhang, are you up?" "Come in, Steward." Zhang Wei put on his coat and opened the courtyard door. Steward Wang was dressed in a festive dark red robe, holding 2 shiny, smooth walnuts. As soon as he entered, he smiled warmly. "Brother Zhang, did you sleep well last night? I came to talk to you about the marriage between you and Miss Second." Steward Wang sat down at a stone table in the yard, speaking in a friendly tone. Zhang Wei frowned slightly. He was never fond of these worldly formalities, especially since this was a marriage with hidden motives. Master Guan, we are both people of the martial world. There's no need for complicated formalities. Since this is an agreement to become a son-in-law, we should keep it simple. Making a fuss will only cause unnecessary trouble and attract attention. Zhang Wei spoke directly. Hearing this, Steward Wang nodded in agreement. Brother Zhang, you speak plainly. I feel the same way. But marriage is a big matter, and we can't ignore the wishes of parents and matchmakers. In a few days, the old master of the Wang family will return from the capital. When he comes back, I will take you to visit and finalize the marriage face-to-face. That sounds good. I'll follow your arrangements. Zhang Wei nodded in response. Marriage can be postponed for now. Today, I will take you outside the city. Steward Wang suddenly stood up and changed the subject. Outside the city? Where to? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. To the Wang family's private horse farm. A clever glint appeared in Steward Wang's eyes as he patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. If you want to participate in the martial exams 3 years from now, the first test, riding and shooting, is very important. You're already skilled with the bow, but riding a horse isn't something you can learn overnight. Come, I'll help you pick a horse that belongs to you. They left the Wang residence, mounted their ready horses, and headed north along the wide streets of Tientsin towards the city gate. On the way, they walked side by side. The autumn wind was cool and refreshing on their faces. Brother Zhang, do you know why the riding and shooting test in the martial exams is so difficult for many heroes? Steward Wang asked casually as he controlled his horse. I'd like to hear more, Zhang Wei replied honestly. He didn't know much about these matters. In the northern border, he only knew about shooting arrows from the city walls. Steward Wang shook the reins and explained carefully, the riding and shooting test isn't about riding on flat ground. The exam is held outside the city at the Western Mountain hunting grounds, which are full of rugged terrain and deep ravines. You have to ride fast and bumpy and shoot 3 targets from 200 steps away, hitting the bullseye each time. That's how you pass. What's even harder is that the battlefield is noisy with drums and shouting. Ordinary horses, hearing the sound of a powerful bowstring snapping or being startled by the drums, will jump and rear. If you can't control the horse and fall off with your bow, your chance in the martial exams is over. Steward Wang turned to look at Zhang Wei, his expression serious. So, a good horse that understands people is more valuable than half your life. To train a horse to truly understand and connect with a person, it takes at least a year of daily close contact. You need to personally care for its food, water, and hygiene, so it becomes familiar with your scent, your movements when drawing a bow, and your breathing. Zhang Wei listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. He realized there was much to learn, as he had previously thought too simply. He then asked many questions about selecting horses, feed ratios, and details of the last 2 exams for martial arts. Manager Wang was very open and willing to share all his knowledge. They walked and talked, which helped ease Zhang Wei's initial dislike of arranged marriage. After about 10 miles outside the city, a wide green pasture appeared. It was surrounded by thick pinewood fences, with neat rows of stables inside. The wind carried a strong scent of dry grass and a faint smell of horse manure. This was Wang's private horse farm outside Tianjin. Although it was not as grand as the royal pastures of nobles and officials, owning a piece of land to raise horses in this valuable city showed Wang's family's former wealth. A stable hand, dressed in a short tunic, saw the manager approaching and hurried over, holding the reins of their horses. Manager, why are you free to visit today? The stable hand greeted with a big smile. Bring out the fine horses in the stables that haven't been trained yet. Lead them to the pasture. Manager Wang waved his hand and strode into the field. Soon, a dozen stable hands each led a tall, proud horse, lining them up on the grass. The horses included pure white ones, shiny black ones, and reddish-brown horses with snow-white hooves. Each was strong and healthy, with long limbs, visible muscle lines when they moved, and occasionally snorted, blowing out warm air, looking noble and spirited. Brother Zhang, choose your horse. These 15 are high-quality breeds bought from beyond the border. With our family's special feed, they've been raised for 2 years. Their temperaments are well known, perfect for training in riding and archery, Manager Wang said proudly, pointing at the row of fine horses. Zhang Wei nodded and walked toward the horses. He didn't check their bones or teeth like usual trainers. Instead, he quietly stood in front of each horse, with his eyes slightly closed. The true meaning of Guan in martial arts quietly emerges. In Zhang Wei's perception, these horses are no longer distinguished by coat color or size. Instead, they transform into burning bursts of life energy. He can clearly feel their heartbeats, muscle fiber explosions, and even faint emotional fluctuations in their breathing. The white horse is gentle but lacks endurance, with weak energy and blood. The black horse is temperamental, with strong explosive power but a fast heartbeat, easily frightened by loud noises. The chestnut horse is standard but seems to lack a wild, unstoppable spirit. Zhang Wei looks at each horse, his brow gradually furrowing. They are good horses, but to him, something feels missing. They don't match his heavy bow, which weighs 120 jin, nor can they withstand the fierce aura forged through harsh training among the dead. As he reaches the back of the herd, ready to pick a chestnut horse at random, his ears twitch slightly. His extraordinary hearing detects a dull, heavy hoofbeat coming from the deepest part of the stable. Whinny, followed by a hoarse, broken, yet fiercely rebellious and angry neigh. A thick wooden pillar deep inside the stable cracks with a painful sound. Zhang Wei suddenly turns his head, his gaze sharp as a sword piercing the dim stable. In the darkest, damp corner, inside a horse pen chained with thick iron, a gaunt, eerily dark gold-colored horse is frantically smashing its head against the bars. It is covered in mud, with tangled mane, and its eyes gleam with a fierce, wolf-like green light. The stable hands nearby turn pale at the sound, all retreating with their horses. "Manager, that beast has gone mad again." The head stable hand's voice trembles. But Zhang Wei does not retreat. His gaze is fixed on that gaunt, dark gold horse. In his, Guan, perception, that is not just a horse. It is a chained volcano about to erupt. Beneath its emaciated skin, the violent energy and blood are even more terrifying than the combined strength of the 10 or so good horses just now. A wild thrill appears at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth, as if he has found his prey. He turned to look at Manager Wang, pointing straight at the dark corner. "Everything else I don't want. Manager Wang, I only want that one." Deep inside the stable, the strong smell of fermented old hay mixed with horse sweat grew stronger. The head groom looked where Zhang Wei pointed and immediately turned pale. He waved his hands quickly and lowered his voice, saying, "Young Master Zhang, you can't take that one. That horse is dangerous." Zhang Wei withdrew his hand, but kept his eyes fixed on the dark corner. There, a thin, dark gold horse with glowing green eyes was watching cautiously through the sturdy iron bars, alert to outsiders. "How is it dangerous?" Zhang Wei asked casually, with no sign of backing down. The groom swallowed and wiped his forehead's cold sweat. He moved closer to explain, "This beast is only 3 years old. We bought it from a group of horse thieves when we went beyond the city to buy good horses a year ago. It looked strong and rare, like a fine steed. But after nearly a year at the stable, no matter how many experienced trainers tried, no one could tame it." He pointed nervously at a cracked wooden post. "This horse is too fiery and stubborn. It's not just about saddling it. If anyone gets close to the fence, it bucks and bites. Over the year, it broke 3 workers' ribs and bit off half a finger from an old master. Now, we can only tie it with a thick iron chain inside, feeding it rough feed daily to keep it alive. Luckily, the manager is kind and hasn't ordered it to be killed and sold for meat." Manager Wang also frowned slightly and stepped forward to advise, "Brother Zhang, I've heard about this horse. It's a bad-tempered, useless horse. Its bones are strong, but it's hard to train. Our martial exams require a rider and horse to work as one, like an extension of your arm. If you pick such a wild horse and it acts up during the test, it could ruin your future. You should choose from the good horses in front, like the Red Date or the Snow Step." But Zhang Wei didn't answer. He took a step forward and slowly headed toward the dark fence. As he got closer, the fierce, volcano-like energy hidden within him became clearer, surging toward him with increasing intensity. This horse was too thin, with dark gold fur covered in dried mud and grass bits. Its ribs were clearly visible, and its mane looked like a tangle of dry grass. However, even in such a weak and fragile body, there was a fierce fire of spirit. Zhang Wei walked to the fence and stopped. The dark gold, skinny horse saw a stranger approaching and suddenly snorted loudly. Thick white breath shot out from its wide nostrils, turning into a cloud of white mist in the cool autumn air. It didn't back away like most horses. Instead, it suddenly pawed the ground hard, and the muscles on its neck tensed up. Its bright green eyes were full of challenge and open hostility. "Good beast," Zhang Wei said with a slight smile, a look of admiration in his eyes. Having been through the dead in the northern lands, he was very familiar with this look. It was the look of a lone wolf trapped in despair, still fighting to bite a piece of meat from the devil's mouth. This horse didn't want to be stuck in this small, muddy place. It was fighting back, even if it meant starving down to just bones. Its spirit was exactly like the soul inside Zhang Wei's body. "Open it," Zhang Wei said calmly, but with firm resolve. The head groom was startled, almost dropping the reins in his hands. He looked nervously at Wang, the steward, with a bitter expression. Wang looked at Zhang Wei's tall figure, and then at the fiery, unruly horse. He knew Zhang Wei was a capable and tough warrior. Since Zhang Wei insisted on choosing, he couldn't stop him. Besides, he wanted to see this future son-in-law's skill and courage. So, Wang nodded slightly at the groom. With Wang's approval, the groom had no choice but to step forward bravely. He took a big bunch of keys from his waist, trembling as he approached the fence. At a safe distance, he inserted the key into the heavy iron lock. With a sharp click, the lock came off. The groom didn't dare to unlock the chain on the horse's neck. Instead, he tore open the thick wooden gate and then, as if seeing a ghost, scrambled backward several steps. The fence was open. Between darkness and light, there was no longer any barrier. The dark gold-colored thin horse paused for a moment. It seemed surprised that the cage imprisoning it for a year suddenly opened. But only for a moment. In the next instant, the beastly instinct of the wild horse fully erupted. Whinny, a loud, piercing cry that seemed to split the sky. The thin horse did not choose to run toward the open grassland, nor did it pay attention to the trembling horses nearby. In its eyes, there was only the human in gray standing directly in its territory. Thick iron chains clanged loudly around its neck. It suddenly pushed off with its hind legs, causing the loose dirt on the ground to explode. Its massive body transformed into a dark gold whirlwind, lowering its head like an angry bull, charging straight at Zhang Wei with great force. Such a terrifying rush, if it hit, could easily knock down a brick wall. Manager Wang watched from behind, his eyes twitching, instinctively wanting to shout a warning. But Zhang Wei's reaction was faster than any sound. Faced with this thunderous, savage charge, Zhang Wei did not draw his sword. Instead, his hands hung naturally at his sides. Just as the horse's head was about to crush his chest, he lightly twisted his foot on the packed earth. Yunzong, his body moved like a willow catkin in the wind, or like a ghost slipping through a crack. Zhang Wei shifted 3 feet to the left at an impossible angle. Boom! The dark gold thin horse, carrying a violent gust, brushed past Zhang Wei's clothes. The strong wind made his dark gray robes flutter loudly, and a strong smell of horse sweat and wild grass filled his nose. The attack missed, but the horse reacted just as quickly. It suddenly stomped its front hooves, carving 2 deep ruts in the ground, and with inertia, forcibly twisted its huge body around. Its hind legs lifted high, aiming a fierce kick at Zhang Wei's back. Good move. Zhang Wei was not angry. Instead, his competitive warrior spirit was fully ignited. He crouched down, avoiding the deadly kick. Then, his waist and abdominal muscles suddenly contracted, and he shot up like a drawn bow. He did not use any weapons, nor did he unleash any harmful internal energy. Relying solely on a strong body achieved through the flesh refinement realm, his hands like iron tongs, he precisely grabbed the mane tied around the thin horse's neck. One person, one horse, instantly tangled in a fierce struggle across the wide grassland. This isn't training a horse. It's more like 2 wild beasts fighting in their most primal form. The dark golden thin horse wildly jumped, twisted, and reared up, trying to shake off the human on its back like a stubborn sore. Sometimes it leapt high, its hooves leaving the ground. Other times it suddenly charged downward, aiming to throw Zhang Wei against the hard wooden fence. Zhang Wei's legs were like thick steel bars, firmly gripping the horse's belly. His body moved with the horse's jostling, like a small boat in a stormy sea, dangerous yet steady on the horse's back. Bang! Bang! The horse's hooves struck the ground, making thunderous sounds. Large patches of grass were kicked up, dust flying everywhere, gradually covering the scene of man and horse in a yellow haze. The horsemen watching from afar were stunned, afraid to even breathe. They had trained horses all their lives, but had never seen such reckless horsemanship. Time quietly passed amid the fierce struggle between man and horse. The sun slowly dipped westward, casting a large orange glow across the sky. The autumn evening breeze swept over the grassland, bringing a cool feeling. In the dust and smoke, the wild horse's neighing gradually grew hoarse, and its heavy hoofbeats lost their initial thunder, becoming more chaotic and heavy. Zhang Wei was also not doing well. Even with a body strengthened by the flesh refinement realm, after hours of intense jostling and fighting, his clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging to his body. His hands were slightly numb, and without a saddle, the rough horsehair rubbed his inner thighs painfully. But he didn't let go, his eyes still bright as stars. At this moment, Steward Wang outside the arena coughed twice and loudly called out, "Brother Zhang, it's getting late." Zhang Wei slightly turned his head on the horse, looking through the thinning dust at the sunset on the horizon. Steward Wang came to the edge of the field and said loudly, "This beast is hard to tame, not something that can be done in a day. There are many chores at the manor that I need to return to handle. The master will be returning soon, so I can't stay away for too long." He pointed to a row of simple brick and tile houses at the edge of the horse farm. "That is the manager's resting courtyard. The bedding and supplies are all ready. Brother Zhang, you can rest here tonight. Take your time to tame the horse. Once it is trained, you can ride it back to the city and visit the master at the mansion." Amid the rough jostling, Zhang Wei responded loudly, "Thank you, the manager. I understand. You may go now." The manager nodded, mounted his horse, and with a few attendants, took advantage of the open city gate and rode off along the official road back the way they came. On the open horse farm, only a few distant stable workers remained, watching as a man and a horse fought a tough battle. Half an hour later, the dark gold-colored thin horse finally exhausted its last bit of strength. It collapsed onto the grass, kneeling heavily, breathing hard. Its body was soaked in sweat, the tangled mane clinging tightly to its neck. Zhang Wei dismounted, his legs trembling slightly as he touched the ground. He approached the horse's head. Though the horse was too weak to stand, its sharp green eyes still showed a fierce spirit. Zhang Wei didn't hit it or use a whip. He simply stood quietly in front of it, beginning to practice the Great Yang breathing technique. His slow, deep breathing spread out in the quiet night. He deliberately slowed his heartbeat, blending his breath with the horse's heavy panting. Animals are most sensitive to instinct. The thin horse seemed to sense the strange calm radiating from the human in front of it. Its fierce gaze softened slightly, and it snorted tiredly. "Today you win. Tomorrow, we continue." Zhang Wei reached out with his calloused hand and gently patted the muddy neck of the horse. Then he turned and walked toward the small courtyard made of blue bricks at the edge of the horse farm. Over the next 3 days, for the stable workers, it was like watching a grand show. This new young master, Zhang, was even tougher than stone. Every morning, just as dawn broke, Zhang Wei would arrive on time at the training ground. The dark gold horse, after a night of recovery, still retained its wild nature. Man and horse once again engaged in a fierce contest across the vast grassland. Zhang Wei did not use a saddle, reins, or even a whip. He relied on pure companionship and control. When the horse galloped wildly, he rode along with it. When it struggled, he held it firmly with his legs. This was a nearly brutal test of strength and endurance. At night, Zhang Wei sat cross-legged outside the stable, practicing the Great Expansion breathing technique. His steady, long breath was like spring rain, slowly breaking down the horse's defenses. He understood its wild spirit, and over time, the horse grew familiar with his scent. Until the evening of the 3rd day, the setting sun dyed the western sky bright red. On the grassland, a strong wind blew, causing the tall grass to bow. A dark gold, thin horse stood quietly in the center of the field. Its mud-covered coat had mostly fallen away after days of grooming by Zhang Wei. Though still thin and bony, its dark gold fur shimmered like silk in the sunset. Zhang Wei stood beside it. He didn't jump onto its back, but slowly lifted his leg and mounted. This time, the thin horse didn't buck or neigh wildly. It slightly tilted its ears back, then let out a resigned snort, blowing out a warm puff of white breath. Zhang Wei gently grabbed its mane. He slightly squeezed his legs against its belly. "Let's go," a simple word. The thin horse seemed to understand the command. It took long strides, initially slow, then faster, gradually changing from walking to running, transforming into a dark gold whirlwind across the grassland. Without a saddle, Zhang Wei's body was closely aligned with the horse's back. The wind, a howling wind, brushed past his ears, messing up his black hair and clearing the gloom that had built up in his heart for days. In that moment, he forgot about the Jiang and Lu family's pursuit, the schemes in the prince's mansion, and the suffocating pressure of the imperial exams. His eyes only saw the vast grassland and the brilliant sunset in the sky. Though the horse beneath him was thin, its explosive power and wild, tearing speed made Zhang Wei's blood boil with excitement. This was a joy he could never experience on the cold northern city walls. "Good horse, good horse," Zhang Wei laughed loudly on the horse, his voice echoing across the open grassland. He suddenly pulled on the mane, and the thin horse obediently slowed down, finally stopping steadily at the edge of the field. One person, one horse, forming a long shadow in the sunset glow. Zhang Wei dismounted, affectionately stroking the sweaty neck of the horse. "Your spirit is like a blazing fire, but when you run, you chase the wind and lightning. From now on, I will call you Chasing Wind." The dark golden thin horse, Chasing Wind, nuzzled Zhang Wei's shoulder with its large head and let out a soft neigh, as if agreeing with the new name. He led Chasing Wind back to the stable. The stable master had been watching in amazement and hurried over with a respectful look. "Young Master Zhang, you are truly a remarkable person. Such a poor horse, yet you managed to tame it." Zhang Wei threw the hemp rope he used as a temporary bridle to the stable master. "This horse is too thin, and its condition is very poor. Starting tomorrow, feed it better food, fine black beans, top-quality alfalfa, and 5 raw eggs every day. If even one is missing, I will hold you accountable. I want it to gain enough flesh to cover its ribs in 3 months. Rest assured, young master, I will treat it like my own family, and I won't cut any corners." The stable master nodded repeatedly, bowing deeply. After giving instructions on how to care for the horse, it was getting dark. Zhang Wei changed into clean clothes and took a carriage back to the city. Night fell. When Zhang Wei reached the alley where the Eastern Palace was located, he sensed something unusual from afar. The entire alley was brightly lit as if it were daytime. The large red gates of the palace, which were slightly peeling, had been painted anew. Red silk flowers were tied around the stone lions on both sides of the gate. Red lanterns the size of fists hung under the eaves, swaying in the wind and casting a warm red glow on the stone ground. Inside and outside the palace, voices buzzed with excitement. Servants and maids dressed in bright clothes moved in and out like butterflies, carrying trays of fruit and fine wine. Faintly, the sound of strings and wind instruments could be heard from inside. A strong, joyful atmosphere filled the house, completely covering the once slightly dilapidated mansion. Zhang Wei turned off his horse and tied the reins to the post at the gate. He frowned slightly. Such a grand display was clearly not the usual style of the palace. Just then, a young servant in blue, who was responsible for greeting guests at the door, hurried past carrying an empty tray. Zhang Wei reached out and caught his arm precisely. "What kind of celebration is happening at the estate? Why is it so lively?" Zhang Wei asked. The young servant was about to protest when he saw it was Zhang Wei. Master Wang had already instructed that this young man was the future son-in-law of the estate, almost a family member, and should not be treated with disrespect. The servant immediately put on a friendly smile, lowered his voice, and spoke with a mix of excitement and pride that he couldn't hide. "Young Master Zhang, you just returned from outside the city, so you probably don't know yet. Our Wang estate is celebrating today." He pointed toward the brightly lit main hall. "It's the master. Our Lord Wang has returned from official duties in the capital, and this time, he didn't come back empty-handed." The servant swallowed, and his eyes shone brightly. According to the followers who came with him, the master achieved great success in the capital and caught the attention of a noble. This time, he not only gave up the honorary title of chief clerk, which was just for show, but also returned with an official yellow order from the Ministry of War. Now, the master is truly the head of the city gates in the capital. He commands over 2,000 soldiers in armor. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's eyes slightly narrowed. The head of the city gates was a high-ranking military officer of the 4th rank. Holding control over a city gate in the chaotic capital, this was a position of great power and wealth. No wonder this once struggling estate was so decorated and holding a big feast tonight. It seems my future great man is not an ordinary person, Zhang Wei thought. He released the servant's arm, straightened his simple clothes, and looked up at the large red lantern hanging in the night sky, a hint of deep thought in his eyes. This game of chess, it seems, is bigger than he had imagined.